Foreword to El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. There has of late years crept so much confusion into the mind of the student as well as of the general reader as to the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel with that of the Gascon royalist plotter known to history as the Baron de Batz, that the time seems opportune for setting all doubts on that subject at rest. The identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel is in no way whatever connected with that of the Baron de Batz, and even superficial reflection will soon bring the mind to the conclusion that great fundamental differences existed in these two men, in their personality, in their character, and above all in their aims. According to one or two enthusiastic historians, the Baron de Batz was the chief agent in a vast network of conspiracy entirely supported by foreign money, both English and Austrian, and which had for its object the overthrow of the Republican government and the restoration of the monarchy in France. In order to attain this political goal, it is averred that he set himself the task of pitting the members of the revolutionary government one against the other, and bringing hatred and dissensions among them, until the cry of "traitor" resounded from one end of the assembly of the Convention to the other, and the assembly itself became as one vast den of wild beasts, wherein wolves and hyenas devoured one another, and, still unsatiated, licked their streaming jaws, hungering for more prey. Those same enthusiastic historians, who have a firm belief in the so called foreign conspiracy, ascribe every important event of the great Revolution, be that event the downfall of the Girondins, the escape of the Dauphin from the Temple, or the death of Robespierre, to the intrigues of Baron de Batz. He it was, so they say, who egged the Jacobins on against the Mountain, Robespierre against Danton, Hebert against Robespierre. He it was who instigated the massacres of September, the atrocities of Nantes, the horrors of Thermidor, the sacrileges, the noyades, all with the view of causing every section of the National Assembly to vie with the other in excesses and in cruelty, until the makers of the Revolution, satiated with their own lust, turned on one another, and sardes n'a plus like buried themselves and their orgies in the vast hecatomb of a self-consumed anarchy. Whether the power thus ascribed to Baron de Batz by his historians is real or imaginary, it is not the purpose of this preface to investigate. Its sole object is to point out the difference between the career of this plotter and that of the Scarlet Pimpernel. The Baron de Batz himself was an adventurer without substance, save that which he derived from abroad. He was one of those men who have nothing to lose and everything to gain by throwing themselves headlong into the seething cauldron of internal politics. Though he made several attempts at rescuing King Louis first, and then the Queen and royal family from prison and from death, he never succeeded, as we know, in any of these undertakings, and he never once so much as attempted the rescue of other equally innocent, if not quite so distinguished victims of the most bloodthirsty revolution that has ever shaken the foundations of the civilized world. Nay, more. When on the 29th Prairial those unfortunate men and women were condemned and executed for alleged complicity in the so called foreign conspiracy, de Batz, who is universally admitted to have been the head and prime mover of that conspiracy, if indeed conspiracy there was, never made either the slightest attempt to rescue his confederates from the guillotine, or at least the offer to perish by their sides if he could not succeed in saving them. And when we remember that the martyrs of the 29th Prairial included women like Grandmaison, the devoted friend of de Batz, the beautiful Emilie de Saint Amaranthe, little Cecile Renaud, a mere child not 16 years of age, also men like Michoni and Roussel, faithful servants of de Batz, the Baron de Lézardière and the Comte de Saint Maurice, his friends, we no longer can have the slightest doubt that the Gascon plotter and the English gentleman are indeed two very different persons. The latter's aims were absolutely non-political. He never intrigued for the restoration of the monarchy, or even for the overthrow of that republic which he loathed. His only concern was the rescue of the innocent, the stretching out of a saving hand to those unfortunate creatures who had fallen into the net spread out for them by their fellow men, by those who, godless, lawless, penniless themselves, had sworn to exterminate all those who clung to their belongings, to their religion, and to their beliefs. The Scarlet Pimpernel did not take it upon himself to punish the guilty. His care was solely of the helpless and of the innocent. For this aim he risked his life every time that he set foot on French soil. For it he sacrificed his fortune and even his personal happiness, and to it he devoted his entire existence. Moreover, whereas the French plotter is said to have had confederates even in the Assembly of the Convention, confederates who were sufficiently influential and powerful to secure his own immunity, the Englishman, when he was bent on his errands of mercy, had the whole of France against him. The Baron de Batz was a man who never justified either his own ambitions or even his existence. The Scarlet Pimpernel was a personality of whom an entire nation might justly be proud. End of foreword. Chapter 1 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 1. In the Théâtre National. And yet people found the opportunity to amuse themselves, to dance and to go to the theatre, to enjoy music and open-air cafes and promenades at the Palais Royal. New fashions in dress made their appearance, milliners produced fresh creations, and jewellers were not idle. A grim sense of humour, born of the very intensity of ever-present danger, had dubbed the cut of certain tunics tête tranche, or a favourite ragout was called a à la guillotine. On 3 evenings only during the past memorable 4½ years did the theatres close their doors, and these evenings were the ones immediately following that terrible 2nd of September, the day of the butchery outside the Abbaye prison, when Paris herself was aghast with horror, and the cries of the massacred might have drowned the calls of the audience whose hands upraised for plaudits would still be dripping with blood. On all other evenings of these same 4½ years, the theatres in the Rue de Richelieu, in the Palais Royal, the Luxembourg, and others, had raised their curtains and taken money at their doors. The same audience that earlier in the day had whiled away the time by witnessing the ever recurrent dramas of the Place de la Révolution, assembled here in the evenings, in filled stalls, boxes and tiers, laughing over the satires of Voltaire, or weeping over the sentimental tragedies of persecuted Romeos and innocent Juliets. Death knocked at so many doors these days. He was so constant a guest in the houses of relatives and friends that those who had merely shaken him by the hand, those on whom he had smiled, and whom he, still smiling, had passed indulgently by, looked on him with that subtle contempt born of familiarity, shrugged their shoulders at his passage, and envisaged his probable visit on the morrow with light-hearted indifference. Paris, despite the horrors that had stained her walls, had remained a city of pleasure, and the knife of the guillotine did scarce descend more often than did the drop scenes on the stage. On this bitterly cold evening of the 27th Nivose, in the 2nd year of the Republic, or as we of the old style still persist in calling it, the 16th of January, 1794, the auditorium of the Théâtre National was filled with a very brilliant company. The appearance of a favourite actress in the part of one of Moliere's volatile heroines had brought pleasure-loving Paris to witness this revival of Le Misanthrope, with new scenery, dresses, and the aforesaid charming actress to add piquancy to the master's mordant wit. The Moniteur, which so impartially chronicles the events of those times, tells us under that date that the Assembly of the Convention voted on that same day a new law giving fuller power to its spies, enabling them to effect domiciliary searches at their discretion without previous reference to the Committee of General Security, authorizing them to proceed against all enemies of public happiness, to send them to prison at their own discretion, and assuring them the sum of 35 livres, "for every piece of game thus beaten up for the guillotine." Under that same date the Moniteur also puts it on record that the Théâtre National was filled to its utmost capacity for the revival of the late citoyen Moliere's comedy. The Assembly of the Convention having voted the new law which placed the lives of thousands at the mercy of a few human bloodhounds, adjourned its sitting and proceeded to the Rue de Richelieu. Already the house was full when the fathers of the people made their way to the seats which had been reserved for them. An awed hush descended on the throng, as one by one the men whose very names inspired horror and dread filed in through the narrow gangways of the stalls, or took their places in the tiny boxes around. Citizen Robespierre's neatly wigged head soon appeared in one of these. His bosom friend St. Just was with him, and also his sister Charlotte. Danton, like a big, shaggy-coated lion, elbowed his way into the stalls, whilst Sauterre, the handsome butcher and idol of the people of Paris, was loudly acclaimed as his huge frame, gorgeously clad in the uniform of the National Guard, was sighted on one of the tiers above. The public in the parterre and in the galleries whispered excitedly, the awe-inspiring names flew about hither and thither on the wings of the overheated air. Women craned their necks to catch sight of heads which mayhap on the morrow would roll into the gruesome basket at the foot of the guillotine. In one of the tiny avant-scene boxes 2 men had taken their seats long before the bulk of the audience had begun to assemble in the house. The inside of the box was in complete darkness, and the narrow opening which allowed but a sorry view of one side of the stage helped to conceal rather than display the occupants. The younger one of these two men appeared to be something of a stranger in Paris, for as the public men and the well known members of the Government began to arrive, he often turned to his companion for information regarding these notorious personalities. "Tell me, de Batz," he said, calling the other's attention to a group of men who had just entered the house, "that creature there in the green coat, with his hand up to his face now, who is he?" "Where? Which do you mean?" "There. He looks this way now, and he has a playbill in his hand. The man with the protruding chin and the convex forehead, a face like a marmoset and eyes like a jackal. What?" The other leaned over the edge of the box, and his small restless eyes wandered over the now closely packed auditorium. "Oh!" he said, as soon as he recognised the face which his friend had pointed out to him, "that is citizen Fouquier-Tinville." "The public prosecutor?" "Himself. And Heron is the man next to him." "Heron?" said the younger man interrogatively. "Yes, he is chief agent to the Committee of General Security now." "What does that mean?" Both leaned back in their chairs, and their sombrely clad figures were once more merged in the gloom of the narrow box. Instinctively, since the name of the public prosecutor had been mentioned between them, they had allowed their voices to sink to a whisper. The older man, a stoutish, florid looking individual, with small keen eyes, and a skin pitted with smallpox, shrugged his shoulders at his friend's question, and then said with an air of contemptuous indifference: "It means, my good St. Just, that these two men whom you see down there, calmly conning the programme of this evening's entertainment, and preparing to enjoy themselves to night in the company of the late Monsieur de Moliere, are two hell hounds as powerful as they are cunning." "Yes, yes," said St. Just, and much against his will a slight shudder ran through his slim figure as he spoke. "Fouquier-Tinville I know. I know his cunning, and I know his power. But the other?" "The other?" retorted de Batz lightly. "Heron? Let me tell you, my friend, that even the might and lust of that damned public prosecutor pale before the power of Heron." "But how? I do not understand." "Ah, you have been in England so long, you lucky dog, and though no doubt the main plot of our hideous tragedy has reached your ken, you have no cognizance of the actors who play the principal parts on this arena flooded with blood and carpeted with hate. They come and go, these actors, my good St. Just. They come and go. Marat is already the man of yesterday, Robespierre is the man of tomorrow. Today we still have Danton and Fouquier-Tinville. We still have Pere Duchesne and your own good cousin Antoine St. Just. But Heron and his like are with us always." "Spies, of course." "Spies," assented the other, "and what spies! Were you present at the sitting of the Assembly to day?" "I was. I heard the new decree which already has passed into law. Ah, I tell you, friend, that we do not let the grass grow under our feet these days. Robespierre wakes up one morning with a whim, by the afternoon that whim has become law, passed by a servile body of men too terrified to run counter to his will, fearful lest they be accused of moderation or of humanity, the greatest crimes that can be committed nowadays." "But Danton?" "Ah, Danton! He would wish to stem the tide that his own passions have let loose, to muzzle the raging beasts whose fangs he himself has sharpened. I told you that Danton is still the man of to day. To-morrow he will be accused of moderation." "Danton and moderation! Ye gods! Eh? Danton, who thought the guillotine too slow in its work, and armed 30 soldiers with swords, so that 30 heads might fall at one and the same time. Danton, friend, will perish to-morrow, accused of treachery against the Revolution, of moderation towards her enemies, and curs like Heron will feast on the blood of lions like Danton and his crowd." He paused a moment, for he dared not raise his voice, and his whispers were being drowned by the noise in the auditorium. The curtain, timed to be raised at 8 o'clock, was still down, though it was close on half past, and the public was growing impatient. There was loud stamping of feet, and a few shrill whistles of disapproval proceeded from the gallery. "If Heron gets impatient," said de Batz lightly, when the noise had momentarily subsided, "the manager of this theatre, and mayhap his leading actor and actress, will spend an unpleasant day to-morrow." "Always Heron," said St. Just with a contemptuous smile. "Yes, my friend," rejoined the other imperturbably, "always Heron. And he has even obtained a longer lease of existence this afternoon." "By the new decree?" "Yes, the new decree. The agents of the Committee of General Security, of whom Heron is the chief, have from to day powers of domiciliary search. They have full powers to proceed against all enemies of public welfare. Isn't that beautifully vague? And they have absolute discretion. Every one may become an enemy of public welfare, either by spending too much money or by spending too little, by laughing to day or crying to morrow, by mourning for one dead relative or rejoicing over the execution of another. He may be a bad example to the public by the cleanliness of his person, or by the filth upon his clothes. He may offend by walking to day and by riding in a carriage next week. The agents of the Committee of General Security shall alone decide what constitutes enmity against public welfare. All prisons are to be opened at their bidding to receive those whom they choose to denounce. They have henceforth the right to examine prisoners privately and without witnesses, and to send them to trial without further warrants. Their duty is clear. They must beat up game for the guillotine. Thus is the decree worded. They must furnish the public prosecutor with work to do, the tribunals with victims to condemn, the Place de la Revolution with death scenes to amuse the people, and for their work they will be rewarded 35 livres for every head that falls under the guillotine. Ah! If Heron and his like and his myrmidons work hard and well, they can make a comfortable income of 4,000 or 5,000 livres a week. We are getting on, friend St. Just, we are getting on." He had not raised his voice while he spoke, nor in the recounting of such inhuman monstrosity, such vile and bloodthirsty conspiracy against the liberty, the dignity, the very life of an entire nation, did he appear to feel the slightest indignation. Rather did a tone of amusement, and even of triumph, strike through his speech, and now he laughed good humouredly like an indulgent parent who is watching the naturally cruel antics of a spoilt boy. "Then from this hell let loose upon earth," exclaimed St. Just hotly, "must we rescue those who refuse to ride upon this tide of blood." His cheeks were glowing, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He looked very young and very eager. Armand St. Just, the brother of Lady Blakeney, had something of the refined beauty of his lovely sister, but the features, though manly, had not the latent strength expressed in them which characterized every line of Marguerite's exquisite face. The forehead suggested a dreamer rather than a thinker, the blue grey eyes were those of an idealist rather than a man of action. De Batz's keen, piercing eyes had no doubt noted this, even whilst he gazed at his young friend with that same look of good humoured indulgence which seemed habitual to him. "We have to think of the future, my good St. Just," he said after a slight pause, and speaking slowly and decisively, like a father rebuking a hot-headed child. "Not of the present. What are a few lives worth beside the great principles which we have at stake?" "The restoration of the monarchy, I know," retorted St. Just, still unsobered, "but in the meanwhile..." "In the meanwhile," rejoined de Batz earnestly, "every victim to the lust of these men is a step towards the restoration of law and order, that is to say, of the monarchy. It is only through these violent excesses perpetrated in its name that the nation will realise how it is being fooled by a set of men who have only their own power and their own advancement in view, and who imagine that the only way to that power is over the dead bodies of those who stand in their way. Once the nation is sickened by these orgies of ambition and of hate, it will turn against these savage brutes, and gladly acclaim the restoration of all that they are striving to destroy. This is our only hope for the future, and believe me, friend, that every head snatched from the guillotine by your romantic hero, the Scarlet Pimpernel, is a stone laid for the consolidation of this infamous republic." "I'll not believe it," protested St. Just emphatically. De Batz, with a gesture of contempt indicative also of complete self satisfaction and unalterable self belief, shrugged his broad shoulders. His short fat fingers, covered with rings, beat a tattoo upon the ledge of the box. Obviously he was ready with a retort. His young friend's attitude irritated even more than it amused him. But he said nothing for the moment, waiting while the traditional 3 knocks on the floor of the stage proclaimed the rise of the curtain. The growing impatience of the audience subsided as if by magic at the welcome call. Everybody settled down again comfortably in their seats. They gave up the contemplation of the fathers of the people, and turned their full attention to the actors on the boards. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 2. Widely Divergent Aims. This was Armand St. Just's first visit to Paris since that memorable day when first he decided to sever his connection from the Republican party, of which he and his beautiful sister Marguerite had at one time been amongst the most noble, most enthusiastic followers. Already a year and a half ago the excesses of the party had horrified him, and that was long before they had degenerated into the sickening orgies which were culminating to day in wholesale massacres and bloody hecatombs of innocent victims. With the death of Mirabeau, the moderate Republicans, whose sole and entirely pure aim had been to free the people of France from the autocratic tyranny of the Bourbons, saw the power go from their clean hands to the grimy ones of lustful demagogues who knew no law save their own passions of bitter hatred against all classes that were not as self-seeking, as ferocious as themselves. It was no longer a question of a fight for political and religious liberty only, but one of class against class, man against man, and let the weaker look to himself. The weaker had proved himself to be, firstly, the man of property and substance, then the law-abiding citizen, lastly the man of action who had obtained for the people that very same liberty of thought and of belief which soon became so terribly misused. Armand St. Just, one of the apostles of liberty, fraternity and equality, soon found that the most savage excesses of tyranny were being perpetrated in the name of those same ideals which he had worshipped. His sister Marguerite, happily married in England, was the final temptation which caused him to quit the country, the destinies of which he no longer could help to control. The spark of enthusiasm which he and the followers of Mirabeau had tried to kindle in the hearts of an oppressed people had turned to raging tongues of unquenchable flames. The taking of the Bastille had been the prelude to the massacres of September, and even the horror of these had since paled beside the holocausts of to day. Armand, saved from the swift vengeance of the revolutionaries by the devotion of the Scarlet Pimpernel, crossed over to England and enrolled himself under the banner of the heroic chief. But he had been unable hitherto to be an active member of the League. The chief was loath to allow him to run foolhardy risks. The St. Justs, both Marguerite and Armand, were still very well known in Paris. Marguerite was not a woman easily forgotten, and her marriage with an English aristo did not please those republican circles who had looked upon her as their queen. Armand's secession from his party into the ranks of the emigres had singled him out for special reprisals, if and whenever he could be got hold of, and both brother and sister had an unusually bitter enemy in their cousin Antoine St. Just, once an aspirant to Marguerite's hand, and now a servile adherent and imitator of Robespierre, whose ferocious cruelty he tried to emulate with a view to ingratiating himself with the most powerful man of the day. Nothing would have pleased Antoine St. Just more than the opportunity of showing his zeal and his patriotism by denouncing his own kith and kin to the Tribunal of the Terror, and the Scarlet Pimpernel, whose own slender fingers were held on the pulse of that reckless revolution, had no wish to sacrifice Armand's life deliberately, or even expose it to unnecessary dangers. Thus it was that more than a year had gone by before Armand St. Just, an enthusiastic member of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, was able to do aught for its service. He had chafed under the enforced restraint placed upon him by the prudence of his chief, when indeed he was longing to risk his life with the comrades whom he loved and beside the leader whom he revered. At last, in the beginning of '94, he persuaded Blakeney to allow him to join the next expedition to France. What the principal aim of that expedition was, the members of the League did not know as yet, but what they did know was that perils, graver even than hitherto, would attend them on their way. The circumstances had become very different of late. At first the impenetrable mystery which had surrounded the personality of the chief had been a full measure of safety, but now one tiny corner of that veil of mystery had been lifted, by two rough pairs of hands at least. Chauvelin, ex ambassador at the English court, was no longer in any doubt as to the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel, whilst Collot d'Herbois had seen him at Boulogne, and had there been effectually foiled by him. 4 months had gone by since that day, and the Scarlet Pimpernel was hardly ever out of France now. The massacres in Paris and in the provinces had multiplied with appalling rapidity. The necessity for the selfless devotion of that small band of heroes had become daily, hourly more pressing. They rallied round their chief with unbounded enthusiasm, and let it be admitted at once that the sporting instinct inherent in these English gentlemen made them all the more keen, all the more eager, now that the dangers which beset their expeditions were increased tenfold. At a word from the beloved leader, these young men, the spoilt darlings of society, would leave the gaieties, the pleasures, the luxuries of London or of Bath, and taking their lives in their hands, they placed them, together with their fortunes, and even their good names, at the service of the innocent and helpless victims of merciless tyranny. The married men, Ffoulkes, my Lord Hastings, Sir Jeremiah Walscourt, left wife and children at a call from the chief, at the cry of the wretched. Armand, unattached and enthusiastic, had the right to demand that he should no longer be left behind. He had only been away a little over 15 months, and yet he found Paris a different city from the one he had left immediately after the terrible massacres of September. An air of grim loneliness seemed to hang over her despite the crowds that thronged her streets. The men whom he was wont to meet in public places 15 months ago, friends and political allies, were no longer to be seen. Strange faces surrounded him on every side, sullen, glowering faces, all wearing a certain air of horrified surprise and of vague, terrified wonder, as if life had become one awful puzzle, the answer to which must be found in the brief interval between the swift passages of death. Armand St. Just, having settled his few simple belongings in the squalid lodgings which had been assigned to him, had started out after dark to wander somewhat aimlessly through the streets. Instinctively he seemed to be searching for a familiar face, someone who would come to him out of that merry past which he had spent with Marguerite in their pretty apartment in the Rue St. Honore. For an hour he wandered thus, and met no one whom he knew. At times it appeared to him as if he did recognise a face or figure that passed him swiftly by in the gloom, but even before he could fully make up his mind to that, the face or figure had already disappeared, gliding furtively down some narrow, unlighted by street, without turning to look to right or left, as if dreading fuller recognition. Armand felt a total stranger in his own native city. The terrible hours of the execution on the Place de la Revolution were fortunately over. The tumbrils no longer rattled along the uneven pavements, nor did the death cry of the unfortunate victims resound through the deserted streets. Armand was, on this first day of his arrival, spared the sight of this degradation of the once lovely city, but her desolation, her general appearance of shamefaced indigence and of cruel aloofness, struck a chill in the young man's heart. It was no wonder, therefore, when anon he was wending his way slowly back to his lodging he was accosted by a pleasant, cheerful voice, that he responded to it with alacrity. The voice, of a smooth, oily timbre, as if the owner kept it well greased for purposes of amiable speech, was like an echo of the past, when jolly, irresponsible Baron de Batz, erstwhile officer of the guard in the service of the late King, and since then known to be the most inveterate conspirator for the restoration of the monarchy, used to amuse Marguerite by his vapid, senseless plans for the overthrow of the newly risen power of the people. Armand was quite glad to meet him, and when de Batz suggested that a good talk over old times would be vastly agreeable, the younger man gladly acceded. The two men, though certainly not mistrustful of one another, did not seem to care to reveal to each other the place where they lodged. De Batz at once proposed the avant scene box of one of the theatres as being the safest place where old friends could talk without fear of spying eyes or ears. "There is no place so safe or so private nowadays, believe me, my young friend," he said. "I have tried every sort of nook and cranny in this accursed town, now riddled with spies, and I have come to the conclusion that a small avant scene box is the most perfect den of privacy there is in the entire city. The voices of the actors on the stage and the hum among the audience in the house will effectually drown all individual conversation to every ear save the one for whom it is intended. It is not difficult to persuade a young man who feels lonely and somewhat forlorn in a large city to while away an evening in the companionship of a cheerful talker, and de Batz was essentially good company. His vapourings had always been amusing, but Armand now gave him credit for more seriousness of purpose, and though the chief had warned him against picking up acquaintances in Paris, the young man felt that that restriction would certainly not apply to a man like de Batz, whose hot partisanship of the Royalist cause and hare-brained schemes for its restoration must make him at one with the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Armand accepted the other's cordial invitation. He too felt that he would indeed be safer from observation in a crowded theatre than in the streets. Among a closely packed throng bent on amusement, the sombrely clad figure of a young man with the appearance of a student or of a journalist would easily pass unperceived. But somehow, after the first 10 minutes spent in de Batz's company within the gloomy shelter of the small avant scene box, Armand already repented of the impulse which had prompted him to come to the theatre to night and to renew acquaintanceship with the ex officer of the late King's guard. Though he knew de Batz to be an ardent royalist, and even an active adherent of the monarchy, he was soon conscious of a vague sense of mistrust of this pompous, self-complacent individual, whose every utterance breathed selfish aims rather than devotion to a forlorn cause. Therefore, when the curtain rose at last on the first act of Moliere's witty comedy, St. Just deliberately turned towards the stage and tried to interest himself in the wordy quarrel between Philinte and Alceste. But this attitude on the part of the younger man did not seem to suit his newly found friend. It was clear that de Batz did not consider the topic of conversation by any means exhausted, and that it had been more with a view to a discussion like the present interrupted one that he had invited St. Just to come to the theatre with him to night, rather than for the purpose of witnessing Mademoiselle Lange's debut in the part of Celimene. The presence of St. Just in Paris had as a matter of fact astonished de Batz not a little, and had set his intriguing brain busy on conjectures. It was in order to turn these conjectures into certainties that he had desired private talk with the young man. He waited silently now for a moment or two, his keen, small eyes resting with evident anxiety on Armand's averted head, his fingers still beating the impatient tattoo upon the velvet covered cushion of the box. Then at the first movement of St. Just towards him, he was ready in an instant to reopen the subject under discussion. With a quick nod of his head he called his young friend's attention back to the men in the auditorium. "Your good cousin Antoine St. Just is hand and glove with Robespierre now," he said. "When you left Paris more than a year ago you could afford to despise him as an empty-headed windbag. Now, if you desire to remain in France, you will have to fear him as a power and a menace." "Yes, I knew that he had taken to herding with the wolves," rejoined Armand lightly. "At one time he was in love with my sister. I thank God that she never cared for him." "They say that he herds with the wolves because of this disappointment," said de Batz. "The whole pack is made up of men who have been disappointed, and who have nothing more to lose. When all these wolves will have devoured one another, then and then only can we hope for the restoration of the monarchy in France. And they will not turn on one another whilst prey for their greed lies ready to their jaws. Your friend the Scarlet Pimpernel should feed this bloody revolution of ours rather than starve it, if indeed he hates it as much as he seems to do." His restless eyes peered with eager interrogation into those of the younger man. He paused as if waiting for a reply, then, as St. Just remained silent, he reiterated slowly, almost in the tones of a challenge: "If indeed he hates this bloodthirsty revolution of ours as he seems to do." The reiteration implied a doubt. In a moment St. Just's loyalty was up in arms. "The Scarlet Pimpernel," he said, "cares naught for your political aims. The work of mercy that he does for justice and for humanity." "And for sport," said de Batz with a sneer, "so I've been told." "He is English," assented St. Just, "and as such will never own to sentiment. Whatever be the motive, look at the result. Yes, a few lives stolen from the guillotine. Women and children, innocent victims, would have perished but for his devotion. The more innocent they are, the more helpless, the more pitiable, the louder their blood would have cried for reprisals against the wild beasts who sent them to their death." St. Just made no reply. It was obviously useless to attempt to argue with this man, whose political aims were as far apart from those of the Scarlet Pimpernel as was the North Pole from the South. "If any of you have influence over that hot-headed leader of yours," continued de Batz, unabashed by the silence of his friend, "I wish to God you would exert it now." "In what way?" queried St. Just, smiling in spite of himself at the thought of his or any one else's control over Blakeney and his plans. It was de Batz's turn to be silent. He paused for a moment or two, then he asked abruptly: "Your Scarlet Pimpernel is in Paris now, is he not?" "I cannot tell you," replied Armand. "Bah! There is no necessity to fence with me, my friend. The moment I set eyes on you this afternoon I knew that you had not come to Paris alone." "You are mistaken, my good de Batz," rejoined the young man earnestly. "I came to Paris alone." Clever parrying, on my word, but wholly wasted on my unbelieving ears. "Did I not note at once that you did not seem over pleased today when I accosted you?" "Again you are mistaken. I was very pleased to meet you, for I had felt singularly lonely all day, and was glad to shake a friend by the hand. What you took for displeasure was only surprise." "Surprise? Ah, yes, I don't wonder that you were surprised to see me walking unmolested and openly in the streets of Paris, whereas you had heard of me as a dangerous conspirator, eh? And as a man who has the entire police of his country at his heels, on whose head there is a price, what? I knew that you had made several noble efforts to rescue the unfortunate King and Queen from the hands of these brutes." "All of which efforts were unsuccessful," assented de Batz imperturbably. "Every one of them having been either betrayed by some damned confederate, or ferreted out by some astute spy eager for gain. Yes, my friend, I made several efforts to rescue King Louis and Queen Marie Antoinette from the scaffold, and every time I was foiled. And yet here I am, you see, unscathed and free. I walk about the streets boldly, and talk to my friends as I meet them." "You are lucky," said St. Just, not without a tinge of sarcasm. "I have been prudent," retorted de Batz. "I have taken the trouble to make friends there where I thought I needed them most. The mammon of unrighteousness, you know what?" And he laughed a broad, thick laugh of perfect self satisfaction. "Yes, I know," rejoined St. Just, with the tone of sarcasm still more apparent in his voice now. "You have Austrian money at your disposal." "Any amount," said the other complacently, "and a great deal of it sticks to the grimy fingers of these patriotic makers of revolutions. Thus do I ensure my own safety. I buy it with the Emperor's money, and thus am I able to work for the restoration of the monarchy in France." Again St. Just was silent. What could he say? Instinctively now, as the fleshy personality of the Gascon Royalist seemed to spread itself out and to fill the tiny box with his ambitious schemes and his far reaching plans, Armand's thoughts flew back to that other plotter, the man with the pure and simple aims, the man whose slender fingers had never handled alien gold, but were ever there ready stretched out to the helpless and the weak, whilst his thoughts were only of the help that he might give them, but never of his own safety. De Batz, however, seemed blandly unconscious of any such disparaging thoughts in the mind of his young friend, for he continued quite amiably, even though a note of anxiety seemed to make itself felt now in his smooth voice. "We advance slowly, but step by step, my good St. Just," he said. "I have not been able to save the monarchy in the person of the King or the Queen, but I may yet do it in the person of the Dauphin." "The Dauphin?" murmured St. Just involuntarily. That involuntary murmur, scarcely audible, so soft was it, seemed in some way to satisfy de Batz, for the keenness of his gaze relaxed, and his fat fingers ceased their nervous, intermittent tattoo on the ledge of the box. "Yes, the Dauphin," he said, nodding his head as if in answer to his own thoughts, "or rather, let me say, the reigning King of France, Louis XVII, by the grace of God, the most precious life at present upon the whole of this earth." "You are right there, friend de Batz," assented Armand fervently. "The most precious life, as you say, and one that must be saved at all costs." "Yes," said de Batz calmly, "but not by your friend the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Why not?" Scarce were those two little words out of St. Just's mouth than he repented of them. He bit his lip, and with a dark frown upon his face he turned almost defiantly towards his friend. But de Batz smiled with easy bonhomie. "Ah, friend Armand," he said, "you are not cut out for diplomacy, nor yet for intrigue. So then," he added more seriously, "that gallant hero, the Scarlet Pimpernel, has hopes of rescuing our young King from the clutches of Simon the Cobbler and of the herd of hyenas on the watch for his attenuated little corpse, eh?" "I did not say that," retorted St. Just sullenly. "No, but I say it. Nay, nay, do not blame yourself, my over loyal young friend. Could I, or any one else, doubt for a moment that sooner or later your romantic hero would turn his attention to the most pathetic sight in the whole of Europe, the child martyr of the Temple prison? The wonder were to me if the Scarlet Pimpernel ignored our little King altogether for the sake of his subjects. No, no, do not think for a moment that you have betrayed your friend's secret to me. When I met you so luckily to day I guessed at once that you were here under the banner of the enigmatical little red flower, and thus guessing, I even went a step further in my conjecture. The Scarlet Pimpernel is in Paris now in the hope of rescuing Louis XVII from the Temple prison. If that is so, you must not only rejoice but should be able to help." "And yet, my friend, I do neither the one now nor mean to do the other in the future," said de Batz placidly. "I happen to be a Frenchman, you see." "What has that to do with such a question?" "Everything. Though you, Armand, despite that you are a Frenchman too, do not look through my spectacles. Louis XVII is King of France, my good St. Just. He must owe his freedom and his life to us Frenchmen, and to no one else." "That is sheer madness, man," retorted Armand. "Would you have the child perish for the sake of your own selfish ideas?" "You may call them selfish if you will. All patriotism is in a measure selfish. What does the rest of the world care if we are a republic or a monarchy, an oligarchy or hopeless anarchy? We work for ourselves and to please ourselves, and I for one will not brook foreign interference." "Yet you work with foreign money." "That is another matter. I cannot get money in France, so I get it where I can. But I can arrange for the escape of Louis XVII. He is King of France, my good St. Just. He must of France should belong the honour and glory of having saved our King." For the third time now St. Just allowed the conversation to drop. He was gazing wide eyed, almost appalled, at this impudent display of well nigh ferocious selfishness and vanity. De Batz, smiling and complacent, was leaning back in his chair, looking at his young friend with perfect contentment expressed in every line of his pock-marked face and in the very attitude of his well-fed body. It was easy enough now to understand the remarkable immunity which this man was enjoying, despite the many foolhardy plots which he hatched, and which had up to now invariably come to naught. A regular braggart and empty windbag, he had taken but one good care, and that was of his own skin. Unlike other less fortunate royalists of France, he neither fought in the country nor braved dangers in town. He played a safer game, crossed the frontier and constituted himself agent of Austria. He succeeded in gaining the Emperor's money for the good of the royalist cause, and for his own most especial benefit. Even a less astute man of the world than was Armand St. Just would easily have guessed that de Batz' desire to be the only instrument in the rescue of the poor little Dauphin from the Temple was not actuated by patriotism, but solely by greed. Obviously there was a rich reward waiting for him in Vienna the day that he brought Louis XVII safely into Austrian territory. That reward he would miss if a meddlesome Englishman interfered in this affair. Whether in this wrangle he risked the life of the child King or not mattered to him not at all. It was de Batz who was to get the reward, and whose welfare and prosperity mattered more than the most precious life in Europe. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of El Dorado, by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 3. The Demon Chance. St. Just would have given much to be back in his lonely, squalid lodgings now. Too late did he realise how wise had been the dictum which had warned him against making or renewing friendships in France. Men had changed with the times. How terribly they had changed! Personal safety had become a fetish with most, a goal so difficult to attain that it had to be fought for and striven for, even at the expense of humanity and of self-respect. Selfishness, the mere cold-blooded insistence for self-advancement, ruled supreme. De Batz, surfeited with foreign money, used it firstly to ensure his own immunity, scattering it to right and left to still the ambition of the public prosecutor, or to satisfy the greed of innumerable spies. What was left over he used for the purpose of pitting the bloodthirsty demagogues one against the other, making of the National Assembly a gigantic bear den, wherein wild beasts could rend one another limb from limb. In the meanwhile, what cared he said it himself, whether hundreds of innocent martyrs perished miserably and uselessly? They were the necessary food whereby the Revolution was to be satiated, and de Batz' schemes enabled to mature. The most precious life in Europe even was only to be saved if its price went to swell the pockets of de Batz, or to further his future ambitions. Times had indeed changed an entire nation. St. Just felt as sickened with this self-seeking royalist as he did with the savage brutes who struck to right or left for their own delectation. He was meditating immediate flight back to his lodgings, with the hope of finding there a word for him from the chief, a word to remind him that men did live nowadays who had other aims beside their own advancement, other ideals beside the deification of self. The curtain had descended on the first act, and traditionally, as the works of Monsieur de Moliere demanded it, the 3 knocks were heard again without any interval. St. Just rose ready with a pretext for parting with his friend. The curtain was being slowly drawn up on the second act, and disclosed Alceste in wrathful conversation with Celimene. Alceste's opening speech is short. Whilst the actor spoke it, Armand had his back to the stage. With hand outstretched, he was murmuring what he hoped would prove a polite excuse for thus leaving his amiable host while the entertainment had only just begun. De Batz, vexed and impatient, had not by any means finished with his friend yet. He thought that his specious arguments, delivered with boundless conviction, had made some impression on the mind of the young man. That impression, however, he desired to deepen, and whilst Armand was worrying his brain to find a plausible excuse for going away, de Batz was racking his to find one for keeping him here. Then it was that the wayward demon Chance intervened. Had St. Just risen but 2 minutes earlier, had his active mind suggested the desired excuse more readily, who knows what unspeakable sorrow, what heart-rending misery, what terrible shame might have been spared both him and those for whom he cared. Those 2 minutes, did he but know it, decided the whole course of his future life. The excuse hovered on his lips. De Batz reluctantly was preparing to bid him good bye, when Celimene, speaking commonplace words enough in answer to her quarrelsome lover, caused him to drop the hand which he was holding out to his friend, and to turn back towards the stage. It was an exquisite voice that had spoken, a voice mellow and tender, with deep tones in it that betrayed latent power. The voice had caused Armand to look. The lips that spoke forged the first tiny link of that chain which riveted him forever after to the speaker. It is difficult to say if such a thing really exists as love at first sight. Poets and romanticists will have us believe that it does. Idealists swear by it as being the only true love worthy of the name. I do not know if I am prepared to admit their theory with regard to Armand St. Just. Mademoiselle Lange's exquisite voice certainly had charmed him to the extent of making him forget his mistrust of de Batz and his desire to get away. Mechanically, almost, he sat down again, and leaning both elbows on the edge of the box, he rested his chin in his hand and listened. The words which the late Monsieur de Moliere puts into the mouth of Celimene are trite and flippant enough, yet every time that Mademoiselle Lange's lips moved, Armand watched her, entranced. There, no doubt, the matter would have ended. A young man fascinated by a pretty woman on the stage, 'tis a small matter, and one from which there doth not often spring a weary trail of tragic circumstances. Armand, who had a passion for music, would have worshipped at the shrine of Mademoiselle Lange's perfect voice until the curtain came down on the last act, had not his friend de Batz seen the keen enchantment which the actress had produced on the young enthusiast. Now de Batz was a man who never allowed an opportunity to slip by, if that opportunity led towards the furtherance of his own desires. He did not want to lose sight of Armand just yet, and here the good demon Chance had given him an opportunity for obtaining what he wanted. He waited quietly until the fall of the curtain at the end of Act II, then, as Armand, with a sigh of delight, leaned back in his chair, and closing his eyes appeared to be living the last half hour all over again, de Batz remarked with well assumed indifference: "Mademoiselle Lange is a promising young actress, do you not think so, my friend?" "She has a perfect voice. It was exquisite melody to the ear," replied Armand. "I was conscious of little else." "She is a beautiful woman, nevertheless," continued de Batz with a smile. "During the next act, my good St. Just, I would suggest that you opened your eyes as well as your ears." Armand did as he was bidden. The whole appearance of Mademoiselle Lange seemed in harmony with her voice. She was not very tall, but eminently graceful, with a small oval face and slender, almost childlike figure, which appeared still more so above the wide hoops and draped panniers of the fashions of Moliere's time. Whether she was beautiful or not, the young man hardly knew. Measured by certain standards, she certainly was not so, for her mouth was not small, and her nose anything but classical in outline. But the eyes were brown, and they had that half veiled look in them, shaded with long lashes that seemed to make a perpetual tender appeal to the masculine heart. The lips, too, were full and moist, and the teeth dazzling white. Yes, on the whole we might easily say that she was exquisite, even though we did not admit that she was beautiful. Painter David has made a sketch of her. We have all seen it at the Musee Carnavalet, and all wondered why that charming if irregular little face made such an impression of sadness. There are 5 acts in Le Misanthrope, during which Celimene is almost constantly on the stage. At the end of the 4th act, de Batz said casually to his friend: "I have the honour of personal acquaintanceship with Mademoiselle Lange. An you care for an introduction to her, we can go round to the green room after the play." Did prudence then whisper "desist"? Did loyalty to the leader murmur "obey"? It were indeed difficult to say. Armand St. Just was not 25, and Mademoiselle Lange's melodious voice spoke louder than the whisperings of prudence, or even than the call of duty. He thanked de Batz warmly, and during the last half hour, while the misanthropical lover spurned repentant Celimene, he was conscious of a curious sensation of impatience, a tingling of his nerves, a wild, mad longing to hear those full, moist lips pronounce his name, and have those large brown eyes throw their half veiled look into his own. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 4. Mademoiselle Lange. The green room was crowded when de Batz and St. Just arrived there after the performance. The older man cast a hasty glance through the open door. The crowd did not suit his purpose, and he dragged his companion hurriedly away from the contemplation of Mademoiselle Lange, sitting in a far corner of the room, surrounded by an admiring throng, and by innumerable floral tributes offered to her beauty and to her success. De Batz, without a word, led the way back towards the stage. Here, by the dim light of tallow candles fixed in sconces against the surrounding walls, the scene shifters were busy moving drop scenes, back cloths and wings, and paid no heed to the 2 men who strolled slowly up and down, silently, each wrapped in his own thoughts. Armand walked with his hands buried in his breeches pockets, his head bent forward on his chest, but every now and again he threw quick, apprehensive glances around him whenever a firm step echoed along the empty stage, or a voice rang clearly through the now deserted theatre. "Are we wise to wait here?" he asked, speaking to himself rather than to his companion. He was not anxious about his own safety, but the words of de Batz had impressed themselves upon his mind: "Heron and his spies we have always with us." From the green room a separate foyer and exit led directly out into the street. Gradually the sound of many voices, the loud laughter and occasional snatches of song, which for the past half hour had proceeded from that part of the house, became more subdued and more rare. One by one the friends of the artists were leaving the theatre, after having paid the usual banal compliments to those whom they favoured, or presented the accustomed offering of flowers to the brightest star of the night. The actors were the first to retire, then the older actresses, the ones who could no longer command a court of admirers around them. They all filed out of the green room and crossed the stage to where, at the back, a narrow, rickety wooden stairs led to their so called dressing rooms, tiny dark cubicles, ill lighted, unventilated, where some half dozen of the lesser stars tumbled over one another while removing wigs and grease paint. Armand and de Batz watched this exodus, both with equal impatience. Mademoiselle Lange was the last to leave the green room. For some time, since the crowd had become thinner around her, Armand had contrived to catch glimpses of her slight, elegant figure. A short passage led from the stage to the green room door, which was wide open, and at the corner of this passage the young man had paused from time to time in his walk, gazing with earnest admiration at the dainty outline of the young girl's head, with its wig of powdered curls that seemed scarcely whiter than the creamy brilliance of her skin. De Batz did not watch Mademoiselle Lange, beyond casting impatient looks in the direction of the crowd that prevented her leaving the green room. He did watch Armand, however, noted his eager look, his brisk and alert movements, the obvious glances of admiration which he cast in the direction of the young actress, and this seemed to afford him a considerable amount of contentment. The best part of an hour had gone by since the fall of the curtain before Mademoiselle Lange finally dismissed her many admirers, and de Batz had the satisfaction of seeing her running down the passage, turning back occasionally in order to bid gay good nights to the loiterers who were loath to part from her. She was a child in all her movements, quite unconscious of self or of her own charms, but frankly delighted with her success. She was still dressed in the ridiculous hoops and panniers pertaining to her part, and the powdered peruke hid the charm of her own hair. The costume gave a certain stilted air to her unaffected personality, which by this very sense of contrast was essentially fascinating. In her arms she held a huge sheaf of sweet scented narcissi, the spoils of some favoured spot far away in the south. Armand thought that never in his life had he seen anything so winsome or so charming. Having at last said the positive final adieu, Mademoiselle Lange, with a happy little sigh, turned to run down the passage. She came face to face with Armand, and gave a sudden little gasp of terror. It was not good these days to come on any loiterer unawares. But already de Batz had quickly joined his friend, and his smooth, pleasant voice and podgy beringed hand extended towards Mademoiselle Lange were sufficient to reassure her. "You were so surrounded in the green room, mademoiselle," he said courteously, "I did not venture to press in among the crowd of your admirers, yet I had the great wish to present my respectful congratulations in person." "Ah, c'est ce cher de Batz!" exclaimed Mademoiselle gaily, in that exquisitely rippling voice of hers. "And where in the world do you spring from, my friend?" "Hush!" he whispered, holding her small bemittened hand in his, and putting one finger to his lips with an urgent entreaty for discretion. "Not my name, I beg of you, fair one." "Bah!" she retorted lightly, even though her full lips trembled now as she spoke and belied her very words. "You need have no fear whilst you are in this part of the house. It is an understood thing that the Committee of General Security does not send its spies behind the curtain of a theatre. Why, if all of us actors and actresses were sent to the guillotine, there would be no play on the morrow. Artistes are not replaceable in a few hours. Those that are in existence must perforce be spared, or the citizens who govern us now would not know where to spend their evenings." But though she spoke so airily and with her accustomed gaiety, it was easily perceived that even on this childish mind the dangers which beset everyone these days had already imprinted their mark of suspicion and of caution. "Come into my dressing room," she said. "I must not tarry here any longer, for they will be putting out the lights. But I have a room to myself, and we can talk there quite agreeably." She led the way across the stage towards the wooden stairs. Armand, who during this brief colloquy between his friend and the young girl had kept discreetly in the background, felt undecided what to do. But at a peremptory sign from de Batz he too turned in the wake of the gay little lady who ran swiftly up the rickety steps, humming snatches of popular songs the while, and not turning to see if indeed the two men were following her. She had the sheaf of narcissi still in her arms, and the door of her tiny dressing room being open, she ran straight in and threw the flowers down in a confused, sweet scented mass upon the small table that stood at one end of the room, littered with pots and bottles, letters, mirrors, powder puffs, silk stockings, and cambric handkerchiefs. Then she turned and faced the two men, a merry look of unalterable gaiety dancing in her eyes. "Shut the door, mon ami," she said to de Batz, "and after that sit down where you can, so long as it is not on my most precious pot of unguent, or a box of costliest powder." While de Batz did as he was told, she turned to Armand and said with a pretty tone of interrogation in her melodious voice: "Monsieur?" "St. Just, at your service, mademoiselle," said Armand, bowing very low in the most approved style obtaining at the English court. "St. Just?" she repeated, a look of puzzlement in her brown eyes. Surely a kinsman of citizen St. Just, whom no doubt you know, mademoiselle," he exclaimed. "My friend Armand St. Just," interposed de Batz, "is practically a newcomer in Paris. He lives in England habitually." "In England!" she exclaimed. "Oh, do tell me all about England. I would love to go there. Perhaps I may have to go some day. Oh, do sit down, de Batz," she continued, talking rather volubly, even as a delicate blush heightened the colour in her cheeks under the look of obvious admiration from Armand St. Just's expressive eyes. She swept a handful of delicate cambric and silk from off a chair, making room for de Batz's portly figure. Then she sat upon the sofa, and with an inviting gesture and a call from the eyes, she bade Armand sit down next to her. She leaned back against the cushions, and the table being close by, she stretched out a hand and once more took up the bunch of narcissi, and while she talked to Armand she held the snow white blooms quite close to her face, so close, in fact, that he could not see her mouth and chin, only her dark eyes shone across at him over the heads of the blossoms. "Tell me all about England," she reiterated, settling herself down among the cushions like a spoilt child who is about to listen to an oft told favourite story. Armand was vexed that de Batz was sitting there. He felt he could have told this dainty lady quite a good deal about England, if only his pompous fat friend would have had the good sense to go away. As it was, he felt unusually timid and gauche, not quite knowing what to say, a fact which seemed to amuse Mademoiselle Lange not a little. "I am very fond of England," he said lamely. "My sister is married to an Englishman, and I myself have taken up my permanent residence there." "Among the society of emigres?" she queried. Then, as Armand made no reply, de Batz interposed quickly. "Oh, you need not fear to admit it, my good Armand. Mademoiselle Lange has many friends among the emigres. Have you not, mademoiselle?" "Yes, of course," she replied lightly. "I have friends everywhere. Their political views have nothing to do with me. Artistes, I think, should have naught to do with politics. You see, citizen St. Just, I never inquired of you what were your views. Your name and kinship would proclaim you a partisan of citizen Robespierre, yet I find you in the company of Monsieur de Batz, and you tell me that you live in England." "He is no partisan of citizen Robespierre," again interposed de Batz. "In fact, mademoiselle, I may safely tell you, I think, that my friend has but one ideal on this earth, whom he has set up in a shrine, and whom he worships with all the ardour of a Christian for his God." "How romantic!" she said, and she looked straight at Armand. "Tell me, monsieur, is your ideal a woman or a man?" His look answered her, even before he boldly spoke the two words. "A woman." She took a deep draught of sweet intoxicating scent from the narcissi, and his gaze once more brought blushes to her cheeks. De Batz's good humoured laugh helped her to hide this unwonted excess of confusion. "That was well turned, friend Armand," he said lightly, "but I assure you, mademoiselle, that before I brought him here to night his ideal was a man." "A man!" she exclaimed with a contemptuous little pout. "Who was it?" "I know no other name for him but that of a small insignificant flower. The Scarlet Pimpernel," replied de Batz. "The Scarlet Pimpernel!" she ejaculated, dropping the flower suddenly, and gazing on Armand with wide, wondering eyes. "And do you know him, monsieur?" He was frowning despite himself, despite the delight which he felt at sitting so close to this charming little lady, and feeling that in a measure his presence and his personality interested her. But he felt irritated with de Batz, and angered at what he considered the latter's indiscretion. To him the very name of his leader was almost a sacred one. He was one of those enthusiastic devotees who only care to name the idol of their dreams with bated breath, and only in the ears of those who would understand and sympathise. Again he felt that if only he could have been alone with mademoiselle, he could have told her all about the Scarlet Pimpernel, knowing that in her he would find a ready listener, a helping and loving heart. But as it was, he merely replied tamely enough: "Yes, mademoiselle, I do know him." "You have seen him?" she queried eagerly. "Spoken to him?" "Yes." "Oh, do tell me all about him. You know, quite a number of us in France have the greatest possible admiration for your national hero. We know, of course, that he is an enemy of our government, but oh, we feel that he is not an enemy of France because of that. We are a nation of heroes too, monsieur," she added with a pretty, proud toss of the head. "We can appreciate bravery and resource, and we love the mystery that surrounds the personality of your Scarlet Pimpernel. But since you know him, monsieur, tell me, what is he like?" Armand was smiling again. He was yielding himself up wholly to the charm which emanated from this young girl's entire being, from her gaiety and her unaffectedness, her enthusiasm and that obvious artistic temperament which caused her to feel every sensation with superlative keenness and thoroughness. "What is he like?" she insisted. "That, mademoiselle," he replied, "I am not at liberty to tell you." "Not at liberty to tell me?" she exclaimed. "But, monsieur, if I command you..." At risk of falling forever under the ban of your displeasure, mademoiselle, I would still remain silent on that subject." She gazed on him with obvious astonishment. It was quite an unusual thing for this spoilt darling of an admiring public to be thus openly thwarted in her whims. "How tiresome and pedantic!" she said with a shrug of her pretty shoulders and a moue of discontent. "And oh, how ungallant! You have learnt ugly English ways, monsieur, for there, I am told, men hold their womenkind in very scant esteem. There," she added, turning with a mock air of hopelessness towards de Batz, "am I not a most unlucky woman? For the past 2 years I have used my best endeavours to catch sight of that interesting Scarlet Pimpernel. Here do I meet monsieur, who actually knows him, so he says, and he is so ungallant that he even refuses to satisfy the first cravings of my just curiosity." "Citizen St. Just will tell you nothing now, mademoiselle," rejoined de Batz with his good humoured laugh. "It is my presence, I assure you, which is setting a seal upon his lips. He is, believe me, aching to confide in you, to share in your enthusiasm, and to see your beautiful eyes glowing in response to his ardour when he describes to you the exploits of that prince of heroes. En tete a tete one day you will, I know, worm every secret out of my discreet friend Armand." Mademoiselle made no comment on this, that is to say, no audible comment, but she buried the whole of her face for a few seconds among the flowers, and Armand from amongst those flowers caught sight of a pair of very bright brown eyes, which shone on him with a puzzled look. She said nothing more about the Scarlet Pimpernel or about England just then, but after a while she began talking of more indifferent subjects: the state of the weather, the price of food, the discomforts of her own house now that the servants had been put on perfect equality with their masters. Armand soon gathered that the burning questions of the day, the horrors of massacres, the raging turmoil of politics, had not affected her very deeply as yet. She had not troubled her pretty head very much about the social and humanitarian aspect of the present seething revolution. She did not really wish to think about it at all. An artiste to her finger tips, she was spending her young life in earnest work, striving to attain perfection in her art, absorbed in study during the day, and in the expression of what she had learnt in the evenings. The terrors of the guillotine affected her a little, but somewhat vaguely still. She had not realised that any dangers could assail her whilst she worked for the artistic delectation of the public. It was not that she did not understand what went on around her, but that her artistic temperament and her environment had kept her aloof from it all. The horrors of the Place de la Revolution made her shudder, but only in the same way as the tragedies of Monsieur Racine or of Sophocles, which she had studied, caused her to shudder, and she had exactly the same sympathy for poor Queen Marie Antoinette as she had for Mary Stuart, and shed as many tears for King Louis as she did for Polyeucte. Once de Batz mentioned the Dauphin, but Mademoiselle put up her hand quickly, and said in a trembling voice, whilst the tears gathered in her eyes: "Do not speak of the child to me, de Batz. What can I, a lonely, hard working woman, do to help him? I try not to think of him, for if I did, knowing my own helplessness, I feel that I could hate my countrymen, and speak my bitter hatred of them across the footlights, which would be more than foolish," she added naively, "for it would not help the child, and I should be sent to the guillotine. But oh, sometimes I feel that I would gladly die if only that poor little child martyr were restored to those who love him, and given back once more to joy and happiness. But they would not take my life for his, I am afraid," she concluded, smiling through her tears. "My life is of no value in comparison with his." Soon after this she dismissed her 2 visitors. De Batz, well content with the result of this evening's entertainment, wore an urbane, bland smile on his rubicund face. Armand, somewhat serious and not a little in love, made the hand kiss with which he took his leave last as long as he could. "You will come and see me again, Citizen St. Just?" she asked after that preliminary leave taking. "At your service, mademoiselle," he replied with alacrity. "How long do you stay in Paris?" "I may be called away at any time." "Well, then, come to morrow. I shall be free towards 4 o'clock. Square du Roule. You cannot miss the house. Any one there will tell you where lives Citizeness Lange." "At your service, mademoiselle," he replied. The words sounded empty and meaningless, but his eyes, as they took final leave of her, spoke the gratitude and the joy which he felt. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 5. The Temple Prison. It was close on midnight when the 2 friends finally parted company outside the doors of the theatre. The night air struck with biting keenness against them when they emerged from the stuffy, overheated building, and both wrapped their caped cloaks tightly round their shoulders. Armand, more than ever now, was anxious to rid himself of de Batz. The Gascon's platitudes irritated him beyond the bounds of forbearance, and he wanted to be alone so that he might think over the events of this night, the chief event being a little lady with an enchanting voice and the most fascinating brown eyes he had ever seen. Self reproach, too, was fighting a fairly even fight with the excitement that had been called up by that same pair of brown eyes. Armand for the past 4 or 5 hours had acted in direct opposition to the earnest advice given to him by his chief. He had renewed one friendship which had been far better left in oblivion, and he had made an acquaintance which already was leading him along a path that he felt sure his comrade would disapprove. But the path was so profusely strewn with scented narcissi that Armand's sensitive conscience was quickly lulled to rest by the intoxicating fragrance. Looking neither to right nor left, he made his way very quickly up the Rue Richelieu toward the Montmartre quarter where he lodged. De Batz stood and watched him for as long as the dim lights of the street lamps illumined his slim, soberly clad figure. Then he turned on his heel and walked off in the opposite direction. His florid, pock-marked face wore an air of contentment not altogether unmixed with a kind of spiteful triumph. "So, my pretty Scarlet Pimpernel," he muttered between his closed lips, "you wish to meddle in my affairs, to have for yourself and your friends the credit and glory of snatching the golden prize from the clutches of these murderous brutes. Well, we shall see which is the wiliest, the French ferret or the English fox." He walked deliberately away from the busy part of the town, turning his back on the river, stepping out briskly straight before him, and swinging his gold-headed cane as he walked. The streets which he had to traverse were silent and deserted, save occasionally where a drinking or an eating house had its swing doors still invitingly open. From these places, as de Batz strode rapidly by, came the sounds of loud voices, rendered raucous by outdoor oratory, volleys of oaths hurled irreverently in the midst of impassioned speeches, interruptions from rowdy audiences that vied with the speaker in invectives and blasphemies, wordy warfares that ended in noisy vituperations, accusations hurled through the air heavy with tobacco smoke and the fumes of cheap wines and of raw spirits. De Batz took no heed of these as he passed, anxious only that the crowd of eating-house politicians did not, as often was its wont, turn out pell-mell into the street and settle its quarrel by the weight of fists. He did not wish to be embroiled in a street fight, which invariably ended in denunciations and arrests, and was glad when presently he had left the purlieus of the Palais Royal behind him and could strike on his left toward the lonely Faubourg du Temple. From the dim distance far away came at intervals the mournful sound of a roll of muffled drums, half veiled by the intervening hubbub of the busy night life of the great city. It proceeded from the Place de la Revolution, where a company of the National Guard were on night watch round the guillotine. The dull, intermittent notes of the drum came as a reminder to the free people of France that the watchdog of a vengeful revolution was alert night and day, never sleeping, ever wakeful, beating up game for the guillotine, as the new decree framed to-day by the government of the people had ordered that it should do. From time to time now the silence of this lonely street was broken by a sudden cry of terror, followed by the clash of arms, the inevitable volley of oaths, the call for help, the final moan of anguish. They were the ever recurring brief tragedies which told of denunciations, of domiciliary search, of sudden arrests, of an agonizing desire for life and for freedom, for life under the same horrible conditions of brutality and of servitude, for freedom to breathe, if only a day or two longer, this air polluted by filth and by blood. De Batz, hardened to these scenes, paid no heed to them. He had heard it so often, that cry in the night, followed by death-like silence. It came from comfortable bourgeois homes, from squalid lodgings, or lonely cul-de-sac, wherever some hunted quarry was run to earth by the newly organised spies of the Committee of General Security. 35 livres for every head that falls trunkless into the basket at the foot of the guillotine. 35 pieces of silver, now as then, the price of innocent blood. Every cry in the night, every call for help, meant game for the guillotine, and 35 livres in the hands of a Judas. And de Batz walked on unmoved by what he saw and heard, swinging his cane and looking satisfied. Now he struck into the Place de la Victoire, and looked on one of the open-air camps that had recently been established, where men, women and children were working to provide arms and accoutrement for the Republican army that was fighting the whole of Europe. The people of France were up in arms against tyranny, and on the open places of their mighty city they were encamped day and night, forging those arms which were destined to make them free, and in the meantime were bending under a yoke of tyranny more complete, more grinding and absolute than any that the most despotic kings had ever dared to inflict. Here, by the light of resin torches, at this late hour of the night, raw lads were being drilled into soldiers, half naked under the cutting blast of the north wind, their knees shaking under them, their arms and legs blue with cold, their stomachs empty, and their teeth chattering with fear. Women were sewing shirts for the great improvised army, with eyes straining to see the stitches by the flickering light of the torches, their throats parched with the continual inhaling of smoke-laden air. Even children, with weak, clumsy little fingers, were picking rags to be woven into cloth again. All these slaves were working far into the night, tired, hungry, and cold, but working unceasingly as the country had demanded it. The people of France in arms against tyranny. The people of France had to set to work to make arms, to clothe the soldiers, the defenders of the people's liberty. And from this crowd of people, men, women, and children, there came scarcely a sound save raucous whispers, a moan or a sigh quickly suppressed. A grim silence reigned in this thickly peopled camp. Only the crackling of the torches broke that silence now and then, or the flapping of canvas in the wintry gale. They worked on, sullen, desperate, and starving, with no hope of payment save the miserable rations wrung from poor tradespeople or miserable farmers, as wretched, as oppressed as themselves. No hope of payment, only fear of punishment, for that was ever present. The people of France in arms against tyranny were not allowed to forget that grim taskmaster with the two great hands stretched upwards, holding the knife which descended mercilessly, indiscriminately on necks that did not bend willingly to the task. A grim look of gratified desire had spread over de Batz' face as he skirted the open-air camp. Let them toil, let them groan, let them starve. The more these clouts suffer, the more brutal the heel that grinds them down, the sooner will the Emperor's money accomplish its work, the sooner will these wretches be clamouring for the monarchy, which would mean a rich reward in de Batz' pockets. To him everything now was for the best. The tyranny, the brutality, the massacres. He gloated in the Holocaust with as much satisfaction as did the most bloodthirsty Jacobin in the Convention. He would with his own hands have wielded the guillotine that worked too slowly for his ends. Let that end justify the means, was his motto. What matter if the future King of France walked up to his throne over steps made of headless corpses and rendered slippery with the blood of martyrs? The ground beneath de Batz' feet was hard and white with the frost. Overhead the pale wintry moon looked down serene and placid on this giant city wallowing in an ocean of misery. There had been but little snow as yet this year, and the cold was intense. On his right now the Cimetiere des SS. Innocents lay peaceful and still beneath the wan light of the moon. A thin covering of snow lay evenly alike on grass mounds and smooth stones. Here and there a broken cross with chipped arms still held pathetically outstretched, as if in a final appeal for human love, bore mute testimony to senseless excesses and spiteful desire for destruction. But here within the precincts of the dwelling of the Eternal Master a solemn silence reigned. Only the cold north wind shook the branches of the yew, causing them to send forth a melancholy sigh into the night, and to shed a shower of tiny crystals of snow, like the frozen tears of the dead. And round the precincts of the lonely graveyard, and down narrow streets or open places, the night watchmen went their rounds, lantern in hand, and every 5 minutes their monotonous call rang clearly out in the night: "Sleep, citizens, everything is quiet and at peace." We may take it that de Batz did not philosophize overmuch on what went on around him. He had walked swiftly up the Rue Saint Martin, then turning sharply to his right, he found himself beneath the tall, frowning walls of the Temple prison, the grim guardian of so many secrets, such terrible despair, such unspeakable tragedies. Here too, as in the Place de la Revolution, an intermittent roll of muffled drums proclaimed the ever watchful presence of the National Guard. But with that exception, not a sound stirred round the grim and stately edifice. There were no cries, no calls, no appeals around its walls. All the crying and wailing was shut in by the massive stone that told no tales. Dim and flickering lights shone behind several of the small windows in the facade of the huge labyrinthine building. Without any hesitation de Batz turned down the Rue du Temple, and soon found himself in front of the main gates which gave on the courtyard beyond. The sentinel challenged him, but he had the password, and explained that he desired to have speech with citizen Heron. With a surly gesture the guard pointed to the heavy bell pull up against the gate, and de Batz pulled it with all his might. The long clang of the brazen bell echoed and re echoed round the solid stone walls. Anon a tiny judas in the gate was cautiously pushed open, and a peremptory voice once again challenged the midnight intruder. De Batz, more peremptorily this time, asked for citizen Heron, with whom he had immediate and important business, and a glimmer of a piece of silver, which he held up close to the judas, secured him the necessary admittance. The massive gates slowly swung open on their creaking hinges, and as de Batz passed beneath the archway they closed again behind him. The concierge's lodge was immediately on his left. Again he was challenged, and again he gave the password, but his face was apparently known here, for no serious hindrance to proceed was put in his way. A man, whose wide, lean frame was but ill covered by a threadbare coat and ragged breeches, and with soleless shoes on his feet, was told off to direct the citoyen to citizen Heron's rooms. The man walked slowly along with bent knees and arched spine, and shuffled his feet as he walked. The bunch of keys which he carried rattled ominously in his long, grimy hands. The passages were badly lighted, and he also carried a lantern to guide himself on the way. Closely followed by de Batz, he soon turned into the central corridor, which is open to the sky above, and was spectrally alight now, with flagstones and walls gleaming beneath the silvery sheen of the moon, and throwing back the fantastic elongated shadows of the two men as they walked. On the left heavily barred windows gave on the corridor, as did here and there the massive oaken doors, with their gigantic hinges and bolts, on the steps of which squatted groups of soldiers wrapped in their cloaks, with wild suspicious eyes beneath their capotes, peering at the midnight visitor as he passed. There was no thought of silence here. The very walls seemed alive with sounds, groans and tears, loud wails and murmured prayers. They exuded from the stones and trembled on the frost-laden air. Occasionally at one of the windows a pair of white hands would appear, grasping the heavy iron bar, trying to shake it in its socket, and mayhap above the hands the dim vision of a haggard face, a man's or a woman's, trying to get a glimpse of the outside world, a final look at the sky before the last journey to the place of death to-morrow. Then one of the soldiers, with a loud angry oath, would struggle to his feet, and with the butt end of his gun strike at the thin wan fingers till their hold on the iron bar relaxed, and the pallid face beyond would sink back into the darkness with a desperate cry of pain. A quick, impatient sigh escaped de Batz's lips. He had skirted the wide courtyard in the wake of his guide, and from where he was he could see the great central tower with its tiny windows lighted from within, the grim walls behind which the descendant of the world's conquerors, the bearer of the proudest name in Europe and wearer of its most ancient crown, had spent the last days of his brilliant life in abject shame, sorrow and degradation. The memory had swiftly surged up before him of that night when he all but rescued King Louis and his family from this same miserable prison. The guard had been bribed, the keeper corrupted, everything had been prepared, save the reckoning with the one irresponsible factor chance. He had failed then and had tried again, and again had failed. A fortune had been his reward if he had succeeded. He had failed, but even now when his footsteps echoed along the flagged courtyard over which an unfortunate king and queen had walked on their way to their last ignominious Calvary, he hugged himself with the satisfying thought that where he had failed at least no one else had succeeded. Whether that meddlesome English adventurer who called himself the Scarlet Pimpernel had planned the rescue of King Louis or of Queen Marie Antoinette at any time or not, that he did not know. But on one point at least he was more than ever determined, and that was that no power on earth should snatch from him the golden prize offered by Austria for the rescue of the little Dauphin. "I would sooner see the child perish if I cannot save him myself," was the burning thought in this man's tortuous brain. "And let that accursed Englishman look to himself and to his damned confederates," he added, muttering a fierce oath beneath his breath. A winding narrow stone stair, another length or two of corridor, and his guide's shuffling footsteps paused beside a low iron-studded door let into the solid stone. De Batz dismissed his ill-clothed guide, and pulled the iron bell handle which hung beside the door. The bell gave forth a dull and broken clang, which seemed like an echo of the wails of sorrow that peopled the huge building with their weird and monotonous sounds. De Batz, a thoroughly unimaginative person, waited patiently beside the door until it was opened from within, and he was confronted by a tall, stooping figure, wearing a greasy coat of snuff-brown cloth, and holding high above his head a lantern that threw its feeble light on de Batz's jovial face and form. "It is even I, citizen Heron," he said, breaking in swiftly on the other's ejaculation of astonishment, which threatened to send his name echoing the whole length of corridors and passages, until round every corner of the labyrinthine house of sorrow the murmur would be borne on the wings of the cold night breeze: "Citizen Heron is in parley with ci devant Baron de Batz." A fact which would have been equally unpleasant for both these worthies. "Enter," said Heron curtly. He banged the heavy door to behind his visitor, and de Batz, who seemed to know his way about the place, walked straight across the narrow landing to where a smaller door stood invitingly open. He stepped boldly in, the while citizen Heron put the lantern down on the floor of the couloir, and then followed his nocturnal visitor into the room. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 6. The Committee's Agent. It was a narrow, ill-ventilated place, with but one barred window that gave on the courtyard. An evil-smelling lamp hung by a chain from the grimy ceiling, and in a corner of the room a tiny iron stove shed more unpleasant vapour than warm glow around. There was but little furniture: 2 or 3 chairs, a table which was littered with papers, and a corner cupboard, the open doors of which revealed a miscellaneous collection: bundles of papers, a tin saucepan, a piece of cold sausage, and a couple of pistols. The fumes of stale tobacco smoke hovered in the air, and mingled most unpleasantly with those of the lamp above and of the mildew that penetrated through the walls just below the roof. Heron pointed to one of the chairs, and then sat down on the other, close to the table, on which he rested his elbow. He picked up a short-stemmed pipe, which he had evidently laid aside at the sound of the bell, and having taken several deliberate, long-drawn puffs from it, he said abruptly: "Well, what is it now?" In the meanwhile de Batz had made himself as much at home in this uncomfortable room as he possibly could. He had deposited his hat and cloak on one rickety rush-bottomed chair, and drawn another close to the fire. He sat down with one leg crossed over the other, his podgy, beringed hand wandering with loving gentleness down the length of his shapely calf. He was nothing if not complacent, and his complacency seemed highly to irritate his friend Heron. "Well, what is it?" reiterated the latter, drawing his visitor's attention roughly to himself by banging his fist on the table. "Out with it! What do you want? Why have you come at this hour of the night to compromise me, I suppose, bringing your own damned neck and mine into the same noose, what?" "Easy, easy, my friend," responded de Batz imperturbably. "Waste not so much time in idle talk. Why do I usually come to see you? Surely you have had no cause to complain hitherto of the unprofitableness of my visits to you." "They will have to be still more profitable to me in the future," growled the other across the table. "I have more power now." "I know you have," said de Batz suavely. "The new decree, what? You may denounce whom you please, search whom you please, arrest whom you please, and send whom you please to the Supreme Tribunal without giving them the slightest chance of escape." "Is it in order to tell me all this that you have come to see me at this hour of the night?" queried Heron with a sneer. "No, I came at this hour of the night because I surmised that in the future you and your hell hounds would be so busy all day beating up game for the guillotine that the only time you would have at the disposal of your friends would be the late hours of the night. I saw you at the theatre a couple of hours ago, friend Heron. I didn't think to find you yet abed." "Well, what do you want?" "Rather," retorted de Batz blandly, "shall we say, what do you want, citizen Heron?" "For what?" "For my continued immunity at the hands of yourself and your pack." Heron pushed his chair brusquely aside and strode across the narrow room, deliberately facing the portly figure of de Batz, who, with head slightly inclined on one side, his small eyes narrowed till they appeared mere slits in his pock-marked face, was steadily and quite placidly contemplating this inhuman monster who had this very day been given uncontrolled power over hundreds of thousands of human lives. Heron was one of those tall men who look mean in spite of their height. His head was small and narrow, and his hair, which was sparse and lank, fell in untidy strands across his forehead. He stooped slightly from the neck, and his chest, though wide, was hollow between the shoulders. But his legs were big and bony, slightly bent at the knees, like those of an ill-conditioned horse. His face was thin and the cheeks sunken. The eyes, very large and prominent, had a look in them of cold, ferocious cruelty, a look which contrasted strangely with the weakness and petty greed apparent in the mouth, which was flabby, with full, very red lips, and chin that sloped away to the long, thin neck. Even at this moment, as he gazed on de Batz, the greed and the cruelty in him were fighting one of those battles the issue of which is always uncertain in men of his stamp. "I don't know," he said slowly, "that I am prepared to treat with you any longer. You are an intolerable bit of vermin that has annoyed the Committee of General Security for over 2 years now. It would be excessively pleasant to crush you once and for all, as one would a buzzing fly." "Pleasant, perhaps, but immeasurably foolish," rejoined de Batz coolly. "You would only get 35 livres for my head, and I offer you 10 times that amount for the self same commodity." I know. But the whole thing has become too dangerous." "Why? I am very modest. I don't ask a great deal. Let your hounds keep off my scent." "You have too many damned confederates." "Oh, never mind about the others. I'm not bargaining about them. Let them look after themselves." "Every time we get a batch of them, one or the other denounces you." "Under torture, I know," rejoined de Batz placidly, holding his podgy hands to the warm glow of the fire. "For you have started torture in your house of justice now, eh, friend Heron? You and your friend the public prosecutor have gone the whole gamut of devilry, eh?" "What's that to you?" retorted the other gruffly. "Oh, nothing, nothing. I was even proposing to pay you 3,500 livres for the privilege of taking no further interest in what goes on inside this prison." 3,500!" ejaculated Heron involuntarily, and this time even his eyes lost their cruelty; they joined issue with the mouth in an expression of hungering avarice. "2 little zeros added to the 35, which is all you would get for handing me over to your accursed tribunal," said de Batz, and as if thoughtlessly his hand wandered to the inner pocket of his coat, and a slight rustle as of thin crisp paper brought drops of moisture to the lips of Heron. "Leave me alone for 3 weeks, and the money is yours," concluded de Batz pleasantly. There was silence in the room now. Through the narrow barred window the steely rays of the moon fought with the dim yellow light of the oil lamp, and lit up the pale face of the Committee's agent with its lines of cruelty in sharp conflict with those of greed. "Well, is it a bargain?" asked de Batz at last in his usual smooth, oily voice, as he half drew from out his pocket that tempting little bundle of crisp printed paper. "You have only to give me the usual receipt for the money, and it is yours." Heron gave a vicious snarl. "It is dangerous, I tell you. That receipt, if it falls into some cursed meddler's hands, would send me straight to the guillotine." "The receipt could only fall into alien hands," rejoined de Batz blandly, "if I happened to be arrested, and even in that case they could but fall into those of the chief agent of the Committee of General Security, and he hath name Heron. You must take some risks, my friend. I take them too. We are in each other's hands. The bargain is quite fair." For a moment or two longer Heron appeared to be hesitating, whilst de Batz watched him with keen intentness. He had no doubt himself as to the issue. He had tried most of these patriots in his own golden crucible, and had weighed their patriotism against Austrian money, and had never found the latter wanting. He had not been here to night if he were not quite sure. This inveterate conspirator in the Royalist cause never took personal risks. He looked on Heron now, smiling to himself the while with perfect satisfaction. "Very well," said the Committee's agent with sudden decision, "I'll take the money, but on one condition." "What is it?" "That you leave little Capet alone." "The Dauphin?" "Call him what you like," said Heron, taking a step nearer to de Batz, and from his great height glowering down in fierce hatred and rage upon his accomplice. "Call the young devil what you like, but leave us to deal with him." "To kill him, you mean? Well, how can I prevent it, my friend? You and your like are always plotting to get him out of here. I won't have it. I tell you I won't have it. If the brat disappears I am a dead man. Robespierre and his gang have told me as much. So you leave him alone, or I'll not raise a finger to help you, but will lay my own hands on your accursed neck." He looked so ferocious and so merciless then, that despite himself the selfish adventurer, the careless self-seeking intriguer, shuddered with a quick wave of unreasoning terror. He turned away from Heron's piercing gaze, the gaze of a hyena whose prey is being snatched from beneath its nails. For a moment he stared thoughtfully into the fire. He heard the other man's heavy footsteps cross and recross the narrow room, and was conscious of the long curved shadow creeping up the mildewed wall or retreating down upon the carpetless floor. Suddenly, without any warning, he felt a grip upon his shoulder. He gave a start and almost uttered a cry of alarm which caused Heron to laugh. The Committee's agent was vastly amused at his friend's obvious access of fear. There was nothing that he liked better than that he should inspire dread in the hearts of all those with whom he came in contact. "I am just going on my usual nocturnal round," he said abruptly. "Come with me, citizen de Batz." A certain grim humour was apparent in his face as he proffered this invitation, which sounded like a rough command. As de Batz seemed to hesitate, he nodded peremptorily to him to follow. Already he had gone into the hall and picked up his lantern. From beneath his waistcoat he drew forth a bunch of keys, which he rattled impatiently, calling to his friend to come. "Come, citizen," he said roughly, "I wish to show you the one treasure in this house which your damned fingers must not touch." Mechanically de Batz rose at last. He tried to be master of the terror which was invading his very bones. He would not own to himself even that he was afraid, and almost audibly he kept murmuring to himself that he had no cause for fear. Heron would never touch him. The spy's avarice, his greed of money, were a perfect safeguard for any man who had the control of millions, and Heron knew, of course, that he could make of this inveterate plotter a comfortable source of revenue for himself. 3 weeks would soon be over, and fresh bargains could be made time and again, while de Batz was alive and free. Heron was still waiting at the door, even whilst de Batz wondered what this nocturnal visitation would reveal to him of atrocity and of outrage. He made a final effort to master his nervousness, wrapped his cloak tightly around him, and followed his host out of the room. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 7. The Most Precious Life in Europe. Once more he was being led through the interminable corridors of the gigantic building. Once more from the narrow barred windows close by him he heard the heart-breaking sighs, the moans, the curses which spoke of tragedies that he could only guess. Heron was walking on ahead of him, preceding him by some 50 metres or so, his long legs covering the distances more rapidly than de Batz could follow them. The latter knew his way well about the old prison. Few men in Paris possessed that accurate knowledge of its intricate passages and its network of cells and halls which de Batz had acquired after close and persevering study. He himself could have led Heron to the doors of the tower where the little Dauphin was being kept imprisoned, but unfortunately he did not possess the keys that would open all the doors which led to it. There were sentinels at every gate, groups of soldiers at each end of every corridor. The great, now empty courtyards, thronged with prisoners in the daytime, were alive with soldiery even now. Some walked up and down with fixed bayonet on shoulder, others sat in groups on the stone copings or squatted on the ground, smoking or playing cards, but all of them were alert and watchful. Heron was recognized everywhere the moment he appeared, and though in these days of equality no one presented arms, nevertheless every guard stood aside to let him pass, or when necessary opened a gate for the powerful chief agent of the Committee of General Security. Indeed, de Batz had no keys such as these to open the way for him to the presence of the martyred little king. Thus the two men wended their way on in silence, one preceding the other. De Batz walked leisurely, thoughtfully, taking stock of everything he saw: the gates, the barriers, the positions of sentinels and warders, of everything, in fact, that might prove a help or a hindrance presently, when the great enterprise would be hazarded. At last, still in the wake of Heron, he found himself once more behind the main entrance gate, underneath the archway on which gave the guichet of the concierge. Here too there seemed to be an unnecessary number of soldiers. 2 were doing sentinel outside the guichet, but there were others in a file against the wall. Heron rapped with his keys against the door of the concierge's lodge. Then, as it was not immediately opened from within, he pushed it open with his foot. "The concierge?" he queried peremptorily. From a corner of the small panelled room there came a grunt and a reply. "Gone to bed, quoi?" The man who previously had guided de Batz to Heron's door slowly struggled to his feet. He had been squatting somewhere in the gloom, and had been roused by Heron's rough command. He slouched forward now, still carrying a boot in one hand and a blacking brush in the other. "Take this lantern, then," said the chief agent with a snarl directed at the sleeping concierge, "and come along. Why are you still here?" he added as if in afterthought. "The citizen concierge was not satisfied with the way I done his boots," muttered the man with an evil leer as he spat contemptuously on the floor. "An aristo, quoi? A hell of a place this. 20 cells to sweep out every day, and boots to clean for every aristo of a concierge or warder who demands it. Is that work for a free-born patriot, I ask?" "Well, if you are not satisfied, citoyen Dupont," retorted Heron dryly, "you may go when you like. You know there are plenty of others ready to do your work. 19 hours a day and 19 sous by way of payment. I've had 14 days of this convict work." He continued to mutter under his breath, whilst Heron, paying no further heed to him, turned abruptly towards a group of soldiers stationed outside. "En avant, corporal!" he said. Bring 4 men with you. We go up to the tower." The small procession was formed. On ahead the lanthorn bearer, with arched spine and shaking knees, dragging shuffling footsteps along the corridor, then the corporal with 2 of his soldiers, then Heron closely followed by de Batz, and finally 2 more soldiers bringing up the rear. Heron had given the bunch of keys to the man Dupont. The latter, on ahead, holding the lanthorn aloft, opened one gate after another. At each gate he waited for the little procession to file through, then he relocked the gate and passed on. Up 2 or 3 flights of winding stairs set in the solid stone, and the final heavy door was reached. De Batz was meditating. Heron's precautions for the safeguarding of the most precious life in Europe were more complete than he had anticipated. What lavish liberality would be required! What superhuman ingenuity and boundless courage in order to break down all the barriers that had been set up round that young life that flickered inside this grim tower! Of these 3 requisites the corpulent, complacent intriguer possessed only the first in a considerable degree. He could be exceedingly liberal with the foreign money which he had at his disposal. As for courage and ingenuity, he believed that he possessed both, but these qualities had not served him in very good stead in the attempts which he had made at different times to rescue the unfortunate members of the royal family from prison. His overwhelming egotism would not admit for a moment that in ingenuity and pluck the Scarlet Pimpernel and his English followers could outdo him, but he did wish to make quite sure that they would not interfere with him in the highly remunerative work of saving the Dauphin. Heron's impatient call roused him from these meditations. The little party had come to a halt outside a massive iron-studded door. At a sign from the chief agent the soldiers stood at attention. He then called de Batz and the lanthorn bearer to him. He took a key from his massive breeches pocket, and with his own hand unlocked the massive door. He curtly ordered the lanthorn bearer and de Batz to go through, then he himself went in, and finally once more relocked the door behind him, the soldiers remaining on guard on the landing outside. Now the 3 men were standing in a square antechamber, dank and dark, devoid of furniture save for a large cupboard that filled the whole of one wall. The others, mildewed and stained, were covered with a greyish paper, which here and there hung away in strips. Heron crossed this antechamber, and with his knuckles rapped against a small door opposite. "Hola!" he shouted. "Simon, mon vieux, tu es là?" From the inner room came the sound of voices, a man's and a woman's, and now, as if in response to Heron's call, the shrill tones of a child. There was some shuffling too of footsteps, and some pushing about of furniture, then the door was opened, and a gruff voice invited the belated visitors to enter. The atmosphere in this further room was so thick that at first de Batz was only conscious of the evil smells that pervaded it, smells which were made up of the fumes of tobacco, of burning coke, of a smoky lamp, and of stale food, and mingling through it all the pungent odour of raw spirits. Heron had stepped briskly in, closely followed by de Batz. The man Dupont, with a matter of satisfaction, put down his lanthorn and curled himself up in a corner of the antechamber. His interest in the spectacle so favoured by citizen Heron had apparently been exhausted by constant repetition. De Batz looked round him with keen curiosity, with which disgust was ready enough to mingle. The room itself might have been a large one. It was almost impossible to judge of its size, so crammed was it with heavy and light furniture of every conceivable shape and type. There was a monumental wooden bedstead in one corner, a huge sofa covered in black horsehair in another. A large table stood in the centre of the room, and there were at least 4 capacious armchairs round it. There were wardrobes and cabinets, a diminutive washstand and a huge pier glass. There were innumerable boxes and packing cases, cane-bottomed chairs and what-nots everywhere. The place looked like a depot for second-hand furniture. In the midst of all the litter de Batz at last became conscious of 2 people who stood staring at him and at Heron. He saw a man before him, somewhat fleshy of build, with smooth mouse-coloured hair brushed away from a central parting, and ending in a heavy curl above each ear. The eyes were wide open and pale in colour, the lips unusually thick and with a marked downward droop. Close beside him stood a youngish-looking woman, whose unwieldy bulk, however, and pallid skin revealed the sedentary life and the ravages of ill health. Both appeared to regard Heron with a certain amount of awe, and de Batz with a vast measure of curiosity. Suddenly the woman stood aside, and in the far corner of the room there was displayed to the Gascon royalist's cold, calculating gaze the pathetic figure of the uncrowned King of France. "How is it Capet is not yet in bed?" queried Heron as soon as he caught sight of the child. "He wouldn't say his prayers this evening," replied Simon with a coarse laugh, "and he wouldn't drink his medicine. Pah!" he added with a snarl, "this is a place for dogs and not for human folk." "If you're not satisfied, mon vieux," retorted Heron curtly, "you can send in your resignation when you like. There are plenty who will be glad of the place." The ex cobbler gave another surly growl, and expectorated on the floor in the direction where stood the child. "Little vermin," he said, "he's more trouble than man or woman can bear." The boy, in the meanwhile, seemed to take but little notice of the vulgar insults put upon him by his guardian. He stood, a quaint, impassive little figure, more interested apparently in de Batz, who was a stranger to him, than in the three others whom he knew. De Batz noted that the child looked well nourished, and that he was warmly clad in a rough woollen shirt with cloth breeches, with coarse grey stockings and thick shoes; but he also saw that the clothes were indescribably filthy, as were the child's hands and face. The golden curls, among which a young and queenly mother had once loved to pass her slender perfumed fingers, now hung bedraggled, greasy and lank around the little face, from the lines of which every trace of dignity and of simplicity had long since been erased. There was no look of the martyr about this child now, even though, mayhap, his small back had often smarted under his vulgar tutor's rough blows. Rather did the pale young face wear the air of sullen indifference and an abject desire to please, which would have appeared heartbreaking to any spectator less self-seeking and egotistic than this Gascon conspirator. Madame Simon had called him to her while her man and the citizen Heron were talking, and the child went readily enough, without any sign of fear. She took the corner of her coarse, dirty apron in her hand, and wiped the boy's mouth and face with it. "I can't keep him clean," she said, with an apologetic shrug of the shoulders and a look at de Batz. "There now," she added, speaking once more to the child, "drink like a good boy and say your lesson to please mamma, and then you shall go to bed." She took a glass from the table, which was filled with a clear liquid that de Batz at first took to be water, and held it to the boy's lips. He turned his head away and began to whimper. "Is the medicine very nasty?" queried de Batz. "Mon Dieu, but no, citizen," exclaimed the woman. "It is good, strong eau de vie, the best that can be procured. Capet likes it really, don't you, Capet? It makes you happy and cheerful, and sleep well of nights. Why, you had a glassful yesterday and enjoyed it. Take it now," she added in a quick whisper, seeing that Simon and Heron were in close conversation together. "You know it makes papa angry if you don't have at least half a glass now and then." The child wavered for a moment longer, making a quaint little grimace of distaste, but at last he seemed to make up his mind that it was wisest to yield over so small a matter, and he took the glass from Madame Simon. And thus did de Batz see the descendant of St. Louis quaffing a glass of raw spirit at the bidding of a rough cobbler's wife, whom he called by the fond and foolish name sacred to childhood, Maman. Selfish egoist though he was, de Batz turned away in loathing. Simon had watched the little scene with obvious satisfaction. He chuckled audibly when the child drank the spirit, and called Heron's attention to him, whilst a look of triumph lit up his wide, pale eyes. "And now, mon petit," he said jovially, "let the citizen hear you say your prayers." He winked towards de Batz, evidently anticipating a good deal of enjoyment for the visitor from what was coming. From a heap of litter in a corner of the room he fetched out a greasy red bonnet adorned with a tricolour cockade, and a soiled and tattered flag, which had once been white, and had a golden fleur de lis embroidered upon it. The cap he set on the child's head, and the flag he threw upon the floor. "Now, Capet, your prayers," he said, with another chuckle of amusement. All his movements were rough, and his speech almost ostentatiously coarse. He banged against the furniture as he moved about the room, kicking a footstool out of the way or knocking over a chair. De Batz instinctively thought of the perfumed stillness of the rooms at Versailles, of the army of elegant, high-born ladies who had ministered to the wants of this child, who stood there now before him, a cap on his yellow hair, and his shoulder held up to his ear with that gesture of careless indifference peculiar to children when they are sullen or uncared for. Obediently, quite mechanically it seemed, the boy trod on the flag which Henri IV had borne before him at Ivry, and Le Roi Soleil had flaunted in the face of the armies of Europe. The son of the Bourbons was spitting on their flag and wiping his shoes upon its tattered folds. With shrill cracked voice he sang the Carmagnole, "Ça ira, les aristos à la lanterne," until de Batz himself felt inclined to stop his ears and to rush from the place in horror. Louis XVII, whom the hearts of many had proclaimed King of France by the grace of God, the child of the Bourbons, the eldest son of the Church, was stepping a vulgar dance over the flag of St. Louis, which he had been taught to defile. His pale cheeks glowed as he danced, his eyes shone with the unnatural light kindled in them by the intoxicating liquor. With one slender hand he waved the red cap with the tricolour cockade, and shouted, "Vive la République!" Madame Simon was clapping her hands, looking on the child with obvious pride and a kind of rough maternal affection. Simon was gazing on Heron for approval, and the latter nodded his head, murmuring words of encouragement and of praise. "Thy catechism now, Capet, thy catechism," shouted Simon in a hoarse voice. The boy stood at attention, cap on head, hands on his hips, legs wide apart, and feet firmly planted on the fleur de lis, the glory of his forefathers. "Thy name?" queried Simon. "Louis Capet," replied the child in a clear, high pitched voice. "What art thou?" "A citizen of the Republic of France." "What was thy father?" "Louis Capet, ci devant king, a tyrant who perished by the will of the people." "What was thy mother?" "A—" De Batz involuntarily uttered a cry of horror. Whatever the man's private character was, he had been born a gentleman, and his every instinct revolted against what he saw and heard. The scene had positively sickened him. He turned precipitately towards the door. "How now, citizen?" queried the Committee's agent with a sneer. "Are you not satisfied with what you see?" "Mayhap the citizen would like to see Capet sitting in a golden chair," interposed Simon the cobbler with a sneer, "and me and my wife kneeling and kissing his hand, what?" "'Tis the heat of the room," stammered de Batz, who was fumbling with the lock of the door. "My head began to swim." "Spit on the accursed flag, then, like a good patriot, like Capet," retorted Simon gruffly. "Here, Capet, my son," he added, pulling the boy by the arm with a rough gesture, "get thee to bed. Thou art quite drunk enough to satisfy any good Republican." By way of a caress he tweaked the boy's ear and gave him a prod in the back with his bent knee. He was not wilfully unkind, for just now he was not angry with the lad. Rather he was vastly amused with the effect Capet's prayer and Capet's recital of his catechism had had on the visitor. As to the lad, the intensity of excitement in him was immediately followed by an overwhelming desire for sleep. Without any preliminary of undressing or of washing, he tumbled, just as he was, on to the sofa. Madame Simon, with quite pleasing solicitude, arranged a pillow under his head, and the very next moment the child was fast asleep. "'Tis well, citoyen Simon," said Heron in his turn, going towards the door. "I'll report favourably on you to the Committee of Public Security. As for the citoyenne, she had best be more careful," turning to the woman Simon with a snarl on his evil face. "There was no cause to arrange a pillow under the head of that vermin's spawn. Many good patriots have no pillows to put under their heads. Take that pillow away, and I don't like the shoes on the brat's feet. Sabots are quite good enough." Citoyenne Simon made no reply. Some sort of retort had apparently hovered on her lips, but had been checked, even before it was uttered, by a peremptory look from her husband. Simon the cobbler, snarling in speech but obsequious in manner, prepared to accompany the citizen agent to the door. De Batz was taking a last look at the sleeping child. The uncrowned King of France was wrapped in a drunken sleep, with the last spoken insult upon his dead mother still hovering on his childish lips. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 8. Arcades and Beaux. "That is the way we conduct our affairs, citizen," said Heron gruffly, as he once more led his guest back into his office. It was his turn to be complacent now. De Batz, for once in his life, cowed by what he had seen, still wore a look of horror and disgust upon his florid face. "What devils you all are!" he said at last. "We are good patriots," retorted Heron, "and the tyrant's spawn leads but the life that hundreds of thousands of children led whilst his father oppressed the people. Nay, what am I saying? He leads a far better, far happier life. He gets plenty to eat and plenty of warm clothes. Thousands of innocent children, who have not the crimes of a despot father upon their conscience, have to starve whilst he grows fat." The leer in his face was so evil that once more de Batz felt that eerie feeling of terror creeping into his bones. Here were cruelty and bloodthirsty ferocity personified to their utmost extent. At thought of the Bourbons, or of all those whom he considered had been in the past the oppressors of the people, Heron was nothing but a wild and ravenous beast, hungering for revenge, longing to bury his talons and his fangs into the body of those whose heels had once pressed on his own neck. And de Batz knew that even with millions or countless money at his command, he could not purchase from this carnivorous brute the life and liberty of the son of King Louis. No amount of bribery would accomplish that. It would have to be ingenuity pitted against animal force, the wiliness of the fox against the power of the wolf. Even now Heron was darting savagely suspicious looks upon him. "I shall get rid of the Simons," he said. "There's something in that woman's face which I don't trust. They shall go within the next few hours, or as soon as I can lay my hands upon a better patriot than that mealy-mouthed cobbler. And it will be better not to have a woman about the place. Let me see, to day is Thursday, or else Friday morning. By Sunday I'll get those Simons out of the place. Methought I saw you ogling that woman," he added, bringing his bony fist crashing down on the table so that papers, pen and inkhorn rattled loudly. "And if I thought that you " De Batz thought it well at this point to finger once more nonchalantly the bundle of crisp paper in the pocket of his coat. "Only on that one condition," reiterated Heron in a hoarse voice. "If you try to get at Capet, I'll drag you to the tribunal with my own hands." "Always presuming that you can get me, my friend," murmured de Batz, who was gradually regaining his accustomed composure. Already his active mind was busily at work. One or two things which he had noted in connection with his visit to the Dauphin's prison had struck him as possibly useful in his schemes. But he was disappointed that Heron was getting rid of the Simons. The woman might have been very useful, and more easily got at than a man. The avarice of the French bourgeoise would have proved a promising factor, but this of course would now be out of the question. At the same time it was not because Heron raved and stormed and uttered cries like a hyena that he, de Batz, meant to give up an enterprise which, if successful, would place millions into his own pocket. As for that meddling Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel, and his crack-brained followers, they must be effectually swept out of the way first of all. De Batz felt that they were the real, the most likely hindrance to his schemes. He himself would have to go very cautiously to work, since apparently Heron would not allow him to purchase immunity for himself in that one matter, and whilst he was laying his plans with necessary deliberation, so as to ensure his own safety, that accursed Scarlet Pimpernel would mayhap snatch the golden prize from the Temple prison right under his very nose. When he thought of that, the Gascon Royalist felt just as vindictive as did the chief agent of the Committee of General Security. While these thoughts were coursing through de Batz's head, Heron had been indulging in a volley of vituperation. "If that little vermin escapes," he said, "my life will not be worth an hour's purchase. In 24 hours I am a dead man, thrown to the guillotine like those dogs of aristocrats. You say I am a night bird, citizen. I tell you that I do not sleep night or day thinking of that brat and the means to keep him safely under my hand. I have never trusted those Simons." "Not trusted them?" exclaimed de Batz. "Surely you could not find anywhere more inhuman monsters." "Inhuman monsters?" snarled Heron. "Bah! They don't do their business thoroughly. We want the tyrant's spawn to become a true republican and patriot, aye, to make of him such an one that even if you and your cursed confederates got him by some hellish chance, he would be no use to you as a king, a tyrant to set above the people, to set up in your Versailles, your Louvre, to eat off golden plates and wear satin clothes. You have seen the brat. By the time he is a man he should forget how to eat save with his fingers, and get roaring drunk every night. That's what we want, to make him so that he shall be no use to you, even if you did get him away. But you shall not. You shall not. Not if I have to strangle him with my own hands." He picked up his short-stemmed pipe and pulled savagely at it for a while. De Batz was meditating. "My friend," he said after a little while, "you are agitating yourself quite unnecessarily, and gravely jeopardising your prospects of getting a comfortable little income through keeping your fingers off my person. Who said I wanted to meddle with the child?" "You had best not," growled Heron. "Exactly. You have said that before. But do you not think that you would be far wiser, instead of directing your undivided attention to my unworthy self, to turn your thoughts a little to one whom, believe me, you have far greater cause to fear?" "Who is that?" "The Englishman." "You mean the man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel?" "Himself. Have you not suffered from his activity, friend Heron? I fancy that citizen Chauvelin and citizen Collot would have quite a tale to tell about him." "They ought both to have been guillotined for that blunder last autumn at Boulogne." "Take care that the same accusation be not laid at your door this year, my friend," commented de Batz placidly. "Bah!" "The Scarlet Pimpernel is in Paris even now." "The devil he is!" "And on what errand, think you?" There was a moment's silence, and then de Batz continued with slow and dramatic emphasis: "That of rescuing your most precious prisoner from the Temple." "How do you know?" Heron queried savagely. "I guessed." "How?" "I saw a man at the Theatre National to day." "Well?" "Who is a member of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Damn him! Where can I find him?" "Will you sign a receipt for the 3,500 livres which I am pining to hand over to you, my friend, and I will tell you." "Where's the money?" "In my pocket." Without further words Heron dragged the inkhorn and a sheet of paper towards him, took up a pen, and wrote a few words rapidly in a loose, scrawly hand. He strewed sand over the writing, then handed it across the table to de Batz. "Will that do?" he asked briefly. The other was reading the note through carefully. "I see you only grant me a fortnight," he remarked casually. "For that amount of money it is sufficient. If you want an extension you must pay more." "So be it," assented de Batz coolly, as he folded the paper across. "On the whole, a fortnight's immunity in France these days is quite a pleasant respite, and I prefer to keep in touch with you, friend Heron. I'll call on you again this day fortnight." He took out a letter case from his pocket. Out of this he drew a packet of banknotes, which he laid on the table in front of Heron. Then he placed the receipt carefully into the letter case, and this back into his pocket. Heron in the meanwhile was counting over the banknotes. The light of ferocity had entirely gone from his eyes. Momentarily the whole expression of the face was one of satisfied greed. "Well," he said at last, when he had assured himself that the number of notes was quite correct, and he had transferred the bundle of crisp papers into an inner pocket of his coat. "Well, what about your friend?" "I knew him years ago," rejoined de Batz coolly. "He is a kinsman of citizen St. Just. I know that he is one of the confederates of the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Where does he lodge?" "That is for you to find out. I saw him at the theatre, and afterwards in the green room. He was making himself agreeable to the citizeness Lange. I heard him ask for leave to call on her to morrow at 4 o'clock. You know where she lodges, of course." He watched Heron while the latter scribbled a few words on a scrap of paper, then he quietly rose to go. He took up his cloak and once again wrapped it around his shoulders. There was nothing more to be said, and he was anxious to go. The leave taking between the two men was neither cordial nor more than barely courteous. De Batz nodded to Heron, who escorted him to the outside door of his lodging, and there called loudly to a soldier who was doing sentinel at the further end of the corridor. "Show this citizen the way to the guichet," he said curtly. "Good night, citizen," he added finally, nodding to de Batz. 10 minutes later the Gascon once more found himself in the Rue du Temple, between the great outer walls of the prison and the silent little church and convent of St. Elizabeth. He looked up to where in the central tower a small grated window lighted from within showed the place where the last of the Bourbons was being taught to desecrate the traditions of his race, at the bidding of a mender of shoes, a naval officer cashiered for misconduct and fraud. Such is human nature in its self-satisfied complacency that de Batz, calmly ignoring the vile part which he himself had played in the last quarter of an hour of his interview with the Committee's agent, found it in him to think of Heron with loathing, and even of the cobbler Simon with disgust. Then, with a self-righteous sense of duty performed, and an indifferent shrug of the shoulders, he dismissed Heron from his mind. "That meddlesome Scarlet Pimpernel will find his hands over full to morrow, and mayhap will not interfere in my affairs for some time to come," he mused. "Meseems that will be the first time that a member of his precious league has come within the clutches of such unpleasant people as the sleuth hounds of my friend Heron." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 9. What Love Can Do. "Yesterday you were unkind and ungallant. How could I smile when you seemed so stern?" "Yesterday I was not alone with you. How could I say what lay next to my heart when indifferent ears could catch the words that were meant only for you? Ah, monsieur, do they teach you in England how to make pretty speeches? No, mademoiselle. That is an instinct that comes into birth by the fire of a woman's eyes." Mademoiselle Lange was sitting upon a small sofa of antique design, with cushions covered in faded silks heaped round her pretty head. Armand thought that she looked like that carved cameo which his sister Marguerite possessed. He himself sat on a low chair at some distance from her. He had brought her a large bunch of early violets, for he knew that she was fond of flowers, and these lay upon her lap against the opalescent grey of her gown. She seemed a little nervous and agitated, his obvious admiration bringing a ready blush to her cheeks. The room itself appeared to Armand to be a perfect frame for the charming picture which she presented. The furniture in it was small and old, tiny tables of antique vernis Martin, softly faded tapestries, a pale toned Aubusson carpet, everything mellow and in a measure pathetic. Mademoiselle Lange, who was an orphan, lived alone under the duennership of a middle-aged relative, a penniless hanger-on of the successful young actress, who acted as her chaperone, housekeeper and maid, and kept unseemly or overbold gallants at bay. She told Armand all about her early life, her childhood in the back shop of Maitre Meziere, the jeweller, who was a relative of her mother's, of her desire for an artistic career, her struggles with the middle-class prejudices of her relations, her bold defiance of them, and final independence. She made no secret of her humble origin, her want of education in those days. On the contrary, she was proud of what she had accomplished for herself. She was only 20 years of age, and already held a leading place in the artistic world of Paris. Armand listened to her chatter, interested in everything she said, questioning her with sympathy and discretion. She asked him a good deal about himself, and about his beautiful sister Marguerite, who, of course, had been the most brilliant star in that most brilliant constellation, the Comedie Francaise. She had never seen Marguerite St. Just act, but, of course, Paris still rang with her praises, and all art lovers regretted that she should have married and left them to mourn for her. Thus the conversation drifted naturally back to England. Mademoiselle professed a vast interest in the citizen's country of adoption. "I had always," she said, "thought it an ugly country, with the noise and bustle of industrial life going on everywhere, and smoke and fog to cover the landscape and to stunt the trees." "Then in future, mademoiselle," he replied, "must you think of it as one carpeted with verdure, where in the spring the orchard trees covered with delicate blossom would speak to you of fairyland, where the dewy grass stretches its velvety surface in the shadow of ancient monumental oaks, and ivy covered towers rear their stately crowns to the sky." "And the Scarlet Pimpernel? Tell me about him, monsieur." "Ah, mademoiselle, what can I tell you that you do not already know? The Scarlet Pimpernel is a man who has devoted his entire existence to the benefit of suffering mankind. He has but one thought, and that is for those who need him. He hears but one sound, the cry of the oppressed." "But they do say, monsieur, that philanthropy plays but a sorry part in your hero's schemes. They aver that he looks on his own efforts and the adventures through which he goes only in the light of sport." "Like all Englishmen, mademoiselle, the Scarlet Pimpernel is a little ashamed of sentiment. He would deny its very existence with his lips, even whilst his noble heart brimmed over with it. Sport? Well, mayhap the sporting instinct is as keen as that of charity. The race for lives, the tussle for the rescue of human creatures, the throwing of a life on the hazard of a die." "They fear him in France, monsieur. He has saved so many whose death had been decreed by the Committee of Public Safety." "Please God, he will save many yet." "Ah, monsieur, the poor little boy in the Temple prison." "He has your sympathy, mademoiselle?" "Of every right minded woman in France, monsieur. Oh!" she added, with a pretty gesture of enthusiasm, clasping her hands together and looking at Armand with large eyes filled with tears, "if your noble Scarlet Pimpernel would do aught to save that poor innocent lamb, I would indeed bless him in my heart, and help him with all my humble might if I could." "May God's saints bless you for those words, mademoiselle," he said, whilst carried away by her beauty, her charm, her perfect femininity, he stooped towards her until his knee touched the carpet at her feet. "I had begun to lose my belief in my poor misguided country, to think all men in France vile, and all women base. I could thank you on my knees for your sweet words of sympathy, for the expression of tender motherliness that came into your eyes when you spoke of the poor forsaken Dauphin in the Temple." She did not restrain her tears. With her they came very easily, just as with a child, and as they gathered in her eyes and rolled down her fresh cheeks, they in no way marred the charm of her face. One hand lay in her lap, fingering a diminutive bit of cambric, which from time to time she pressed to her eyes. The other she had almost unconsciously yielded to Armand. The scent of the violets filled the room. It seemed to emanate from her, a fitting attribute of her young, wholly unsophisticated girlhood. The citizen was goodly to look at. He was kneeling at her feet, and his lips were pressed against her hand. Armand was young, and he was an idealist. I do not for a moment imagine that just at this moment he was deeply in love. The stronger feeling had not yet risen up in him. It came later, when tragedy encompassed him and brought passion to sudden maturity. Just now he was merely yielding himself up to the intoxicating moment with all the abandonment, all the enthusiasm of the Latin race. There was no reason why he should not bend the knee before this exquisite little cameo, that by its very presence was giving him an hour of perfect pleasure and of aesthetic joy. Outside, the world continued its hideous, relentless way. Men butchered one another, fought and hated. Here, in this small old world salon, with its faded satins and bits of ivory tinted lace, the outer universe had never really penetrated. It was a tiny world, quite apart from the rest of mankind, perfectly peaceful and absolutely beautiful. If Armand had been allowed to depart from here now, without having been the cause as well as the chief actor in the events that followed, no doubt that Mademoiselle Lange would always have remained a charming memory with him, an exquisite bouquet of violets pressed reverently between the leaves of a favourite book of poems, and the scent of spring flowers would in after years have ever brought her dainty picture to his mind. He was murmuring pretty words of endearment, carried away by emotion, his arm stole round her waist. He felt that if another tear came like a dewdrop rolling down her cheek, he must kiss it away at its very source. Passion was not sweeping them off their feet, not yet, for they were very young, and life had not as yet presented to them its most unsolvable problem. But they yielded to one another, to the springtime of their life, calling for love, which would come presently hand in hand with its grim attendant, sorrow. Even as Armand's glowing face was at last lifted up to hers, asking with mute lips for that first kiss which she already was prepared to give, there came the loud noise of men's heavy footsteps tramping up the old oak stairs, then some shouting, a woman's cry, and the next moment Madame Belhomme, trembling, wide-eyed, and in obvious terror, came rushing into the room. "Jeanne! Jeanne, my child, it is awful! It is awful! Mon Dieu, what is to become of us?" She was moaning and lamenting even as she ran in, and now she threw her apron over her face and sank into a chair, continuing her moaning and her lamentations. Neither Mademoiselle nor Armand had stirred. They remained like graven images, he on one knee, she with large eyes fixed upon his face. They had neither of them looked on the old woman. They seemed even now unconscious of her presence, but their ears had caught the sound of that measured tramp of feet up the stairs of the old house, and the halt upon the landing. They had heard the brief words of command: "Open in the name of the people!" They knew quite well what it all meant. They had not wandered so far in the realms of romance that reality, the grim, horrible reality of the moment, had not the power to bring them back to earth. That peremptory call to open in the name of the people was the prologue these days to a drama which had but two concluding acts: arrest, which was a certainty; the guillotine, which was more than probable. Jeanne and Armand, these two young people who but a moment ago had tentatively lifted the veil of life, looked straight into each other's eyes and saw the hand of death interposed between them. They looked straight into each other's eyes and knew that nothing but the hand of death would part them now. Love had come with its attendant sorrow, but he had come with no uncertain footsteps. Jeanne looked on the man before her, and he bent his head to imprint a glowing kiss upon her hand. "Aunt Marie!" It was Jeanne Lange who spoke, but her voice was no longer that of an irresponsible child. It was firm, steady, and hard. Though she spoke to the old woman, she did not look at her. Her luminous brown eyes rested on the bowed head of Armand St. Just. "Aunt Marie!" she repeated more peremptorily, for the old woman, with her apron over her head, was still moaning, and unconscious of all save an overmastering fear. "Open in the name of the people!" came in a loud, harsh voice once more from the other side of the front door. "Aunt Marie, as you value your life and mine, pull yourself together," said Jeanne firmly. "What shall we do? Oh, what shall we do?" moaned Madame Belhomme. But she had dragged the apron away from her face, and was looking with some puzzlement at meek, gentle little Jeanne, who had suddenly become so strange, so dictatorial, all unlike her habitual, somewhat diffident self. "You need not have the slightest fear, Aunt Marie, if you will only do as I tell you," resumed Jeanne quietly. "If you give way to fear, we are all of us undone. As you value your life and mine," she now repeated authoritatively, "pull yourself together and do as I tell you." The girl's firmness, her perfect quietude had the desired effect. Madame Belhomme, though still shaken up with sobs of terror, made a great effort to master herself. She stood up, smoothed down her apron, passed her hand over her ruffled hair, and said in a quaking voice: "What do you think we had better do?" "Go quietly to the door and open it." "But the soldiers—" "If you do not open quietly, they will force the door open within the next 2 minutes," interposed Jeanne calmly. "Go quietly and open the door. Try and hide your fears, grumble in an audible voice at being interrupted in your cooking, and tell the soldiers at once that they will find Mademoiselle in the boudoir. Go, for God's sake," she added, whilst suppressed emotions suddenly made her young voice vibrate. "Go before they break open the door." Madame Belhomme, impressed and cowed, obeyed like an automaton. She turned and marched fairly straight out of the room. It was not a minute too soon. From outside had already come the third and final summons: "Open in the name of the people!" After that a crowbar would open the door. Madame Belhomme's heavy footsteps were heard crossing the antechamber. Armand still knelt at Jeanne's feet, holding her trembling little hand in his. "A love scene," she whispered rapidly. "A love scene! Quick, do you know one?" And even as he had tried to rise, she held him back, down on his knees. He thought that fear was making her distracted. "Mademoiselle," he murmured, trying to soothe her, "try and understand. she said with wonderful calm, "and do as I tell you. Aunt Marie has obeyed. Will you do likewise?" "To the death," he whispered eagerly. "Then a love scene," she entreated. "Surely you know one. Rodrigue and Chimene. Surely, surely," she urged, even as tears of anguish rose into her eyes. You must, or if not that, something else. Quick! The very seconds are precious." They were indeed. Madame Belhomme, obedient as a frightened dog, had gone to the door and opened it. Even her well feigned grumblings could now be heard, and the rough interrogations from the soldiery. "Citizeness Lange?" said a gruff voice. "In her boudoir, quoi?" Madame Belhomme, braced up apparently by fear, was playing her part remarkably well. "Bothering good citizens! On baking day, too!" she went on grumbling and muttering. "Oh, think, think!" murmured Jeanne now in an agonised whisper, her hot little hand grasping his so tightly that her nails were driven into his flesh. "You must know something that will do. Anything, for dear life's sake, Armand!" His name, in the tense excitement of this terrible moment, had escaped her lips. All in a flash of sudden intuition he understood what she wanted, and even as the door of the boudoir was thrown violently open, Armand, still on his knees, but with one hand pressed to his heart, the other stretched upwards to the ceiling in the most approved dramatic style, was loudly declaiming: "Pour venger son honneur, il perdit son amour. Pour venger sa maîtresse, il a quitté le jour." Whereupon Mademoiselle Lange feigned the most perfect impatience. "No, no, my good cousin," she said with a pretty moue of disdain, "that will never do. You must not thus emphasise the end of every line. The verses should flow more evenly, as thus." Heron had paused at the door. It was he who had thrown it open, he who, followed by a couple of his sleuth hounds, had thought to find here the man denounced by de Batz as being one of the followers of that irrepressible Scarlet Pimpernel. The obviously Parisian intonation of the man kneeling in front of Citizeness Lange in an attitude no way suggestive of personal admiration, and coolly reciting verses out of a play, had somewhat taken him aback. "What does this mean?" he asked gruffly, striding forward into the room and glaring first at Mademoiselle, then at Armand. Mademoiselle gave a little cry of surprise. "Why, if it isn't citizen Heron!" she cried, jumping up with a dainty movement of coquetry and embarrassment. "Why did not Aunt Marie announce you? It is indeed remiss of her, but she is so ill-tempered on baking days I dare not even rebuke her. Won't you sit down, citizen Heron? And you, cousin," she added, looking down airily on Armand, "I pray you maintain no longer that foolish attitude." The febrileness of her manner, the glow in her cheeks, were easily attributable to natural shyness in the face of this unexpected visit. Heron, completely bewildered by this little scene, which was so unlike what he expected, and so unlike those to which he was accustomed in the exercise of his horrible duties, was practically speechless before the little lady, who continued to prattle along in a simple unaffected manner. "Cousin," she said to Armand, who in the meanwhile had risen to his knees, "this is citizen Heron, of whom you have heard me speak. My cousin Belhomme," she continued, once more turning to Heron, "is fresh from the country, citizen. He hails from Orleans, where he has played leading parts in the tragedies of the late citizen Corneille. But ah me! I fear that he will find Paris audiences vastly more critical than the good Orleanese. Did you hear him, citizen, declaiming those beautiful verses just now? He was murdering them, say I. Yes, murdering them, the gaby." Then only did it seem as if she realised that there was something amiss, that citizen Heron had come to visit her not as an admirer of her talent who would wish to pay his respects to a successful actress, but as a person to be looked on with dread. She gave a quaint, nervous little laugh, and murmured in the tones of a frightened child: "La, citizen, how glum you look! I thought you had come to compliment me on my latest success. I saw you at the theatre last night, though you did not afterwards come to see me in the green room. Why, I had a regular ovation. Look at my flowers," she added more gaily, pointing to several bouquets in vases about the room. "Citizen Danton brought me the violets himself, and Citizen Santerre the narcissi. And that laurel wreath, is it not charming? That was a tribute from Citizen Robespierre himself." She was so artless, so simple and so natural, that Heron was completely taken off his usual mental balance. He had expected to find the usual setting to the dramatic episodes which he was wont to conduct: screaming women, a man either at bay, sword in hand, or hiding in a linen cupboard or up a chimney. Now everything puzzled him. De Batz, he was quite sure, had spoken of an Englishman, a follower of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Every thinking French patriot knew that all the followers of the Scarlet Pimpernel were Englishmen with red hair and prominent teeth, whereas this man... Armand, who deadly danger had primed in his improvised role, was striding up and down the room, declaiming with ever varying intonations: "Joignez tous vos efforts contre un espoir si doux, pour en venir à bout, c'est trop peu que de vous." "No, no," said mademoiselle impatiently, "you must not make that ugly pause midway in the last line. Pour en venir à bout, c'est trop peu que de vous." She mimicked Armand's diction so quaintly, imitating his stride, his awkward gesture, and his faulty phraseology with such funny exaggeration that Heron laughed in spite of himself. "So that is a cousin from Orleans, is it?" he asked, throwing his lanky body into an armchair which creaked dismally under his weight. "Yes, a regular gaby, what?" she said archly. "Now, citizen Heron, you must stay and take coffee with me. Aunt Marie will be bringing it in directly. Hector," she added, turning to Armand, "come down from the clouds and ask Aunt Marie to be quick." This was certainly the first time in the whole of his experience that Heron had been asked to stay and drink coffee with the quarry he was hunting down. Mademoiselle's innocent little ways, her desires for the prolongation of his visit, further addled his brain. De Batz had undoubtedly spoken of an Englishman, and the cousin from Orleans was certainly a Frenchman, every inch of him. Perhaps had the denunciation come from any one else but de Batz, Heron might have acted and thought more circumspectly; but of course the chief agent of the Committee of General Security was more suspicious of the man from whom he took a heavy bribe than of any one else in France. The thought had suddenly crossed his mind that mayhap de Batz had sent him on a fool's errand in order to get him safely out of the way of the Temple prison at a given hour of the day. The thought took shape, crystallized, caused him to see a rapid vision of de Batz sneaking into his lodgings and stealing his keys, the guard being slack, careless, inattentive, allowing the adventurer to pass barriers that should have been closed against all comers. Now Heron was sure of it. It was all a conspiracy invented by de Batz. He had forgotten all about his theories that a man under arrest is always safer than a man that is free. Had his brain been quite normal and not obsessed, as it always was now by thoughts of the Dauphin's escape from prison, no doubt he would have been more suspicious of Armand. But all his worst suspicions were directed against de Batz. Armand seemed to him just a fool, an actor quoi, and so obviously not an Englishman. He jumped to his feet, curtly declining mademoiselle's offers of hospitality. He wanted to get away at once. Actors and actresses were always, by tacit consent of the authorities, more immune than the rest of the community. They provided the only amusement in the intervals of the horrible scenes around the scaffolds. They were irresponsible, harmless creatures who did not meddle in politics. Jeanne the while was gaily prattling on, her luminous eyes fixed upon the all powerful enemy, striving to read his thoughts, to understand what went on behind those cruel prominent eyes, the chances that Armand had of safety and of life. She knew, of course, that the visit was directed against Armand. Someone had betrayed him, that odious de Batz mayhap, and she was fighting for Armand's safety, for his life. Her armoury consisted of her presence of mind, her cool courage, her self-control. She used all these weapons for his sake, though at times she felt as if the strain on her nerves would snap the thread of life in her. The effort seemed more than she could bear, but she kept up her part, rallying Heron for the shortness of his visit, begging him to tarry another 5 minutes at least, throwing out, with subtle feminine intuition, just those very hints anent little Capet's safety that were most calculated to send him flying back towards the Temple. "I felt so honoured last night, citizen," she said coquettishly, "that you even forgot little Capet in order to come and watch my debut as Celimene." "Forget him?" retorted Heron, smothering a curse. "I never forget the vermin. I must go back to him. There are too many cats nosing about my house. Good day to you, citizeness. I ought to have brought flowers, I know, but I am a busy man, a harassed man." "Je te crois," she said with a grave nod of the head. "But do come to the theatre to night. I am playing Camille, such a fine part, one of my greatest successes." "Yes, yes, I'll come, mayhap, mayhap. But I'll go now. Glad to have seen you, citizeness. Where does your cousin lodge?" he asked abruptly. "Here," she replied boldly, on the spur of the moment. "Good. Let him report himself to morrow morning at the Conciergerie and get his certificate of safety. It is a new decree, and you should have one too." "Very well then. Hector and I will come together, and perhaps Aunt Marie will come too. Don't send us to Mama Guillotine yet awhile, citizen," she said lightly. "You will never get such another Camille, nor yet so good a Celimene." She was gay, artless to the last. She accompanied Heron to the door herself, chaffing him about his escort. "You are an aristo, citizen," she said, gazing with well feigned admiration on the 2 sleuth hounds who stood in wait in the ante room. "It makes me proud to see so many citizens at my door. Come and see me play Camille. Come to night, and don't forget the green room door. It will always be kept invitingly open for you." She bobbed him a curtsy, and he walked out, closely followed by his 2 men. Then at last she closed the door behind them. She stood there for a while, her ear glued against the massive panels, listening for their measured tread down the oak staircase. At last it rang more sharply against the flagstones of the courtyard below. Then she was satisfied that they had gone, and went slowly back to the boudoir. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in June 2007. Chapter 10. Shadows. The tension on her nerves relaxed. There was the inevitable reaction. Her knees were shaking under her, and she literally staggered into the room. But Armand was already near her, down on both his knees this time, his arms clasping the delicate form that swayed like the slender stems of narcissi in the breeze. "Oh, you must go out of Paris at once," she said through sobs which no longer would be kept back. "He'll return. I know that he will return, and you will not be safe until you are back in England." But he could not think of himself or of anything in the future. He had forgotten Heron, Paris, the world. He could think only of her. "I owe my life to you," he murmured. "Oh, how beautiful you are, how brave, how I love you." It seemed that he had always loved her, from the moment that first in his boyish heart he had set up an ideal to worship, and then last night in the box of the theatre. He had his back turned toward the stage, and was ready to go. Her voice had called him back. It had held him spellbound. Her voice, and also her eyes. He did not know then that it was love which then and there had enchained him. How foolish he had been! For now he knew that he had loved her with all his might, with all his soul, from the very instant that his eyes had rested upon her. He babbled along incoherently, in the intervals of covering her hands and the hem of her gown with kisses. He stooped right down to the ground and kissed the arch of her instep. He had become a devotee worshipping at the shrine of his saint, who had performed a great and wonderful miracle. Armand the idealist had found his ideal in a woman. That was the great miracle which the woman herself had performed for him. He found in her all that he had admired most, all that he had admired in the leader who hitherto had been the only personification of his ideal. But Jeanne possessed all those qualities which had roused his enthusiasm in the noble hero whom he revered: her pluck, her ingenuity, her calm devotion which had averted the threatened danger from him. What had he done that she should have risked her own sweet life for his sake? But Jeanne did not know. She could not tell. Her nerves were now somewhat unstrung, and the tears that always came so readily to her eyes flowed quite unchecked. She could not very well move, for he held her knees imprisoned in his arms, but she was quite content to remain like this, and to yield her hands to him, so that he might cover them with kisses. Indeed, she did not know at what precise moment love for him had been born in her heart. Last night, perhaps. She could not say, but when they parted she felt that she must see him again, and then to-day. Perhaps it was the scent of the violets, they were so exquisitely sweet. Perhaps it was his enthusiasm and his talk about England. But when Heron came she knew that she must save Armand's life at all cost, that she would die if they dragged him away to prison. Thus these two children philosophised, trying to understand the mystery of the birth of love. But they were only children. They did not really understand. Passion was sweeping them off their feet, because a common danger had bound them irrevocably to one another. The womanly instinct to save and to protect had given the young girl strength to bear a difficult part, and now she loved him for the dangers from which she had rescued him, and he loved her because she had risked her life for him. The hours sped on. There was so much to say, so much that was exquisite to listen to. The shades of evening were gathering fast. The room, with its pale toned hangings and faded tapestries, was sinking into the arms of gloom. Aunt Marie was no doubt too terrified to stir out of her kitchen. She did not bring the lamps, but the darkness suited Armand's mood, and Jeanne was glad that the gloaming effectually hid the perpetual blush in her cheeks. In the evening air the dying flowers sent their heady fragrance around. Armand was intoxicated with the perfume of violets that clung to Jeanne's fingers, with the touch of her satin gown that brushed his cheek, with the murmur of her voice that quivered through her tears. No noise from the ugly outer world reached this secluded spot. In the tiny square outside a street lamp had been lighted, and its feeble rays came peeping in through the lace curtains at the window. They caught the dainty silhouette of the young girl, playing with the loose tendrils of her hair around her forehead, and outlining a thin band of light the contour of neck and shoulder, making the satin of her gown shimmer with an opalescent glow. Armand rose from his knees. Her eyes were calling to him, her lips were ready to yield. "Tu m'aimes?" he whispered, and like a tired child she sank upon his breast. He kissed her hair, her eyes, her lips. Her skin was fragrant as the flowers of spring. The tears on her cheeks glistened like morning dew. Aunt Marie came in at last, carrying the lamp. She found them sitting side by side like two children, hand in hand, mute with the eloquence which comes from boundless love. They were under a spell, forgetting even that they lived, knowing nothing except that they loved. The lamp broke the spell, and Aunt Marie's still trembling voice: "Oh, my dear, how did you manage to rid yourself of those brutes?" But she asked no other question, even when the lamp showed up quite clearly the glowing cheeks of Jeanne and the ardent eyes of Armand. In her heart, long since atrophied, there were a few memories, carefully put away in a secret cell, and those memories caused the old woman to understand. Neither Jeanne nor Armand noticed what she did. The spell had been broken, but the dream lingered on. They did not see Aunt Marie putting the room tidy and then quietly tiptoeing out by the door. But through the dream reality was struggling for recognition. After Armand had asked for the 100th time, "Tu m'aimes?" and Jeanne for the 100th time had replied mutely with her eyes, her fears for him suddenly returned. Something had awakened her from her trance. A heavy footstep mayhap in the street below, the distant roll of a drum, or only the clash of steel saucepans in Aunt Marie's kitchen. But suddenly Jeanne was alert, and with her alertness came terror for the beloved. "Your life," she said, for he had called her his life just then. "Your life, and I was forgetting that it is still in danger. Your dear, your precious life." "Doubly dear now," he replied, "since I owe it to you." "Then I pray you, I entreat you, guard it well for my sake. Make all haste to leave Paris. Oh, this I beg of you," she continued more earnestly, seeing the look of demur in his eyes. "Every hour you spend in it brings danger nearer to your door." "I could not leave Paris while you are here." "But I am safe here," she urged, quite safe, I assure you. I am only a poor actress, and the government takes no heed of us mimes. Men must be amused, even between the intervals of killing one another. Indeed, I should be far safer here now, waiting quietly for a while you make preparations to go. My hasty departure at this moment would bring disaster on us both." There was logic in what she said. And yet how could he leave her, now that he had found this perfect woman, this realisation of his highest ideals? How could he go and leave her in this awful Paris, with brutes like Heron forcing their hideous personality into her sacred presence, threatening that very life he would gladly give his own to keep inviolate? "Listen, sweetheart," he said after a while, when presently reason struggled back for first place in his mind. "Will you allow me to consult with my chief, with the Scarlet Pimpernel, who is in Paris at the present moment? I am under his orders. I could not leave France just now. My life, my entire person are at his disposal. I and my comrades are here under his orders, for a great undertaking which he has not yet unfolded to us, but which I firmly believe is framed for the rescue of the Dauphin from the Temple." She gave an involuntary exclamation of horror. "No, no," she said quickly and earnestly. "As far as you are concerned, Armand, that has now become an impossibility. Some one has betrayed you, and you are henceforth a marked man. I think that odious de Batz had a hand in Heron's visit of this afternoon. We succeeded in putting these spies off the scent, but only for a moment. Within a few hours, less perhaps, Heron will repent him of his carelessness. He'll come back. I know that he will come back. He may leave me personally alone, but he will be on your track. He'll drag you to the Conciergerie to report yourself, and there your true name and history are bound to come to light. If you succeed in evading him, he will still be on your track. If the Scarlet Pimpernel keeps you in Paris now, your death will be at his door." Her voice had become quite hard and trenchant as she said these last words. Womanlike, she was already prepared to hate the man whose mysterious personality she had hitherto admired, now that the life and safety of Armand appeared to depend on the will of that elusive hero. "You must not be afraid for me, Jeanne," he urged. "The Scarlet Pimpernel cares for all his followers. He would never allow me to run unnecessary risks." She was unconvinced, almost jealous now of his enthusiasm for that unknown man. Already she had taken full possession of Armand. She had purchased his life, and he had given her his love. She would share neither treasure with that nameless leader who held Armand's allegiance. "It is only for a little while, sweetheart," he reiterated again and again. "I could not anyhow leave Paris whilst I feel that you are here, maybe in danger. The thought would be horrible. I should go mad if I had to leave you." Then he talked again of England, of his life there, of the happiness and peace that were in store for them both. "We will go to England together," he whispered, "and there we will be happy together, you and I. We will have a tiny house among the Kentish hills, and its walls will be covered with honeysuckle and roses. At the back of the house there will be an orchard, and in May, when the fruit blossom is fading and soft spring breezes blow among the trees, showers of sweet scented petals will envelop us as we walk along, falling on us like fragrant snow. You will come, sweetheart, will you not?" "If you still wish it, Armand," she murmured. Still wish it? He would gladly go to morrow if she would come with him. But of course that could not be arranged. She had her contract to fulfil at the theatre, then there would be her house and furniture to dispose of, and there was Aunt Marie, but of course Aunt Marie would come too. She thought that she could get away some time before the spring, and he swore that he could not leave Paris until she came with him. It seemed a terrible deadlock, for she could not bear to think of him alone in those awful Paris streets, where she knew that spies would always be tracking him. She had no illusions as to the impression which she had made on Heron. She knew that it could only be a momentary one, and that Armand would henceforth be in daily, hourly danger. At last she promised him that she would take the advice of his chief. They would both be guided by what he said. Armand would confide in him to night, and if it could be arranged she would hurry on her preparations, and mayhap be ready to join him in a week. "In the meanwhile that cruel man must not risk your dear life," she said. "Remember, Armand, your life belongs to me. Oh, I could hate him for the love you bear him." "Shh!" he said earnestly. "Dear heart, you must not speak like that of the man whom, next to your perfect self, I love most upon earth. You think of him more than of me. I shall scarce live until I know that you are safely out of Paris." Though it was horrible to part, yet it was best, perhaps, that he should go back to his lodgings now, in case Heron sent his spies back to her door, and since he meant to consult with his chief. She had a vague hope that if the mysterious hero was indeed the noble hearted man whom Armand represented him to be, surely he would take compassion on the anxiety of a sorrowing woman, and release the man she loved from bondage. This thought pleased her and gave her hope. She even urged Armand now to go. "When may I see you to morrow?" he asked. "But it will be so dangerous to meet," she argued. "I must see you. I could not live through the day without seeing you. The theatre is the safest place. I could not wait till the evening. May I not come here?" "No, no. Heron's spies may be about." "Where then?" She thought it over for a moment. "At the stage door of the theatre at 1 o'clock," she said at last. "We shall have finished rehearsal. Slip into the guichet of the concierge. I will tell him to admit you, and send my dresser to meet you there. She will bring you along to my room, where we shall be undisturbed for at least half an hour." He had perforce to be content with that, though he would so much rather have seen her here again, where the faded tapestries and soft toned hangings made such a perfect background for her delicate charm. He had every intention of confiding in Blakeney, and of asking his help for getting Jeanne out of Paris as quickly as may be. Thus this perfect hour was passed, the most pure, the fullest of joy that these two young people were ever destined to know. Perhaps they felt within themselves the consciousness that their great love would rise anon to yet greater, fuller perfection when fate had crowned it with its halo of sorrow. Perhaps, too, it was that consciousness that gave to their kisses now the solemnity of a last farewell. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 11. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Armand never could say definitely afterwards whither he went when he left the Square du Roule that evening. No doubt he wandered about the streets for some time in an absent, mechanical way, paying no heed to the passers by, none to the direction in which he was going. His mind was full of Jeanne, her beauty, her courage, her attitude in face of that hideous bloodhound who had come to pollute that charming old world boudoir by his loathsome presence. He recalled every word she uttered, every gesture she made. He was a man in love for the first time, wholly, irremediably in love. I suppose that it was the pangs of hunger that first recalled him to himself. It was close on 8 o'clock now, and he had fed on his imaginings, first on anticipation, then on realisation, and lastly on memory, during the best part of the day. Now he awoke from his daydream to find himself tired and hungry, but fortunately not very far from that quarter of Paris where food is easily obtainable. He was somewhere near the Madeleine, a quarter he knew well. Soon he saw in front of him a small eating house which looked fairly clean and orderly. He pushed open its swing door, and seeing an empty table in a secluded part of the room, he sat down and ordered some supper. The place made no impression upon his memory. He could not have told you an hour later where it was situated, who had served him, what he had eaten, or what other persons were present in the dining room at the time that he himself entered it. Having eaten, however, he felt more like his normal self, more conscious of his actions. When he finally left the eating house he realised, for instance, that it was very cold, a fact of which he had for the past few hours been totally unaware. The snow was falling in thin, close flakes, and a biting northeasterly wind was blowing those flakes into his face and down his collar. He wrapped his cloak tightly around him. It was a good step yet to Blakeney's lodgings, where he knew that he was expected. He struck quickly into the Rue St. Honore, avoiding the great open places where the grim horrors of this magnificent city in revolt against civilization were displayed in all their grim nakedness. On the Place de la Revolution the guillotine, on the Carrousel the open air camps of workers under the lash of slave drivers more cruel than the uncivilised brutes of the Far West. And Armand had to think of Jeanne in the midst of all these horrors. She was still a petted actress to day, but who could tell if on the morrow the terrible law of the suspect would not reach her in order to drag her before a tribunal that knew no mercy, and whose sole justice was a condemnation. The young man hurried on. He was anxious to be among his own comrades, to hear his chief's pleasant voice, to feel assured that by all the sacred laws of friendship Jeanne henceforth would become the special care of the Scarlet Pimpernel and his league. Blakeney lodged in a small house situated on the Quai de l'Ecole, at the back of Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, from whence he had a clear and uninterrupted view across the river, as far as the irregular block of buildings of the Chatelet prison and the House of Justice. The same tower clock that 2 centuries ago had tolled the signal for the massacre of the Huguenots was even now striking 9. Armand slipped through the half open porte cochere, crossed the narrow dark courtyard, and ran up 2 flights of winding stone stairs. At the top of these a door on his right allowed a thin streak of light to filtrate between its 2 folds. An iron bell handle hung beside it. Armand gave it a pull. 2 minutes later he was amongst his friends. He heaved a great sigh of content and relief. The very atmosphere here seemed to be different. As far as the lodging itself was concerned, it was as bare, as devoid of comfort as those sort of places, so called chambres garnies, usually were in these days. The chairs looked rickety and uninviting. The sofa was of black horsehair, the carpet was threadbare, and in places in actual holes. But there was a certain something in the air which revealed, in the midst of all this squalor, the presence of a man of fastidious taste. To begin with, the place was spotlessly clean. The stove, highly polished, gave forth a pleasing warm glow, even whilst the window, slightly open, allowed a modicum of fresh air to enter the room. In a rough earthenware jug on the table stood a large bunch of Christmas roses, and to the educated nostril the slight scent of perfumes that hovered in the air was doubly pleasing after the fetid air of the narrow streets. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes was there, also my Lord Tony and Lord Hastings. They greeted Armand with whole-hearted cheeriness. "Where is Blakeney?" asked the young man as soon as he had shaken his friends by the hand. "Present," came in loud, pleasant accents from the door of an inner room on the right. And there he stood under the lintel of the door, the man against whom was raised the giant hand of an entire nation, the man for whose head the revolutionary government of France would gladly pay out all the savings of its treasury, the man whom human bloodhounds were tracking, hot on the scent, for whom the nets of a bitter revenge and relentless reprisals were constantly being spread. Was he unconscious of it, or merely careless? His closest friend, Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, could not say. Certain it is that, as he now appeared before Armand, picturesque as ever in perfectly tailored clothes, with priceless lace at throat and wrists, his slender fingers holding an enamelled snuff box and a handkerchief of delicate cambric, his whole personality that of a dandy rather than a man of action, it seemed impossible to connect him with the foolhardy escapes which had set one nation glowing with enthusiasm and another clamouring for revenge. But it was the magnetism that emanated from him that could not be denied. The light that now and then, swift as summer lightning, flashed out from the depths of the blue eyes usually veiled by heavy, lazy lids, the sudden tightening of firm lips, the setting of the square jaw, which in a moment, but only for the space of a second, transformed the entire face and revealed the born leader of men. Just now there was none of that in the debonair, easy-going man of the world who advanced to meet his friend. Armand went quickly up to him, glad to grasp his hand, slightly troubled with remorse, no doubt, at the recollection of his adventure of to day. It almost seemed to him that from beneath his half closed lids Blakeney had shot a quick, inquiring glance upon him. The quick flash seemed to light up the young man's soul from within, and to reveal it, naked, to his friend. It was all over in a moment, and Armand thought that mayhap his conscience had played him a trick. There was nothing apparent in him, of this he was sure, that could possibly divulge his secret just yet. "I am rather late, I fear," he said. "I wandered about the streets in the late afternoon and lost my way in the dark. I hope I have not kept you all waiting." They all pulled chairs closely round the fire, except Blakeney, who preferred to stand. He waited a while until they were all comfortably settled, and all ready to listen. Then: "It is about the Dauphin," he said abruptly, without further preamble. They understood. All of them had guessed it, almost before the summons came that had brought them to Paris 2 days ago. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had left his young wife because of that, and Armand had demanded it as a right to join hands in this noble work. Blakeney had not left France for over 3 months now. Backwards and forwards between Paris or Nantes or Orleans to the coast, where his friends would meet him to receive those unfortunates whom one man's whole hearted devotion had rescued from death. Backwards and forwards into the very hearts of those cities wherein an army of sleuth hounds were on his track, and the guillotine was stretching out her arms to catch the foolhardy adventurer. Now it was about the Dauphin. They all waited, breathless and eager, the fire of a noble enthusiasm burning in their hearts. They waited in silence, their eyes fixed on their leader, lest one single word from him should fail to reach their ears. The full magnetism of the man was apparent now. As he held these 4 men at this moment, he could have held a crowd. The man of the world, the fastidious dandy, had shed his mask. There stood the leader, calm, serene, in the very face of the most deadly danger that had ever encompassed any man, looking that danger fully in the face, not striving to belittle it or to exaggerate it, but weighing it in the balance with what there was to accomplish: the rescue of a martyred, innocent child from the hands of fiends who were destroying his very soul even more completely than his body. "Everything, I think, is prepared," resumed Sir Percy after a slight pause. "The Simons have been summarily dismissed. I learned that to day. They removed from the Temple on Sunday next, the 19th. Obviously that is the one day most likely to help us in our operations. As far as I am concerned, I cannot make any hard and fast plans. Chance at the last moment will have to dictate. But from every one of you I must have co operation, and it can only be by your following my directions implicitly that we can even remotely hope to succeed." He crossed and recrossed the room once or twice before he spoke again, pausing now and again in his walk in front of a large map of Paris and its environs that hung upon the wall, his tall figure erect, his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed before him as if he saw right through the walls of his squalid room and across the darkness that overhung the city, through the grim bastions of the mighty building far away, where the descendant of 100 kings lived at the mercy of human fiends who worked for his abasement. The man's face was now that of a seer and a visionary. The firm lines were set and rigid as those of an image carved in stone, the statue of heart-whole devotion, with the self-imposed task beckoning sternly to follow, there where lurked danger and death. "The way, I think, in which we could best succeed would be this," he resumed after a while, sitting now on the edge of the table and directly facing his 4 friends. The light from the lamp which stood upon the table behind him fell full upon those 4 glowing faces fixed eagerly upon him, but he himself was in shadow, a massive silhouette broadly cut out against the light coloured map on the wall beyond. "I remain here, of course, until Sunday," he said, "and will closely watch my opportunity, when I can with the greatest amount of safety enter the Temple building and take possession of the child. I shall, of course, choose the moment when the Simons are actually on the move, with their successors probably coming in at about the same time. God alone knows," he added earnestly, "how I shall contrive to get possession of the child. At the moment I am just as much in the dark about that as you are." He paused a moment, and suddenly his grave face seemed flooded with sunshine, a kind of lazy merriment danced in his eyes, effacing all trace of solemnity within them. "La!" he said lightly, "on one point I am not at all in the dark, and that is that His Majesty King Louis XVII will come out of that ugly house in my company next Sunday, the 19th day of January, in this year of grace 1794. And this too do I know, that those murderous blackguards shall not lay hands on me whilst that precious burden is in my keeping. So I pray you, my good Armand, do not look so glum," he added with his pleasant, merry laugh. "You'll need all your wits about you to help us in our undertaking." "What do you wish me to do, Percy?" said the young man simply. "In one moment I will tell you. I want you all to understand the situation first. The child will be out of the Temple on Sunday, but at what hour I know not. The later it will be, the better would it suit my purpose, for I cannot get him out of Paris before evening with any chance of safety. Here we must risk nothing. The child is far better off as he is now than he would be if he were dragged back after an abortive attempt at rescue. But at this hour of the night, between 9 and 10 o'clock, I can arrange to get him out of Paris by the Villette gate, and that is where I want you folks, and you too, Tony, to be, with some kind of covered cart, yourselves in any disguise your ingenuity will suggest. Here are a few certificates of safety. I have been making a collection of them for some time, as they are always useful." He dived into the wide pocket of his coat and drew forth a number of cards, greasy, much-fingered documents of the usual pattern which the Committee of General Security delivered to the free citizens of the new Republic, and without which no one could enter or leave any town or country commune without being detained as suspect. He glanced at them and handed them over to Ffoulkes. "Choose your own identity for the occasion, my good friend," he said lightly, "and you too, Tony. You may be stonemasons or coal carriers, chimney sweeps or farm labourers, I care not which, so long as you look sufficiently grimy and wretched to be unrecognisable, and so long as you can procure a cart without arousing suspicions, and can wait for me punctually at the appointed spot." Ffoulkes turned over the cards, and with a laugh handed them over to Lord Tony. The two fastidious gentlemen discussed for a while the respective merits of a chimney sweep's uniform as against that of a coal carrier. "You can carry more grime if you are a sweep," suggested Blakeney, "and if the soot gets into your eyes it does not make them smart like coal does." "But soot adheres more closely," argued Tony solemnly, "and I know that we shan't get a bath for at least a week afterwards." "Certainly you won't, you Sybarite," asserted Sir Percy with a laugh. "After a week soot might become permanent," mused Sir Andrew, wondering what, under the circumstance, my lady would say to him. "If you are both so fastidious," retorted Blakeney, shrugging his broad shoulders, "I'll turn one of you into a Reddleman and the other into a dyer. Then one of you will be bright scarlet to the end of his days, as the Reddle never comes off the skin at all, and the other will have to soak in turpentine before the dye will consent to move. In either case... oh, my dear Tony, the smell!" He laughed like a schoolboy in anticipation of a prank, and held his scented handkerchief to his nose. My Lord Hastings chuckled audibly, and Tony punched him for this unseemly display of mirth. Armand watched the little scene in utter amazement. He had been in England over a year, and yet he could not understand these Englishmen. Surely they were the queerest, most inconsequent people in the world. Here were these men, who were engaged at this very moment in an enterprise which for cool-headed courage and foolhardy daring had probably no parallel in history. They were literally taking their lives in their hands, in all probability facing certain death, and yet they now sat chaffing and fighting like a crowd of third form schoolboys, talking utter silly nonsense and making foolish jokes that would have shamed a Frenchman in his teens. Vaguely he wondered what fat, pompous de Batz would think of this discussion if he could overhear it. His contempt, no doubt, for the Scarlet Pimpernel and his followers would be increased tenfold. Then at last the question of the disguise was effectually dismissed. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes and Lord Anthony Dewhurst had settled their differences of opinion by solemnly agreeing to represent two over-grimy and overheated coal-heavers. They chose two certificates of safety that were made out in the names of Jean Lepetit and Achille Grospierre, labourers. "Though you don't look at all like an Achille, Tony," was Blakeney's parting shot to his friend. Then, without any transition from this schoolboy nonsense to the serious business of the moment, Sir Andrew Ffoulkes said abruptly: "Tell us exactly, Blakeney, where you will want the cart to stand on Sunday." Blakeney rose and turned to the map against the wall, Ffoulkes and Tony following him. They stood close to his elbow whilst his slender, nervy hand wandered along the shiny surface of the varnished paper. At last he placed his finger on one spot. "Here, you see," he said, "is the Villette gate. Just outside it a narrow street on the right leads down in the direction of the canal. It is just at the bottom of that narrow street, at its junction with the towpath there, that I want you two and the cart to be. It had better be a coal car, by the way. They will be unloading coal close by there to-morrow," he added with one of his sudden irrepressible outbursts of merriment. "You and Tony can exercise your muscles coal heaving, and incidentally make yourselves known in the neighbourhood as good if somewhat grimy patriots." "We had better take up our parts at once then," said Tony. "I'll take a fond farewell of my clean shirt to-night." "Yes, you will not see one again for some time, my good Tony. After your hard day's work to-morrow you will have to sleep either inside your cart, if you have already secured one, or under the arches of the canal bridge, if you have not." "I hope you have an equally pleasant prospect for Hastings," was my Lord Tony's grim comment. It was easy to see that he was as happy as a schoolboy about to start for a holiday. Lord Tony was a true sportsman. Perhaps there was in him less sentiment for the heroic work which he did under the guidance of his chief than an inherent passion for dangerous adventures. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, on the other hand, thought perhaps a little less of the adventure, but a great deal of the martyred child in the Temple. He was just as buoyant, just as keen as his friend, but the leaven of sentiment raised his sporting instincts to perhaps a higher plane of self-devotion. "Well, now, to recapitulate," he said, in turn following with his finger the indicated route on the map. "Tony and I and the coal cart will await you on this spot, at the corner of the towpath, on Sunday evening at 9 o'clock." "And your signal, Blakeney?" asked Tony. "The usual one," replied Sir Percy, "the seamew's cry thrice repeated at brief intervals. But now," he continued, turning to Armand and Hastings, who had taken no part in the discussion hitherto, "I want your help a little further afield." "I thought so," nodded Hastings. "The coal cart, with its usual miserable nag, will carry us a distance of 15 or 16 kilometres, but no more. My purpose is to cut along the north of the city and to reach St. Germain, the nearest point where we can secure good mounts. There is a farmer just outside the commune, his name is Achard. He has excellent horses, which I have borrowed before now. We shall want 5, of course, and he has one powerful beast that will do for me, as I shall have in addition to my own weight, which is considerable, to take the child with me on the pillion. Now you, Hastings, and Armand will have to start early to morrow morning, leave Paris by the Neuilly gate, and from there make your way to St. Germain by any conveyance you can contrive to obtain. At St. Germain you must at once find Achard's farm. Disguised as labourers, you will not arouse suspicion by so doing. You will find the farmer quite amenable to money, and you must secure the best horses you can get for our own use, and, if possible, the powerful mount I spoke of just now. You are both excellent horsemen, therefore I selected you amongst the others for this special errand, for you too, with the 5 horses, will have to come and meet our coal cart some 17 kilometres out of St. Germain, to where the first signpost indicates the road to Courbevoie. Some 200 metres down this road on the right there is a small spinney, which will afford splendid shelter for yourselves and your horses. We hope to be there at about 1 o'clock after midnight of Monday morning. Now, is that all quite clear, and are you both satisfied?" "It is quite clear," exclaimed Hastings placidly, "but I, for one, am not at all satisfied." "And why not?" "Because it is all too easy. We get none of the danger." "Ho, ho! I thought that you would bring that argument forward, you incorrigible grumbler," laughed Sir Percy good humouredly. "Let me tell you that if you start to morrow from Paris in that spirit, you will run your head and Armand's into a noose long before you reach the gate of Neuilly. I cannot allow either of you to cover your faces with too much grime. An honest farm labourer should not look over dirty, and your chances of being discovered and detained are, at the outset, far greater than those which Ffoulkes and Tony will run." Armand had said nothing during this time. While Blakeney was unfolding his plan for him and for Lord Hastings, a plan which practically was a command, he had sat with his arms folded across his chest, his head sunk upon his breast. When Blakeney had asked if they were satisfied, he had taken no part in Hastings' protest, nor responded to his leader's good humoured banter. Though he did not look up even now, yet he felt that Percy's eyes were fixed upon him, and they seemed to scorch into his soul. He made a great effort to appear eager like the others, and yet from the first a chill had struck at his heart. He could not leave Paris before he had seen Jeanne. He looked up suddenly, trying to seem unconcerned. He even looked his chief fully in the face. "When ought we to leave Paris?" he asked calmly. "You must leave at daybreak," replied Blakeney with a slight, almost imperceptible emphasis on the word of command. "When the gates are first opened and the work people go to and fro at their work, that is the safest hour. And you must be at St. Germain as soon as may be, or the farmer may not have a sufficiency of horses available at a moment's notice. I want you to be spokesman with Achard, so that Hastings' British accent should not betray you both. Also, you might not get a conveyance for St. Germain immediately. We must think of every eventuality, Armand. There is so much at stake." Armand made no further comment just then, but the others looked astonished. Armand had but asked a simple question, and Blakeney's reply seemed almost like a rebuke, so circumstantial too, and so explanatory. He was so used to being obeyed at a word, so accustomed that the merest wish, the slightest hint from him was understood by his band of devoted followers, that the long explanation of his orders which he gave to Armand struck them all with a strange sense of unpleasant surprise. Hastings was the first to break the spell that seemed to have fallen over the party. "We leave at daybreak, of course," he said, "as soon as the gates are opened. We can, I know, get one of the carriers to give us a lift as far as St. Germain. There, how do we find Achard?" "He is a well known farmer," replied Blakeney. "You have but to ask." "Good. Then we bespeak 5 horses for the next day, find lodgings in the village that night, and make a fresh start back towards Paris in the evening of Sunday." Is that right?" "Yes. One of you will have 2 horses on the lead, the other 1. Pack some fodder on the empty saddles and start at about 10 o'clock. Ride straight along the main road, as if you were making back for Paris, until you come to 4 cross roads with a signpost pointing to Courbevoie. Turn down there and go along the road until you meet a close spinney of fir trees on your right. Make for the interior of that. It gives splendid shelter, and you can dismount there and give the horses a feed. We'll join you 1 hour after midnight. The night will be dark, I hope, and the moon anyhow will be on the wane." "I think I understand. Anyhow, it's not difficult, and we'll be as careful as may be." "You will have to keep your heads clear, both of you," concluded Blakeney. He was looking at Armand as he said this, but the young man had not made a movement during this brief colloquy between Hastings and the chief. He still sat with his arms folded, his head falling on his breast. Silence had fallen on them all. They all sat round the fire buried in thought. Through the open window there came from the quay beyond the hum of life in the open air camp, the tramp of the sentinels around it, the words of command from the drill sergeant, and through it all the moaning of the wind and the beating of the sleet against the window panes. A whole world of wretchedness was expressed by those sounds. Blakeney gave a quick, impatient sigh, and going to the window he pushed it further open, and just then there came from afar the muffled roll of drums, and from below the watchman's cry that seemed such dire mockery: "Sleep, citizens! Everything is safe and peaceful." "Sound advice," said Blakeney lightly. "Shall we also go to sleep? What say you all, eh?" He had, with that sudden rapidity characteristic of his every action, already thrown off the serious air which he had worn a moment ago when giving instructions to Hastings. His usual debonair manner was on him once again, his laziness, his careless insouciance. He was even at this moment deeply engaged in flicking off a grain of dust from the immaculate Mechlin ruff at his wrist. The heavy lids had fallen over the tell tale eyes as if weighted with fatigue. The mouth appeared ready for the laugh which never was absent from it very long. It was only Ffoulkes's devoted eyes that were sharp enough to pierce the mask of light hearted gaiety which enveloped the soul of his leader at the present moment. He saw for the first time in all the years that he had known Blakeney a frown across the habitually smooth brow, and though the lips were parted for a laugh, the lines around mouth and chin were hard and set. With that intuition born of whole-hearted friendship, Sir Andrew guessed what troubled Percy. He had caught the look which the latter had thrown on Armand, and knew that some explanation would have to pass between the 2 men before they parted to night. Therefore he gave the signal for the breaking up of the meeting. "There is nothing more to say, is there, Blakeney?" he asked. "No, my good fellow, nothing," replied Sir Percy. "I do not know how you all feel, but I am demmed fatigued." "What about the rags for to morrow?" queried Hastings. "You know where to find them, in the room below. Ffoulkes has the key. Wigs and all are there. But don't use false hair if you can help it, it is apt to shift in a scrimmage." He spoke jerkily, more curtly than was his wont. Hastings and Tony thought that he was tired. They rose to say good night. Then the 3 men went away together, Armand remaining behind. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 12. What Love Is. "Well now, Armand, what is it?" asked Blakeney the moment the footsteps of his friends had died away down the stone stairs and their voices had ceased to echo in the distance. "You guessed, then, that there was something?" said the young man after a slight hesitation. "Of course." Armand rose, pushing the chair away from him with an impatient, nervy gesture. Burying his hands in the pockets of his breeches, he began striding up and down the room, a dark, troubled expression in his face, a deep frown between his eyes. Blakeney had once more taken up his favourite position, sitting on the corner of the table, his broad shoulders interposed between the lamp and the rest of the room. He was apparently taking no notice of Armand, but only intent on the delicate operation of polishing his nails. Suddenly the young man paused in his restless walk and stood in front of his friend, an earnest, solemn, determined figure. "Blakeney," he said, "I cannot leave Paris tomorrow." Sir Percy made no reply. He was contemplating the polish which he had just succeeded in producing on his thumbnail. "I must stay here for a while longer," continued Armand firmly. "I may not be able to return to England for some weeks. You have the 3 others here to help you in your enterprise outside Paris. I am entirely at your service within the compass of its walls." Still no comment from Blakeney, not a look from beneath the fallen lids. Armand continued, with a slight tone of impatience apparent in his voice: "You must want someone to help you here on Sunday. I am entirely at your service, here or anywhere in Paris, but I cannot leave this city. At any rate, not just yet." Blakeney was apparently satisfied at last with the result of his polishing operations. He rose, gave a slight yawn, and turned toward the door. "Good night, my dear fellow," he said pleasantly. "It is time we were all abed. I am so demmed fatigued." "Percy!" exclaimed the young man hotly. "Eh? What is it?" queried the other lazily. "You are not going to leave me like this, without a word?" "I have said a great many words, my good fellow. I have said good night, and remarked that I was demmed fatigued." He was standing beside the door which led to his bedroom, and now he pushed it open with his hand. "Percy, you cannot go and leave me like this," reiterated Armand with rapidly growing irritation. "Like what, my dear fellow?" queried Sir Percy with good humoured impatience. "Without a word, without a sign? What have I done that you should treat me like a child, unworthy even of attention?" Blakeney had turned back and was now facing him, towering above the slight figure of the younger man. His face had lost none of its gracious air, and beneath their heavy lids his eyes looked down not unkindly on his friend. "Would you have preferred it, Armand," he said quietly, "if I had said the word that your ears have heard even though my lips have not uttered it?" "I don't understand," murmured Armand defiantly. "What sign would you have had me make?" continued Sir Percy, his pleasant voice falling calm and mellow on the younger man's supersensitive consciousness. "That of branding you, Marguerite's brother, as a liar and a cheat?" "Blakeney!" retorted the other, as with flaming cheeks and wrathful eyes he took a menacing step toward his friend. "Had any man but you dared to speak such words to me?" "I pray to God, Armand, that no man but I has the right to speak them." "You have no right." "Every right, my friend." "Do I not hold your oath? Are you not prepared to break it?" "I'll not break my oath to you. I'll serve and help you in every way you can command. My life I'll give to the cause. Give me the most dangerous, the most difficult task to perform. I'll do it gladly." "I have given you an over difficult and dangerous task." "Bah! To leave Paris in order to engage horses, while you and the others do all the work. That is neither difficult nor dangerous." "It will be difficult for you, Armand, because your head is not sufficiently cool to foresee serious eventualities and to prepare against them. It is dangerous because you are a man in love, and a man in love is apt to run his head, and that of his friends, blindly into a noose." "Who told you that I was in love?" "You yourself, my good fellow. Had you not told me so at the outset," he continued, still speaking very quietly and deliberately, and never raising his voice, "I would even now be standing over you, dog whip in hand, to thrash you as a defaulting coward and a perjurer. Bah!" he added with a return to his habitual bonhomie, "I would no doubt even have lost my temper with you, which would have been purposeless and excessively bad form, eh?" A violent retort had sprung to Armand's lips, but fortunately at that very moment his eyes, glowing with anger, caught those of Blakeney, fixed with lazy good nature upon his. Something of that irresistible dignity which pervaded the whole personality of the man checked Armand's hot-headed words on his lips. "I cannot leave Paris to morrow," he reiterated more calmly. "Because you have arranged to see her again?" "Because she saved my life to day, and is herself in danger." "She is in no danger," said Blakeney simply, "since she saved the life of my friend." "Percy!" The cry was wrung from Armand St. Just's very soul. Despite the tumult of passion which was raging in his heart, he was conscious again of the magnetic power which bound so many to this man's service. The words he had said, simple though they were, had sent a thrill through Armand's veins. He felt himself disarmed. His resistance fell before the subtle strength of an unbendable will. Nothing remained in his heart but an overwhelming sense of shame and of impotence. He sank into a chair and rested his elbows on the table, burying his face in his hands. Blakeney went up to him and placed a kindly hand upon his shoulder. "The difficult task, Armand," he said gently. "Percy, cannot you release me? She saved my life. I have not thanked her yet." "There will be time for thanks later, Armand. Just now, over yonder, the son of kings is being done to death by savage brutes." "I would not hinder you if I stayed." "God knows you have hindered us enough already." "How?" "You say she saved your life. Then you were in danger. Heron and his spies have been on your track. Your track leads to mine, and I have sworn to save the Dauphin from the hands of thieves. A man in love, Armand, is a deadly danger among us. Therefore at daybreak you must leave Paris with Hastings on your difficult and dangerous task." "And if I refuse?" retorted Armand. "My good fellow," said Blakeney earnestly, In that admirable lexicon which the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel has compiled for itself there is no such word as refuse." "But if I do refuse?" persisted the other. "You would be offering a tainted name and tarnished honour to the woman you pretend to love." "And you insist upon my obedience?" "By the oath which I hold from you." "But this is cruel, inhuman!" "Honour, my good Armand, is often cruel and seldom human. He is a godlike taskmaster, and we who call ourselves men are all of us his slaves. The tyranny comes from you alone. You could release me an you would. And to gratify the selfish desire of immature passion you would wish to see me jeopardize the life of those who place infinite trust in me. God knows how you have gained their allegiance, Blakeney. To me now you are selfish and callous." "There is the difficult task you craved for, Armand," was all the answer that Blakeney made to the taunt, "to obey a leader whom you no longer trust." But this Armand could not brook. He had spoken hotly, impetuously, smarting under the discipline which thwarted his desire, but his heart was loyal to the chief whom he had reverenced for so long. "Forgive me, Percy," he said humbly. "I am distracted. I don't think I quite realised what I was saying. I trust you, of course, implicitly, and you need not even fear. I shall not break my oath, though your orders now seem to me needlessly callous and selfish. I will obey. You need not be afraid." "I was not afraid of that, my good fellow." "Of course you do not understand. You cannot. To you your honour, the task which you have set yourself, has been your only fetish. Love in its true sense does not exist for you. I see it now. You do not know what it is to love." Blakeney made no reply for the moment. He stood in the centre of the room, with the yellow light of the lamp falling full now upon his tall, powerful frame, immaculately dressed in perfectly tailored clothes, upon his long, slender hands, half hidden by filmy lace, and upon his face, across which at this moment a heavy strand of curly hair threw a curious shadow. At Armand's words his lips had imperceptibly tightened, his eyes had narrowed as if they tried to see something that was beyond the range of their focus. Across the smooth brow the strange shadow made by the hair seemed to find a reflex from within. Perhaps the reckless adventurer, the careless gambler with life and liberty, saw through the walls of this squalid room, across the wide, ice-bound river, and beyond even the gloomy pile of buildings opposite, a cool, shady garden at Richmond, a velvety lawn sweeping down to the river's edge, a bower of clematis and roses, with a carved stone seat half covered with moss. There sat an exquisitely beautiful woman, with great sad eyes fixed on the far distant horizon. The setting sun was throwing a halo of gold all round her hair, her white hands were clasped idly on her lap. She gazed out beyond the river, beyond the sunset, toward an unseen bourne of peace and happiness, and her lovely face had in it a look of utter hopelessness and of sublime self-abnegation. The air was still. It was late autumn, and all around her the russet leaves of beech and chestnut fell with a melancholy hush about her feet. She was alone, and from time to time heavy tears gathered in her eyes and rolled slowly down her cheeks. Suddenly a sigh escaped the man's tightly pressed lips. With a strange gesture, wholly unusual to him, he passed his hand right across his eyes. "Mayhap you are right, Armand," he said quietly. "Mayhap I do not know what it is to love." Armand turned to go. There was nothing more to be said. He knew Percy well enough by now to realise the finality of his pronouncements. His heart felt sore, but he was too proud to show his hurt again to a man who did not understand. All thoughts of disobedience he had put resolutely aside. He had never meant to break his oath. All that he had hoped to do was to persuade Percy to release him from it for a while. That by leaving Paris he risked to lose Jeanne he was quite convinced, but it is nevertheless a true fact that in spite of this he did not withdraw his love and trust from his chief. He was under the influence of that same magnetism which enchained all his comrades to the will of this man, and though his enthusiasm for the great cause had somewhat waned, his allegiance to its leader was no longer tottering. But he would not trust himself to speak again on the subject. "I will find the others downstairs," was all he said, "and will arrange with Hastings for to morrow. Good night, Percy." "Good night, my dear fellow. By the way, you have not yet told me who she is." "Her name is Jeanne Lange," said St. Just, half reluctantly. He had not meant to divulge his secret quite so fully as yet. "The young actress at the Theatre National?" "Yes. Do you know her?" "Only by name." "She is beautiful, Percy, and she is an angel. Think of my sister Marguerite. She, too, was an actress. Good night, Percy." "Good night." The two men grasped one another by the hand. Armand's eyes proffered a last desperate appeal, but Blakeney's eyes were impassive and unrelenting, and Armand with a quick sigh finally took his leave. For a long while after he had gone Blakeney stood silent and motionless in the middle of the room. Armand's last words lingered in his ear. "Think of Marguerite." The walls had fallen away from around him. The window, the river below, the Temple prison had all faded away, merged in the chaos of his thoughts. Now he was no longer in Paris. He heard nothing of the horrors that even at this hour of the night were raging around him. He did not hear the call of murdered victims, of innocent women and children crying for help. He did not see the descendant of St. Louis, with a red cap on his baby head, stamping on the fleur de lis and heaping insults on the memory of his mother. All that had faded into nothingness. He was in the garden at Richmond, and Marguerite was sitting on the stone seat, with branches of the rambler roses twining themselves in her hair. He was sitting on the ground at her feet, his head pillowed in her lap, lazily dreaming, whilst at his feet the river wound its graceful curves beneath overhanging willows and tall, stately elms. A swan came sailing majestically down the stream, and Marguerite, with idle, delicate hands, threw some crumbs of bread into the water. Then she laughed, for she was quite happy, and anon she stooped, and he felt the fragrance of her lips as she bent over him, and savoured the perfect sweetness of her caress. She was happy because her husband was by her side. He had done with adventures, with risking his life for others' sake. He was living only for her. The man, the dreamer, the idealist that lurked behind the adventurous soul, lived an exquisite dream as he gazed upon that vision. He closed his eyes so that it might last all the longer, so that through the open window opposite he should not see the great gloomy walls of the labyrinthine building packed to overflowing with innocent men, women and children, waiting patiently and with a smile on their lips for a cruel and unmerited death, so that he should not see even through the vista of houses and of streets that grim Temple prison far away, and the light in one of the tower windows which illumined the final martyrdom of a boy king. Thus he stood for fully 5 minutes, with eyes deliberately closed and lips tightly set. Then the neighbouring tower clock of St. Germain l'Auxerrois slowly tolled the hour of midnight. Blakeney woke from his dream. The walls of his lodging were once more around him, and through the window the ruddy light of some torch in the street below fought with that of the lamp. He went deliberately up to the window and looked out into the night. On the quay, a little to the left, the outdoor camp was just breaking up for the night. The people of France in arms against tyranny were allowed to put away their work for the day and to go to their miserable homes to gather rest in sleep for the morrow. A band of soldiers, rough and brutal in their movements, were hustling the women and children. The little ones, weary, sleepy and cold, seemed too dazed to move. One woman had 2 little children clinging to her skirts. A soldier suddenly seized one of them by the shoulders and pushed it along roughly in front of him to get it out of the way. The woman struck at the soldier in a stupid, senseless, useless way, and then gathered her trembling chicks under her wing, trying to look defiant. In a moment she was surrounded. 2 soldiers seized her, and 2 more dragged the children away from her. She screamed, and the children cried, the soldiers swore and struck out right and left with their bayonets. There was a general melee. Calls of agony rent the air, rough oaths drowned the shouts of the helpless. Some women, panic stricken, started to run. And Blakeney from his window looked down upon the scene. He no longer saw the garden at Richmond, the lazily flowing river, the bowers of roses. Even the sweet face of Marguerite, sad and lonely, appeared dim and far away. He looked across the ice-bound river, past the quay where rough soldiers were brutalising a number of wretched, defenceless women, to that grim Chatelet prison, where tiny lights shining here and there behind barred windows told the sad tale of weary vigils, of watches through the night, when dawn would bring martyrdom and death. And it was not Marguerite's blue eyes that beckoned to him now, it was not her lips that called, but the wan face of a child with matted curls hanging above a greasy forehead, and small hands covered in grime that had once been fondled by a queen. The adventurer in him had chased away the dream. "While there is life in me I'll cheat those brutes of prey," he murmured. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 13. Then everything was dark. The night that Armand St. Just spent tossing about on a hard, narrow bed was the most miserable, agonizing one he had ever passed in his life. A kind of fever ran through him, causing his teeth to chatter and the veins in his temples to throb until he thought that they must burst. Physically he certainly was ill. The mental strain caused by two great conflicting passions had attacked his bodily strength, and whilst his brain and heart fought their battles together, his aching limbs found no repose. His love for Jeanne, his loyalty to the man to whom he owed his life, and to whom he had sworn allegiance and implicit obedience. These superacute feelings seemed to be tearing at his very heartstrings, until he felt that he could no longer lie on the miserable palliasse which in these squalid lodgings did duty for a bed. He rose long before daybreak, with tired back and burning eyes, but unconscious of any pain save that which tore at his heart. The weather, fortunately, was not quite so cold. A sudden and very rapid thaw had set in, and when, after a hurried toilette, Armand, carrying a bundle under his arm, emerged into the street, the mild south wind struck pleasantly on his face. It was then pitch dark. The street lamps had been extinguished long ago, and the feeble January sun had not yet tinged with pale colour the heavy clouds that hung over the sky. The streets of the great city were absolutely deserted at this hour. It lay peaceful and still, wrapped in its mantle of gloom. A thin rain was falling, and Armand's feet, as he began to descend the heights of Montmartre, sank ankle deep in the mud of the road. There was but scanty attempt at pavements in this outlying quarter of the town, and Armand had much ado to keep his footing on the uneven and intermittent stones that did duty for roads in these parts. But this discomfort did not trouble him just now. One thought, and one alone, was clear in his mind. He must see Jeanne before he left Paris. He did not pause to think how he could accomplish that at this hour of the day. All he knew was that he must obey his chief, and that he must see Jeanne. He would see her, explain to her that he must leave Paris immediately, and beg her to make her preparations quickly, so that she might see him as soon as may be, and accompany him to England straight away. He did not feel that he was being disloyal by trying to see Jeanne. He had thrown prudence to the winds, not realising that his imprudence would and did jeopardise not only the success of his chief's plans, but also his life and that of his friends. He had, before parting from Hastings last night, arranged to meet him in the neighbourhood of the Neuilly gate at 7 o'clock. It was only 6 now. There was plenty of time for him to rouse the concierge at the house in the Square du Roule, to see Jeanne for a few moments, to slip into Madame Bellomme's kitchen, and there into the labourer's clothes which he was carrying in the bundle under his arm, and to be at the gate at the appointed hour. The Square du Roule is shut off from the Rue Saint Honore, on which it abuts, by tall iron gates, which a few years ago, when the secluded little square was a fashionable quarter of the city, used to be kept closed at night, with a watchman in uniform to intercept midnight prowlers. Now these gates had been rudely torn away from their sockets, the iron had been sold for the benefit of the ever empty treasury, and no one cared if the homeless, the starving, or the evil doer found shelter under the porticos of the houses, from whence wealthy or aristocratic owners had long since thought it wise to flee. No one challenged Armand when he turned into the square, and though the darkness was intense, he made his way fairly straight for the house where lodged Mademoiselle Lange. So far he had been wonderfully lucky. The foolhardiness with which he had exposed his life and that of his friends by wandering about the streets of Paris at this hour without any attempt at disguise, though carrying one under his arm, had not met with the untoward fate which it undoubtedly deserved. The darkness of the night and the thin sheet of rain as it fell had effectually wrapped his progress through the lonely streets in their beneficent mantle of gloom. The soft mud below had drowned the echo of his footsteps. If spies were on his track, as Jeanne had feared and Blakeney prophesied, he had certainly succeeded in evading them. He pulled the concierge's bell, and the latch of the outer door, manipulated from within, duly sprang open in response. He entered, and from the lodge the concierge's voice emerging, muffled from the depths of pillows and blankets, challenged him with an oath directed at the unseemliness of the hour. "Mademoiselle Lange," said Armand boldly, as without hesitation he walked past the lodge, making straight for the stairs. It seemed to him that from the concierge's room loud vituperations followed him. But he took no notice of these. Only a short flight of stairs and one more door separated him from Jeanne. He did not pause to think that she would in all probability be still in bed, that he might have some difficulty in rousing Madame Belhomme, that the latter might not even care to admit him, nor did he reflect on the glaring imprudence of his actions. He wanted to see Jeanne, and she was on the other side of that wall. "Eh, citizen! Hola! Here, curse you, where are you?" came in a gruff voice to him from below. He had mounted the stairs, and was now on the landing just outside Jeanne's door. He pulled the bell handle, and heard the pleasing echo of the bell that would presently wake Madame Belhomme and bring her to the door. "Citizen! Hola! Curse you for an aristo! What are you doing there?" The concierge, a stout elderly man, wrapped in a blanket, his feet thrust in slippers, and carrying a guttering tallow candle, had appeared upon the landing. He held the candle up so that its feeble flickering rays fell on Armand's pale face and on the damp cloak which fell away from his shoulders. "What are you doing there?" reiterated the concierge with another oath from his prolific vocabulary. "As you see, citizen," replied Armand politely, "I am ringing Mademoiselle Lange's front door bell." "At this hour of the morning?" queried the man with a sneer. "I desire to see her." "Then you have come to the wrong house, citizen," said the concierge with a rude laugh. "The wrong house? What do you mean?" stammered Armand, a little bewildered. "She is not here, quoi," retorted the concierge, who now turned deliberately on his heel. "Go and look for her, citizen. It'll take you some time to find her." He shuffled off in the direction of the stairs. Armand was vainly trying to shake himself free from a sudden, an awful sense of horror. He gave another vigorous pull at the bell, then with one bound he overtook the concierge, who was preparing to descend the stairs, and gripped him peremptorily by the arm. "Where is Mademoiselle Lange?" he asked. His voice sounded quite strange in his own ear. His throat felt parched, and he had to moisten his lips with his tongue before he was able to speak. "Arrested," replied the man. "Arrested? When? Where? How?" "When? Late yesterday evening. Where? Here, in her room. How? By the agents of the Committee of General Security. She and the old woman. Basta, that's all I know. Now I am going back to bed, and you clear out of the house. You're making a disturbance, and I shall be reprimanded. I ask you, is this a decent time for rousing honest patriots out of their morning sleep?" He shook his arm free from Armand's grasp, and once more began to descend. Armand stood on the landing like a man who has been stunned by a blow on the head. His limbs were paralysed. He could not for the moment have moved or spoken if his life had depended on a sign or a word. His brain was reeling, and he had to steady himself with his hand against the wall, or he would have fallen headlong on the floor. He had lived in a whirl of excitement for the past 24 hours. His nerves during that time had been kept at straining point. Passion, joy, happiness, deadly danger, and moral fights had worn his mental endurance threadbare. Want of proper food and a sleepless night had almost thrown his physical balance out of gear. This blow came at a moment when he was least able to bear it. Jeanne had been arrested. Jeanne was in the hands of those brutes whom he, Armand, had regarded yesterday with insurmountable loathing. Jeanne was in prison. She was arrested, she would be tried, condemned, and all because of him. The thought was so awful that it brought him to the verge of mania. He watched as in a dream the form of the concierge shuffling his way down the oak staircase. His portly figure assumed gargantuan proportions. The candle which he carried looked like the dancing flames of hell, through which grinning faces, hideous and contortioned, mocked at him and leered. Then suddenly everything was dark. The light had disappeared round the bend of the stairs. Grinning faces and ghoulish visions vanished. He saw only Jeanne, his dainty, exquisite Jeanne, in the hands of those brutes. He saw her as he had seen a year and a half ago the victims of those bloodthirsty wretches being dragged before a tribunal that was but a mockery of justice. He heard the quick interrogatory and the responses from her perfect lips, that exquisite voice of hers veiled by tones of anguish. He heard the condemnation, the rattle of the tumbril on the ill-paved streets, saw her there with hands clasped together, her eyes... Great God, he was really going mad. Like a wild creature driven forth, he started to run down the stairs, past the concierge, who was just entering his lodge, and who now turned in surly anger to watch this man running away like a lunatic or a fool, out by the front door and into the street. In a moment he was out of the little square. Then, like a hunted hare, he still ran down the Rue St. Honore, along its narrow interminable length. His hat had fallen from his head, his hair was wild all round his face, the rain weighted the cloak upon his shoulders, but still he ran. His feet made no noise on the muddy pavement. He ran on and on, his elbows pressed to his sides, panting, quivering, intent but upon one thing, the goal which he had set himself to reach. Jeanne was arrested. He did not know where to look for her, but he did know whither he wanted to go now as swiftly as his legs would carry him. It was still dark, but Armand St. Just was a born Parisian, and he knew every inch of this quarter, where he and Marguerite had years ago lived. Down the Rue St. Honore he had reached the bottom of the interminably long street at last. He had kept just a sufficiency of reason, or was it merely blind instinct, to avoid the places where the night patrols of the National Guard might be on the watch. He avoided the Place du Carrousel, also the quay, and struck sharply to his right until he reached the facade of St. Germain l'Auxerrois. Another effort, round the corner, and there was the house at last. He was like the hunted creature now that has run to earth. Up the 2 flights of stone stairs, and then the pull at the bell, a moment of tense anxiety, whilst panting, gasping, almost choked with the sustained effort and the strain of the past half hour, he leaned against the wall, striving not to fall. Then the well known firm step across the rooms beyond, the open door, the hand upon his shoulder. After that he remembered nothing more. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 14. The Chief. He had not actually fainted, but the exertion of that long run had rendered him partially unconscious. He knew now that he was safe, that he was sitting in Blakeney's room, and that something hot and vivifying was being poured down his throat. "Percy, they have arrested her," he said, panting as soon as speech returned to his paralysed tongue. "All right. Don't talk now. Wait till you are better." With infinite care and gentleness Blakeney arranged some cushions around Armand's head, turned the sofa towards the fire, and anon brought his friend a cup of hot coffee, which the latter drank with avidity. He was really too exhausted to speak. He had contrived to tell Blakeney, and now Blakeney knew, so everything would be all right. The inevitable reaction was asserting itself. The muscles had relaxed, the nerves were numbed, and Armand lay back on the sofa with eyes half closed, unable to move, yet feeling his strength gradually returning to him, his vitality asserting itself, all the feverish excitement of the past 24 hours yielding at last to a calmer mood. Through his half closed eyes he could see his brother-in-law moving about the room. Blakeney was fully dressed. In a sleepy kind of way Armand wondered if he had been to bed at all. Certainly his clothes sat on him with their usual well tailored perfection, and there was no suggestion in his brisk step and alert movements that he had passed a sleepless night. Now he was standing by the open window. Armand, from where he lay, could see his broad shoulders sharply outlined against the grey background of the hazy winter dawn. A wan light was just creeping up from the east over the city, the noises of the streets below came distinctly to Armand's ear. He roused himself with one vigorous effort from his lethargy, feeling quite ashamed of himself and of this breakdown of his nervous system. He looked with frank admiration on Sir Percy, who stood immovable and silent by the window, a perfect tower of strength, serene and impassive, yet kindly in distress. "Percy," said the young man, "I ran all the way from the top of the Rue St. Honore. I was only breathless. I am quite all right. May I tell you all about it?" Without a word Blakeney closed the window and came across to the sofa. He sat down beside Armand, and to all outward appearances he was nothing now but a kind and sympathetic listener to a friend's tale of woe. Not a line in his face or a look in his eyes betrayed the thoughts of the leader who had been thwarted at the outset of a dangerous enterprise, or of the man accustomed to command who had been so flagrantly disobeyed. Armand, unconscious of all save of Jeanne and of her immediate need, put an eager hand on Percy's arm. "Heron and his hell hounds went back to our lodgings last night," he said, speaking as if he was still a little out of breath. "They hoped to get me, no doubt. Not finding me there, they took her. Oh, my God!" It was the first time that he had put the whole terrible circumstance into words, and it seemed to gain in reality by the recounting. The agony of mind which he endured was almost unbearable. He hid his face in his hands, lest Percy should see how terribly he suffered. "I knew that," said Blakeney quietly. Armand looked up in surprise. "How? When did you know it?" he stammered. "Last night, when you left me. I went down to the Square du Roule. I arrived there just too late." "Percy!" exclaimed Armand, whose pale face had suddenly flushed scarlet. "You did that? Last night you "Of course," interposed the other calmly. "Had I not promised you to keep watch over her? When I heard the news it was already too late to make further inquiries, but when you arrived just now I was on the point of starting out, in order to find out in what prison Mademoiselle Lange is being detained. I shall have to go soon, Armand, before the guard is changed at the Temple and the Tuileries. This is the safest time, and God knows we are all of us sufficiently compromised already." The flush of shame deepened in St. Just's cheek. There had not been a hint of reproach in the voice of his chief, and the eyes which regarded him now from beneath the half closed lids showed nothing but lazy bonhomie. In a moment now Armand realised all the harm which his recklessness had done, was still doing to the work of the League. Every one of his actions since his arrival in Paris 2 days ago had jeopardised a plan or endangered a life. His friendship with de Batz, his connection with Mademoiselle Lange, his visit to her yesterday afternoon, the repetition of it this morning, culminating in that wild run through the streets of Paris, when at any moment a spy lurking round a corner might either have barred his way, or worse still, have followed him to Blakeney's door. Armand, without a thought of any one save of his beloved, might easily this morning have brought an agent of the Committee of General Security face to face with his chief. "Percy," he murmured, "can you ever forgive me?" "Pshaw, man!" retorted Blakeney lightly. "There is naught to forgive, only a great deal that should no longer be forgotten. Your duty to the others, for instance, your obedience and your honour." "I was mad, Percy. Oh, if you only could understand what she means to me!" Blakeney laughed, his own light hearted, careless laugh, which so often before now had helped to hide what he really felt from the eyes of the indifferent, and even from those of his friends. "No, no," he said lightly, "we agreed last night, did we not, that in matters of sentiment I am a cold-blooded fish? But will you at any rate concede that I am a man of my word? Did I not pledge it last night that Mademoiselle Lange would be safe? I foresaw her arrest the moment I heard your story. I hoped that I might reach her before that brute Heron's return. Unfortunately he forestalled me by less than half an hour. Mademoiselle Lange has been arrested, Armand, but why should you not trust me on that account? Have we not succeeded, I and the others, in worse cases than this one? They mean no harm to Jeanne Lange," he added emphatically. "I give you my word on that. They only want her as a decoy. It is you they want. You through her, and me through you. I pledge you my honour that she will be safe. You must try and trust me, Armand. It is much to ask, I know, for you will have to trust me with what is most precious in the world to you, and you will have to obey me blindly, or I shall not be able to keep my word." "What do you wish me to do?" "Firstly, you must be outside Paris within the hour. Every minute that you spend inside the city now is full of danger. Oh no, not for you," added Blakeney, checking with a good humoured gesture Armand's words of protestation. "Danger for the others, and for our scheme to morrow." "How can I go to Saint Germain, Percy, knowing that she " "Is under my charge?" interposed the other calmly. "That should not be so very difficult. Come," he added, placing a kindly hand on the other's shoulder, "you shall not find me such an inhuman monster after all. But I must think of the others, you see, and of the child whom I have sworn to save. But I won't send you as far as Saint Germain. Go down to the room below and find a good bundle of rough clothes that will serve you as a disguise, for I imagine that you have lost those which you had on the landing or the stairs of the house in the Square du Roule. In a tin box with the clothes downstairs you will find the packet of miscellaneous certificates of safety. Take an appropriate one, and then start out immediately for Villette. You understand?" "Yes, yes," said Armand eagerly. "You want me to join Ffoulkes and Tony?" "Yes. You'll find them probably unloading coal by the canal. Try and get private speech with them as early as may be, and tell Tony to set out at once for Saint Germain, and to join Hastings there, instead of you, whilst you take his place with Ffoulkes." "Yes, I understand. But how will Tony reach Saint Germain?" "La, my good fellow," said Blakeney gaily, "you may safely trust Tony to go where I send him. Do you but do as I tell you, and leave him to look after himself. And now," he added, speaking more earnestly, "the sooner you get out of Paris the better it will be for us all. As you see, I am only sending you to La Villette because it is not so far, but that I can keep in personal touch with you. Remain close to the gates for an hour after nightfall. I will contrive before they close to bring you news of Mademoiselle Lange." Armand said no more. The sense of shame in him deepened with every word spoken by his chief. He felt how untrustworthy he had been, how undeserving of the selfless devotion which Percy was showing him even now. The words of gratitude died on his lips. He knew that they would be unwelcome. These Englishmen were so devoid of sentiment, he thought, and his brother-in-law, with all his unselfish and heroic deeds, was, he felt, absolutely callous in matters of the heart. But Armand was a noble-minded man, and with the true sporting instinct in him, despite the fact that he was a creature of nerves, highly strung and imaginative. He could give ungrudging admiration to his chief, even whilst giving himself up entirely to the sentiment for Jeanne. He tried to imbue himself with the same spirit that actuated my Lord Tony and the others of the League. How gladly would he have chaffed and made senseless schoolboy jokes like those which, in face of their hazardous enterprise and the dangers which they all ran, had horrified him so much last night. But somehow he knew that jokes from him would not ring true. How could he smile when his heart was brimming over with his love for Jeanne and with solicitude on her account? He felt that Percy was regarding him with a kind of indulgent amusement. There was a look of suppressed merriment in the depths of those lazy blue eyes. So he braced up his nerves, trying his best to look cool and unconcerned, but he could not altogether hide from his friend the burning anxiety which was threatening to break his heart. "I have given you my word, Armand," said Blakeney in answer to the unspoken prayer. "Can you try and trust me as the others do?" Then with sudden transition he pointed to the map behind him. "Remember the gate of Villette, and the corner by the towpath. Join Ffoulkes as soon as may be, and send Tony on his way, and wait for news of Mademoiselle Lange some time to-night." "God bless you, Percy," said Armand involuntarily. "Good bye. Good bye, my dear fellow. Slip on your disguise as quickly as you can, and be out of the house in a quarter of an hour." He accompanied Armand through the ante room, and finally closed the door on him. Then he went back to his room and walked up to the window, which he threw open to the humid morning air. Now that he was alone, the look of trouble on his face deepened to a dark, anxious frown, and as he looked out across the river, a sigh of bitter impatience and disappointment escaped his lips. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 15. The Gate of La Villette. And now the shades of evening had long since yielded to those of night. The gate of La Villette, at the north-east corner of the city, was about to close. Armand, dressed in the rough clothes of a labouring man, was leaning against a low wall at the angle of the narrow street which abuts on the canal at its further end. From this point of vantage he could command a view of the gate and of the life and bustle around it. He was dog-tired. After the emotions of the past 24 hours, a day's hard manual toil to which he was unaccustomed had caused him to ache in every limb. As soon as he had arrived at the canal wharf in the early morning he had obtained the kind of casual work that ruled about here, and soon was told off to unload a cargo of coal which had arrived by barge overnight. He had set to with a will, half hoping to kill his anxiety by dint of heavy bodily exertion. During the course of the morning he had suddenly become aware of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes and of Lord Anthony Dewhurst working not far away from him, and as fine a pair of coal heavers as any shipper could desire. It was not very difficult in the midst of the noise and activity that reigned all about the wharf for the three men to exchange a few words together, and Armand soon communicated the chief's new instructions to my Lord Tony, who effectually slipped away from his work some time during the day. Armand did not even see him go, it had all been so neatly done. Just before 5 o'clock in the afternoon the labourers were paid off. It was then too dark to continue work. Armand would have liked to talk to Sir Andrew, if only for a moment. He felt lonely and desperately anxious. He had hoped to tire out his nerves as well as his body, but in this he had not succeeded. As soon as he had given up his tools, his brain began to work again more busily than ever. It followed Percy in his peregrinations through the city, trying to discover where those brutes were keeping Jeanne. That task had suddenly loomed up before Armand's mind with all its terrible difficulties. How could Percy, a marked man if ever there was one, go from prison to prison to inquire about Jeanne? The very idea seemed preposterous. Armand ought never to have consented to such an insensate plan. The more he thought of it, the more impossible did it seem that Blakeney could find anything out. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes was nowhere to be seen. St. Just wandered about in the dark, lonely streets of this outlying quarter, vainly trying to find the friend in whom he could confide, who, no doubt, would reassure him as to Blakeney's probable movements in Paris. Then, as the hour approached for the closing of the city gates, Armand took up his stand at an angle of the street from whence he could see both the gate on one side of him and the thin line of the canal intersecting the street at its further end. Unless Percy came within the next 5 minutes, the gates would be closed, and the difficulties of crossing the barrier would be increased 100-fold. The market gardeners with their covered carts filed out of the gate one by one. The labourers on foot were returning to their homes. There was a group of stonemasons, a few road makers, also a number of beggars, ragged and filthy, who herded somewhere in the neighbourhood of the canal. In every form, under every disguise, Armand hoped to discover Percy. He could not stand still for very long, but strode up and down the road that skirts the fortifications at this point. There were a good many idlers about at this hour, some men who had finished their work and meant to spend an hour or so in one of the drinking shops that abounded in the neighbourhood of the wharf; others who liked to gather a small knot of listeners around them whilst they discoursed on the politics of the day, or rather raged against the Convention, which was all made up of traitors to the people's welfare. Armand, trying manfully to play his part, joined one of the groups that stood gaping round a street orator. He shouted with the best of them, waved his cap in the air, and applauded or hissed in unison with the majority; but his eyes never wandered for long away from the gate whence Percy must come now at any moment, now or not at all. At what precise moment the awful doubt took birth in his mind the young man could not afterwards have said. Perhaps it was when he heard the roll of drums proclaiming the closing of gates, and witnessed the changing of the guard. Percy had not come. He could not come now, and he, Armand, would have the night to face without news of Jeanne. Something, of course, had detained Percy. Perhaps he had been unable to get definite information about Jeanne. Perhaps the information which he had obtained was too terrible to communicate. If only Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had been there, and Armand had had some one to talk to, perhaps then he would have found sufficient strength of mind to wait with outward patience, even though his nerves were on the rack. Darkness closed in around him, and with the darkness came the full return of the phantoms that had assailed him in the house of the Square du Roule when first he had heard of Jeanne's arrest. The open place facing the gate had transformed itself into the Place de la Revolution. The tall, rough post that held a flickering oil lamp had become the gaunt arm of the guillotine. The feeble light of the lamp was the knife that gleamed with the reflection of a crimson light. And Armand saw himself, as in a vision, one of a vast and noisy throng. They were all pressing round him so that he could not move. They were brandishing caps and tricolour flags, also pitchforks and scythes. He had seen such a crowd 4 years ago rushing towards the Bastille. Now they were all assembled here around him, and around the guillotine. Suddenly a distant rattle caught his subconscious ear, the rattle of wheels on rough cobblestones. Immediately the crowd began to cheer and to shout. Some sang the Ça ira, and others screamed, "Les aristos! A la lanterne! A mort les aristos!" He saw it all quite plainly, for the darkness had vanished, and the vision was more vivid than even reality could have been. The rattle of wheels grew louder, and presently the cart debouched on the open place. Men and women sat huddled up in the cart, but in the midst of them a woman stood, and her eyes were fixed upon Armand. She wore her pale grey satin gown, and a white kerchief was folded across her bosom. Her brown hair fell in loose soft curls all around her head. She looked exactly like the exquisite cameo which Marguerite used to wear. Her hands were tied with cords behind her back, but between her fingers she held a small bunch of violets. Armand saw it all. It was, of course, a vision, and he knew that it was one, but he believed that the vision was prophetic. No thought of the chief whom he had sworn to trust and to obey came to chase away these imaginings of his fevered fancy. He saw Jeanne, and only Jeanne, standing on the tumbril and being led to the guillotine. Sir Andrew was not there, and Percy had not come. Armand believed that a direct message had come to him from heaven to save his beloved. Therefore he forgot his promise, his oath. He forgot those very things which the leader had entreated him to remember, his duty to the others, his loyalty, his obedience. Jeanne had first claim on him. It were the act of a coward to remain in safety whilst she was in such deadly danger. Now he blamed himself severely for having quitted Paris. Even Percy must have thought him a coward for obeying quite so readily. Maybe the command had been but a test of his courage, of the strength of his love for Jeanne. 100 conjectures flashed through his brain, 100 plans presented themselves to his mind. It was not for Percy, who did not know her, to save Jeanne or to guard her. That task was Armand's, who worshipped her, and who would gladly die beside her if he failed to rescue her from threatened death. Resolution was not slow in coming. A tower clock inside the city struck the hour of 6, and still no sign of Percy. Armand, his certificate of safety in his hand, walked boldly up to the gate. The guard challenged him, but he presented the certificate. There was an agonizing moment when the card was taken from him, and he was detained in the guard room while it was being examined by the sergeant in command. But the certificate was in good order, and Armand, covered in coal dust, with the perspiration streaming down his face, did certainly not look like an aristocrat in disguise. It was never very difficult to enter the great city. If one wished to put one's head in the lion's mouth, one was welcome to do so. The difficulty came when the lion thought fit to close his jaws. Armand, after 5 minutes of tense anxiety, was allowed to cross the barrier, but his certificate of safety was detained. He would have to get another from the Committee of General Security before he would be allowed to leave Paris again. The lion had thought fit to close his jaws. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 16. The Weary Search. Blakeney was not at his lodgings when Armand arrived there that evening, nor did he return whilst the young man haunted the precincts of St. Germain-l'Auxerrois and wandered along the quays hours and hours at a stretch, until he nearly dropped under the portico of a house, and realised that if he loitered longer he might lose consciousness completely, and be unable on the morrow to be of service to Jeanne. He dragged his weary footsteps back to his own lodgings on the heights of Montmartre. He had not found Percy, he had no news of Jeanne. It seemed as if hell itself could hold no worse tortures than this intolerable suspense. He threw himself down on the narrow palliasse, and tired nature asserting herself, at last fell into a heavy, dreamless torpor, like the sleep of a drunkard, deep but without the beneficent aid of rest. It was broad daylight when he awoke. The pale light of a damp, wintry morning filtered through the grimy panes of the window. Armand jumped out of bed, aching of limb but resolute of mind. There was no doubt that Percy had failed in discovering Jeanne's whereabouts, but where a mere friend had failed, a lover was more likely to succeed. The rough clothes which he had worn yesterday were the only ones he had. They would, of course, serve his purpose better than his own, which he had left at Blakeney's lodgings yesterday. In half an hour he was dressed, looking a fairly good imitation of a labourer out of work. He went to a humble eating house of which he knew, and there, having ordered some hot coffee with a hunk of bread, he set himself to think. It was quite a usual thing these days for relatives and friends of prisoners to go wandering about from prison to prison to find out where the loved ones happened to be detained. The prisons were over full just now. Convents, monasteries and public institutions had all been requisitioned by the government for the housing of the hundreds of so-called traitors who had been arrested on the barest suspicion or at the mere denunciation of an evil wisher. There were the Abbaye and the Luxembourg, the erstwhile convents of the Visitation and the Sacré-Cœur, the cloister of the Oratorians, the Salpetriere and the Saint Lazare hospitals, and there was of course the Temple, and lastly the Conciergerie, to which those prisoners were brought whose trial would take place within the next few days, and whose condemnation was practically assured. Persons under arrest at some of the other prisons did sometimes come out of them alive, but the Conciergerie was only the antechamber of the guillotine. Therefore Armand's idea was to visit the Conciergerie first. The sooner he could reassure himself that Jeanne was not in immediate danger, the better he would be able to endure the agony of that heart-breaking search, that knocking at every door in the hope of finding his beloved. If Jeanne was not in the Conciergerie, then there might be some hope that she was only being temporarily detained, and through Armand's excited brain there had already flashed the thought that mayhap the Committee of General Security would release her if he gave himself up. These thoughts and the making of plans fortified him mentally and physically. He even made a great effort to eat and drink, knowing that his bodily strength must endure if it was going to be of some service to Jeanne. He reached the Quai de l'Horloge soon after 9. The grim, irregular walls of the Chatelet and the House of Justice loomed from out the mantle of mist that lay on the river banks. Armand skirted the square clock tower and passed through the monumental gateways of the House of Justice. He knew that his best way to the prison would be through the halls and corridors of the tribunal, to which the public had access whenever the court was sitting. The sittings began at 10, and already the usual crowd of idlers were assembling, men and women who apparently had no other occupation save to come day after day to this theatre of horrors and watch the different acts of the heartrending dramas that were enacted here with a kind of awful monotony. Armand mingled with the crowd that stood about the courtyard, and anon moved slowly up the gigantic flight of stone steps, talking lightly on indifferent subjects. There was quite a goodly sprinkling of working men amongst this crowd, and Armand in his toil stained clothes attracted no attention. Suddenly a word reached his ear, just a name, flippantly spoken by spiteful lips, and it changed the whole trend of his thoughts. Since he had risen that morning he had thought of nothing but of Jeanne, and in connection with her of Percy and his vain quest of her. Now that name spoken by some one unknown brought his mind back to more definite thoughts of his chief. Capet! The name, intended as an insult, but actually merely irrelevant, whereby the uncrowned little King of France was designated by the Revolutionary party. Armand suddenly recollected that to day was Sunday the 19th of January. He had lost count of days and of dates lately, but the name Capet had brought everything back. The child in the Temple, the conference in Blakeney's lodgings, the plans for the rescue of the boy, that was to take place to day, Sunday the 19th. The Simons would be moving from the Temple, at what hour Blakeney did not know, but it would be to day, and he would be watching his opportunity. Now Armand understood everything. A great wave of bitterness swept over his soul. Percy had forgotten Jeanne. He was busy thinking of the child in the Temple, and whilst Armand had been eating out his heart with anxiety, the Scarlet Pimpernel, true only to his mission and impatient of all sentiment that interfered with his schemes, had left Jeanne to pay with her life for the safety of the uncrowned king. But the bitterness did not last long. On the contrary, a kind of wild exultation took its place. If Percy had forgotten, then Armand could stand by Jeanne alone. It was better so. He would save the loved one. It was his duty and his right to work for her sake. Never for a moment did he doubt that he could save her, that his life would be readily accepted in exchange for hers. The crowd around him was moving up the monumental steps, and Armand went with the crowd. It lacked but a few minutes to 10 now. Soon the court would begin to sit. In the olden days, when he was studying for the law, Armand had often wandered about at will along the corridors of the House of Justice. He knew exactly where the different prisons were situated about the buildings, and how to reach the courtyards where the prisoners took their daily exercise. To watch those aristos who were waiting trial and death taking their recreation in these courtyards had become one of the sights of Paris. Country cousins on a visit to the city were brought hither for entertainment. Tall iron gates stood between the public and the prisoners, and a row of sentinels guarded these gates. But if one was enterprising and eager to see, one could glue one's nose against the ironwork and watch the ci devant aristocrats in threadbare clothes trying to cheat their horror of death by acting a farce of light heartedness, which their wan faces and tear dimmed eyes effectually belied. All this Armand knew, and on this he counted. For a little while he joined the crowd in the Salle des Pas Perdus, and wandered idly up and down the majestic colonnaded hall. He even at one time formed part of the throng that watched one of those quick tragedies that were enacted within the great chamber of the court. A number of prisoners brought in a batch. Hurried interrogations, interrupted answers, a quick indictment, monstrous in its flaring injustice, spoken by Fouquier Tinville, the public prosecutor, and listened to in all seriousness by men who dared to call themselves judges of their fellows. The accused had walked down the Champs Elysees without wearing a tricolour cockade. The other had invested some savings in an English industrial enterprise, yet another had sold public funds, causing them to depreciate rather suddenly in the market. Sometimes from one of these unfortunates led thus wantonly to butchery there would come an excited protest, or from a woman screams of agonized entreaty. But these were quickly silenced by rough blows from the butt ends of muskets, and condemnations, wholesale sentences of death, were quickly passed amidst the cheers of the spectators and the howls of derision from infamous jury and judge. Oh, the mockery of it all! The awful, the hideous ignominy, the blot of shame that would forever sully the historic name of France. Armand, sickened with horror, could not bear more than a few minutes of this monstrous spectacle. The same fate might even now be awaiting Jeanne. Among the next batch of victims to this sacrilegious butchery he might suddenly spy his beloved with her pale face and cheeks stained with her tears. He fled from the great chamber, keeping just a sufficiency of presence of mind to join a knot of idlers who were drifting leisurely towards the corridors. He followed in their wake, and soon found himself in the long Galerie des Prisonnières, along the flagstones of which 2 days ago de Batz had followed his guide towards the lodgings of Heron. On his left now were the arcades shut off from the courtyard beyond by heavy iron gates. Through the ironwork Armand caught sight of a number of women walking or sitting in the courtyard. He heard a man next to him explaining to his friend that these were the female prisoners who would be brought to trial that day, and he felt that his heart must burst at the thought that mayhap Jeanne would be among them. He elbowed his way cautiously to the front rank. Soon he found himself beside a sentinel who, with a good humoured jest, made way for him that he might watch the aristo. Armand leaned against the grating, and his every sense was concentrated in that sight. At first he could scarcely distinguish one woman from another amongst the crowd that thronged the courtyard, and the close ironwork hindered his view considerably. The women looked almost like phantoms in the grey misty air, gliding slowly along with noiseless tread on the flagstones. Presently, however, his eyes, which mayhap were somewhat dim with tears, became more accustomed to the hazy grey light and the moving figures that looked so like shadows. He could distinguish isolated groups now, women and girls sitting together under the colonnaded arcades, some reading, others busy with trembling fingers, patching and darning a poor torn gown. Then there were others who were actually chatting and laughing together, and oh, the pity of it, the pity and the shame! A few children, shrieking with delight, were playing hide and seek in and out amongst the columns. And between them all, in and out like the children at play, unseen yet familiar to all, the spectre of death, scythe and hourglass in hand, wandered majestic and sure. Armand's very soul was in his eyes. So far he had not yet caught sight of his beloved, and slowly, very slowly, a ray of hope was filtering through the darkness of his despair. The sentinel who had stood aside for him chaffed him for his intentness. "Have you a sweetheart among these aristos, citizen?" he asked. "You seem to be devouring them with your eyes." Armand, with his rough clothes soiled with coal dust, his face grimy and streaked with sweat, certainly looked to have but little in common with the ci devant aristos who formed the hulk of the groups in the courtyard. He looked up. The soldier was regarding him with obvious amusement, and at sight of Armand's wild, anxious eyes, he gave vent to a coarse jest. "Have I made a shrewd guess, citizen?" he said. "Is she among that lot?" "I do not know where she is," said Armand, almost involuntarily. "Then why don't you find out?" queried the soldier. The man was not speaking altogether unkindly. Armand, devoured with the maddening desire to know, threw the last fragment of prudence to the wind. He assumed a more careless air, trying to look as like a country bumpkin in love as he could. "I would like to find out," he said, "but I don't know where to inquire. My sweetheart has certainly left her home," he added lightly. "Some say that she has been false to me, but I think that mayhap she has been arrested." "Well then, you gaby," said the soldier good humouredly, "go straight to La Tournelle. You know where it is?" Armand knew well enough, but thought it more prudent to keep up the air of the ignorant lout. "Straight down that first corridor on your right," explained the other, pointing in the direction which he had indicated. "You will find the guichet of La Tournelle exactly opposite you. Ask the concierge for the register of female prisoners. Every freeborn citizen of the Republic has the right to inspect prison registers. It is a new decree framed for safeguarding the liberty of the people. But if you do not press half a livre in the hand of the concierge," he added, speaking confidentially, "you will find that the register will not be quite ready for your inspection." "Half a livre!" exclaimed Armand, striving to play his part to the end. "How can a poor devil of a labourer have half a livre to give away?" "Well, a few sous will do in that case. A few sous are always welcome these hard times." Armand took the hint, and as the crowd had drifted away momentarily to a further position of the corridor, he contrived to press a few copper coins into the hand of the obliging soldier. Of course he knew his way to La Tournelle, and he would have covered the distance that separated him from the guichet there with steps flying like the wind; but, commending himself for his own prudence, he walked as slowly as he could along the interminable corridor, past the several minor courts of justice, and skirting the courtyard where the male prisoners took their exercise. At last, having struck sharply to his left and ascended a short flight of stairs, he found himself in front of the guichet, a narrow wooden box, wherein the clerk in charge of the prison registers sat nominally at the disposal of the citizens of this free republic. But to Armand's almost overwhelming chagrin he found the place entirely deserted. The guichet was closed down. There was not a soul in sight. The disappointment was doubly keen, coming as it did in the wake of hope that had refused to be gainsaid. Armand himself did not realise how sanguine he had been until he discovered that he must wait and wait again, wait for hours, all day mayhap, before he could get definite news of Jeanne. He wandered aimlessly in the vicinity of that silent, deserted, cruel spot, where a closed trap door seemed to shut off all his hopes of a speedy sight of Jeanne. He inquired of the first sentinels whom he came across at what hour the clerk of the registers would be back at his post. The soldiers shrugged their shoulders and could give no information. Then began Armand's aimless wanderings around La Tournelle, his fruitless inquiries, his wild, excited search for the hide bound official who was keeping him from the knowledge of Jeanne. He went back to his sentinel well wisher by the women's courtyard, but found neither consolation nor encouragement there. "It is not the hour, quoi?" the soldier remarked with laconic philosophy. It apparently was not the hour when the prison registers were placed at the disposal of the public. After much fruitless inquiry, Armand at last was informed by a bon bourgeois who was wandering about the house of Justice and who seemed to know its multifarious rules, that the prison registers all over Paris could only be consulted by the public between the hours of 6 and 7 in the evening. There was nothing for it but to wait. Armand, whose temples were throbbing, who was footsore, hungry and wretched, could gain nothing by continuing his aimless wanderings through the labyrinthine building. For close upon another hour he stood with his face glued against the ironwork which separated him from the female prisoners' courtyard. Once it seemed to him as if from its further end he caught the sound of that exquisitely melodious voice which had rung for ever in his ear since that memorable evening when Jeanne's dainty footsteps had first crossed the path of his destiny. He strained his eyes to look in the direction whence the voice had come, but the centre of the courtyard was planted with a small garden of shrubs, and Armand could not see across it. At last, driven forth like a wandering and lost soul, he turned back and out into the streets. The air was mild and damp. The sharp thaw had persisted through the day, and a thin misty rain was falling and converting the ill paved roads into seas of mud. But of this Armand was wholly unconscious. He walked along the quay holding his cap in his hand, so that the mild south wind should cool his burning forehead. How he contrived to kill those long, weary hours he could not afterwards have said. Once he felt very hungry, and turned almost mechanically into an eating house, and tried to eat and drink. But most of the day he wandered through the streets restlessly, unceasingly, feeling neither chill nor fatigue. The hour before 6 o'clock found him on the Quai de l'Horloge, in the shadow of the great towers of the Hall of Justice, listening for the clang of the clock that would sound the hour of his deliverance from this agonizing torture of suspense. He found his way to La Tournelle without any hesitation. There before him was the wooden box, with its guichet open at last, and 2 stands upon its ledge, on which were placed 2 huge leather bound books. Though Armand was nearly an hour before the appointed time, he saw when he arrived a number of people standing round the guichet. 2 soldiers were there keeping guard and forcing the patient, long suffering inquirers to stand in a queue, each waiting his or her turn at the books. It was a curious crowd that stood there, in single file, as if waiting at the door of the cheaper part of a theatre, men in substantial cloth clothes, and others in ragged blouse and breeches. There were a few women, too, with black shawls on their shoulders and kerchiefs round their wan, tear-stained faces. They were all silent and absorbed, submissive under the rough handling of the soldiery, humble and deferential, when anon the clerk of the registers entered his box and prepared to place those fateful books at the disposal of those who had lost a loved one, father, brother, mother or wife, and who had come to search through those cruel pages. From inside his box the clerk disputed every inquirer's right to consult the books. He made as many difficulties as he could, demanding the production of certificates of safety or permits from the section. He was as insolent as he dared, and Armand, from where he stood, could see that a continuous, if somewhat thin, stream of coppers flowed from the hands of the inquirers into those of the official. It was quite dark in the passage, where the long queue continued to swell with amazing rapidity. Only on the ledge in front of the guichet there was a guttering tallow candle at the disposal of the inquirers. Now it was Armand's turn at last. By this time his heart was beating so strongly and so rapidly that he could not have trusted himself to speak. He fumbled in his pocket, and without unnecessary preliminaries he produced a small piece of silver and pushed it towards the clerk. Then he seized on the register marked "Femme" with voracious avidity. The clerk had with stolid indifference pocketed the half livre. He looked on Armand over a pair of large bone-rimmed spectacles, with the air of an old hawk that sees a helpless bird, and yet is too satiated to eat. He was apparently vastly amused at Armand's trembling hands and the clumsy, aimless way with which he fingered the book and held up the tallow candle. "What date?" he asked curtly in a piping voice. "What date?" reiterated Armand vaguely. "What day and hour was she arrested?" said the man, thrusting his beak like nose closer to Armand's face. Evidently the piece of silver had done its work well. He meant to be helpful to this country lout. "On Friday evening," murmured the young man. The clerk's hands did not in character gainsay the rest of his appearance. They were long and thin, with nails that resembled the talons of a hawk. Armand watched them fascinated as from above they turned over rapidly the pages of the book. Then one long grimy finger pointed to a row of names down a column. "If she is here," said the man curtly, "her name should be amongst these." Armand's vision was blurred. He could scarcely see. The row of names was dancing a wild dance in front of his eyes. Perspiration stood out on his forehead, and his breath came in quick, stertorous gasps. He never knew afterwards whether he actually saw Jeanne's name there in the book, or whether his fevered brain was playing his aching senses a cruel and mocking trick. Certain it is that suddenly amongst a row of indifferent names hers suddenly stood clearly on the page, and to him it seemed as if the letters were writ out in blood. 582. Bel homme, Louise, aged 60, discharged. And just below the other entry. 583. Lange, Jeanne, aged 20, actress, Square du Roule, No. 5, suspected of harbouring traitors and ci devant. Transferred 29th Nivose to the Temple, cell 29. He saw nothing more, for suddenly it seemed to him as if someone held a vivid scarlet veil in front of his eyes, whilst 100 claw-like hands were tearing at his heart and at his throat. "Clear out now! It is my turn, what? Are you going to stand there all night?" A rough voice seemed to be speaking these words. Rough hands apparently were pushing him out of the way, and someone snatched the candle out of his hand. But nothing was real. He stumbled over a corner of a loose flagstone, and would have fallen, but something seemed to catch hold of him and to lead him away for a little distance, until a breath of cold air blew upon his face. This brought him back to his senses. Jeanne was a prisoner in the Temple. Then his place was in the prison of the Temple too. It could not be very difficult to run one's head into the noose that caught so many necks these days. A few cries of "Vive le Roi!" or "A bas la République!" and more than one prison door would gape invitingly to receive another guest. The hot blood had rushed into Armand's head. He did not see clearly before him, nor did he hear distinctly. There was a buzzing in his ears as of myriads of mocking birds' wings, and there was a veil in front of his eyes, a veil through which he saw faces and forms flitting ghost-like in the gloom, men and women jostling or being jostled, soldiers, sentinels, then long interminable corridors, more crowd and more soldiers, winding stairs, courtyards and gates, finally the open street, the quay and the river beyond. An incessant hammering went on in his temples, and that veil never lifted from before his eyes. Now it was lurid and red, as if stained with blood; anon it was white, like a shroud, but it was always there. Through it he saw the Pont au Change, which he crossed, then far down on the Quai de l'Ecole, to the left the corner house behind St. Germain l'Auxerrois where Blakeney lodged. Blakeney, who for the sake of a stranger had forgotten all about his comrade and Jeanne. Through it he saw the network of streets which separated him from the neighbourhood of the Temple, the gardens of ruined habitations, the closely shuttered and barred windows of ducal houses, then the mean streets, the crowded drinking bars, the tumble-down shops with their dilapidated awnings. He saw with eyes that did not see, heard the tumult of daily life round him with ears that did not hear. Jeanne was in the Temple prison, and when its grim gates closed finally for the night, he, Armand, her chevalier, her lover, her defender, would be within its walls, as near to cell number 29 as bribery, entreaty, promises would help him to attain. Ah! There at last loomed the great building, the pointed bastions cut through the surrounding gloom as with a sable knife. Armand reached the gate. The sentinels challenged him. He replied, "Vive le Roi!" shouting wildly like one who is drunk. He was hatless, and his clothes were saturated with moisture. He tried to pass, but crossed bayonets barred the way. Still he shouted, "Vive le Roi!" and "A bas la République!" "Allons, the fellow is drunk," said one of the soldiers. Armand fought like a madman. He wanted to reach that gate. He shouted, he laughed, and he cried, until one of the soldiers in a fit of rage struck him heavily on the head. Armand fell backwards, stunned by the blow. His foot slipped on the wet pavement. Was he indeed drunk, or was he dreaming? He put his hand up to his forehead. It was wet, but whether with the rain or with blood he did not know. But for the space of 1 second he tried to collect his scattered wits. "Citizen St. Just?" said a quiet voice at his elbow. Then, as he looked round dazed, feeling a firm, pleasant grip on his arm, the same quiet voice continued calmly: "Perhaps you do not remember me, citizen St. Just. I had not the honour of the same close friendship with you as I had with your charming sister. My name is Chauvelin. Can I be of any service to you?" End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 17. Chauvelin. Chauvelin! The presence of this man here at this moment made the events of the past few days seem more absolutely like a dream. Chauvelin! The most deadly enemy he, Armand, and his sister Marguerite had in the world. Chauvelin! The evil genius that presided over the secret service of the Republic. Chauvelin! The aristocrat turned revolutionary, the diplomat turned spy, the baffled enemy of the Scarlet Pimpernel. He stood there vaguely outlined in the gloom by the feeble rays of an oil lamp fixed into the wall just above. The moisture on his sable clothes glistened in the flickering light like a thin veil of crystal. It clung to the rim of his hat, to the folds of his cloak. The ruffles at his throat and wrist hung limp and soiled. He had released Armand's arm, and held his hands now underneath his cloak. His pale, deep-set eyes rested gravely on the younger man's face. "I had an idea somehow," continued Chauvelin calmly, "that you and I would meet during your sojourn in Paris. I heard from my friend Heron that you had been in the city. He unfortunately lost your track almost as soon as he had found it, and I, too, had begun to fear that our mutual and ever enigmatical friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, had spirited you away, which would have been a great disappointment to me." Now he once more took hold of Armand by the elbow, but quite gently, more like a comrade who is glad to have met another and is preparing to enjoy a pleasant conversation for a while. He led the way back to the gate, the sentinel saluting at sight of the tricolour scarf which was visible underneath his cloak. Under the stone rampart Chauvelin paused. It was quiet and private here. The group of soldiers stood at the further end of the archway, but they were out of hearing, and their forms were only vaguely discernible in the surrounding darkness. Armand had followed his enemy mechanically, like one bewitched and irresponsible for his actions. When Chauvelin paused, he too stood still, not because of the grip on his arm, but because of that curious numbing of his will. Vague, confused thoughts were floating through his brain, the most dominant one among them being that fate had effectually ordained everything for the best. Here was Chauvelin, a man who hated him, who, of course, would wish to see him dead. Well, surely it must be an easier matter now to barter his own life for that of Jeanne. She had only been arrested on suspicion of harbouring him who was a known traitor to the Republic. Then, with his capture and speedy death, her supposed guilt would, he hoped, be forgiven. These people could have no ill will against her, and actors and actresses were always leniently dealt with when possible. Then surely he could serve Jeanne best by his own arrest and condemnation than by working to rescue her from prison. In the meanwhile Chauvelin shook the damp from off his cloak, talking all the while in his own peculiar, gently ironical manner. "Lady Blakeney," he was saying, "I hope that she is well." "I thank you, sir," murmured Armand mechanically. "And my dear friend, Sir Percy Blakeney. I had hoped to meet him in Paris. Ah, but no doubt he has been very busy. But I live in hopes, I live in hopes. See how kindly chance has treated me," he continued in the same bland and mocking tones. "I was taking a stroll in these parts, scarce hoping to meet a friend, when passing the postern gate of this charming hostelry, whom should I see but my amiable friend St. Just, striving to gain admission. But la! here am I talking of myself, and I am not reassured as to your state of health. You felt faint just now, did you not? The air about this building is very dank and close. I hope you feel better now. Command me, pray, if I can be of service to you in any way." Whilst Chauvelin talked, he had drawn Armand after him into the lodge of the concierge. The young man now made a great effort to pull himself vigorously together and to steady his nerves. He had his wish. He was inside the Temple prison now, not far from Jeanne, and though his enemy was older and less vigorous than himself, and the door of the concierge's lodge stood wide open, he knew that he was indeed as effectually a prisoner already as if the door of one of the numerous cells in this gigantic building had been bolted and barred upon him. This knowledge helped him to recover his complete presence of mind. No thought of fighting or trying to escape his fate entered his head for a moment. It had been useless, probably, and undoubtedly it was better so. If he could only see Jeanne, and assure himself that she would be safe in consequence of his own arrest, then indeed life could hold no greater happiness for him. Above all now he wanted to be cool and calculating, to curb the excitement which the Latin blood in him called forth at every mention of the loved one's name. He tried to think of Percy, of his calmness, his easy banter with an enemy. He resolved to act as Percy would act under these circumstances. Firstly he steadied his voice, and drew his well knit, slim figure upright. He called to mind all his friends in England, with their rigid manners, their impassiveness in the face of trying situations. There was Lord Tony, for instance, always ready with some boyish joke, with boyish impertinence always hovering on his tongue. Armand tried to emulate Lord Tony's manner, and to borrow something of Percy's calm impudence. "Citizen Chauvelin," he said, as soon as he felt quite sure of the steadiness of his voice and the calmness of his manner, "I wonder if you are quite certain that that light grip which you have on my arm is sufficient to keep me here walking quietly by your side, instead of knocking you down, as I certainly feel inclined to do, for I am a younger, more vigorous man than you." Said Chauvelin, who made pretence to ponder over this difficult problem. "Like you, citizen St. Just, I wonder. It could be easily done, you know." "Fairly easily," rejoined the other, "but there is the guard. It is numerous and strong in this building, and the gloom would help me. It is dark in the corridors, and a desperate man takes risks, remember." "Quite so. And you, citizen St. Just, are a desperate man just now." "My sister Marguerite is not here, citizen Chauvelin. You cannot barter my life for that of your enemy." "No, no, no," rejoined Chauvelin blandly. "Not for that of my enemy, I know, but..." Armand caught at his words like a drowning man at a reed. "For hers!" he exclaimed. "For hers?" queried the other with obvious puzzlement. "Mademoiselle Lange," continued Armand with all the egoistic ardour of the lover who believes that the attention of the entire world is concentrated upon his beloved. "Mademoiselle Lange. You will set her free now that I am in your power." Chauvelin smiled, his usual suave, enigmatical smile. "Ah, yes," he said, "Mademoiselle Lange. I had forgotten." "Forgotten, man? Forgotten that those murderous dogs have arrested her? The best, the purest this vile, degraded country has ever produced? She sheltered me one day just for an hour. I am a traitor to the Republic. I own it. I'll make full confession. But she knew nothing of this. I deceived her. She is quite innocent, you understand? I'll make full confession, but you must set her free." He had gradually worked himself up again to a state of feverish excitement. Through the darkness which hung about in this small room he tried to peer into Chauvelin's impassive face. "Easy, easy, my young friend," said the other placidly. "You seem to imagine that I have something to do with the arrest of the lady in whom you take so deep an interest. You forget that now I am but a discredited servant of the Republic whom I failed to serve in her need. My life is only granted me out of pity for my efforts, which were genuine if not successful. I have no power to set anyone free." "Nor to arrest me now, in that case," retorted Armand. Chauvelin paused a moment before he replied with a deprecating smile. "Only to denounce you, perhaps. I am still an agent of the Committee of General Security." "Then all is for the best," exclaimed St. Just eagerly. "You shall denounce me to the Committee. They will be glad of my arrest, I assure you. I have been a marked man for some time. I had intended to evade arrest and to work for the rescue of Mademoiselle Lange, but I will give up all thought of that. I will deliver myself into your hands absolutely. Nay, more, I will give you my most solemn word of honour that not only will I make no attempt at escape, but that I will not allow anyone to help me to do so. I will be a passive and willing prisoner if you, on the other hand, will effect Mademoiselle Lange's release." Mused Chauvelin again. "It sounds feasible." It does," rejoined Armand, whose excitement was at fever pitch. "My arrest, my condemnation, my death will be of vast deal more importance to you than that of a young and innocent girl against whom unlikely charges would have to be tricked up, and whose acquittal mayhap public feeling might demand. As for me, I shall be an easy prey. My known counter revolutionary principles, my sister's marriage with a foreigner..." "Your connection with the Scarlet Pimpernel," suggested Chauvelin blandly. "Quite so. I should not defend myself." "And your enigmatical friend would not attempt your rescue?" "C'est entendu," said Chauvelin with his wonted blandness. "Then, my dear enthusiastic young friend, shall we adjourn to the office of my colleague, citizen Heron, who is chief agent of the Committee of General Security, and will receive your did you say confession? And note the conditions under which you place yourself absolutely in the hands of the public prosecutor and subsequently of the executioner. Is that it?" Armand was too full of schemes, too full of thoughts of Jeanne to note the tone of quiet irony with which Chauvelin had been speaking all along. With the unreasoning egoism of youth, he was quite convinced that his own arrest, his own affairs, were as important to this entire nation in revolution as they were to himself. At moments like these it is difficult to envisage a desperate situation clearly, and to a young man in love the fate of the beloved never seems desperate whilst he himself is alive and ready for every sacrifice for her sake. My life for hers is the sublime, if often foolish, battle cry that has so often resulted in wholesale destruction. Armand at this moment, when he fondly believed that he was making a bargain with the most astute, most unscrupulous spy this revolutionary government had in its pay, Armand just then had absolutely forgotten his chief, his friends, the League of Mercy and Help to which he belonged. Enthusiasm and the spirit of self-sacrifice were carrying him away. He watched his enemy with glowing eyes, as one who looks on the arbiter of his fate. Chauvelin, without another word, beckoned to him to follow. He led the way out of the lodge, then turning sharply to his left, he reached the wide quadrangle with the covered passage running right round it, the same which de Batz had traversed 2 evenings ago when he went to visit Heron. Armand, with a light heart and a springy step, followed him as if he were going to a feast where he would meet Jeanne, where he would kneel at her feet, kiss her hands, and lead her triumphantly to freedom and to happiness. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in July 2007. Chapter 18. The Removal. Chauvelin no longer made any pretence to hold Armand by the arm. By temperament as well as by profession a spy, there was one subject at least which he had mastered thoroughly, that was the study of human nature. Though occasionally an exceptionally complex mental organisation baffled him, as in the case of Sir Percy Blakeney, he prided himself, and justly too, on reading natures like that of Armand St. Just as he would an open book. The excitable disposition of the Latin races he knew out and out. He knew exactly how far a sentimental situation would lead a young Frenchman like Armand, who was by disposition chivalrous, and by temperament essentially passionate. Above all things, he knew when and how far he could trust a man to do either a sublime action or an essentially foolish one. Therefore he walked along contentedly now, not even looking back to see whether St. Just was following him. He knew that he did. His thoughts only dwelt on the young enthusiast, in his mind he called him the young fool, in order to weigh in the balance the mighty possibilities that would accrue from the present sequence of events. The fixed idea ever working in the man's scheming brain had already transformed a vague belief into a certainty. That the Scarlet Pimpernel was in Paris at the present moment, Chauvelin had now become convinced. How far he could turn the capture of Armand St. Just to the triumph of his own ends remained to be seen. But this he did know. The Scarlet Pimpernel, the man whom he had learned to know, to dread, and even in a grudging manner to admire, was not like to leave one of his followers in the lurch. Marguerite's brother in the Temple would be the surest decoy for the elusive meddler who still, and in spite of all care and precaution, continued to baffle the army of spies set upon his track. Chauvelin could hear Armand's light elastic footsteps resounding behind him on the flagstones. A world of intoxicating possibilities surged up before him. Ambition, which 2 successive dire failures had atrophied in his breast, once more rose up buoyant and hopeful. Once he had sworn to lay the Scarlet Pimpernel by the heels, and that oath was not yet wholly forgotten. It had lain dormant after the catastrophe of Boulogne, but with the sight of Armand St. Just it had reawakened and confronted him again with the strength of a likely fulfilment. The courtyard looked gloomy and deserted. The thin drizzle which still fell from a persistently leaden sky effectually held every outline of masonry, of column, or of gate hidden as beneath a shroud. The corridor which skirted it all round was ill lighted, save by an occasional oil lamp fixed in the wall. But Chauvelin knew his way well. Heron's lodgings gave on the second courtyard, the Square du Nazaret, and the way thither led past the main square tower, in the top floor of which the uncrowned King of France eked out his miserable existence as the plaything of a rough cobbler and his wife. Just beneath its frowning bastions Chauvelin turned back towards Armand. He pointed with a careless hand upwards to the central tower. "We have got little Capet in there," he said dryly. "Your chivalrous Scarlet Pimpernel has not ventured in these precincts yet, you see." Armand was silent. He had no difficulty in looking unconcerned. His thoughts were so full of Jeanne that he cared but little at this moment for any Bourbon king or for the destinies of France. Now the two men reached the postern gate. A couple of sentinels were standing by, but the gate itself was open, and from within there came the sound of bustle and of noise, of a good deal of swearing, and also of loud laughter. The guard room gave on the left of the gate, and the laughter came from there. It was brilliantly lighted, and Armand, peering in the wake of Chauvelin, could see groups of soldiers sitting and standing about. There was a table in the centre of the room, and on it a number of jugs and pewter mugs, packets of cards and overturned boxes of dice. But the bustle did not come from the guard room, it came from the landing and the stone stairs beyond. Chauvelin, apparently curious, had passed through the gate, and Armand followed him. The light from the open door of the guard room cut sharply across the landing, making the gloom beyond appear more dense and almost solid. From out the darkness, fitfully intersected by a lantern, apparently carried to and fro, moving figures loomed out ghost-like and weirdly gigantic. Soon Armand distinguished a number of large objects that encumbered the landing, and as he and Chauvelin left the sharp light of the guard room behind them, he could see that the large objects were pieces of furniture of every shape and size. A wooden bedstead, dismantled, leaned against the wall, a black horsehair sofa blocked the way to the tower stairs, and there were numberless chairs and several tables piled one on top of the other. In the midst of this litter a stout, flabby-cheeked man stood, apparently giving directions as to its removal to persons at present unseen. "Hola, Papa Simon!" exclaimed Chauvelin jovially. "Moving out to day, what?" "Yes, thank the Lord, if there be a Lord," retorted the other curtly. "Is that you, citizen Chauvelin?" "In person, citizen. I did not know you were leaving quite so soon. Is citizen Heron anywhere about?" "Just left," replied Simon. "He had a last look at Capet just before my wife locked the brat up in the inner room. Now he's gone back to his lodgings." A man carrying a chest, empty of its drawers, on his back, now came stumbling down the tower staircase. Madame Simon followed close on his heels, steadying the chest with one hand. "We had better begin to load up the cart," she called to her husband in a high-pitched, querulous voice. "The corridor is getting too much encumbered." She looked suspiciously at Chauvelin and at Armand, and when she encountered the former's bland, unconcerned gaze, she suddenly shivered and drew her black shawl closer round her shoulders. "Bah!" she said, "I shall be glad to get out of this God-forsaken hole. I hate the very sight of these walls." "Indeed, the citizeness does not look over robust in health," said Chauvelin with studied politeness. "The stay in the tower did not mayhap bring forth all the fruits of prosperity which she had anticipated." The woman eyed him with dark suspicion lurking in her hollow eyes. "I don't know what you mean, citizen," she said with a shrug of her wide shoulders. "Oh, I meant nothing," rejoined Chauvelin, smiling. "I am so interested in your removal. Busy man as I am, it has amused me to watch you. Whom have you got to help you with the furniture?" "Dupont, the man of all work from the concierge," said Simon curtly. "Citizen Heron would not allow anyone to come in from the outside." "Rightly too. Have the new commissaries come yet?" "Only citizen Cochefer. He is waiting upstairs for the others." "And Capet?" "He is all safe. Citizen Heron came to see him, and then he told me to lock the little vermin up in the inner room. Citizen Cochefer had just arrived by that time, and he has remained in charge." During all this while the man with the chest on his back was waiting for orders. Bent nearly double, he was grumbling audibly at his uncomfortable position. "Does the citizen want to break my back?" he muttered. "We had best get along, quoi?" He asked if he should begin to carry the furniture out into the street. "2 sous have I got to pay every 10 minutes to the lad who holds my nag," he said, muttering under his breath. "We shall be all night at this rate." "Begin to load then," commanded Simon gruffly. "Here, begin with this sofa." "You'll have to give me a hand with that," said the man. "Wait a bit, I'll just see that everything is all right in the cart. I'll be back directly." "Take something with you then as you are going down," said Madame Simon in her querulous voice. The man picked up a basket of linen that stood in the angle by the door. He hoisted it on his back and shuffled away with it across the landing and out through the gate. "How did Capet like parting from his papa and maman?" asked Chauvelin with a laugh. growled Simon laconically. "He will find out soon enough how well off he was under our care." "Have the other commissaries come yet?" "No, but they will be here directly. Citizen Cochefer is upstairs mounting guard over Capet." "Well, good bye, Papa Simon," concluded Chauvelin jovially. "Citizeness, your servant." He bowed with unconcealed irony to the cobbler's wife, and nodded to Simon, who expressed by a volley of motley oaths his exact feelings with regard to all the agents of the Committee of General Security. "6 months of this penal servitude have we had," he said roughly, "and no thanks or pension. I would as soon serve a ci devant aristo as your accursed committee." The man Dupont had returned. Stolidly, after the fashion of his kind, he commenced the removal of citizen Simon's goods. He seemed a clumsy enough creature, and Simon and his wife had to do most of the work themselves. Chauvelin watched the moving forms for a while, then he shrugged his shoulders with a laugh of indifference and turned on his heel. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in August 2007. Chapter 19. It is about the Dauphin. Heron was not at his lodgings when at last, after vigorous pulls at the bell, a great deal of waiting and much cursing, Chauvelin, closely followed by Armand, was introduced in the chief agent's office. The soldier who acted as servant said that citizen Heron had gone out to sup, but would surely be home again by 8 o'clock. Armand by this time was so dazed with fatigue that he sank on a chair like a log, and remained there, staring into the fire, unconscious of the flight of time. Anon Heron came home. He nodded to Chauvelin, and threw but a cursory glance on Armand. 5 minutes, citizen," he said, with a rough attempt at an apology. "I am sorry to keep you waiting, but the new commissaries have arrived, who are to take charge of Capet. The Simons have just gone, and I want to assure myself that everything is all right in the tower. Cochefer has been in charge, but I like to cast an eye over the brat every day myself." He went out again, slamming the door behind him. His heavy footsteps were heard treading the flagstones of the corridor, and gradually dying away in the distance. Armand had paid no heed either to his entrance or to his exit. He was only conscious of an intense weariness, and would at this moment gladly have laid his head on the scaffold if on it he could find rest. A white-faced clock on the wall ticked off the seconds one by one. From the street below came the muffled sounds of wheeled traffic on the soft mud of the road. It was raining more heavily now, and from time to time a gust of wind rattled the small windows in the dilapidated frames, or hurled a shower of heavy drops against the panes. The heat from the stove had made Armand drowsy. His head fell forward on his chest. Chauvelin, with his hands held behind his back, paced ceaselessly up and down the narrow room. Suddenly Armand started, wide awake now. Hurried footsteps on the flagstones outside, a hoarse shout, a banging of heavy doors, and the next moment Heron stood once more on the threshold of the room. Armand, with wide opened eyes, gazed on him in wonder. The whole appearance of the man had changed. He looked 10 years older, with lank dishevelled hair hanging matted over a moist forehead, the cheeks ashen white, the full lips bloodless and hanging, flabby and parted, displaying both rows of yellow teeth that shook against each other. The whole figure looked bowed, as if shrunk within itself. Chauvelin had paused in his restless walk. He gazed on his colleague, a frown of puzzlement on his pale, set face. "Capet!" he exclaimed, as soon as he had taken in every detail of Heron's altered appearance, and seen the look of wild terror that literally distorted his face. Heron could not speak. His teeth were chattering in his mouth, and his tongue seemed paralysed. Chauvelin went up to him. He was several inches shorter than his colleague, but at this moment he seemed to be towering over him like an avenging spirit. He placed a firm hand on the other's bowed shoulders. "Capet is gone. Is that it?" he queried peremptorily. The look of terror increased in Heron's eyes, giving its mute reply. "How? When?" But for the moment the man was speechless. An almost maniacal fear seemed to hold him in its grip. With an impatient oath Chauvelin turned away from him. "Brandy!" he said curtly, speaking to Armand. A bottle and glass were found in the cupboard. It was St. Just who poured out the brandy and held it to Heron's lips. Chauvelin was once more pacing up and down the room in angry impatience. "Pull yourself together, man," he said roughly after a while, "and try and tell me what has occurred." Heron had sunk into a chair. He passed a trembling hand once or twice over his forehead. "Capet has disappeared," he murmured. "He must have been spirited away while the Simons were moving their furniture. That accursed Cochefer was completely taken in." Heron spoke in a toneless voice, hardly above a whisper, and like one whose throat is dry and mouth parched, but the brandy had revived him somewhat, and his eyes lost their former glassy look. "How?" asked Chauvelin curtly. "I was just leaving the tower when he arrived. I spoke to him at the door. I had seen Capet safely installed in the room, and gave orders to the woman Simon to let citizen Cochefer have a look at him too, and then to lock up the brat in the inner room and install Cochefer in the antechamber on guard. I stood talking to Cochefer for a few moments in the antechamber. The woman Simon and the man of all work, Dupont, whom I know well, were busy with the furniture. There could not have been any one else concealed about the place, that I'll swear. Cochefer, after he took leave of me, went straight into the room. He found the woman Simon in the act of turning the key in the door of the inner chamber. 'I have locked Capet in there,' she said, giving the key to Cochefer. 'He will be quite safe until to night, when the other commissaries come.'" "Didn't Cochefer go into the room and ascertain whether the woman was lying?" "Yes, he did. He made the woman reopen the door and peeped in over her shoulder. She said the child was asleep. He vows that he saw the child lying fully dressed on a rug in the further corner of the room. The room, of course, was quite empty of furniture, and only lighted by one candle, but there was the rug and the child asleep on it. Cochefer swears he saw him, and now, when I went up..." "Well?" "The commissaries were all there, Cochefer and Lasniere, Lorinet and Legrand. We went into the inner room, and I had a candle in my hand. We saw the child lying on the rug, just as Cochefer had seen him, and for a while we took no notice of it. Then someone, I think it was Lorinet, went to have a closer look at the brat. He took up the candle and went to the rug. Then he gave a cry, and we all gathered round him. The sleeping child was only a bundle of hair and of clothes, a dummy, what?" There was silence now in the narrow room, while the white faced clock continued to tick off each succeeding second of time. Heron had once more buried his head in his hands. A trembling, like an attack of ague, shook his wide, bony shoulders. Armand had listened to the narrative with glowing eyes and a beating heart. The details which the two Terrorists here could not probably understand, he had already added to the picture which his mind had conjured up. He was back in thought now in the small lodging in the rear of St. Germain l'Auxerrois. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes was there, and my Lord Tony and Hastings, and a man was striding up and down the room, looking out into the great space beyond the river with the eyes of a seer, and a firm voice said abruptly: "It is about the Dauphin." "Have you any suspicions?" asked Chauvelin now, pausing in his walk beside Heron, and once more placing a firm peremptory hand on his colleague's shoulder. "Suspicions!" exclaimed the chief agent with a loud oath. "Suspicions! Certainties, you mean. The man sat here but 2 days ago in that very chair and bragged of what he would do. I told him then that if he interfered with Capet I would wring his neck with my own hands." And his long talon like fingers, with their sharp, grimy nails, closed and unclosed like those of feline creatures when they hold the coveted prey. "Of whom do you speak?" queried Chauvelin curtly. "Of whom? Of whom but that accursed de Batz? His pockets are bulging with Austrian money, with which, no doubt, he has bribed the Simons and Cochefer and the sentinels " "And Lorinet and Lasniere and you," interposed Chauvelin dryly. "It is false!" roared Heron, who already at the suggestion was foaming at the mouth, and had jumped up from his chair, standing at bay as if prepared to fight for his life. "False, is it?" retorted Chauvelin calmly. "Then be not so quick, friend Heron, in slashing out with senseless denunciations right and left. You'll gain nothing by denouncing any one just now. This is too intricate a matter to be dealt with a sledge-hammer. Is any one up in the tower at this moment?" he asked in quiet, businesslike tones. "Yes. Cochefer and the others are still there. They are making wild schemes to cover their treachery. Cochefer is aware of his own danger, and Lasniere and the others know that they arrived at the tower several hours too late. They are all at fault, and they know it. As for that de Batz," he continued with a voice rendered raucous with bitter passion, "I swore to him 2 days ago that he should not escape me if he meddled with Capet. I'm on his track already. I'll have him before the hour of midnight, and I'll torture him. Yes, I'll torture him. The tribunal shall give me leave. We have a dark cell down below here where my men know how to apply tortures worse than the rack, where they know just how to prolong life long enough to make it unendurable. I'll torture him. I'll torture him." But Chauvelin abruptly silenced the wretch with a curt command. Then, without another word, he walked straight out of the room. In thought Armand followed him. The wild desire was suddenly born in him to run away at this moment, while Heron, wrapped in his own meditations, was paying no heed to him. Chauvelin's footsteps had long ago died away in the distance. It was a long way to the upper floor of the tower, and some time would be spent too in interrogating the commissaries. This was Armand's opportunity. After all, if he were free himself he might more effectually help rescue Jeanne. He knew too now where to join his leader: the corner of the street by the canal, where Sir Andrew Ffoulkes would be waiting with the coal cart. Then there was the spinney on the road to Saint Germain. Armand hoped that, with good luck, he might yet overtake his comrades, tell them of Jeanne's plight, and entreat them to work for her rescue. He had forgotten that now he had no certificate of safety, that undoubtedly he would be stopped at the gates at this hour of the night, that his conduct proving suspect, he would in all probability be detained, and mayhap be brought back to this selfsame place within an hour. He had forgotten all that, for the primeval instinct for freedom had suddenly been aroused. He rose softly from his chair and crossed the room. Heron paid no attention to him. Now he had traversed the antechamber and unlatched the outer door. Immediately a couple of bayonets were crossed in front of him. Two more further on ahead scintillated feebly in the flickering light. Chauvelin had taken his precautions. There was no doubt that Armand St. Just was effectually a prisoner now. With a sigh of disappointment he went back to his place beside the fire. Heron had not even moved whilst he had made this futile attempt at escape. 5 minutes later Chauvelin re entered the room. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in August 2007. Chapter 20. The Certificate of Safety. "You can leave de Batz and his gang alone, citizen Heron," said Chauvelin as soon as he had closed the door behind him. "He had nothing to do with the escape of the Dauphin." Heron growled out a few words of incredulity, but Chauvelin shrugged his shoulders and looked with unutterable contempt on his colleague. Armand, who was watching him closely, saw that in his hand he held a small piece of paper which he had crushed into a shapeless mass. "Do not waste your time, citizen," he said, "in raging against an empty windbag. Arrest de Batz if you like, or leave him alone, an you please. We have nothing to fear from that braggart." With nervous, slightly shaking fingers he set to work to smooth out the scrap of paper which he held. His hot hands had soiled it and pounded it until it was a mere rag, and the writing on it illegible. But such as it was, he threw it down with a blasphemous oath on the desk in front of Heron's eyes. "It is that accursed Englishman who has been at work again," he said more calmly. "I guessed it the moment I heard your story. Set your whole army of sleuth hounds on his track, citizen. You'll need them all." Heron picked up the scrap of torn paper and tried to decipher the writing on it by the light from the lamp. He seemed almost dazed now with the awful catastrophe that had befallen him, and the fear that his own wretched life would have to pay the penalty for the disappearance of the child. As for Armand, even in the midst of his own troubles and of his own anxiety for Jeanne, he felt a proud exultation in his heart. The Scarlet Pimpernel had succeeded. Percy had not failed in his self-imposed undertaking. Chauvelin, whose piercing eyes were fixed on him at that moment, smiled with contemptuous irony. "As you will find your hands over full for the next few hours, citizen Heron," he said, speaking to his colleague and nodding in the direction of Armand, "I'll not trouble you with the voluntary confession this young citizen desired to make to you. All I need tell you is that he is an adherent of the Scarlet Pimpernel, I believe one of his most faithful, most trusted officers." Heron roused himself from the maze of gloomy thoughts that were again paralysing his tongue. He turned bleary, wild eyes on Armand. "We've got one of them, then," he murmured incoherently, babbling like a drunken man. Yes," replied Chauvelin lightly, "but it is too late now for a formal denunciation and arrest. He cannot leave Paris anyhow, and all that your men need to do is to keep a close look out on him, but I should send him home tonight if I were you." Heron muttered something more which, however, Armand did not understand. Chauvelin's words were still ringing in his ear. Was he then to be set free tonight? Free in a measure, of course, since spies were to be set to watch him, but free nevertheless. He could not understand Chauvelin's attitude, and his own self-love was not a little wounded at the thought that he was of such little account that these men could afford to give him even this provisional freedom. And of course there was still Jeanne. "I must therefore bid you good night, citizen," Chauvelin was saying in his bland, gently ironical manner. "You will be glad to return to your lodgings. As you see, the chief agent of the Committee of General Security is too much occupied just now to accept the sacrifice of your life which you were prepared so generously to offer him." "I do not understand you, citizen," retorted Armand coldly, "nor do I desire indulgence at your hands. You have arrested an innocent woman on the trumped up charge that she was harbouring me. I came here to night to give myself up to justice so that she might be set free." "But the hour is somewhat late, citizen," rejoined Chauvelin urbanely. "The lady in whom you take so fervent an interest is no doubt asleep in her cell at this hour. It would not be fitting to disturb her now. She might not find shelter before morning, and the weather is quite exceptionally unpropitious." "Then, sir," said Armand, a little bewildered, "am I to understand that if I hold myself at your disposition, Mademoiselle Lange will be set free as early to morrow morning as may be?" "No doubt, sir, no doubt," replied Chauvelin with more than his accustomed blandness. "If you will hold yourself entirely at our disposition, Mademoiselle Lange will be set free to morrow. I think that we can safely promise that, citizen Heron, can we not?" he added, turning to his colleague. But Heron, overcome with the stress of emotions, could only murmur vague, unintelligible words. "Your word on that, citizen Chauvelin?" asked Armand. "My word on it, and you will accept it." "No, I will not do that. Give me an unconditional certificate of safety and I will believe you." "Of what use were that to you?" asked Chauvelin. "I believe my capture to be of more importance to you than that of Mademoiselle Lange," said Armand quietly. "I will use the certificate of safety for myself or one of my friends if you break your word to me anent Mademoiselle Lange." "The reasoning is not illogical, citizen," said Chauvelin, whilst a curious smile played round the corners of his thin lips. "You are quite right. You are a more valuable asset to us than the charming lady who, I hope, will for many a day and year to come delight pleasure loving Paris with her talent and her grace." "Amen to that, citizen," said Armand fervently. "Well, it will all depend on you, sir. Here," he added, coolly running over some papers on Heron's desk until he found what he wanted, "is an absolutely conditional certificate of safety. The Committee of General Security issue very few of these. It is worth the cost of a human life. At no barrier or gate of any city can such a certificate be disregarded, nor even can it be detained. Allow me to hand it to you, citizen, as a pledge of my own good faith." Smiling, urbane, with a curious look that almost expressed amusement lurking in his shrewd, pale eyes, Chauvelin handed the momentous document to Armand. The young man studied it very carefully before he slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat. "How soon shall I have news of Mademoiselle Lange?" he asked finally. "In the course of to morrow. I myself will call on you and redeem that precious document in person. You, on the other hand, will hold yourself at my disposition. That's understood, is it not? I shall not fail you. My lodgings are..." "Oh, do not trouble," interposed Chauvelin with a polite bow. "We can find that out for ourselves." Heron had taken no part in this colloquy. Now that Armand prepared to go, he made no attempt to detain him, or to question his colleague's actions. He sat by the table like a log. His mind was obviously a blank to all else save to his own terrors engendered by the events of this night. With bleary, half veiled eyes he followed Armand's progress through the room, and seemed unaware of the loud slamming of the outside door. Chauvelin had escorted the young man past the first line of sentry, then he took cordial leave of him. "Your certificate will, you will find, open every gate to you. Good night, citizen. A demain." "Good night." Armand's slim figure disappeared in the gloom. Chauvelin watched him for a few moments until even his footsteps had died away in the distance. Then he turned back towards Heron's lodgings. "A nous deux," he muttered between tightly clenched teeth. "A nous deux once more, my enigmatical Scarlet Pimpernel." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in August 2007. Chapter 21. Back to Paris. It was an exceptionally dark night, and the rain was falling in torrents. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, wrapped in a piece of sacking, had taken shelter right underneath the coal cart. Even then he was getting wet through to the skin. He had worked hard for 2 days coal heaving, and the night before he had found a cheap, squalid lodging where at any rate he was protected from the inclemencies of the weather. But to night he was expecting Blakeney at the appointed hour and place. He had secured a cart of the ordinary ramshackle pattern used for carrying coal. Unfortunately there were no covered ones to be obtained in the neighbourhood, and equally unfortunately the thaw had set in with a blustering wind and driving rain, which made waiting in the open air for hours at a stretch and in complete darkness excessively unpleasant. But for all these discomforts Sir Andrew Ffoulkes cared not one jot. In England, in his magnificent Suffolk home, he was a confirmed Sybarite, in whose service every description of comfort and luxury had to be enrolled. Here to night, in the rough and tattered clothes of a coal heaver, drenched to the skin, and crouching under the body of a cart that hardly sheltered him from the rain, he was as happy as a schoolboy out for a holiday. Happy, but vaguely anxious. He had no means of ascertaining the time. So many of the church bells and clock towers had been silenced recently that not one of those welcome sounds penetrated to the dreary desolation of this canal wharf, with its abandoned carts standing ghost-like in a row. Darkness had set in very early in the afternoon, and the heavers had given up work soon after 4 o'clock. For about an hour after that a certain animation had still reigned around the wharf, men crossing and going, one or two of the barges moving in or out alongside the quay, but for some time now darkness and silence had been the masters in this desolate spot, and that time had seemed to Sir Andrew an eternity. He had hobbled and tethered his horse, and stretched himself out at full length under the cart. Now and again he had crawled out from under this uncomfortable shelter and walked up and down in ankle-deep mud, trying to restore circulation in his stiffened limbs. Now and again a kind of torpor had come over him, and he had fallen into a brief and restless sleep. He would at this moment have given half his fortune for knowledge of the exact time. But through all this weary waiting he was never for a moment in doubt. Unlike Armand St. Just, he had the simplest, most perfect faith in his chief. He had been Blakeney's constant companion in all these adventures for close upon 4 years now. The thought of failure, however vague, never once entered his mind. He was only anxious for his chief's welfare. He knew that he would succeed, but he would have liked to have spared him much of the physical fatigue and the nerve-racking strain of these hours that lay between the daring deed and the hope of safety. Therefore he was conscious of an acute tingling of his nerves, which went on even during the brief patches of fitful sleep, and through the numbness that invaded his whole body, while the hours dragged wearily and slowly along. Then quite suddenly he felt wakeful and alert. Quite a while, even before he heard the welcome signal, he knew with a curious subtle sense of magnetism that the hour had come, and that his chief was somewhere near by, not very far. Then he heard the cry, a seamew's call, repeated thrice at intervals, and 5 minutes later something loomed out of the darkness quite close to the hind wheels of the cart. "Hist! Ffoulkes!" came in a soft whisper, scarce louder than the wind. "Present," came in quick response. "Here, help me lift the child into the cart. He is asleep, and has been a dead weight on my arm for close on an hour now. Have you a dry bit of sacking or something to lay him on? Not very dry, I'm afraid." With tender care the 2 men lifted the sleeping little King of France into the rickety cart. Blakeney laid his cloak over him, and listened for a while to the slow, regular breathing of the child. "St. Just is not here, you know that?" said Sir Andrew after a while. "Yes, I knew it," replied Blakeney curtly. It was characteristic of these 2 men that not a word about the adventure itself, about the terrible risks and dangers of the past few hours, was exchanged between them. The child was here and was safe, and Blakeney knew the whereabouts of St. Just. That was enough for Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, the most devoted follower, the most perfect friend the Scarlet Pimpernel would ever know. Ffoulkes now went to the horse, detached the nose bag, and undid the nooses of the hobble and of the tether. "Will you get in now, Blakeney?" he said. "We are ready." And in unbroken silence they both got into the cart, Blakeney sitting on its floor beside the child, and Ffoulkes gathering the reins in his hands. The wheels of the cart and the slow jog trot of the horse made scarcely any noise in the mud of the roads. What noise they did make was effectually drowned by the soughing of the wind in the bare branches of the stunted acacia trees that edged the towpath along the line of the canal. Sir Andrew had studied the topography of this desolate neighbourhood well during the past 24 hours. He knew of a detour that would enable him to avoid the La Villette gate and the neighbourhood of the fortifications, and yet bring him out soon on the road leading to Saint Germain. Once he turned to ask Blakeney the time. "It must be close on 10 now," replied Sir Percy. "Push your nag along, old man. Tony and Hastings will be waiting for us." It was very difficult to see clearly even a metre or two ahead, but the road was a straight one, and the old nag seemed to know it almost as well and better than her driver. She shambled along at her own pace, covering the ground very slowly for Ffoulkes' burning impatience. Once or twice he had to get down and lead her over a rough piece of ground. They passed several groups of dismal, squalid houses, in some of which a dim light still burned, and as they skirted St. Ouen the church clock slowly tolled the hour of midnight. But for the greater part of the way derelict, uncultivated spaces of terrain vague and a few isolated houses lay between the road and the fortifications of the city. The darkness of the night, the late hour, the soughing of the wind, were all in favour of the adventurers, and a coal cart slowly trudging along in this neighbourhood, with 2 labourers sitting in it, was the least likely of any vehicle to attract attention. Past Clichy they had to cross the river by the rickety wooden bridge that was unsafe even in broad daylight. They were not far from their destination now. Half a dozen kilometres further on they would be leaving Courbevoie on their left, and then the signpost would come in sight. After that the spinney just off the road, and the welcome presence of Tony, Hastings, and the horses. Ffoulkes got down in order to make sure of the way. He walked at the horse's head now, fearful lest he missed the crossroads and the signpost. The horse was getting overtired. It had covered 15 kilometres, and it was close on 3 o'clock of Monday morning. Another hour went by in absolute silence. Ffoulkes and Blakeney took turns at the horse's head. Then at last they reached the crossroads. Even through the darkness the signpost showed white against the surrounding gloom. "This looks like it," murmured Sir Andrew. He turned the horse's head sharply towards the left, down a narrower road, and leaving the signpost behind him. He walked slowly along for another quarter of an hour, then Blakeney called a halt. "The spinney must be sharp on our right now," he said. He got down from the cart, and while Ffoulkes remained beside the horse he plunged into the gloom. A moment later the cry of the seamew rang out 3 times into the air. It was answered almost immediately. The spinney lay on the right of the road. Soon the soft sounds that to a trained ear invariably betrayed the presence of a number of horses reached Ffoulkes' straining senses. He took his old nag out of the shafts, and the shabby harness from off her. Then he turned her out on to a piece of waste land that faced the spinney. Someone would find her in the morning, her and the cart with the shabby harness laid in it, and having wondered if all these things had perchance dropped down from heaven, would quietly appropriate them, and mayhap thank much maligned heaven for its gift. Blakeney in the meanwhile had lifted the sleeping child out of the cart. Then he called to Sir Andrew and led the way across the road and into the spinney. 5 minutes later Hastings received the uncrowned King of France in his arms. Unlike Ffoulkes, my Lord Tony wanted to hear all about the adventure of this afternoon. A thorough sportsman, he loved a good story of hairbreadth escapes, of dangers cleverly avoided, risks taken and conquered. "Just in 10 words, Blakeney," he urged entreatingly, "how did you actually get the boy away?" Sir Percy laughed, despite himself, at the young man's eagerness. "Next time we meet, Tony," he begged. "I am so demmed fatigued, and there's this beastly rain." "No, no, now! While Hastings sees to the horses. I could not exist long without knowing, and we are well sheltered from the rain under this tree." "Well, then, since you will have it," he began with a laugh, which, despite the weariness and anxiety of the past 24 hours, had forced its way to his lips, "I have been sweeper and man of all work at the Temple for the past few weeks, you must know." "No!" ejaculated my Lord Tony lustily. "By gum!" "Indeed, you old Sybarite, whilst you were enjoying yourself heaving coal on the canal wharf, I was scrubbing floors, lighting fires, and doing a number of odd jobs for a lot of demmed murdering villains. And," he added under his breath, "incidentally too, for our League. Whenever I had an hour or 2 off duty I spent them in my lodgings, and asked you all to come and meet me there." "By gad, Blakeney! Then the day before yesterday, when we all met?" "I had just had a bath, sorely needed, I can tell you. I had been cleaning boots half the day, but I had heard that the Simons were removing from the Temple on the Sunday, and had obtained an order from them to help them shift their furniture." "Cleaning boots!" murmured my Lord Tony with a chuckle. "Well, and then?" "Well, then everything worked out splendidly. You see, by that time I was a well-known figure in the Temple. Heron knew me well. I used to be his lantern bearer when at nights he visited that poor mite in his prison. It was Dupont here, Dupont there, all day long. Light the fire in the office, Dupont. Dupont, brush my coat. Dupont, fetch me a light. When the Simons wanted to move their household goods, they called loudly for Dupont. I got a covered laundry cart, and I brought a dummy with me to substitute for the child. Simon himself knew nothing of this, but Madame was in my pay. The dummy was just splendid, with real hair on its head. Madame helped me to substitute it for the child. We laid it on the sofa and covered it over with a rug, even while those brutes Heron and Cochefer were on the landing outside, and we stuffed His Majesty the King of France into a linen basket. The room was badly lighted, and anyone would have been deceived. No one was suspicious of that type of trickery, so it went off splendidly. I moved the furniture of the Simons out of the tower. His Majesty King Louis XVII was still concealed in the linen basket. I drove the Simons to their new lodgings. The man still suspects nothing, and there I helped them to unload the furniture, with the exception of the linen basket, of course. After that I drove my laundry car to a house I knew of, and collected a number of linen baskets which I had arranged should be in readiness for me. Thus loaded up, I left Paris by the Vincennes gate, and drove as far as Bagnolet, where there is no road except past the octroi, where the officials might have proved unpleasant. So I lifted His Majesty out of the basket, and we walked on hand in hand in the darkness and the rain until the poor little feet gave out. Then the little fellow, who has been wonderfully plucky throughout, indeed more a Capet than a Bourbon, snuggled up in my arms and went fast asleep, and well, I think that's all, for here we are, you see." "But if Madame Simon had not been amenable to bribery?" suggested Lord Tony after a moment's silence. "Then I should have had to think of something else." "If during the removal of the furniture Heron had remained resolutely in the room?" "Then again I should have had to think of something else. But remember that in life there is always one supreme moment when Chance, who is credited to have but one hair on her head, stands by you for a brief space of time. Sometimes that space is infinitesimal, 1 minute, a few seconds, just the time to seize Chance by that one hair. So I pray you all give me no credit in this, or any other matter in which we all work together, but the quickness of seizing Chance by the hair during the brief moment when she stands by my side. If Madame Simon had been unamenable, if Heron had remained in the room all the time, if Cochefer had had 2 looks at the dummy instead of 1, well then, something else would have helped me, something would have occurred. Something, I know not what, but surely something which Chance meant to be on our side, if only we were quick enough to seize it. And so you see how simple it all is." So simple, in fact, that it was sublime. The daring, the pluck, the ingenuity, and above all the superhuman heroism and endurance which rendered the hearers of this simple narrative, simply told, dumb with admiration. Their thoughts were now beyond verbal expression. "How soon was the hue and cry for the child about the streets?" asked Tony after a moment's silence. "It was not out when I left the gates of Paris," said Blakeney meditatively. "So quietly has the news of the escape been kept, that I am wondering what devilry that brute Heron can be after. And now no more chattering," he continued lightly. "All to horse, and you, Hastings, have a care. The destinies of France, mayhap, will be lying asleep in your arms." "But you, Blakeney?" exclaimed the 3 men almost simultaneously. "I am not going with you. I entrust the child to you. For God's sake guard him well. Ride with him to Mantes. You should arrive there about 10 o'clock. One of you then go straight to number 9 Rue de la Tour. Ring the bell, an old man will answer it. Say the one word to him, enfant. He will reply, de roi. Give him the child, and may Heaven bless you all for the help you have given me this night." "But you, Blakeney?" reiterated Tony, with a note of deep anxiety in his fresh young voice. "I am straight for Paris," he said quietly. "Impossible." "Therefore feasible." "But why? Percy, in the name of Heaven, do you realise what you are doing?" "Perfectly." "They'll not leave a stone unturned to find you. They know by now, believe me, that your hand did this trick." "I know that." "And yet you mean to go back?" "And yet I am going back." "Blakeney!" "It's no use, Tony. Armand is in Paris. I saw him in the corridor of the Temple prison in the company of Chauvelin." "Great God!" exclaimed Lord Hastings. The others were silent. What was the use in arguing? One of themselves was in danger. Armand St. Just, the brother of Marguerite Blakeney. Was it likely that Percy would leave him in the lurch? "One of us will stay with you, of course?" asked Sir Andrew after a while. "Yes. I want Hastings and Tony to take the child to Mantes, then to make all possible haste for Calais, and there to keep in close touch with the Daydream. The skipper will contrive to open communication. Tell him to remain in Calais waters. I hope I may have need of him soon. And now to horse, both of you," he added gaily. "Hastings, when you are ready, I will hand up the child to you. He will be quite safe on the pillion with a strap round him and you." Nothing more was said after that. The orders were given, there was nothing to do but to obey, and the uncrowned King of France was not yet out of danger. Hastings and Tony led 2 of the horses out of the spinney. At the roadside they mounted, and then the little lad for whose sake so much heroism, such selfless devotion had been expended, was hoisted up, still half asleep, on the pillion in front of my Lord Hastings. "Keep your arm around him," admonished Blakeney. "Your horse looks quiet enough, but put on speed as far as Mantes, and may Heaven guard you both." The 2 men pressed their heels to their horses' flanks, and the beasts snorted and pawed the ground, anxious to start. There were a few whispered farewells, 2 loyal hands were stretched out at the last, eager to grasp the leader's hand. Then horses and riders disappeared in the utter darkness which comes before the dawn. Blakeney and Ffoulkes stood side by side in silence for as long as the pawing of hoofs in the mud could reach their ears. Then Ffoulkes asked abruptly: "What do you want me to do, Blakeney?" "Well, for the present, my dear fellow, I want you to take one of the 3 horses we have left in the spinney, and put him into the shafts of our old friend the coal cart. Then I am afraid that you must go back the way we came." "Yes?" "Continue to heave coal on the canal wharf by La Villette. It is the best way to avoid attention. After your day's work keep your cart and horse in readiness against my arrival, at the same spot where you were last night. If, after having waited for me like this for 3 consecutive nights, you neither see nor hear anything from me, go back to England and tell Marguerite that in giving my life for her brother I gave it for her." "Blakeney!" "I spoke differently to what I usually do, is that it?" he interposed, placing his firm hand on his friend's shoulder. "I am degenerating, Ffoulkes, that's what it is. Pay no heed to it. I suppose that carrying that sleeping child in my arms last night softened some nerves in my body. I was so infinitely sorry for the poor mite, and vaguely wondered if I had not saved it from one misery only to plunge it in another. There was such a fateful look on that one little face, as if destiny had already writ its veto there against happiness. It came on me then how futile were our actions, if God chooses to interpose his will between us and our desires." Almost as he left off speaking the rain ceased to patter down against the puddles in the road. Overhead the clouds flew by at terrific speed, driven along by the blustering wind. It was less dark now, and Sir Andrew, peering through the gloom, could see his leader's face. It was singularly pale and hard, and the deep set, lazy eyes had in them just that fateful look which he himself had spoken of just now. "You are anxious about Armand, Percy?" asked Ffoulkes softly. "Yes. He should have trusted me as I had trusted him. He missed me at the Villette gate on Friday, and without a thought left us all in the lurch. He threw himself into the lion's jaws, thinking that he could help the girl he loved. I knew that I could save her. She is in comparative safety even now. The old woman, Madame Belhomme, had been freely released the day after her arrest, but Jeanne Lange is still in the house in the Rue de Charonne. You know it, Ffoulkes. I got her there early this morning. It was easy for me, of course. Hola, Dupont, my boots! Dupont! One moment, citizen, my daughter. Curse thy daughter, bring me my boots." And Jeanne Lange walked out of the Temple prison, her hand in that of the lout Dupont. "But Armand does not know that she is in the Rue de Charonne?" "No. I have not seen him since that early morning on Saturday, when he came to tell me that she had been arrested. Having sworn that he would obey me, he went to meet you and Tony at La Villette, but returned to Paris a few hours later and drew the undivided attention of all the committees on Jeanne Lange by his senseless, foolish inquiries. But for his action throughout the whole of yesterday I could have smuggled Jeanne out of Paris, got her to join you at La Villette or Hastings in Saint Germain. But the barriers were being closely watched for her, and I had the Dauphin to think of. She is in comparative safety. The people in the Rue de Charonne are friendly for the moment, but for how long? Who knows? I must look after her, of course, and Armand. Poor old Armand. The lion's jaws have snapped over him, and they hold him tight. Chauvelin and his gang are using him as a decoy to trap me, of course. All that had not happened if Armand had trusted me." He sighed a quick sigh of impatience, almost of regret. Ffoulkes was the one man who could guess the bitter disappointment that this had meant. Percy had longed to be back in England soon, back to Marguerite for a few days of unalloyed happiness and a few days of peace. Now Armand's actions had retarded all that. They were a deliberate bar to the future, as it had been mapped out by a man who foresaw everything, who was prepared for every eventuality. In this case too he had been prepared, but not for the want of trust which had brought on disobedience akin to disloyalty. That absolutely unforeseen eventuality had changed Blakeney's usual irresponsible gaiety into a consciousness of the inevitable, of the inexorable decrees of fate. With an anxious sigh Sir Andrew turned away from his chief and went back to the spinney to select for his own purposes one of the 3 horses which Hastings and Tony had unavoidably left behind. "And you, Blakeney, how will you go back to that awful Paris?" he said when he had made his choice and was once more back beside Percy. "I don't know yet," replied Blakeney, "but it would not be safe to ride. I'll reach one of the gates on this side of the city and contrive to slip in somehow. I have a certificate of safety in my pocket in case I need it. We'll leave the horses here," he said presently, whilst he was helping Sir Andrew to put the horse in the shafts of the coal cart. "They cannot come to much harm. Some poor devil might steal them in order to escape from those vile brutes in the city. If so, God speed him, say I. I'll compensate my friend the farmer of Saint Germain for their loss at an early opportunity. And now, good bye, my dear fellow. Some time to night, if possible, you shall hear direct news of me. If not, then to morrow or the day after that. Good bye, and Heaven guard you." "God guard you, Blakeney," said Sir Andrew fervently. He jumped into the cart and gathered up the reins. His heart was heavy as lead, and a strange mist had gathered in his eyes, blurring the last dim vision which he had of his chief standing all alone in the gloom, his broad, magnificent figure looking almost weirdly erect and defiant, his head thrown back, and his kind, lazy eyes watching the final departure of his most faithful comrade and friend. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in August 2007. Chapter 22. Of that there could be no question. Blakeney had more than one pied a terre in Paris, and never stayed longer than 2 or 3 days in any of these. It was not difficult for a single man, be he labourer or bourgeois, to obtain a night's lodging even in these most troublous times, and in any quarter of Paris, provided the rent, out of all proportion to the comfort and accommodation given, was paid ungrudgingly and in advance. Emigration, and above all the enormous death roll of the past 18 months, had emptied the apartment houses of the great city, and those who had rooms to let were only too glad of a lodger, always providing they were not in danger of being worried by the committees of their section. The laws framed by these same committees now demanded that all keepers of lodging or apartment houses should within 24 hours give notice at the bureau of their individual sections of the advent of new lodgers, together with a description of the personal appearance of such lodgers, and an indication of their presumed civil status and occupation. But there was a margin of 24 hours, which could, on pressure, be extended to 48, and therefore any one could obtain shelter for 48 hours and have no questions asked, provided he or she was willing to pay the exorbitant sum usually asked under the circumstances. Thus Blakeney had no difficulty in securing what lodgings he wanted when he once more found himself inside Paris at somewhere about noon of that same Monday. The thought of Hastings and Tony speeding on towards Mantes, with the royal child safely held in Hastings' arms, had kept his spirits buoyant, and caused him for a while to forget the terrible peril in which Armand St. Just's thoughtless egoism had placed them both. Blakeney was a man of abnormal physique and iron nerve, else he could never have endured the fatigues of the past 24 hours, from the moment when on the Sunday afternoon he began to play his part of furniture remover at the Temple, to that when at last on Monday at noon he succeeded in persuading the sergeant at the Maillot gate that he was an honest stonemason residing at Neuilly, who was come to Paris in search of work. After that matters became more simple. Terribly footsore, though he would never have admitted it, hungry and weary, he turned into an unpretentious eating house and ordered some dinner. The place when he entered was occupied mostly by labourers and workmen, dressed very much as he was himself, and quite as grimy as he had become after having driven about for hours in a laundry cart and in a coal cart, and having walked 12 kilometres, some of which he had covered whilst carrying a sleeping child in his arms. Thus Sir Percy Blakeney, Baronet, the friend and companion of the Prince of Wales, the most fastidious fop the salons of London and Bath had ever seen, was in no way distinguishable outwardly from the tattered, half-starved, dirty and out at elbows products of this fraternising and equalising republic. He was so hungry that the ill-cooked, badly served meal tempted him to eat, and he ate on in silence, seemingly more interested in boiled beef than in the conversation that went on around him. But he would not have been the keen and daring adventurer that he was if he did not all the while keep his ears open for any fragment of news that the desultory talk of his fellow diners was likely to yield to him. Politics were of course discussed, the tyranny of the sections, the slavery that this free republic had brought on its citizens. The names of the chief personages of the day were all mentioned in turns: Fouquier-Tinville, Santerre, Danton, Robespierre. Heron and his sleuth hounds were spoken of with execrations quickly suppressed, but of little Capet not one word. Blakeney could not help but infer that Chauvelin, Heron and the commissaries in charge were keeping the escape of the child a secret for as long as they could. He could hear nothing of Armand's fate, of course. The arrest, if arrest there had been, was not likely to be bruited abroad just now. Blakeney, having last seen Armand in Chauvelin's company, whilst he himself was moving the Simon furniture, could not for a moment doubt that the young man was imprisoned, unless, indeed, he was being allowed a certain measure of freedom, whilst his every step was being spied on, so that he might act as a decoy for his chief. At thought of that, all weariness seemed to vanish from Blakeney's powerful frame. He set his lips firmly together, and once again the light of irresponsible gaiety danced in his eyes. He had been in as tight a corner as this before now. At Boulogne his beautiful Marguerite had been used as a decoy, and 24 hours later he had held her in his arms on board his yacht, the Daydream. As he would have put it in his own forcible language, "Those demmed murderers have not got me yet." The battle mayhap would this time be against greater odds than before, but Blakeney had no fear that they would prove overwhelming. There was in life but one odd that was overwhelming, and that was treachery. But of that there could be no question. In the afternoon Blakeney started off in search of lodgings for the night. He found what would suit him in the Rue de l'Arcade, which was equally far from the house of Justice as it was from his former lodgings. Here he would be safe for at least 24 hours, after which he might have to shift again. But for the moment the landlord of the miserable apartment was over willing to make no fuss and ask no questions, for the sake of the money which this aristo in disguise dispensed with a lavish hand. Having taken possession of his new quarters and snatched a few hours of sound, well deserved rest, until the time when the shades of evening and the darkness of the streets would make progress through the city somewhat more safe, Blakeney sallied forth at about 6 o'clock, having a threefold object in view. Primarily, of course, the threefold object was concentrated on Armand. There was the possibility of finding out at the young man's lodgings in Montmartre what had become of him. Then there were the usual inquiries that could be made from the registers of the various prisons, and thirdly, there was the chance that Armand had succeeded in sending some kind of message to Blakeney's former lodgings in the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois. On the whole, Sir Percy decided to leave the prison registers alone for the present. If Armand had actually been arrested, he would almost certainly be confined in the Chatelet prison, where he would be closer to hand for all the interrogations to which, no doubt, he would be subjected. Blakeney set his teeth and murmured a good sound British oath when he thought of those interrogatories. Armand St. Just, highly strung, a dreamer and a bundle of nerves. How he would suffer under the mental rack of questions and cross questions, cleverly laid traps to catch information from him unawares. His next objective, then, was Armand's former lodging, and from 6 o'clock until close upon 8 Sir Percy haunted the slopes of Montmartre, and more especially the neighbourhood of the Rue de la Croix Blanche, where Armand had lodged these former days. At the house itself he could not inquire as yet. Obviously it would not have been safe. To-morrow, perhaps, when he knew more, but not to-night. His keen eyes had already spied at least 2 figures clothed in the rags of out-of-work labourers like himself, who had hung with suspicious persistence in this same neighbourhood, and who, during the 2 hours that he had been in observation, had never strayed out of sight of the house in the Rue de la Croix Blanche. That these were 2 spies on the watch was, of course, obvious, but whether they were on the watch for St. Just or for some other unfortunate wretch, it was at this stage impossible to conjecture. Then, as from the Tour de Dames close by the clock solemnly struck the hour of 8, and Blakeney prepared to wend his way back to another part of the city, he suddenly saw Armand walking slowly up the street. The young man did not look either to right or left. He held his head forward on his chest, and his hands were hidden underneath his cloak. When he passed immediately under one of the street lamps, Blakeney caught sight of his face. It was pale and drawn. Then he turned his head, and for the space of 2 seconds his eyes across the narrow street encountered those of his chief. He had the presence of mind not to make a sign or to utter a sound. He was obviously being followed, but in that brief moment Sir Percy had seen in the young man's eyes a look that reminded him of a hunted creature. "What have those brutes been up to with him, I wonder?" he muttered between clenched teeth. Armand soon disappeared under the doorway of the same house where he had been lodging all along. Even as he did so, Blakeney saw the 2 spies gather together like a pair of slimy lizards, and whisper excitedly to one another. A third man, who obviously had been dogging Armand's footsteps, came up and joined them after a while. Blakeney could have sworn loudly and lustily, had it been possible to do so without attracting attention. The whole of Armand's history in the past 24 hours was perfectly clear to him. The young man had been made free that he might prove a decoy for more important game. His every step was being watched, and he still thought Jeanne Lange in immediate danger of death. The look of despair in his face proclaimed these two facts, and Blakeney's heart ached for the mental torture which his friend was enduring. He longed to let Armand know that the woman he loved was in comparative safety. Jeanne Lange first, and then Armand himself, and the odds would be very heavy against the Scarlet Pimpernel. But that Marguerite should not have to mourn an only brother, of that Sir Percy made oath. He now turned his steps towards his own former lodgings by Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. It was just possible that Armand had succeeded in leaving a message there for him. It was, of course, equally possible that when he did so Heron's men had watched his movements, and that spies would be stationed there too on the watch. But that risk must, of course, be run. Blakeney's former lodging was the one place that Armand would know of to which he could send a message to his chief, if he wanted to do so. Of course, the unfortunate young man could not have known until just now that Percy would come back to Paris, but he might guess it, or wish it, or only vaguely hope for it. He might want to send a message, he might long to communicate with his brother-in-law, and perhaps feel sure that the latter would not leave him in the lurch. With that thought in his mind, Sir Percy was not likely to give up the attempt to ascertain for himself whether Armand had tried to communicate with him or not. As for spies, well, he had dodged some of them often enough in his time. The risks that he ran to-night were no worse than the ones to which he had so successfully run counter in the Temple yesterday. Still keeping up the slouchy gait peculiar to the out at elbows working man of the day, hugging the houses as he walked along the streets, Blakeney made slow progress across the city. But at last he reached the facade of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, and turning sharply to his right, he soon came in sight of the house which he had only quitted 24 hours ago. We all know that house, all of us who are familiar with the Paris of those terrible days. It stands quite detached, a vast quadrangle, facing the Quai de l'Ecole and the river, backing on the Rue Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, and shouldering the Carrefour des Trois Mains. The porte cochere, so called, is but a narrow doorway, and is actually situated in the Rue Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. Blakeney made his way cautiously right round the house. He peered up and down the quay, and his keen eyes tried to pierce the dense gloom that hung at the corners of the Pont Neuf immediately opposite. Soon he assured himself that for the present, at any rate, the house was not being watched. Armand presumably had not yet left a message for him here, but he might do so at any time, now that he knew that his chief was in Paris and on the lookout for him. Blakeney made up his mind to keep this house in sight. This art of watching he had acquired to a masterly extent, and could have taught Heron's watchdogs a remarkable lesson in it. At night, of course, it was a comparatively easy task. There were a good many unlighted doorways along the quay, whilst a street lamp was fixed on a bracket in the wall of the very house which he kept in observation. Finding temporary shelter under various doorways or against the dank walls of the houses, Blakeney set himself resolutely to a few hours' weary waiting. A thin, drizzly rain fell with unpleasant persistence, like a damp mist, and the thin blouse which he wore soon became wet through and clung hard and chilly to his shoulders. It was close on midnight when at last he thought it best to give up his watch and to go back to his lodgings for a few hours' sleep, but at 7 o'clock the next morning he was back again at his post. The porte cochere of his former lodging house was not yet open. He took up his stand close beside it. His woollen cap pulled well over his forehead, the grime cleverly plastered on his hair and face, his lower jaw thrust forward, his eyes looking lifeless and bleary, all gave him an expression of sly villainy, whilst the short clay pipe stuck at a sharp angle in his mouth, his hands thrust into the pockets of his ragged breeches, and his bare feet into the mud of the road, gave the final touch to his representation of an out-of-work, ill-conditioned, and supremely discontented loafer. He had not very long to wait. Soon the porte cochere of the house was opened, and the concierge came out with his broom, making a show of cleaning the pavement in front of the door. 5 minutes later a lad, whose clothes consisted entirely of rags, and whose feet and head were bare, came rapidly up the street from the quay, and walked along looking at the houses as he went, as if trying to decipher their number. The cold grey dawn was just breaking, dreary and damp, as all the past days had been. Blakeney watched the lad as he approached, the small naked feet falling noiselessly on the cobblestones of the road. When the boy was quite close to him and to the house, Blakeney shifted his position and took the pipe out of his mouth. "Up early, my son?" he said gruffly. "Yes," said the pale faced little creature. "I have a message to deliver at number 9 Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois. It must be somewhere near here." "It is. You can give me the message." "Oh no, citizen," said the lad, into whose pale circled eyes a look of terror had quickly appeared. "It is for one of the lodgers in number 9. I must give it to him." With an instinct which he somehow felt could not err at this moment, Blakeney knew that the message was one from Armand to himself, a written message too, since instinctively, when he spoke, the boy clutched at his thin shirt, as if trying to guard something precious that had been entrusted to him. "I will deliver the message myself, sonny," said Blakeney gruffly. "I know the citizen for whom it is intended. He would not like the concierge to see it." "Oh, I would not give it to the concierge," said the boy. "I would take it upstairs myself." "My son," retorted Blakeney, "let me tell you this. You are going to give that message up to me, and I will put 5 whole livres into your hand." Blakeney, with all his sympathy aroused for this poor pale faced lad, put on the airs of a ruffianly bully. He did not wish that message to be taken indoors by the lad, for the concierge might get hold of it, despite the boy's protests and tears, and after that Blakeney would perforce have to disclose himself before it would be given up to him. During the past week the concierge had been very amenable to bribery. Whatever suspicions he had had about his lodger he had kept to himself for the sake of the money which he received, but it was impossible to gauge any man's trend of thought these days from one hour to the next. Something, for aught Blakeney knew, might have occurred in the past 24 hours to change an amiable and accommodating lodging house keeper into a surly or dangerous spy. Fortunately the concierge had once more gone within. There was no one abroad, and if there were, no one would probably take any notice of a burly ruffian browbeating a child. "Allons," he said gruffly, "give me the letter, or that 5 livres goes back into my pocket." "5 livres!" exclaimed the child with pathetic eagerness. "Oh, citizen!" The thin little hand fumbled under the rags, but it reappeared again empty, whilst a faint blush spread over the hollow cheeks. "The other citizen also gave me 5 livres," he said humbly. "He lodges in the house where my mother is concierge. It is in the Rue de la Croix Blanche. He has been very kind to my mother. I would rather do as he bade me." "Bless the lad," murmured Blakeney under his breath. "His loyalty redeems many a crime of this God forsaken city. Now I suppose I shall have to bully him after all." He took his hand out of his breeches pocket. Between 2 very dirty fingers he held a piece of gold. The other hand he placed quite roughly on the lad's chest. "Give me the letter," he said harshly, "or..." He pulled at the ragged blouse, and a scrap of soiled paper soon fell into his hand. The lad began to cry. "Here," said Blakeney, thrusting the piece of gold into the thin, small palm. "Take this home to your mother and tell your lodger that a big rough man took the letter away from you by force. Now run before I kick you out of the way." The lad, terrified out of his poor wits, did not wait for further commands. He took to his heels and ran, his small hand clutching the piece of gold. Soon he had disappeared round the corner of the street. Blakeney did not at once read the paper. He thrust it quickly into his breeches pocket, and slouched away slowly down the street, and thence across the Place du Carrousel in the direction of his new lodgings in the Rue de l'Arcade. It was only when he found himself alone in the narrow, squalid room which he was occupying that he took the scrap of paper from his pocket and read it slowly through. It said: "Percy, you cannot forgive me, nor can I ever forgive myself. But if you only knew what I have suffered for the past 2 days, you would, I think, try and forgive. I am free and yet a prisoner. My every footstep is dogged. What they ultimately mean to do with me I do not know. And when I think of Jeanne, I long for the power to end mine own miserable existence. Percy, she is still in the hands of those fiends. I saw the prison register. Her name written there has been like a burning brand on my heart ever since. She was still in prison the day that you left Paris. To-morrow, to-night mayhap, they will try her, condemn her, torture her, and I dare not go to see you, for I would only be bringing spies to your door. But will you come to me, Percy? It should be safe in the hours of the night, and the concierge is devoted to me. To-night at 10 o'clock she will leave the porte cochere unlatched. If you find it so, and if on the ledge of the window immediately on your left as you enter you find a candle alight, and beside it a scrap of paper with your initials S. P. traced on it, Then it will be quite safe for you to come up to my room. It is on the second landing, a door on your right. That, too, I will leave on the latch. But in the name of the woman you love best in all the world, come at once to me then, and bear in mind, Percy, that the woman I love is threatened with immediate death, and that I am powerless to save her. Indeed, believe me, I would gladly die even now but for the thought of Jeanne, whom I should be leaving in the hands of those fiends. For God's sake, Percy, remember that Jeanne is all the world to me." "Poor old Armand," murmured Blakeney with a kindly smile directed at the absent friend. "He won't trust me even now. He won't trust his Jeanne in my hands. Well," he added after a while, "after all, I would not entrust Marguerite to anybody else either." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 23. The Overwhelming Odds. At 10:30 that same evening, Blakeney, still clad in a workman's tattered clothes, his feet bare so that he could tread the streets unheard, turned into the Rue de la Croix Blanche. The porte cochere of the house where Armand lodged had been left on the latch. Not a soul was in sight. Peering cautiously round, he slipped into the house. On the ledge of the window immediately on his left when he entered, a candle was left burning, and beside it there was a scrap of paper with the initials S.P. roughly traced in pencil. No one challenged him as he noiselessly glided past it, and up the narrow stairs that led to the upper floor. Here, too, on the second landing, the door on the right had been left on the latch. He pushed it open and entered. As is usual, even in the meanest lodgings in Paris houses, a small antechamber gave between the front door and the main room. When Percy entered, the antechamber was unlighted, but the door into the inner room beyond was ajar. Blakeney approached it with noiseless tread and gently pushed it open. That very instant he knew that the game was up. He heard the footsteps closing up behind him, saw Armand, deathly pale, leaning against the wall in the room in front of him, and Chauvelin and Heron standing guard over him. The next moment the room and the antechamber were literally alive with soldiers, 20 of them to arrest one man. It was characteristic of that man that when hands were laid on him from every side he threw back his head and laughed mirthfully, light heartedly, and the first words that escaped his lips were, "Well, I'm demmed." "The odds are against you, Sir Percy," said Chauvelin to him in English, whilst Heron at the further end of the room was growling like a contented beast. "By the Lord, sir," said Percy with perfect sang-froid, "I do believe that for the moment they are. Have done, my men, have done," he added, turning good humouredly to the soldiers round him. "I never fight against overwhelming odds. 20 to 1, eh? I could lay 4 of you out easily enough, perhaps even 6, but what then?" But a kind of savage lust seemed to have rendered these men temporarily mad, and they were being egged on by Heron, the mysterious Englishman about whom so many eerie tales were told. Well, he had supernatural powers, and 20 to 1 might be nothing to him if the devil was on his side. Therefore a blow on his forearm with the butt end of a bayonet was useful for disabling his right hand, and soon the left arm with the dislocated shoulder hung limp by his side. Then he was bound with cords. The vein of luck had given out. The gambler had staked more than usual and had lost. But he knew how to lose, just as he had always known how to win. "Those demmed brutes are trussing me like a fowl," he murmured with irrepressible gaiety at the last. Then the wrench on his bruised arms as they were pulled roughly back by the cords caused the veil of unconsciousness to gather over his eyes. "And Jeanne was safe, Armand!" he shouted with a last desperate effort. "Those devils have lied to you and tricked you into this. Since yesterday she is out of prison, in the house, you know." After that he lost consciousness. And this occurred on Tuesday, January 21st, in the year 1794, or in accordance with the new calendar, on the second Pluviose, year 2 of the Republic. It is chronicled in the Moniteur of the 3rd Pluviose that on the previous evening at 10:30 of the clock, the Englishman known as the Scarlet Pimpernel, who for 3 years has conspired against the safety of the Republic, was arrested through the patriotic exertions of citizen Chauvelin and conveyed to the Conciergerie, where he now lies, sick but closely guarded. Long live the Republic. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 24. The News. The grey January day was falling drowsy and dull into the arms of night. Marguerite, sitting in the dusk beside the fire in her small boudoir, shivered a little as she drew her scarf closer round her shoulders. Edwards the butler entered with the lamp. The room looked peculiarly cheery now, with the delicate white panelling of the wall glowing under the soft kiss of the flickering firelight and the steadier glow of the rose shaded lamp. "Has the courier not arrived yet, Edwards?" asked Marguerite, fixing the impassive face of the well drilled servant with her large purple rimmed eyes. "Not yet, milady," he replied placidly. "It is his day, is it not?" "Yes, milady, and the forenoon is his time, but there have been heavy rains, and the roads must be rare muddy. He must have been delayed, milady." "Yes, I suppose so," she said listlessly. "That will do, Edwards. No, don't close the shutters. I'll ring presently." The man went out of the room as automatically as he had come. He closed the door behind him, and Marguerite was once more alone. She picked up the book which she had fingered idly before the light gave out. She tried once more to fix her attention on this tale of love and adventure written by Mr. Fielding, but she had lost the thread of the story, and there was a mist between her eyes and the printed pages. With an impatient gesture she threw down the book and passed her hand across her eyes, then seemed astonished to find that her hand was wet. She rose and went to the window. The air outside had been singularly mild all day, the thaw was persisting, and a south wind came across the Channel from France. Marguerite threw open the casement and sat down on the wide sill, leaning her head against the window frame and gazing out into the fast gathering gloom. From far away at the foot of the gently sloping lawns the river murmured softly in the night. In the borders to the right and left a few snowdrops still showed like tiny white specks through the surrounding darkness. Winter had begun the process of slowly shedding its mantle, coquetting with spring, who still lingered in the land of infinity. Gradually the shadows drew closer and closer. The reeds and rushes on the river bank were the first to sink into their embrace, then the big cedars on the lawn, majestic and defiant, but yielding still unconquered to the power of night. The tiny stars of snowdrop blossoms vanished one by one, and at last the cool grey ribbon of the river surface was wrapped under the mantle of evening. Only the south wind lingered on, soughing gently in the drowsy reeds, whispering among the branches of the cedars, and gently stirring the tender corollas of the sleeping snowdrops. Marguerite seemed to open out her lungs to its breath. It had come all the way from France, and on its wings had brought something of Percy, a murmur as if he had spoken, a memory that was as intangible as a dream. She shivered again, though of a truth it was not cold. The courier's delay had completely unsettled her nerves. Twice a week he came especially from Dover, and always he brought some message, some token which Percy had contrived to send from Paris. They were like tiny scraps of dry bread thrown to a starving woman, but they did just help to keep her heart alive, that poor, aching, disappointed heart that so longed for enduring happiness which it could never get. The man whom she loved with all her soul, her mind and her body, did not belong to her. He belonged to suffering humanity over there in terror-stricken France, where the cries of the innocent, the persecuted, the wretched, called louder to him than she in her love could do. He had been away 3 months now, during which time her starving heart had fed on its memories, and the happiness of a brief visit from him 6 weeks ago, when, quite unexpectedly, he had appeared before her, home between 2 desperate adventures that had given life and freedom to a number of innocent people, and nearly cost him his, and she had lain in his arms in a swoon of perfect happiness. But he had gone away again as suddenly as he had come, and for 6 weeks now she had lived partly in anticipation of the courier with messages from him, and partly on the fitful joy engendered by these messages. To day she had not even that, and the disappointment seemed just now more than she could bear. She felt unaccountably restless, and could she but have analysed her feelings, had she dared so to do, she would have realised that the weight which oppressed her heart so that she could hardly breathe was one of vague yet dark foreboding. She closed the window and returned to her seat by the fire, taking up her book with the strong resolution not to allow her nerves to get the better of her. But it was difficult to pin one's attention down to the adventures of Master Tom Jones when one's mind was fully engrossed with those of Sir Percy Blakeney. The sound of carriage wheels on the gravelled forecourt in the front of the house suddenly awakened her drowsy senses. She threw down the book, and with trembling hands clutched the arms of her chair, straining her ears to listen. A carriage at this hour, and on this damp winter's evening? She racked her mind, wondering who it could be. Lady Ffoulkes was in London, she knew. Sir Andrew, of course, was in Paris. His Royal Highness, ever a faithful visitor, would surely not venture out to Richmond in this inclement weather, and the courier always came on horseback. There was a murmur of voices. That of Edward's, mechanical and placid, could be heard quite distinctly saying: "I'm sure that her ladyship will be at home for you, milady, but I'll go and ascertain." Marguerite ran to the door, and with joyful eagerness tore it open. "Suzanne!" she called. "My little Suzanne! I thought you were in London. Come up quickly. In the boudoir, yes. Oh, what good fortune hath brought you!" Suzanne flew into her arms, holding the friend whom she loved so well close and closer to her heart, trying to hide her face, which was wet with tears, in the folds of Marguerite's kerchief. "Come inside, my darling," said Marguerite. "Why, how cold your little hands are!" She was on the point of turning back to her boudoir, drawing Lady Ffoulkes by the hand, when suddenly she caught sight of Sir Andrew, who stood at a little distance from her at the top of the stairs. "Sir Andrew!" she exclaimed with unstinted gladness. Then she paused. The cry of welcome died on her lips, leaving them dry and parted. She suddenly felt as if some fearful talons had gripped her heart and were tearing at it with sharp, long nails. The blood flew from her cheeks and from her limbs, leaving her with a sense of icy numbness. She backed into the room, still holding Suzanne's hand, and drawing her in with her. Sir Andrew followed them, then closed the door behind him. At last the word escaped Marguerite's parched lips. "Percy! Something has happened to him. Is he dead?" "No, no!" exclaimed Sir Andrew quickly. Suzanne put her loving arms round her friend and drew her down into the chair by the fire. She knelt at her feet on the hearth rug and pressed her own burning lips on Marguerite's icy cold hands. Sir Andrew stood silently by, a world of loving friendship, of heart-broken sorrow in his eyes. There was silence in the pretty, white panelled room for a while. Marguerite sat with her eyes closed, bringing the whole armoury of her will power to bear her up outwardly now. "Tell me," she said at last, and her voice was toneless and dull, like one that came from the depths of a grave. "Tell me exactly everything. Don't be afraid. I can bear it. Don't be afraid." Sir Andrew remained standing, with bowed head and one hand resting on the table. In a firm, clear voice he told her the events of the past few days as they were known to him. All that he tried to hide was Armand's disobedience, which, in his heart, he felt was the primary cause of the catastrophe. He told of the rescue of the Dauphin from the Temple, the midnight drive in the coal cart, the meeting with Hastings and Tony in the spinney. He only gave vague explanations of Armand's stay in Paris, which caused Percy to go back to the city, even at the moment when his most daring plan had been so successfully carried through. "Armand, I understand, has fallen in love with a beautiful woman in Paris, Lady Blakeney," he said, seeing that a strange, puzzled look had appeared in Marguerite's pale face. "She was arrested the day before the rescue of the Dauphin from the Temple. Armand could not join us. He felt that he could not leave her. I am sure that you will understand." Then, as she made no comment, he resumed his narrative. "I had been ordered to go back to La Villette, and there to resume my duties as a labourer in the daytime, and to wait for Percy during the night. The fact that I had received no message from him for 2 days had made me somewhat worried, but I have such faith in him, such belief in his good luck and his ingenuity, that I would not allow myself to be really anxious. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard the news." "What news?" asked Marguerite mechanically. "That the Englishman who was known as the Scarlet Pimpernel had been captured in a house in the Rue de la Croix Blanche, and had been imprisoned in the Conciergerie." "The Rue de la Croix Blanche? Where is that?" "In the Montmartre quarter. Armand lodged there. Percy, I imagine, was working to get him away, and those brutes captured him." "Having heard the news, Sir Andrew, what did you do?" "I went into Paris and ascertained its truth." "And there is no doubt of it?" "Alas, none. I went to the house in the Rue de la Croix Blanche. Armand had disappeared. I succeeded in inducing the concierge to talk. She seems to have been devoted to her lodger. Amidst tears she told me some of the details of the capture. Can you bear to hear them, Lady Blakeney?" "Yes. Tell me everything. Don't be afraid," she reiterated with the same dull monotony. It appears that early on the Tuesday morning the son of the concierge, a lad about 15, was sent off by her lodger with a message to No. 9 Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois. That was the house where Percy was staying all last week, where he kept disguises and so on for us all, and where some of our meetings were held. Percy evidently expected that Armand would try and communicate with him at that address, for when the lad arrived in front of the house he was accosted, so he says, by a big, rough workman, who browbeat him into giving up the lodger's letter, and finally pressed a piece of gold into his hand. The workman was Blakeney, of course. I imagine that Armand, at the time that he wrote the letter, must have been under the belief that Mademoiselle Lange was still in prison. He could not know then that Blakeney had already got her into comparative safety. In the letter he must have spoken of the terrible plight in which he stood, and also of his fears for the woman he loved. Percy was not the man to leave a comrade in the lurch. He would not be the man whom we all love and admire, whose word we all obey, for whose sake we would gladly all of us give our life. He would not be that man if he did not brave even certain dangers in order to be of help to those who call on him. Armand called, and Percy went to him. He must have known that Armand was being spied upon, for Armand, alas, was already a marked man, and the watchdogs of those infernal committees were already on his heels. Whether these sleuth hounds had followed the son of the concierge and seen him give the letter to the workman in the Rue St. Germain l'Auxerrois, or whether the concierge in the Rue de la Croix Blanche was nothing but a spy of Heron's, or again whether the Committee of General Security kept a company of soldiers in constant alert in that house, we shall, of course, never know. All that I do know is that Percy entered that fatal house at 10:30, and that a quarter of an hour later the concierge saw some of the soldiers descending the stairs, carrying a heavy burden. She peeped out of her lodge, and by the light of the corridor she saw that the heavy burden was the body of a man bound closely with ropes. His eyes were closed, his clothes were stained with blood. He was seemingly unconscious. The next day the official organ of the government proclaimed the capture of the Scarlet Pimpernel, and there was a public holiday in honour of the event. Marguerite had listened to this terrible narrative dry-eyed and silent. Now she still sat there, hardly conscious of what went on around her, of Suzanne's tears that fell unceasingly upon her fingers, of Sir Andrew who had sunk into a chair and buried his head in his hands. She was hardly conscious that she lived. The universe seemed to have stood still before this awful, monstrous cataclysm. But nevertheless she was the first to return to the active realities of the present. "Sir Andrew," she said after a while, "tell me, where are my lords Tony and Hastings?" "At Calais, madam," he replied. "I saw them there on my way hither. They had delivered the Dauphin safely into the hands of his adherents at Mantes, and were awaiting Blakeney's further orders, as he had commanded them to do." "Will they wait for us there, think you?" "For us, Lady Blakeney?" he exclaimed in puzzlement. "Yes, for us, Sir Andrew," she replied, whilst the ghost of a smile flitted across her drawn face. "You had thought of accompanying me to Paris, had you not?" "But, Lady Blakeney..." "Ah, I know what you would say, Sir Andrew. You will speak of dangers, of risks, of death mayhap. You will tell me that I as a woman can do nothing to help my husband, that I could be but a hindrance to him, just as I was in Boulogne. But everything is so different now. Whilst those brutes planned his capture he was clever enough to outwit them. But now they have actually got him. Think you they'll let him escape? They'll watch him night and day, my friend, just as they watched the unfortunate Queen. But they'll not keep him months, weeks, or even days in prison. Even Chauvelin now will no longer attempt to play with the Scarlet Pimpernel. They have him, and they will hold him until such time as they take him to the guillotine." Her voice broke in a sob, her self-control was threatening to leave her. She was but a woman, young and passionately in love with the man who was about to die an ignominious death, far away from his country, his kindred, his friends. "I cannot let him die alone, Sir Andrew. He will be longing for me, and after all there is you, and my Lord Tony, and Lord Hastings, and the others. Surely we are not going to let him die, not like that, and not alone." "You are right, Lady Blakeney," said Sir Andrew earnestly. "We are not going to let him die, if human agency can do aught to save him. Already Tony, Hastings and I have agreed to return to Paris. There are 1 or 2 hidden places in and around the city known only to Percy and to the members of the League, where he must find one or more of us if he succeeds in getting away." All the way between Paris and Calais we have places of refuge, places where any of us can hide at a given moment, where we can find disguises when we want them, or horses in an emergency. No, no, we are not going to despair, Lady Blakeney. There are 19 of us prepared to lay down our lives for the Scarlet Pimpernel. Already I, as his lieutenant, have been selected as the leader of as determined a gang as has ever entered on a work of rescue before. We leave for Paris to morrow, and if human pluck and devotion can destroy mountains, then we'll destroy them. Our watchword is: God save the Scarlet Pimpernel." He knelt beside her chair and kissed the cold fingers which, with a sad little smile, she held out to him. "And God bless you all," she murmured. Suzanne had risen to her feet when her husband knelt. Now he stood up beside her. The dainty young woman, hardly more than a child, was doing her best to restrain her tears. "See how selfish I am," said Marguerite. "I talk calmly of taking your husband from you, when I myself know the bitterness of such partings." "My husband will go where his duty calls him," said Suzanne with charming and simple dignity. "I love him with all my heart, because he is brave and good. He would not leave his comrade, who is also his chief, in the lurch. God will protect him, I know. I would not ask him to play the part of a coward." Her brown eyes glowed with pride. She was the true wife of a soldier, and with all her dainty ways and childlike manners she was a splendid woman and a staunch friend. Sir Percy Blakeney had saved her entire family from death. The Comte and Comtesse de Tournay, the Vicomte, her brother, and she herself, all owed their lives to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This she was not like to forget. "There is but little danger for us, I fear me," said Sir Andrew lightly. "The revolutionary government only wants to strike at a head, it cares nothing for the limbs. Perhaps it feels that without our leader we are enemies not worthy of persecution. If there are any dangers, so much the better," he added. "But I don't anticipate any, unless we succeed in freeing our chief, and having freed him we fear nothing more." "The same applies to me, Sir Andrew," rejoined Marguerite earnestly. "Now that they have captured Percy, those human fiends will care naught for me. If you succeed in freeing Percy, I, like you, will have nothing more to fear, and if you fail..." She paused and put her small white hand on Sir Andrew's arm. "Take me with you, Sir Andrew," she entreated. "Do not condemn me to the awful torture of weary waiting, day after day, wondering, guessing, never daring to hope, lest hope deferred be more hard to bear than dreary hopelessness." Then, as Sir Andrew, very undecided, yet half inclined to yield, stood silent and irresolute, she pressed her point, gently but firmly insistent. "I would not be in the way, Sir Andrew. I would know how to efface myself so as not to interfere with your plans. But oh!" she added, while a quivering note of passion trembled in her voice, "can't you see that I must breathe the air that he breathes, else I shall stifle or mayhap go mad?" Sir Andrew turned to his wife, a mute query in his eyes. "You would do an inhuman and cruel act," said Suzanne with seriousness that sat quaintly on her baby face, "if you did not afford your protection to Marguerite, for I do believe that if you did not take her with you to morrow she would go to Paris alone." Marguerite thanked her friend with her eyes. Suzanne was a child in nature, but she had a woman's heart. She loved her husband, and therefore knew and understood what Marguerite must be suffering now. Sir Andrew no longer could resist the unfortunate woman's earnest pleading. Frankly, he thought that if she remained in England while Percy was in such deadly peril, she ran the grave risk of losing her reason before the terrible strain of suspense. He knew her to be a woman of courage, and one capable of great physical endurance, and really he was quite honest when he said that he did not believe there would be much danger for the headless League of the Scarlet Pimpernel unless they succeeded in freeing their chief. And if they did succeed, then indeed there would be nothing to fear, for the brave and loving wife who, like every true woman does, and has done in like circumstances since the beginning of time, was only demanding with passionate insistence the right to share the fate, good or ill, of the man whom she loved. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 25. Paris once more. Sir Andrew had just come in. He was trying to get a little warmth into his half frozen limbs, for the cold had set in again, and this time with renewed vigour, and Marguerite was pouring out a cup of hot coffee which she had been brewing for him. She had not asked for news. She knew that he had none to give her, else he had not worn that weary, despondent look in his kind face. "I'll just try one more place this evening," he said, as soon as he had swallowed some of the hot coffee. "A restaurant in the Rue de la Harpe. The members of the Cordelier Club often go there for supper, and they are usually well informed. I might glean something definite there." "It seems very strange that they are so slow in bringing him to trial," said Marguerite, in that dull, toneless voice which had become habitual to her. "When you first brought me the awful news that I made sure that they would bring him to trial at once, and was in terror lest we arrived here too late to see him." She checked herself quickly, bravely trying to still the quiver of her voice. "And of Armand?" she asked. He shook his head sadly. "With regard to him I am at a still greater loss," he said. "I cannot find his name on any of the prison registers, and I know that he is not in the Conciergerie. They have cleared out all prisoners from there. There is only Percy." "Poor Armand," she sighed. "It must be almost worse for him than for any of us. It was his first act of thoughtless disobedience that brought all this misery upon our heads." She spoke sadly but quietly. Sir Andrew noted that there was no bitterness in her tone, but her very quietude was heartbreaking. There was such an infinity of despair in the calm of her eyes. "Well, though we cannot understand it all, Lady Blakeney," he said with forced cheerfulness, "we must remember one thing, that whilst there is life there is hope." "Hope!" she exclaimed, with a world of pathos in her sigh, her large eyes dry and circled, fixed with indescribable sorrow on her friend's face. Ffoulkes turned his head away, pretending to busy himself with the coffee making utensils. He could not bear to see that look of hopelessness in her face, for in his heart he could not find the wherewithal to cheer her. Despair was beginning to seize on him too, and this he would not let her see. They had been in Paris 3 days now, and it was 6 days since Blakeney had been arrested. Sir Andrew and Marguerite had found temporary lodgings inside Paris. Tony and Hastings were just outside the gates, and all along the route between Paris and Calais, at Saint Germain, at Mantes, in the villages between Beauvais and Amiens, wherever money could obtain friendly help, members of the devoted League of the Scarlet Pimpernel lay in hiding, waiting to aid their chief. Ffoulkes had ascertained that Percy was kept a close prisoner in the Conciergerie, in the very rooms occupied by Marie Antoinette during the last months of her life. He left poor Marguerite to guess how closely that elusive Scarlet Pimpernel was being guarded, the precautions surrounding him being even more minute than those which had made the unfortunate Queen's closing days a martyrdom for her. But of Armand he could glean no satisfactory news, only the negative probability that he was not detained in any of the larger prisons of Paris, as no register which he, Ffoulkes, so laboriously consulted bore record of the name of St. Just. Haunting the restaurants and drinking booths where the most advanced Jacobins and Terrorists were wont to meet, he had learned 1 or 2 details of Blakeney's incarceration which he could not possibly impart to Marguerite. The capture of the mysterious Englishman known as the Scarlet Pimpernel had created a great deal of popular satisfaction, but it was obvious that not only was the public mind not allowed to associate that capture with the escape of little Capet from the Temple, but it soon became clear to Ffoulkes that the news of that escape was still being kept a profound secret. On one occasion he had succeeded in spying on the chief agent of the Committee of General Security, whom he knew by sight, while the latter was sitting at dinner in company of a stout, florid man with pock-marked face and podgy hands covered with rings. Sir Andrew marvelled who this man might be. Heron spoke to him in ambiguous phrases that would have been unintelligible to anyone who did not know the circumstances of the Dauphin's escape and the part that the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel had played in it. But to Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, who, cleverly disguised as a farrier, grimy after his day's work, was straining his ears to listen whilst apparently consuming huge slabs of boiled beef, it soon became clear that the chief agent and his fat friend were talking of the Dauphin of Blakeney. "He won't hold out much longer, citizen," the chief agent was saying in a confident voice. "Our men are absolutely unremitting in their task. 2 of them watch him night and day. They look after him well, and practically never lose sight of him. But the moment he tries to get any sleep, one of them rushes into the cell with a loud banging of bayonet and sabre, and noisy tread on the flagstones, and shouts at the top of his voice, 'Now then, Aristo, where's the brat? Tell us now, and you shall be down and go to sleep.' I have done it myself all through one day, just for the pleasure of it. It's a little tiring for you to have to shout a good deal now, and sometimes give the cursed Englishman a good shake-up. He has had 5 days of it, and not 1 wink of sleep during that time, not 1 single minute of rest, and he only gets enough food to keep him alive. I tell you he can't last. Citizen Chauvelin had a splendid idea there. It would all come right in a day or 2. Grunted the other sulkily. "Those Englishmen are tough." "Yes," retorted Heron, with a grim laugh and a leer of savagery that made his gaunt face look positively hideous. You would have given out after 3 days, friend de Batz, would you not? And I warned you, didn't I? I told you if you tampered with the brat I would make you cry in mercy to me for death." "And I warned you," said the other imperturbably, "not to worry so much about me, but to keep your eyes open for those cursed Englishmen." "I am keeping my eyes open for you, nevertheless, my friend. If I thought you knew where the vermin's spawn was at this moment, I would..." "You would put me on the same rack that you or your precious friend Chauvelin have devised for the Englishman. But I don't know where the lad is. If I did, I would not be in Paris." "I know that," assented Heron with a sneer. "You would soon be after the reward. Over in Austria, what? But I have your movements tracked day and night, my friend. I dare say you are as anxious as we are as to the whereabouts of the child. Had he been taken over the frontier, you would have been the first to hear of it, eh? No," he added confidently, and as if anxious to reassure himself, "my firm belief is that the original idea of these confounded Englishmen was to try and get the child over to England, and that they alone know where he is. I tell you it won't be many days before that very withered Scarlet Pimpernel will order his followers to give little Capet up to us. Oh, they are hanging about Paris, some of them, I know that. Citizen Chauvelin is convinced that the wife isn't very far away. Give her a sight of her husband now, say I, and she'll make the others give the child up soon enough." The man laughed like a hyena, gloating over its prey. Sir Andrew nearly betrayed himself then. He had to dig his nails into his own flesh to prevent himself from springing then and there at the throat of that wretch whose monstrous ingenuity had invented torture for the fallen enemy far worse than any that the cruelties of medieval inquisitions had devised. So they would not let him sleep. A simple idea born in the brain of a fiend. Heron had spoken of Chauvelin as the originator of the devilry. A man weakened deliberately day by insufficient food, and the horrible process of denying him rest. It seemed inconceivable that human, sentient beings should have thought of such a thing. Perspiration stood up in beads on Sir Andrew's brow when he thought of his friend, brought down by want of sleep to... what? His physique was splendidly powerful, but could it stand against such racking torment for long? And the clear, the alert mind, the scheming brain, the reckless daring, how soon would these become enfeebled by the slow, steady torture of an utter want of rest? Ffoulkes had to smother a cry of horror, which surely must have drawn the attention of that fiend on himself, had he not been so engrossed in the enjoyment of his own devilry. As it was, he ran out of the stuffy eating house, for he felt as if its fetid air must choke him. For an hour after that he wandered about the streets, not daring to face Marguerite lest his eyes betrayed some of the horror which was shaking his very soul. That was 24 hours ago. To-day he had learnt little else. It was generally known that the Englishman was in the Conciergerie prison, that he was being closely watched, and that his trial would come on within the next few days, but no one seemed to know exactly when. The public was getting restive, demanding that trial and execution to which everyone seemed to look forward as to a holiday. In the meanwhile the escape of the Dauphin had been kept from the knowledge of the public. Heron and his gang, fearing for their lives, had still hopes of extracting from the Englishman the secret of the lad's hiding place, and the means they employed for arriving at this end was worthy of Lucifer and his host of devils in hell. From other fragments of conversation which Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had gleaned that same evening, it seemed to him that in order to hide their defalcations, Heron and the 4 commissaries in charge of little Capet had substituted a deaf and dumb child for the escaped little prisoner. This miserable small wreck of humanity was reputed to be sick and kept in a darkened room, in bed, and was in that condition exhibited to any member of the Convention who had the right to see him. A partition had been very hastily erected in the inner room once occupied by the Simons, and the child was kept behind that partition, and no one was allowed to come too near to him. Thus the fraud was succeeding fairly well. Heron and his accomplices only cared to save their skins, and the wretched little substitute being really ill, they firmly hoped that he would soon die, when no doubt they would bruit abroad the news of the death of Capet, which would relieve them of further responsibility. That such ideas, such thoughts, such schemes should have engendered in human minds it is almost impossible to conceive, and yet we know from no less important a witness than Madame Simon herself that the child who died in the Temple a few weeks later was a poor little imbecile, a deaf and dumb child brought hither from one of the asylums and left to die in peace. There was nobody but kindly death to take him out of his misery, for the giant intellect that had planned and carried out the rescue of the uncrowned King of France, and which alone might have had the power to save him too, was being broken on the rack of enforced sleeplessness. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 26. The Bitterest Foe. That same evening Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, having announced his intention of gleaning further news of Armand, if possible, went out shortly after 7 o'clock, promising to be home again about 9. Marguerite, on the other hand, had to make her friend a solemn promise that she would try and eat some supper which the landlady of these miserable apartments had agreed to prepare for her. So far they had been left in peaceful occupation of these squalid lodgings in a tumble-down house on the Quai de la Ferraille, facing the House of Justice, the grim walls of which Marguerite would watch with wide open dry eyes for as long as the grey wintry light lingered over them. Even now, though the darkness had set in, and snow, falling in close small flakes, threw a thick white veil over the landscape, she sat at the open window long after Sir Andrew had gone out, watching the few small flicks of light that blinked across from the other side of the river, and which came from the windows of the Chatelet towers. The windows of the Conciergerie she could not see, for these gave on one of the inner courtyards, but there was a melancholy consolation even in the gazing on those walls that held in their cruel grim embrace all that she loved in the world. It seemed so impossible to think of Percy, the laughter-loving, irresponsible, light-hearted adventurer, as the prey of those fiends who would revel in their triumph, who would crush him, humiliate him, insult him, ye gods alive, even torture him perhaps, that they might break the indomitable spirit that would mock them even on the threshold of death. Surely God would never allow such monstrous infamy as the deliverance of the noble soaring eagle into the hands of those preying jackals. Marguerite, though her heart ached beyond what human nature could endure, though her anguish on her husband's account was doubled by that which she felt for her brother, could not bring herself to give up all hope. Sir Andrew said it rightly. While there was life there was hope. While there was life in those vigorous limbs, spirit in that daring mind, how could puny rampant beasts gain the better of the immortal soul? As for Armand, why, if Percy were free she would have no cause to fear for Armand. She sighed a sigh of deep, of passionate regret and longing. If she could only see her husband, if she could only look for 1 second into those laughing, lazy eyes, wherein she alone knew how to fathom the infinity of passion that lay within their depths, if she could but once feel his ardent kiss on her lips, she could more easily endure this agonizing suspense, and wait confidently and courageously for the issue. She turned away from the window, for the night was getting bitterly cold. From the tower of St. Germain l'Auxerrois the clock slowly struck 8. Even as the last sound of the historic bell died away in the distance, she heard a timid knocking at the door. "Enter," she called unthinkingly. She thought it was her landlady, come up with more wood mayhap for the fire, so she did not turn to the door when she heard it being slowly opened, then closed again, and presently a soft tread on the threadbare carpet. "May I crave your kind attention, Lady Blakeney?" said a harsh voice, subdued to tones of ordinary courtesy. She quickly repressed a cry of horror. How well she knew that voice! When last she heard it, it was at Boulogne, dictating that infamous letter, the weapon wherewith Percy had so effectually foiled his enemy. She turned and faced the man who was her bitterest foe, hers in the person of the man she loved. "Chauvelin!" she gasped. "Himself, at your service, dear lady," he said simply. He stood in the full light of the lamp, his trim, small figure boldly cut out against the dark wall beyond. He wore the usual sable coloured clothes which he affected, with the primly folded jabot and cuffs edged with narrow lace. Without waiting for permission from her, he quietly and deliberately placed his hat and cloak on a chair. Then he turned once more toward her and made a movement as if to advance into the room, but instinctively she put up a hand as if to ward off the calamity of his approach. He shrugged his shoulders, and the shadow of a smile that had neither mirth nor kindliness in it hovered round the corners of his thin lips. "Have I your permission to sit?" he asked. "As you will," she replied slowly, keeping her wide open eyes fixed upon him as does a frightened bird upon the serpent whom it loathes and fears. "And may I crave a few moments of your undivided attention, Lady Blakeney?" he continued, taking a chair, and so placing it beside the table that the light of the lamp, when he sat, remained behind him, and his face was left in shadow. "Is it necessary?" asked Marguerite. "It is," he replied curtly, "if you desire to see and speak with your husband, to be of use to him before it is too late." "Then I pray you speak, citizen, and I will listen." She sank into a chair, not heeding whether the light of the lamp fell on her face or not, whether the lines in her haggard cheeks or her tear-dimmed eyes showed plainly the sorrow and despair that had traced them. She had nothing to hide from this man, the cause of all the tortures which she endured. She knew that neither courage nor sorrow would move him, and that hatred for Percy, personal deadly hatred for the man who had twice foiled him, had long crushed the last spark of humanity in his heart. "Perhaps, Lady Blakeney," he began after a slight pause, and in his smooth, even voice, "it would interest you to hear how I succeeded in procuring for myself this pleasure of an interview with you." "Your spies did their usual work, I suppose," she said coldly. "Exactly. We have been on your track for 3 days, and yesterday evening an unguarded movement on the part of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes gave us the final clue to your whereabouts." "Of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes?" she asked, greatly puzzled. "He was in an eating house, cleverly disguised, I own, trying to glean information, no doubt, as to the probable fate of Sir Percy Blakeney. As chance would have it, my friend Heron, of the Committee of General Security, chanced to be discussing with reprehensible openness certain what shall I say? Certain measures which, at my advice, the Committee of Public Safety have been forced to adopt with a view to..." "A truce on your smooth-tongued speeches, citizen Chauvelin," she interposed firmly. "Sir Andrew Ffoulkes has told me naught of this, so I pray you speak plainly and to the point, if you can." He bowed with marked irony. "As you please," he said. "Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, hearing certain matters of which I will tell you anon, made a movement which betrayed him to one of our spies. At a word from citizen Heron this man followed on the heels of the young farrier who had shown such interest in the conversation of the chief agent. Sir Andrew, I imagine, burning with indignation at what he had heard, was perhaps not quite so cautious as he usually is. Anyway, the man on his track followed him to this door. It was quite simple, as you see. As for me, I had guessed a week ago that we would see the beautiful Lady Blakeney in Paris before long. When I knew where Sir Andrew Ffoulkes lodged, I had no difficulty in guessing that Lady Blakeney would not be far off." "And what was there in citizen Heron's conversation last night," she asked quietly, "that so aroused Sir Andrew's indignation? He has not told you?" "Oh, it is very simple. Let me tell you, Lady Blakeney, exactly how matters stand. Sir Percy Blakeney, before lucky chance at last delivered him into our hands, thought fit, as no doubt you know, to meddle with our most important prisoner of state. A child, I know it, sir, the son of a murdered father whom you and your friends were slowly doing to death." "That is as may be, Lady Blakeney," rejoined Chauvelin calmly, "but it was none of Sir Percy Blakeney's business. This, however, he chose to disregard. He succeeded in carrying little Capet from the Temple, and 2 days later we had him under lock and key." "Through some infamous and treacherous trick, sir," she retorted. Chauvelin made no immediate reply. His pale, inscrutable eyes were fixed upon her face, and the smile of irony round his mouth appeared more strongly marked than before. "That, again, is as it may be," he said suavely. "But anyhow, for the moment we have the upper hand. Sir Percy is in the Conciergerie, guarded day and night, more closely than Marie Antoinette even was guarded." "And he laughs at your bolts and bars, sir," she rejoined proudly. "Remember Calais, remember Boulogne. His laugh at your discomfiture, then, must resound in your ear even to day." "Yes, but for the moment laughter is on our side. Still, we are willing to forego even that pleasure, if Sir Percy will but move a finger towards his own freedom. Again some infamous letter?" she asked with a bitter contempt. "Some attempt against his honour?" "No, no, Lady Blakeney," he interposed with perfect blandness. "Matters are so much simpler now, you see. We hold Sir Percy at our mercy. We could send him to the guillotine to morrow, but we might be willing, remember I only say we might, to exercise our prerogative of mercy, if Sir Percy Blakeney will on his side accede to a request from us." "And that request?" "Is a very natural one. He took Capet away from us, and it is but credible that he knows at the present moment exactly where the child is. Let him instruct his followers, and I mistake not, Lady Blakeney, there are several of them not very far from Paris just now. Let him, I say, instruct these followers of his to return the person of young Capet to us, and not only will we undertake to give these same gentlemen a safe conduct back to England, but we even might be inclined to deal somewhat less harshly with the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel himself." She laughed a harsh, mirthless, contemptuous laugh. "I don't think that I quite understand," she said after a moment or two, whilst he waited calmly until her outbreak of hysterical mirth had subsided. "You want my husband, the Scarlet Pimpernel, citizen, to deliver the little King of France to you, after he has risked his life to save the child out of your clutches? Is that what you are trying to say?" "It is, rejoined Chauvelin complacently. "Just what we have been saying to Sir Percy Blakeney for the past 6 days, madame." "Well, then you have had your answer, have you not?" "Yes," he replied slowly, "but the answer has become weaker day by day." "Weaker? I don't understand." "Let me explain, Lady Blakeney," said Chauvelin, now with measured emphasis. He put both elbows on the table and leaned well forward, peering into her face, lest one of its varied expressions escaped him. "Just now you taunted me with my failure in Calais, and again at Boulogne, with a proud toss of the head, which I own is excessive becoming. You threw the name of the Scarlet Pimpernel in my face like a challenge which I no longer dare to accept. The Scarlet Pimpernel, you would say to me, stands for loyalty, for honour, and for indomitable courage. Think you he would sacrifice his honour to obtain your mercy? Remember Boulogne and your discomfiture. All of which, dear lady, is perfectly charming and womanly and enthusiastic, and I, bowing my humble head, must own that I was fooled in Calais and baffled in Boulogne. But in Boulogne I made a grave mistake, and one from which I learned a lesson, which I am putting into practice now." He paused a while as if waiting for her reply. His pale, keen eyes had already noted that with every phrase he uttered the lines in her beautiful face became more hard and set. A look of horror was gradually spreading over it, as if the icy cold hand of death had passed over her cheeks and eyes, leaving them rigid like stone. "In Boulogne," resumed Chauvelin quietly, satisfied that his words were hitting steadily at her heart, "in Boulogne Sir Percy and I did not fight an equal fight. Fresh from a pleasant sojourn in his own magnificent home, full of the spirit of adventure which puts the essence of life into a man's veins, Sir Percy Blakeney's splendid physique was pitted against my feeble powers. Of course I lost the battle. I made the mistake of trying to subdue a man who was in the zenith of his strength. Whereas now..." "Yes, citizen Chauvelin," she said. "Whereas now?" "Sir Percy Blakeney has been in the prison of the Conciergerie for exactly 1 week, Lady Blakeney," he replied, speaking very slowly and letting every one of his words sink individually into her mind. "Even before he had time to take the bearings of his cell, or to plan on his own behalf one of those remarkable escapes for which he is so justly famous, our men began to work on a scheme which I am proud to say originated with myself. A week has gone by since then, Lady Blakeney, and during that time a special company of prison guard, acting under the orders of the Committee of General Security and of Public Safety, have questioned the prisoner unremittingly, remember, day and night. 2 by 2 these men take it in turns to enter the prisoner's cell every quarter of an hour, lately it has had to be more often, and ask him the one question: where is little Capet? Up to now we have received no satisfactory reply, although we have explained to Sir Percy that many of his followers are honouring the neighbourhood of Paris with their visit, and that all we ask from him are instructions to those gallant gentlemen to bring young Capet back to us. It is all very simple. Unfortunately the prisoner is somewhat obstinate. At first even the idea seemed to amuse him. He used to laugh and say that he always had the faculty of sleeping with his eyes open. But our soldiers are untiring in their efforts, and the want of sleep as well as of sufficient food and of fresh air is certainly beginning to tell on Sir Percy Blakeney's magnificent physique. I don't think that it will be very long before he gives way to our gentle persuasions. And in any case now I assure you, dear lady, that we do not need to fear any attempt on his part to escape. I doubt if he could walk very steadily across this room." Marguerite had sat quite silent and apparently impassive all the while that Chauvelin had been speaking. Even now she scarcely stirred. Her face expressed absolutely nothing but deep puzzlement. There was a frown between her brows, and her eyes, which were always of such liquid blue, now looked almost black. She was trying to visualise that which Chauvelin had put before her: a man harassed day and night, unceasingly, unremittingly, with one question, allowed neither respite nor sleep, his brain, soul and body fagged out at every hour, every moment of the day and night, until mind and body and soul must inevitably give way under anguish 10,000 times more unendurable than any physical torment invented by monsters in barbaric times. That man thus harassed, thus fagged out, thus martyrized at all hours of the day and night, was her husband, whom she loved with every fibre of her being, with every throb of her heart. Torture? Oh no! These were advanced and civilized times that could afford to look with horror on the excesses of medieval days. This was a revolution that made for progress and challenged the opinion of the world. The cells of the Temple of La Force or the Conciergerie held no secret inquisition with iron maidens and racks and thumbscrews, but a few men had put their tortuous brains together and had said to one another: "We want to find out from that man where we can lay our hands on little Capet, so we won't let him sleep until he has told us. It is not torture, oh no! Who would dare to say that we torture our prisoners? It is only a little horseplay, worrying to the prisoner, no doubt, but after all he can end the unpleasantness at any moment. He need but to answer our question, and he can go to sleep as comfortably as a little child. The want of sleep is very trying, the want of proper food and of fresh air is very weakening. The prisoner must give way sooner or later." So these fiends had decided it between them, and they had put their idea into execution for 1 whole week. Marguerite looked at Chauvelin as she would on some monstrous inscrutable sphinx, marvelling if God, even in his anger, could really have created such a fiendish brain, or having created it, could allow it to wreak such devilry unpunished. Even now she felt that he was enjoying the mental anguish which he had put upon her, and she saw his thin, evil lips curved into a smile. "So you came to-night to tell me all this?" she asked as soon as she could trust herself to speak. Her impulse was to shriek out her indignation, her horror of him, into his face. She longed to call down God's eternal curse upon this fiend, but instinctively she held herself in check. Her indignation, her words of loathing, would only have added to his delight. "You have had your wish," she added coldly. "Now I pray you go." "Your pardon, Lady Blakeney," he said with all his habitual blandness. "My object in coming to see you to-night was twofold. Methought that I was acting as your friend in giving you authentic news of Sir Percy, and in suggesting the possibility of your adding your persuasion to ours." "My persuasion? You mean that you would wish to see your husband, would you not, Lady Blakeney?" "Yes." "Then I pray you command me. I will grant you the permission whenever you wish to go." "You are in the hope, citizen," she said, "that I will do my best to break my husband's spirit by my tears or my prayers. Is that it?" "Not necessarily," he replied pleasantly. "I assure you that we can manage to do that ourselves in time." "You devil!" The cry of pain and of horror was involuntarily wrung from the depths of her soul. "Are you not afraid that God's hand will strike you down where you stand?" "No," he said lightly, "I am not afraid, Lady Blakeney. You see, I do not happen to believe in God. Come," he added more seriously, "have I not proved to you that my offer is disinterested? Yet I repeat it even now. If you desire to see Sir Percy in prison, command me, and the doors shall be opened to you." She waited a moment, looking him straight and quite dispassionately in the face. Then she said coldly: "Very well, I will go." "When?" he asked. "This evening." "Just as you wish. I would have to go and see my friend Heron first, and arrange with him for your visit." "Then go. I will follow in half an hour." "C'est entendu. Will you be at the main entrance of the Conciergerie at 9:30? You know it, perhaps, no? It is in the Rue de la Barillerie, immediately on the right at the foot of the great staircase of the House of Justice." "Of the House of Justice!" she exclaimed involuntarily, a world of bitter contempt in her cry. Then she added in her former matter of fact tones: "Very good, citizen. At 9:30 I will be at the entrance you name." "And I will be at the door prepared to escort you." He took up his hat and coat and bowed ceremoniously to her. Then he turned to go. At the door a cry from her, involuntarily enough, God knows, made him pause. "My interview with the prisoner," she said, vainly trying, poor soul, to repress that quiver of anxiety in her voice. "It will be private?" "Oh, yes, of course," he replied with a reassuring smile. "Au revoir, Lady Blakeney. 9:30, remember." She could no longer trust herself to look on him as he finally took his departure. She was afraid, yes, absolutely afraid, that her fortitude would give way, meanly, despicably, uselessly give way, that she would suddenly fling herself at the feet of that sneering, inhuman wretch, that she would pray, implore Heaven above. What might not she do in the face of this awful reality, if the last lingering shred of vanishing reason, of pride and of courage did not hold her in check? Therefore she forced herself not to look on that departing sable clad figure, on that evil face and those hands that held Percy's fate in their cruel grip. But her ears caught the welcome sound of his departure, the opening and shutting of the door, his light footstep echoing down the stone stairs. When at last she felt that she was really alone, she uttered a loud cry like a wounded doe, and falling on her knees, she buried her face in her hands in a passionate fit of weeping. Violent sobs shook her entire frame. It seemed as if an overwhelming anguish was tearing at her heart, the physical pain of it was almost unendurable. And yet, even through this paroxysm of tears, her mind clung to one root idea. When she saw Percy she must be brave and calm, be able to help him if he wanted her, to do his bidding if there was anything that she could do, or any message that she could take to the others. Of hope she had none. The last lingering ray of it had been extinguished by that fiend when he said, "We need not fear that he will escape. I doubt if he could walk very steadily across this room now." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage, in September 2007. Chapter 27. In the Conciergerie. Marguerite, accompanied by Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, walked rapidly along the quay. It lacked 10 minutes to the half hour. The night was dark and bitterly cold. Snow was still falling in sparse thin flakes, and lay like a crisp and glittering mantle over the parapets of the bridges and the grim towers of the Chatelet prison. They walked on silently now. All that they had wanted to say to one another had been said inside the squalid room of their lodgings when Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had come home and learned that Chauvelin had been. "They are killing him by inches, Sir Andrew," had been the heartrending cry which burst from Marguerite's oppressed heart as soon as her hands rested in the kindly ones of her best friend. "Is there aught that we can do?" There was, of course, very little that could be done. One or two fine steel files which Sir Andrew gave her to conceal beneath the folds of her kerchief, also a tiny dagger with sharp poisoned blade, which for a moment she held in her hand hesitating, her eyes filling with tears, her heart throbbing with unspeakable sorrow. Then slowly, very slowly, she raised the small death-dealing instrument to her lips and reverently kissed the narrow blade. "If it must be," she murmured, "God in His mercy will forgive." She sheathed the dagger, and this too she hid in the folds of her gown. "Can you think of anything else, Sir Andrew, that he might want?" she asked. "I have money in plenty, in case those soldiers..." Sir Andrew sighed, and turned away from her so as to hide the hopelessness which he felt. Since 3 days now he had been exhausting every conceivable means of getting at the prison guard with bribery and corruption, but Chauvelin and his friends had taken excellent precautions. The prison of the Conciergerie, situated as it was in the very heart of the labyrinthine and complicated structure of the Chatelet and the House of Justice, and isolated from every other group of cells in the building, was inaccessible save from one narrow doorway which gave on the guard room first, and thence on the inner cell beyond. Just as all attempts to rescue the late unfortunate Queen from that prison had failed, so now every attempt to reach the imprisoned Scarlet Pimpernel was equally doomed to bitter disappointment. The guard room was filled with soldiers day and night. The windows of the inner cell, heavily barred, were too small to admit of the passage of a human body, and they were raised 20 feet from the corridor below. Sir Andrew had stood in the corridor 2 days ago. He had looked on the window behind which he knew that his friend must be eating out his noble heart in a longing for liberty, and he had realised then that every effort at help from the outside was foredoomed to failure. "Courage, Lady Blakeney," he said to Marguerite, when anon they had crossed the Pont au Change, and were wending their way slowly along the Rue de la Barillerie. "Remember our proud dictum, the Scarlet Pimpernel never fails, and also this, that whatever messages Blakeney gives you for us, whatever he wishes us to do, we are to a man ready to do it, and to give our lives for our chief. Courage! Something tells me that a man like Percy is not going to die at the hands of such vermin as Chauvelin and his friends." They had reached the great iron gates of the House of Justice. Marguerite, trying to smile, extended her trembling hand to this faithful, loyal comrade. "I'll not be far," he said. "When you come out, do not look to the right or left, but make straight for home. I'll not lose sight of you for a moment, and as soon as possible will overtake you. God bless you both." He pressed his lips on her cold little hand, and watched her tall, elegant figure as she passed through the great gates until the veil of falling snow hid her from his gaze. Then with a deep sigh of bitter anguish and sorrow he turned away and was soon lost in the gloom. Marguerite found the gate at the bottom of the monumental stairs open when she arrived. Chauvelin was standing immediately inside the building, waiting for her. "We are prepared for your visit, Lady Blakeney," he said, and the prisoner knows that you are coming." He led the way down one of the numerous and interminable corridors of the building, and she followed briskly, pressing her hand against her bosom there where the folds of her kerchief hid the steel files and the precious dagger. Even in the gloom of these ill lighted passages she realised that she was surrounded by guards. There were soldiers everywhere. Two had stood behind the door when first she entered, and had immediately closed it with a loud clang behind her; and all the way down the corridors, through the half light engendered by feebly flickering lamps, she caught glimpses of the white facings on the uniforms of the town guard, or occasionally the glint of steel of a bayonet. Presently Chauvelin paused beside a door which he had just reached. His hand was on the latch, for it did not appear to be locked, and he turned toward Marguerite. "I am very sorry, Lady Blakeney," he said in simple, deferential tones, "that the prison authorities, who at my request are granting you this interview at such an unusual hour, have made a slight condition to your visit." "A condition?" she asked. "What is it?" "You must forgive me," he said, as if purposely evading her question, "for I give you my word that I had nothing to do with a regulation that you might justly feel was derogatory to your dignity. If you will kindly step in here, a wardress in charge will explain to you what is required." He pushed open the door and stood aside ceremoniously in order to allow her to pass in. She looked on him with deep puzzlement and a look of dark suspicion in her eyes, but her mind was too much engrossed with the thought of her meeting with Percy to worry over any trifle that might, as her enemy had inferred, offend her womanly dignity. She walked into the room, past Chauvelin, who whispered as she went by: "I will wait for you here, and I pray you, if you have aught to complain of, summon me at once." Then he closed the door behind her. The room in which Marguerite now found herself was a small unventilated quadrangle, dimly lighted by a hanging lamp. A woman in a soiled cotton gown, and lank grey hair brushed away from a parchment like forehead, rose from the chair in which she had been sitting when Marguerite entered, and put away some knitting on which she had apparently been engaged. "I was to tell you, citizeness," she said the moment the door had been closed and she was alone with Marguerite, "that the prison authorities have given orders that I should search you before you visit the prisoner." She repeated this phrase mechanically, like a child who has been taught to say a lesson by heart. She was a stoutish, middle aged woman, with that pasty, flabby skin peculiar to those who live in want of fresh air, but her small dark eyes were not unkindly, although they shifted restlessly from one object to another, as if she were trying to avoid looking the other woman straight in the face. "That you should search me," reiterated Marguerite slowly, trying to understand. "Yes," replied the woman. "I was to tell you to take off your clothes, so that I might look them through and through. I have often had to do this before when visitors have been allowed inside the prison, so it is no use your trying to deceive me in any way. I am very sharp at finding out if one has any papers or files or ropes concealed in an under petticoat. Come," she added more roughly, seeing that Marguerite had remained motionless in the middle of the room, "the quicker you're about it, the sooner you will be taken to see the prisoner." These words had their desired effect. The proud Lady Blakeney, inwardly revolting at the outrage, knew that resistance would be worse than useless. Chauvelin was the other side of the door. A call from the woman would bring him to her assistance, and Marguerite was only longing to hasten the moment when she could be with her husband. She took off her kerchief and her gown, and calmly submitted to the woman's rough hands as they wandered with sureness and accuracy to the various pockets and folds that might conceal prohibited articles. The woman did her work with peculiar stolidity. She did not utter a word when she found the tiny steel files and placed them on a table beside her. In equal silence she laid the little dagger beside them, and the purse which contained 20 gold pieces. These she counted in front of Marguerite, and then replaced them in the purse. Her face expressed neither surprise nor greed nor pity. She was obviously beyond the reach of bribery, just a machine, paid by the prison authorities to do this unpleasant work, and no doubt terrorised into doing it conscientiously. When she had satisfied herself that Marguerite had nothing further concealed about her person, she allowed her to put her dress on once more. She even offered to help her on with it. When Marguerite was fully dressed she opened the door for her. Chauvelin was standing in the passage waiting patiently. At sight of Marguerite, whose pale set face betrayed nothing of the indignation which she felt, he turned quick, inquiring eyes on the woman. "2 files, a dagger and a purse with 20 louis," said the latter curtly. Chauvelin made no comment. He received the information quite placidly, as if it had no special interest for him. Then he said quietly: "This way, citizeness." Marguerite followed him, and 2 minutes later he stood beside a heavy nail studded door that had a small square grating let into one of the panels, and said simply: This is it." 2 soldiers of the National Guard were on sentry at the door, 2 more were pacing up and down outside it, and had halted when citizen Chauvelin gave his name and showed his tricolour scarf of office. From behind the small grating in the door a pair of eyes peered at the newcomers. "Qui va la?" came the quick challenge from the guard room within. "Citizen Chauvelin, of the Committee of Public Safety," was the prompt reply. There was the sound of grounding of arms, of the drawing of bolts, and the turning of a key in a complicated lock. The prison was kept locked from within, and very heavy bars had to be moved ere the ponderous door slowly swung open on its hinges. 2 steps led up into the guard room. Marguerite mounted them with the same feeling of awe and almost of reverence as she would have mounted the steps of a sacrificial altar. The guard room itself was more brilliantly lighted than the corridor outside. The sudden glare of 2 or 3 lamps placed about the room caused her momentarily to close her eyes, that were aching with many shed and unshed tears. The air was rank and heavy with the fumes of tobacco, of wine and stale food. A large barred window gave on the corridor immediately above the door. When Marguerite felt strong enough to look around her, she saw that the room was filled with soldiers. Some were sitting, others standing, others lay on rugs against the wall apparently asleep. There was one who appeared to be in command, for with a word he checked the noise that was going on in the room when she entered, and then he said curtly: "This way, citizeness." He turned to an opening in the wall on the left, the stone lintel of a door, from which the door itself had been removed. An iron bar ran across the opening, and this the sergeant now lifted, nodding to Marguerite to go within. Instinctively she looked round for Chauvelin, but he was nowhere to be seen. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 28. The Caged Lion. Was there some instinct of humanity left in the soldier who allowed Marguerite through the barrier into the prisoner's cell? Had the wan face of this beautiful woman stirred within his heart the last chord of gentleness that was not wholly atrophied by the constant cruelties, the excesses, the mercilessness which his service under this fraternising republic constantly demanded of him? Perhaps some recollection of former years, when first he served his king and country, recollection of wife or sister or mother, pleaded within him in favour of this sorely stricken woman with the look of unspeakable sorrow in her large blue eyes. Certain it is that as soon as Marguerite passed the barrier he put himself on guard against it with his back to the interior of the cell and to her. Marguerite had paused on the threshold. After the glaring light of the guard room the cell seemed dark, and at first she could hardly see. The whole length of the long narrow cubicle lay to her left, with a slight recess at its further end, so that from the threshold of the doorway she could not see into the distant corner. Swift as a lightning flash the remembrance came back to her of proud Marie Antoinette, narrowing her life to that dark corner where the insolent eyes of the rabble soldiery could not spy her every movement. Marguerite stepped further into the room. Gradually, by the dim light of an oil lamp placed upon a table in the recess, she began to distinguish various objects: 1 or 2 chairs, another table, and a small but very comfortable looking camp bedstead. Just for a few seconds she saw only these inanimate things. Then she became conscious of Percy's presence. He sat on a chair, with his left arm half stretched out upon the table, his head hidden in the bend of the elbow. Marguerite did not utter a cry. She did not even tremble. Just for one brief instant she closed her eyes, so as to gather up all her courage before she dared to look again. Then with a steady and noiseless step she came quite close to him. She knelt on the flagstones at his feet, and raised reverently to her lips the hand that hung nerveless and limp by his side. He gave a start. A shiver seemed to go right through him. He half raised his head, and murmured in a hoarse whisper: "I tell you that I do not know, and if I did..." She put her arms round him and pillowed her head upon his breast. He turned his head slowly toward her, and now his eyes, hollowed and rimmed with purple, looked straight into hers. "My beloved," he said, "I knew that you would come." His arms closed round her. There was nothing of lifelessness or of weariness in the passion of that embrace, and when she looked up again it seemed to her as if that first vision which she had had of him, with weary head bent and wan haggard face, was not reality, only a dream born of her own anxiety for him, for now the hot ardent blood coursed just as swiftly as ever through his veins, as if life, strong, tenacious, pulsating life, throbbed with unabating vigour in those massive limbs, and behind that square clear brow, as though the body, but half subdued, had transferred its vanishing strength to the kind and noble heart that was beating with the fervour of self sacrifice. "Percy," she said gently, "they will only give us a few moments together. They thought that my tears would break your spirit where their devilry had failed." He held her glance with his own, with that close, intent look which binds soul to soul, and in his deep blue eyes there danced the restless flames of his own undying mirth. "La, little woman," he said with enforced lightness, even whilst his voice quivered with the intensity of passion engendered by her presence, her nearness, the perfume of her hair, "how little they know you, eh? Your brave, beautiful, exquisite soul, shining now through your glorious eyes, would defy the machinations of Satan himself and his horde. Close your dear eyes, my love. I shall go mad with joy if I drink their beauty in any longer." He held her face between his two hands, and indeed it seemed as if he could not satiate his soul with looking into her eyes. In the midst of so much sorrow, such misery and such deadly fear, never had Marguerite felt quite so happy, never had she felt him so completely her own. The inevitable bodily weakness, which of necessity had invaded even his splendid physique after a whole week's privations, had made a severe breach in the invincible barrier of self control with which the soul of the inner man was kept perpetually hidden behind a mask of indifference and of irresponsibility. And yet the agony of seeing the lines of sorrow so plainly writ on the beautiful face of the woman he worshipped must have been the keenest that the bold adventurer had ever experienced in the whole course of his reckless life. It was he, and he alone, who was making her suffer, her for whose sake he would gladly have shed every drop of his blood, endured every torment, every misery and every humiliation, her whom he worshipped only one degree less than he worshipped his honour and the cause which he had made his own. Yet in spite of that agony, in spite of the heartrending pathos of her pale, wan face, and through the anguish of seeing her tears, the ruling passion, strong in death, the spirit of adventure, the mad, wild, devil-may-care irresponsibility, was never wholly absent. "Dear heart," he said, with a quaint sigh, whilst he buried his face in the soft masses of her hair, "until you came I was so demmed fatigued." He was laughing, and the old look of boyish love of mischief illumined his haggard face. "Is it not lucky, dear heart," he said a moment or two later, "that those brutes do not leave me unshaved? I could not have faced you with a week's growth of beard round my chin. By dint of promises and bribery I have persuaded one of that rabble to come and shave me every morning. They will not allow me to handle a razor myself. They are afraid I should cut my throat, or one of theirs. But mostly I am too demmed sleepy to think of such a thing." "Percy!" she exclaimed with tender and passionate reproach. I know, dear," he murmured. "What a brute I am. Ah, God did a cruel thing the day he threw me in your path. To think that once, not so very long ago, we were drifting apart, you and I. You would have suffered less, dear heart, if we had continued to drift." Then, as he saw that his bantering tone pained her, he covered her hands with kisses, entreating her forgiveness. "Dear heart," he said merrily, "I deserve that you should leave me to rot in this abominable cage. They haven't got me yet, little woman, you know. I am not yet dead, only demmed sleepy at times. But I'll cheat them even now, never fear." "How, Percy? How?" she moaned, for her heart was aching with intolerable pain. She knew better than he did the precautions which were being taken against his escape, and she saw more clearly than he realised it himself the terrible barrier set up against that escape by ever encroaching physical weakness. "Well, dear," he said simply, "to tell you the truth, I have not yet thought of that all important how. I had to wait, you see, until you came. I was so sure that you would come. I have succeeded in putting on paper all my instructions for Ffoulkes and the others. I will give them to you anon. I knew that you would come, and that I could give them to you. Until then I had but to think of one thing, and that was of keeping body and soul together. My chance of seeing you was to let them have their will with me. Those brutes were sure, sooner or later, to bring you to me, that you might see the caged fox worn down to imbecility, eh? That you might add your tears to their persuasion and succeed where they have failed." He laughed lightly with an unstrained note of gaiety. Only Marguerite's sensitive ears caught the faint tone of bitterness which rang through the laugh. "Once I know that the little King of France is safe," he said, "I can think of how best to rob these demmed murderers of my skin." Then suddenly his manner changed. He still held her with one arm closely to him, but the other now lay across the table, and the slender emaciated hand was tightly clutched. He did not look at her, but straight ahead. The eyes, unnaturally large now, with their deep purple rims, looked far ahead beyond the stone walls of this grim, cruel prison. The passionate lover, hungering for his beloved, had vanished. There sat the man with a purpose, the man whose firm hand had snatched men and women and children from death, the reckless enthusiast who tossed his life against an ideal. For a while he sat thus, while in his drawn, haggard face she could trace every line formed by his thoughts, the frown of anxiety, the resolute setting of the lips, the obstinate look of will around the firm jaw. Then he turned again to her. "My beautiful one," he said softly, "the moments are very precious. God knows I could spend eternity thus with your dear form nestling against my heart, but those demmed murderers will only give us half an hour, and I want your help, my beloved, now that I am a helpless cur caught in their trap. Will you listen attentively, dear heart, to what I am going to say?" "Yes, Percy, I will listen," she replied. "And have you the courage to do just what I tell you, dear?" "I would not have the courage to do aught else," she said simply. "It means going from hence to day, dear heart, and perhaps not meeting again." "Hush, my beloved," he said tenderly, placing his thin hand over her mouth, from which a sharp cry of pain had well nigh escaped. "Your exquisite soul will be with me always. Try not to give way to despair. Why, your love alone, which I see shining from your dear eyes, is enough to make a man cling to life with all his might. Tell me, will you do as I ask you?" And she replied firmly and courageously, "I will do just what you ask, Percy. God bless you for your courage, dear. You will have need of it." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 29. For the sake of that helpless innocent. The next instant he was kneeling on the floor, and his hands were wandering over the small irregular flagstones immediately underneath the table. Marguerite had risen to her feet. She watched her husband with intent and puzzled eyes. She saw him suddenly pass his slender fingers along a crevice between two flagstones, then raise one of these slightly, and from beneath it extract a small bundle of papers, each carefully folded and sealed. Then he replaced the stone, and once more rose to his knees. He gave a quick glance toward the doorway. That corner of his cell, the recess wherein stood the table, was invisible to any one who had not actually crossed the threshold. Reassured that his movements could not have been and were not watched, he drew Marguerite closer to him. "Dear heart," he whispered, "I want to place these papers in your care. Look upon them as my last will and testament. I succeeded in fooling those brutes one day by pretending to be willing to accede to their will. They gave me pen and ink and paper and wax, and I was to write out an order to my followers to bring the Dauphin hither. They left me in peace for 1/4 of an hour, which gave me time to write 3 letters, one for Armand and the other 2 for Ffoulkes, and to hide them under the flooring of my cell. You see, dear, I knew that you would come, and that I could give them to you then." He paused, and that ghost of a smile once more hovered round his lips. He was thinking of that day when he had fooled Heron and Chauvelin into the belief that their devilry had succeeded, and that they had brought the reckless adventurer to his knees. He smiled at the recollection of their wrath when they knew that they had been tricked, and after a 1/4 of an hour's anxious waiting found a few sheets of paper scribbled over with incoherent words or satirical verse, and the prisoner having apparently snatched 10 minutes' sleep, which seemingly had restored him quite a modicum of his strength. But of this he told Marguerite nothing, nor of the insults and humiliation which he had had to bear in consequence of that trick. He did not tell her that directly afterwards the order went forth that the prisoner was to be kept on bread and water in the future, nor that Chauvelin had stood by laughing and jeering while... No, he did not tell her all that. The recollection of it all had still the power to make him laugh. Was it not all a part and parcel of that great gamble for human lives wherein he had held the winning cards himself for so long? "It is your turn now," he had said even then to his bitter enemy. "Yes," Chauvelin had replied, "our turn at last. And you will not bend, my fine English gentleman. We'll break you yet, never fear." It was the thought of it all, of that hand to hand, will to will, spirit to spirit struggle that lighted up his haggard face even now, gave him a fresh zest for life, a desire to combat and to conquer in spite of all, in spite of the odds that had martyred his body, but left the mind, the will, the power still unconquered. He was pressing one of the papers into her hand, holding her fingers tightly in his, and compelling her gaze with the ardent excitement of his own. "This first letter is for Ffoulkes," he said. "It relates to the final measures for the safety of the Dauphin. They are my instructions to those members of the League who are in or near Paris at the present moment. Ffoulkes, I know, must be with you. He was not likely, God bless his loyalty, to let you come to Paris alone. Then give this letter to him, dear heart, at once, to-night, and tell him that it is my express command that he and the others shall act in minute accordance with my instructions." "But the Dauphin surely is safe now," she urged. "Ffoulkes and the others are here in order to help you." "To help me, dear heart?" he interposed earnestly. "God alone can do that now, and such of my poor wits as these devils do not succeed in crushing out of me within the next 10 days." 10 days? "I have waited a week, until this hour when I could place this packet in your hands. Another 10 days should see the Dauphin out of France. After that we shall see." "Percy!" she exclaimed in an agony of horror, "you cannot endure this for another day and live." "Nay," he said in a tone that was almost insolent in its proud defiance, "there is but little that a man cannot do when he sets his mind to it. For the rest, 'tis in God's hands," he added more gently. "Dear heart, you swore that you would be brave. The Dauphin is still in France, and until he is out of it he will not really be safe. His friends wanted to keep him inside the country. God only knows what they still hope. Had I been free, I should not have allowed him to remain so long. Now those good people at Mantes will yield to my letter and to Ffoulkes' earnest appeal. They will allow one of our League to convey the child safely out of France, and I'll wait here until I know that he is safe. If I tried to get away now, and succeeded, why, Heaven help us, the hue and cry might turn against the child, and he might be captured before I could get to him. Dear heart, dear, dear heart, try to understand. The safety of that child is bound with mine honour, but I swear to you, my sweet love, that the day on which I feel that that safety is assured, I will save mine own skin, what there is left of it, if I can." "Percy!" she cried with a sudden outburst of passionate revolt, "you speak as if the safety of that child were of more moment than your own. 10 days! But God in heaven, have you thought how I shall live these 10 days, while slowly, inch by inch, you give your dear, your precious life for a forlorn cause?" "I am very tough, m'dear," he said lightly. "'Tis not a question of life. I shall only be spending a few more very uncomfortable days in this demmed hole. But what of that?" Her eyes spoke the reply. Her eyes veiled with tears that wandered with heart-breaking anxiety from the hollow circles round his own to the lines of weariness about the firm lips and jaw. He laughed at her solicitude. "I can last out longer than these brutes have any idea of," he said gaily. "You cheat yourself, Percy," she rejoined with quiet earnestness. "Every day that you spend immured between these walls, with that ceaseless, nerve-racking torment of sleeplessness which these devils have devised for the breaking of your will, every day thus spent diminishes your power of ultimately saving yourself. You see, I speak calmly, dispassionately. I do not even urge my claims upon your life. But what you must weigh in the balance is the claim of all those for whom in the past you have already staked your life, those lives you have purchased by risking your own. What, in comparison with your noble life, is that of the puny descendant of a line of decadent kings? Why should it be sacrificed, ruthlessly, hopelessly sacrificed, that a boy might live who is as nothing to the world, to his country, even to his own people?" She had tried to speak calmly, never raising her voice beyond a whisper. Her hands still clutched that paper which seemed to sear her fingers, the paper which she felt held writ upon its smooth surface the death sentence of the man she loved. But his look did not answer her firm appeal. It was fixed far away beyond the prison walls, on a lonely country road outside Paris, with the rain falling in a thin drizzle, the leaden clouds overhead chasing one another, driven by the gale. "Poor mite," he murmured softly. "He walked so bravely by my side, until the little feet grew weary. Then he nestled in my arms and slept until we met Ffoulkes waiting with the cart. He was no king of France just then, only a helpless innocent whom Heaven aided me to save." Marguerite bowed her head in silence. There was nothing more that she could say, no plea that she could urge. Indeed, she had understood, as he had begged her to understand. She understood that long ago he had mapped out the course of his life, and now that that course happened to lead up a Calvary of humiliation and of suffering, he was not likely to turn back, even though on the summit death already was waiting, beckoning with no uncertain hand. Not until he could murmur, in the wake of the great and divine sacrifice itself, the sublime words, "It is accomplished." "But the Dauphin is safe enough now," was all that she said, after that one moment's silence when her heart too had offered up to God the supreme abnegation of self, and calmly faced a sorrow which threatened to break it at last. "Yes," he rejoined, "safe enough for the moment, but he would be safer still if he were out of France. I had hoped to take him one day with me to England, but in this plan damnable fate has interfered. His adherents wanted to get him to Vienna, and their wish had best be fulfilled now. In my instructions to Ffoulkes I have mapped out a simple way for accomplishing the journey. Tony will be the one best suited to lead the expedition, and I want him to make straight for Holland. The northern frontiers are not so closely watched as are the Austrian ones. There is a faithful adherent of the Bourbon cause who lives at Delft, and who will give shelter of his name and home to the fugitive King of France until he can be conveyed to Vienna. He is named Naudorf. Once I feel that the child is safe in his hands I will look after myself, never fear." He paused, for his strength, which was only factitious, born of the excitement that Marguerite's presence had called forth, was threatening to give way. His voice, though he had spoken in a whisper all along, was very hoarse, and his temples were throbbing with the sustained effort to speak. "If those fiends had only thought of denying me food instead of sleep," he murmured involuntarily, "I could have held out until..." Then, with characteristic swiftness, his mood changed in a moment. His arms closed round Marguerite once more with a passion of self-reproach. "Heaven forgive me for a selfish brute," he said, whilst the ghost of a smile once more lit up the whole of his face. "Dear soul, I must have forgotten your sweet presence, thus brooding over my own troubles, whilst your loving heart has a graver burden, God help me, than it can possibly bear. Listen, my beloved, for I don't know how many minutes longer they intend to give us, and I have not yet spoken to you about Armand." "Armand!" she cried. A twinge of remorse had gripped her. For fully 10 minutes now she had relegated all thoughts of her brother to a distant cell of her memory. "We have no news of Armand," she said. "Sir Andrew has searched all the prison registers. Oh, were not my heart atrophied by all that it has endured this past sennight, it would feel a final throb of agonizing pain at every thought of Armand." A curious look, which even her loving eyes failed to interpret, passed like a shadow over her husband's face. But the shadow lifted in a moment, and it was with a reassuring smile that he said to her: "Dear heart, Armand is comparatively safe for the moment. Tell Ffoulkes not to search the prison registers for him, rather to seek out Mademoiselle Lange. She will know where to find Armand." "Jeanne Lange!" she exclaimed with a world of bitterness in the tone of her voice. "The girl whom Armand loved, it seems, with a passion greater than his loyalty. Oh, Sir Andrew tried to disguise my brother's folly, but I guessed what he did not choose to tell me. It was his disobedience, his want of trust that brought this unspeakable misery on us all. Do not blame him overmuch, dear heart. Armand was in love, and love excuses every sin committed in its name. Jeanne Lange was arrested, and Armand lost his reason temporarily. The very day on which I rescued the Dauphin from the Temple I had the good fortune to drag the little lady out of prison. I had given my promise to Armand that she should be safe, and I kept my word. But this Armand did not know, or else..." He checked himself abruptly, and once more that strange enigmatical look crept into his eyes. "I took Jeanne Lange to a place of comparative safety," he said after a slight pause, "but since then she has been set entirely free." "Free?" "Yes. Chauvelin himself brought me the news," he replied with a quick, mirthless laugh, wholly unlike his usual light hearted gaiety. "He had to ask me where to find Jeanne, for I alone knew where she was. As for Armand, they'll not worry about him whilst I am here. Another reason why I must bide a while longer. But in the meanwhile, dear, I pray you find Mademoiselle Lange. She lives at number 5 Square du Roule. Through her I know that you can get to see Armand. This second letter," he added, pressing a smaller packet into her hand, "is for him. Give it to him, dear heart. It will, I hope, tend to cheer him. I fear me the poor lad frets, yet he only sinned because he loved, and to me he will always be your brother, the man who held your affection for all the years before I came into your life. Give him this letter, dear. They are my instructions to him, as the others are for Ffoulkes. But tell him to read them when he is alone. You will do that, dear heart, will you not?" "Yes, Percy," she said simply. "I promise." Great joy and the expression of intense relief lit up his face, whilst his eyes spoke the gratitude which he felt. "Then there is one thing more," he said. "There are others in this cruel city, dear heart, who have trusted me, and whom I must not fail. Marie de Marmontel and her brother, faithful servants of the late Queen. They were on the eve of arrest when I succeeded in getting them to a place of comparative safety. And there are others there too. All of these poor victims have trusted me implicitly. They are waiting for me there, trusting in my promise to convey them safely to England. Sweetheart, you must redeem my promise to them. You will? You will? Promise me that you will." "I promise, Percy," she said once more. "Then go, dear, to-morrow, in the late afternoon, to number 98 Rue de Charonne. It is a narrow house at the extreme end of that long street which abuts on the fortifications. The lower part of the house is occupied by a dealer in rags and old clothes. He and his wife and family are wretchedly poor, but they are kind, good souls, and for a consideration and a minimum of risk to themselves they will always render service to the English milors, whom they believe to be a band of inveterate smugglers. Ffoulkes and all the others know these people and know the house. Armand by the same token knows it too. Marie de Marmontel and her brother are there, and several others. The old Comte de Lézardière, the Abbe de Firmont, their names spell suffering, loyalty and hopelessness. I was lucky enough to convey them safely to that hidden shelter. They trust me implicitly, dear heart. They are waiting for me there, trusting in my promise to them. Dear heart, you will go, will you not?" "Yes, Percy, I will go, I have promised." "Ffoulkes has some certificates of safety by him, and the old clothes dealer will supply the necessary disguises. He has a covered cart which he uses for his business, and which you can borrow from him. Ffoulkes will drive the little party to Achard's farm in Saint Germain, where other members of the League should be in waiting for the final journey to England. Ffoulkes will know how to arrange for everything. He was always my most able lieutenant. Once everything is organised, he can appoint Hastings to lead the party. But you, dear heart, must do as you wish. Achard's farm would be a safe retreat for you and for Ffoulkes. If I know, dear," he added with infinite tenderness. "See, I do not even suggest that you should leave me. Ffoulkes will be with you, and I know that neither he nor you would go even if I commanded. Either Achard's farm or even the house in the Rue de Charonne would be quite safe for you, dear, under Ffoulkes' protection, until the time when I myself can carry you back, you, my precious burden, to England in mine own arms, or until " "Hush, dear heart," he entreated, smothering with a passionate kiss the low moan of pain which had escaped her lips. "It is all in God's hands now. I am in a tight corner, tighter than ever I have been before, but I am not dead yet, and those brutes have not yet paid the full price for my life. Tell me, dear heart, that you have understood, that you will do all that I asked. Tell me again, my dear, dear love. It is the very essence of life to hear your sweet lips murmur this promise now." And for the third time she reiterated firmly, "I have understood every word that you said to me, Percy, and I promise on your precious life to do what you ask." He sighed a deep sigh of satisfaction, and even at that moment there came from the guard room beyond the sound of a harsh voice saying peremptorily: "That half hour is nearly over, sergeant. 'Tis time you interfered." "3 minutes more, citizen," was the curt reply. "3 minutes, you devils," murmured Blakeney between set teeth, whilst a sudden light, which even Marguerite's keen gaze failed to interpret, leapt into his eyes. Then he pressed the third letter into her hand. Once more his close, intent gaze compelled hers. Their faces were close one to the other, so near to him did he draw her, so tightly did he hold her to him. The paper was in her hand, and his fingers were pressed firmly on hers. "Put this in your kerchief, my beloved," he whispered. "Let it rest on your exquisite bosom, where I so love to pillow my head. Keep it there until the last hour, when it seems to you that nothing more can come between me and shame. Hush, dear," he added with passionate tenderness, checking the hot protest that at the word shame had sprung to her lips. "I cannot explain more fully now. I do not know what may happen. I am only a man, and who knows what subtle devilry those brutes might not devise for bringing the untamed adventurer to his knees. For the next 10 days the Dauphin will be on the high roads of France on his way to safety. Every stage of his journey will be known to me. I can from between these 4 walls follow him and his escort step by step. Well, dear, I am but a man already brought to shameful weakness by mere physical discomfort, the want of sleep, such a trifle after all. But in case my reason tottered, God knows what I might do. Then give this packet to Ffoulkes. It contains my final instructions, and he will know how to act. Promise me, dear heart, that you will not open the packet unless mine own dishonour seems to you imminent, unless I have yielded to these brutes in this prison, and sent Ffoulkes or one of the others orders to exchange the Dauphin's life for mine. Then, when mine own handwriting hath proclaimed me a coward, then and then only give this packet to Ffoulkes. Promise me that, and also that when you and he have mastered its contents you will act exactly as I have commanded. Promise me that, dear, in your own sweet name, which may God bless, and in that of Ffoulkes, our loyal friend." Through the sobs that well nigh choked her she murmured the promise he desired. His voice had grown hoarser and more spent with the inevitable reaction after the long and sustained effort, but the vigour of the spirit was untouched, the fervour, the enthusiasm. "Dear heart," he murmured, "do not look on me with those dear scared eyes of yours. If there is aught that puzzles you in what I said, try and trust me a little while longer. Remember, I must save the Dauphin at all costs. Mine honour is bound with his safety. What happens to me after that matters but little, yet I wish to live for your dear sake." He drew a long breath which had naught of weariness in it. The haggard look had completely vanished from his face, the eyes were lighted up from within, the very soul of reckless daring and immortal gaiety illumined his whole personality. "Do not look so sad, little woman," he said with a strange and sudden recrudescence of power. "Those demmed murderers have not got me yet, even now." Then he went down like a log. The effort had been too prolonged, weakened nature reasserted her rights, and he lost consciousness. Marguerite, helpless and almost distraught with grief, had yet the strength of mind not to call for assistance. She pillowed the loved one's head upon her breast, she kissed the dear tired eyes, the poor throbbing temples. The unutterable pathos of seeing this man, who was always the personification of extreme vitality, energy, and boundless endurance and pluck, lying thus helpless like a tired child in her arms, was perhaps the saddest moment of this day of sorrow. But in her trust she never wavered for one instant. Much that he had said had puzzled her, but the word shame, coming from his own lips as a comment on himself, never caused her the slightest pang of fear. She had quickly hidden the tiny packet in her kerchief. She would act point by point, exactly as he had ordered her to do, and she knew that Ffoulkes would never waver either. Her heart ached well nigh to breaking point. That which she could not understand had increased her anguish tenfold. If she could only have given way to tears, she could have borne this final agony more easily. But the solace of tears was not for her. When those loved eyes once more opened to consciousness, they should see hers glowing with courage and determination. There had been silence for a few minutes in the little cell. The soldiery outside, inured to their hideous duty, thought no doubt that the time had come for them to interfere. The iron bar was raised and thrown back with a loud crash, the butt ends of muskets were grounded against the floor, and two soldiers made noisy irruption into the cell. "Hola, citizen! Wake up!" shouted one of the men. "You have not told us yet what you have done with Capet." Marguerite uttered a cry of horror. Instinctively her arms were interposed between the unconscious man and these inhuman creatures, with a beautiful gesture of protecting motherhood. "He has fainted," she said, her voice quivering with indignation. "My God, are you devils that you have not one spark of manhood in you?" The men shrugged their shoulders, and both laughed brutally. They had seen worse sights than these, since they served a republic that ruled by bloodshed and by terror. They were own brothers in callousness and cruelty to those men who on this selfsame spot a few months ago had watched the daily agony of a martyred queen, or to those who had rushed into the Abbaye prison on that awful day in September, and at a word from their infamous leaders had put 80 defenceless prisoners, men, women and children, to the sword. "Tell him to say what he has done with Capet," said one of the soldiers now, and this rough command was accompanied with a coarse jest that sent the blood flaring up into Marguerite's pale cheeks. The brutal laugh, the coarse words which accompanied it, the insult flung at Marguerite, had penetrated to Blakeney's slowly returning consciousness. With sudden strength that appeared almost supernatural, he jumped to his feet, and before any of the others could interfere, he had with clenched fist struck the soldier a full blow on the mouth. The man staggered back with a curse, the other shouted for help. In a moment the narrow place swarmed with soldiers. Marguerite was roughly torn away from the prisoner's side and thrust into the far corner of the cell, from where she only saw a confused mass of blue coats and white belts, and towering for one brief moment above what seemed to her fevered fancy like a veritable sea of heads, the pale face of her husband, with wide dilated eyes searching the gloom for hers. "Remember!" he shouted, and his voice for that brief moment rang out clear and sharp above the din. Then he disappeared behind the wall of glistening bayonets, of blue coats and uplifted arms. Mercifully for her she remembered nothing more very clearly. She felt herself being dragged out of the cell, the iron bar being thrust down behind her with a loud clang. Then, in a vague, dreamy state of semi-unconsciousness, she saw the heavy bolts being drawn back from the outer door, heard the grating of the key in the monumental lock, and the next moment a breath of fresh air brought the sensation of renewed life into her. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 30. Afterwards. "I am sorry, Lady Blakeney," said a harsh, dry voice close to her. "The incident at the end of your visit was none of our making, remember." She turned away, sickened with horror at thought of contact with this wretch. She had heard the heavy oaken door swing to behind her on its ponderous hinges, and the key once again turn in the lock. She felt as if she had suddenly been thrust into a coffin, and that clods of earth were being thrown upon her breast, oppressing her heart so that she could not breathe. Had she looked for the last time on the man whom she loved beyond everything else on earth, whom she worshipped more ardently day by day? Was she even now carrying within the folds of her kerchief a message from a dying man to his comrades? Mechanically she followed Chauvelin down the corridor and along the passages which she had traversed a brief half hour ago. From some distant church tower a clock told the hour of 10. It had then really only been little more than 30 brief minutes since she first had entered this grim building, which seemed less stony than the monsters who held authority within it. To her it seemed that centuries had gone over her head during that time. She felt like an old woman, unable to straighten her back or to steady her limbs. She could only dimly see some few paces ahead the trim figure of Chauvelin walking with measured steps, his hands held behind his back, his head thrown up with what looked like triumphant defiance. At the door of the cubicle where she had been forced to submit to the indignity of being searched by a wardress, the latter was now standing, waiting with characteristic stolidity. In her hand she held the steel files, the dagger and the purse which, as Marguerite passed, she held out to her. "Your property, citizeness," she said placidly. She emptied the purse into her own hand and solemnly counted out the 20 pieces of gold. She was about to replace them all into the purse when Marguerite pressed one of them back into her wrinkled hand. 19 will be enough, citizeness," she said. "Keep one for yourself, not only for me, but for all the poor women who come here with their heart full of hope, and go hence with it full of despair." The woman turned calm, lack lustre eyes on her, and silently pocketed the gold piece with a grudgingly muttered word of thanks. Chauvelin, during this brief interlude, had walked thoughtlessly on ahead. Marguerite, peering down the length of the narrow corridor, spied his sable clad figure some 100 metres further on as it crossed the dim circle of light thrown by one of the lamps. She was about to follow, when it seemed to her as if some one was moving in the darkness close beside her. The wardress was even now in the act of closing the door of her cubicle, and there were a couple of soldiers who were disappearing from view round one end of the passage, whilst Chauvelin's retreating form was lost in the gloom at the other. There was no light close to where she herself was standing, and the blackness around her was as impenetrable as a veil. The sound of a human creature moving and breathing close to her in this intense darkness acted weirdly on her overwrought nerves. "Qui va là?" she called. There was a more distinct movement among the shadows this time, as of a swift tread on the flagstones of the corridor. All else was silent round, and now she could plainly hear those footsteps running rapidly down the passage away from her. She strained her eyes to see more clearly, and anon in one of the dim circles of light on ahead she spied a man's figure, slender and darkly clad, walking quickly yet furtively like one pursued. As he crossed the light the man turned to look back. It was her brother Armand. Her first instinct was to call to him, the second checked that call upon her lips. Percy had said that Armand was in no danger. Then why should he be sneaking along the dark corridors of this awful house of justice if he was free and safe? Certainly, even at a distance, her brother's movements suggested to Marguerite that he was in danger of being seen. He cowered in the darkness, tried to avoid the circles of light thrown by the lamps in the passage. At all costs Marguerite felt that she must warn him that the way he was going now would lead him straight into Chauvelin's arms, and she longed to let him know that she was close by. Feeling sure that he would recognise her voice, she made pretence to turn back to the cubicle, through the door of which the wardress had already disappeared, and called out as loudly as she dared, "Good night, citizeness." But Armand, who surely must have heard, did not pause at the sound. Rather was he walking on more rapidly than before. In less than a minute he would be reaching the spot where Chauvelin stood waiting for Marguerite. That end of the corridor, however, received no light from any of the lamps. Strive how she might, Marguerite could see nothing now either of Chauvelin or of Armand. Blindly, instinctively she ran forward, thinking only to reach Armand and to warn him to turn back before it was too late, before he found himself face to face with the most bitter enemy he and his nearest and dearest had ever had. But as she at last came to a halt at the end of the corridor, panting with the exertion of running and the fear for Armand, she almost fell up against Chauvelin, who was standing there alone and imperturbable, seemingly having waited patiently for her. She could only dimly distinguish his face, the sharp features and thin, cruel mouth, but she felt, more than she actually saw, his cold, steely eyes fixed with a strange expression of mockery upon her. But of Armand there was no sign, and she, poor soul, had difficulty in not betraying the anxiety which she felt for her brother. Had the flagstone swallowed him up? A door on the right was the only one that gave on the corridor at this point. It led to the concierge's lodge, and thence out into the courtyard. Had Chauvelin been dreaming, sleeping with his eyes open, whilst he stood waiting for her, and had Armand succeeded in slipping past him under cover of darkness, and through that door to safety that lay beyond these prison walls? Marguerite, miserably agitated, not knowing what to think, looked somewhat wild-eyed on Chauvelin. He smiled, that inscrutable, mirthless smile of his, and said blandly: "Is there aught else I can do for you, citizeness? This is your nearest way out. No doubt Sir Andrew will be waiting to escort you home." Then, as she, not daring either to reply or to question, walked straight up to the door, he hurried forward, prepared to open it for her. But before he did so he turned to her once again. "I trust that your visit has pleased you, Lady Blakeney," he said suavely. "At what hour do you desire to repeat it tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" she reiterated in a vague, absent manner, for she was still dazed with the strange incident of Armand's appearance and his flight. "Yes. You would like to see Sir Percy again tomorrow, would you not? I myself would gladly pay him a visit from time to time, but he does not care for my company. My colleague, citizen Heron, on the other hand, calls on him 4 times in every 24 hours. He does so a few moments before the changing of the guard, and stays chatting with Sir Percy until after the guard is changed, when he inspects the men and satisfies himself that no traitor has crept in among them. All the men are personally known to him, you see. These hours are at 5 in the morning, and again at 11, and then again at 5 and 11 in the evening. My friend Heron, as you see, is zealous and assiduous, and, strangely enough, Sir Percy does not seem to view his visit with any displeasure. Now at any other hour of the day, Lady Blakeney, I pray you command me, and I will arrange that citizen Heron grant you a second interview with the prisoner." Marguerite had only listened to Chauvelin's lengthy speech with half an ear. Her thoughts still dwelt on the past half hour with its bitter joy and its agonizing pain, and fighting through her thoughts of Percy there was the recollection of Armand which so disquieted her. But though she had only vaguely listened to what Chauvelin was saying, she caught the drift of it. Madly she longed to accept his suggestion. The very thought of seeing Percy on the morrow was solace to her aching heart. It could feed on hope to night instead of on its own bitter pain. But even during this brief moment of hesitancy, and while her whole being cried out for this joy that her enemy was holding out to her, even then in the gloom ahead of her she seemed to see a vision of a pale face raised above a crowd of swaying heads, and of the eyes of the dreamer searching for her own, whilst the last sublime cry of perfect self-devotion once more echoed in her ear: "Remember!" The promise which she had given him, that would she fulfil. The burden which he had laid on her shoulders she would try to bear as heroically as he was bearing his own. Aye, even at the cost of the supreme sorrow of never resting again in the haven of his arms. But in spite of sorrow, in spite of anguish so terrible that she could not imagine death itself to have a more cruel sting, she wished above all to safeguard that final attenuated thread of hope which was wound round the packet that lay hidden on her breast. She wanted above all not to arouse Chauvelin's suspicions by markedly refusing to visit the prisoner again, suspicions that might lead to her being searched once more and the precious packet filched from her. Therefore she said to him earnestly now: "I thank you, citizen, for your solicitude on my behalf, but you will understand, I think, that my visit to the prisoner has been almost more than I could bear. I cannot tell you at this moment whether tomorrow I should be in a fit state to repeat it." "As you please," he said urbanely, "but I pray you to remember one thing, and that is..." He paused a moment, while his restless eyes wandered rapidly over her face, trying, as it were, to get at the soul of this woman, at her innermost thoughts, which he felt were hidden from him. "Yes, citizen," she said quietly, "what is it that I am to remember?" "That it rests with you, Lady Blakeney, to put an end to the present situation." "How?" Surely you can persuade Sir Percy's friends not to leave their chief in durance vile. They themselves could put an end to his troubles to morrow." "By giving up the Dauphin to you, you mean?" she retorted coldly. "Precisely. And you hoped, you still hope, that by placing before me the picture of your own fiendish cruelty against my husband, you will induce me to act the part of a traitor towards him and a coward before his followers?" "Oh," he said deprecatingly, "the cruelty now is no longer mine. Sir Percy's release is in your hands, Lady Blakeney, in that of his followers. I should only be too willing to end the present intolerable situation. You and your friends are applying the last turn of the thumbscrew, not I." She smothered the cry of horror that had risen to her lips. The man's cold-blooded sophistry was threatening to make a breach in her armour of self-control. She would no longer trust herself to speak, but made a quick movement towards the door. He shrugged his shoulders as if the matter were now entirely out of his control. Then he opened the door for her to pass out, and as her skirts brushed against him, he bowed with studied deference, murmuring a cordial "Good night." "And remember, Lady Blakeney," he added politely, "that should you at any time desire to communicate with me at my rooms, 19 Rue du Puy, I hold myself entirely at your service." Then as her tall, graceful figure disappeared in the outside gloom, he passed his thin hand over his mouth, as if to wipe away the last lingering signs of triumphant irony. "The second visit will work wonders, I think, my fine lady," he murmured under his breath. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 31. An Interlude. It was close on midnight now, and still they sat opposite one another, he the friend and she the wife, talking over that brief half hour that had meant an eternity to her. Marguerite had tried to tell Sir Andrew everything, bitter as it was to put into actual words the pathos and misery which she had witnessed. Yet she would hide nothing from the devoted comrade whom she knew Percy would trust absolutely. To him she repeated every word that Percy had uttered, described every inflection of his voice, those enigmatical phrases which she had not understood, and together they cheated one another into the belief that hope lingered somewhere hidden in those words. "I am not going to despair, Lady Blakeney," said Sir Andrew firmly, "and moreover we are not going to disobey. I would stake my life that even now Blakeney has some scheme in his mind which is embodied in the various letters which he has given you, and which, Heaven help us in that case, we might thwart by disobedience. Tomorrow in the late afternoon I will escort you to the Rue de Charonne. It is a house that we all know well, and which Armand of course knows too. I had already inquired there 2 days ago to ascertain whether by chance St. Just was not in hiding there, but Lucas, the landlord, an old clothes dealer, knew nothing about him." Marguerite told him about her swift vision of Armand in the dark corridor of the House of Justice. "Can you understand it, Sir Andrew?" she asked, fixing her deep, luminous eyes inquiringly upon him. "No, I cannot," he said, after an almost imperceptible moment of hesitancy. "But we shall see him to morrow. I have no doubt that Mademoiselle Lange will know where to find him. And now that we know where she is, all our anxiety about him, at any rate, should soon be at an end." He rose and made some allusion to the lateness of the hour. Somehow it seemed to her that her devoted friend was trying to hide his innermost thoughts from her. She watched him with an anxious, intent gaze. "Can you understand it at all, Sir Andrew?" she reiterated with a pathetic note of appeal. "No, no," he said firmly. "On my soul, Lady Blakeney, I know no more of Armand than you do yourself. But I am sure that Percy is right. The boy frets because remorse must have assailed him by now. Had he but obeyed implicitly that day, as we all did..." But he could not frame the whole terrible proposition in words. Bitterly as he himself felt on the subject of Armand, he would not add yet another burden to this devoted woman's heavy load of misery. "It was fate, Lady Blakeney," he said after a while. "Fate, a damnable fate which did it all. Great God, to think of Blakeney in the hands of those brutes seems so horrible that at times I feel as if the whole thing were a nightmare, and that the next moment we shall both wake hearing his merry voice echoing through this room." He tried to cheer her with words of hope that he knew were but chimeras. A heavy weight of despondency lay on his heart. The letter from his chief was hidden against his breast. He would study it anon in the privacy of his own apartment, so as to commit every word to memory that related to the measures for the ultimate safety of the child king. After that it would have to be destroyed, lest it fall into inimical hands. Soon he bade Marguerite good night. She was tired out, body and soul, and he, her faithful friend, vaguely wondered how long she would be able to withstand the strain of so much sorrow, such unspeakable misery. When at last she was alone, Marguerite made brave efforts to compose her nerves so as to obtain a certain modicum of sleep this night. But strive how she might, sleep would not come. How could it, when before her wearied brain there rose constantly that awful vision of Percy in the long, narrow cell, with weary head bent over his arm, and those fiends shouting persistently in his ear: "Wake up, citizen! Tell us, where is Capet?" The fear obsessed her that his mind might give way, for the mental agony of such intense weariness must be well nigh impossible to bear. In the dark, as she sat hour after hour at the open window, looking out in the direction where through the veil of snow the grey walls of the Chatelet prison towered silent and grim, she seemed to see his pale, drawn face with almost appalling reality. She could see every line of it, and could study it with the intensity born of a terrible fear. How long would the ghostly glimmer of merriment still linger in the eyes? When would the hoarse, mirthless laugh rise to the lips, that awful laugh that proclaims madness? Oh, she could have screamed now with the awfulness of this haunting terror. Ghouls seemed to be mocking her out of the darkness. Every flake of snow that fell silently on the window sill became a grinning face that taunted and derided. Every cry in the silence of the night, every footstep on the quay below, turned to hideous jeers hurled at her by tormenting fiends. She closed the window quickly, for she feared that she would go mad. For an hour after that she walked up and down the room, making violent efforts to control her nerves, to find a glimmer of that courage which she promised Percy that she would have. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 32. Sisters. The morning found her fagged out, but more calm. Later on she managed to drink some coffee, and having washed and dressed, she prepared to go out. Sir Andrew appeared in time to ascertain her wishes. "I promised Percy to go to the Rue de Charonne in the late afternoon," she said. "I have some hours to spare, and mean to employ them in trying to find speech with Mademoiselle Lange." "Blakeney has told you where she lives?" "Yes, in the Square du Roule. I know it well. I can be there in half an hour." He, of course, begged to be allowed to accompany her, and anon they were walking together quickly up toward the Faubourg St. Honore. The snow had ceased falling, but it was still very cold, but neither Marguerite nor Sir Andrew were conscious of the temperature or of any outward signs around them. They walked on silently until they reached the torn down gates of the Square du Roule. There Sir Andrew parted from Marguerite, after having appointed to meet her an hour later at a small eating house he knew of, where they could have some food together before starting on their long expedition to the Rue de Charonne. 5 minutes later Marguerite Blakeney was shown in by worthy Madame Belhomme into the quaint and pretty drawing room, with its soft toned hangings and old world air of faded grace. Mademoiselle Lange was sitting there in a capacious armchair, which encircled her delicate figure with its framework of dull old gold. She was ostensibly reading when Marguerite was announced, for an open book lay on a table beside her, but it seemed to the visitor that mayhap the young girl's thoughts had played truant from her work, for her pose was listless and apathetic, and there was a look of grave trouble upon the childlike face. She rose when Marguerite entered, obviously puzzled at the unexpected visit, and somewhat awed at the appearance of this beautiful woman with the sad look in her eyes. "I must crave your pardon, mademoiselle," said Lady Blakeney, as soon as the door had once more closed on Madame Belhomme, and she found herself alone with the young girl. "This visit at such an early hour must seem to you an intrusion, but I am Marguerite St. Just, and..." Her smile and outstretched hand completed the sentence. "St. Just!" exclaimed Jeanne. "Yes, Armand's sister." A swift blush rushed to the girl's pale cheeks. Her brown eyes expressed unadulterated joy. Marguerite, who was studying her closely, was conscious that her poor aching heart went out to this exquisite child, the far off innocent cause of so much misery. Jeanne, a little shy, a little confused and nervous in her movements, was pulling a chair close to the fire, begging Marguerite to sit. Her words came out all the while in short, jerky sentences, and from time to time she stole swift, shy glances at Armand's sister. "You will forgive me, mademoiselle," said Marguerite, whose simple and calm manner quickly tended to soothe Jeanne Lange's confusion. "But I was so anxious about my brother. I do not know where to find him." "And so you came to me, madame? Was I wrong?" "Oh, no. But what made you think that I would know?" "I guessed," said Marguerite with a smile. "You had heard about me, then?" "Oh, yes." "Through whom? Did Armand tell you about me?" "No, alas! I have not seen him this past fortnight, since you, mademoiselle, came into his life, but many of Armand's friends are in Paris just now. One of them knew, and he told me." The soft blush had now overspread the whole of the girl's face, even down to her graceful neck. She waited to see Marguerite comfortably installed in an armchair, then she resumed shyly: "And it was Armand who told me all about you. He loves you so dearly." "Armand and I were very young children when we lost our parents," said Marguerite softly, "and we were all in all to each other then, and until I married he was the man I loved best in all the world." "He told me you were married to an Englishman." "Yes." "He loves England too. At first he always talked of my going there with him as his wife, and of the happiness we should find there together." "Why do you say at first?" "He talks less about England now. Perhaps he feels that now you know all about it, and that you understand each other with regard to the future." "Perhaps." Jeanne sat opposite to Marguerite on a low stool by the fire. Her elbows were resting on her knees, and her face just now was half hidden by the wealth of her brown curls. She looked exquisitely pretty sitting like this, with just the suggestion of sadness in the listless pose. Marguerite had come here to day prepared to hate this young girl, who in a few brief days had stolen not only Armand's heart, but his allegiance to his chief and his trust in him. Since last night, when she had seen her brother sneak silently past her like a thief in the night, she had nurtured thoughts of ill will and anger against Jeanne. But hatred and anger had melted at the sight of this child. Marguerite, with the perfect understanding born of love itself, had soon realised the charm which a woman like Mademoiselle Lange must of necessity exercise over a chivalrous, enthusiastic nature like Armand's. The sense of protection, the strongest perhaps that exists in a good man's heart, would draw him irresistibly to this beautiful child, with the great appealing eyes and the look of pathos that pervaded the entire face. Marguerite, looking in silence on the dainty picture before her, found it in her heart to forgive Armand for disobeying his chief when those eyes beckoned to him in a contrary direction. How could any chivalrous man endure the thought of this delicate, fresh flower lying crushed and drooping in the hands of monsters who respected neither courage nor purity? And Armand had been more than human, or mayhap less, if he had indeed consented to leave the fate of the girl whom he had sworn to love and protect in other hands than his own. It seemed almost as if Jeanne was conscious of the fixity of Marguerite's gaze, for though she did not turn to look at her, the flush gradually deepened in her cheeks. "Mademoiselle Lange," said Marguerite gently, "do you not feel that you can trust me?" She held out her two hands to the girl, and Jeanne slowly turned to her. The next moment she was kneeling at Marguerite's feet and kissing the beautiful kind hands that had been stretched out to her with such sisterly love. "Indeed, indeed, I do trust you," she said, and looked with tear dimmed eyes in the pale face above her. "I have longed for someone in whom I could confide. I have been so lonely lately, and Armand..." With an impatient little gesture she brushed away the tears which had gathered in her eyes. "What has Armand been doing?" asked Marguerite with an encouraging smile. "Oh, nothing to grieve me," replied the young girl eagerly, "for he is kind and good and chivalrous and noble. Oh, I love him with all my heart. I loved him from the moment that I set eyes on him, and then he came to see me, perhaps you know, and he talked so beautifully about England, and so nobly about his leader, the Scarlet Pimpernel. Have you heard of him?" "Yes," said Marguerite smiling, "I have heard of him." "It was that day that citizen Heron came with his soldiers. Oh, you do not know citizen Heron. He is the most cruel man in France. In Paris he is hated by everyone, and no one is safe from his spies. He came to arrest Armand, but I was able to fool him and to save Armand. And after that," she added with charming naivete, "I felt as if, having saved Armand's life, he belonged to me, and his love for me had made me his. Then I was arrested," she continued after a slight pause, and at the recollection of what she had endured then, her fresh voice still trembled with horror. "They dragged me to prison, and I spent 2 days in a dark cell where..." She hid her face in her hands, whilst a few sobs shook her whole frame. Then she resumed more calmly: "I had seen nothing of Armand. I wondered where he was, and I knew that he would be eating out his heart with anxiety for me. But God was watching over me. At first I was transferred to the Temple prison, and there a kind creature, a sort of man of all work in the prison, took compassion on me. I do not know how he contrived it, but one morning very early he brought me some filthy old rags which he told me to put on quickly, and when I had done that he bade me follow him. Oh, he was a very dirty, wretched man himself, but he must have had a kind heart. He took me by the hand and made me carry his broom and brushes. Nobody took much notice of us. The dawn was only just breaking, and the passages were very dark and deserted. Only once some soldiers began to chaff him about me. "C'est ma fille, quoi?" he said roughly. I very nearly laughed then, only I had the good sense to restrain myself, for I knew that my freedom, and perhaps my life, depended on my not betraying myself. My grimy, tattered guide took me with him right through the interminable corridors of that awful building, whilst I prayed fervently to God for him and for myself. We got out by one of the service stairs and exit, and then he dragged me through some narrow streets until we came to a corner where a covered cart stood waiting. My kind friend told me to get into the cart, and then he bade the driver on the box take me straight to a house in the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois. Oh, I was infinitely grateful to the poor creature who had helped me to get out of that awful prison, and I would gladly have given him some money, for I am sure he was very poor, but I had none by me. He told me that I should be quite safe in the house in the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, and begged me to wait there patiently for a few days until I heard from one who had my welfare at heart, and who would further arrange for my safety. Marguerite had listened silently to this narrative, so naively told by this child, who obviously had no idea to whom she owed her freedom and her life. While the girl talked, her mind could follow with unspeakable pride and happiness every phase of that scene in the early dawn, when that mysterious, ragged man of all work, unbeknown even to the woman whom he was serving, risked his own noble life for the sake of her whom his friend and comrade loved. "And did you never see again the kind man to whom you owe your life?" she asked. "No," replied Jeanne, "I never saw him since. But when I arrived at the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, I was told by the good people who took charge of me that the ragged man of all work had been none other than the mysterious Englishman whom Armand reveres, he whom they call the Scarlet Pimpernel." "But you did not stay very long in the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, did you?" "No, only 3 days. The 3rd day I received a communique from the Committee of General Security, together with an unconditional certificate of safety. It meant that I was free, quite free. Oh, I could scarcely believe it. I laughed and I cried until the people in the house thought that I had gone mad. The past few days had been such a horrible nightmare." "And then you saw Armand again?" "Yes. They told him that I was free, and he came here to see me. He often comes. He will be here anon." "But are you not afraid on his account and your own? He must be still suspect, a well known adherent of the Scarlet Pimpernel. He would be safer out of Paris." "No, oh no! Armand is in no danger. He too has an unconditional certificate of safety." "An unconditional certificate of safety?" asked Marguerite, whilst a deep frown of grave puzzlement appeared between her brows. "What does that mean?" "It means that he is free to come and go as he likes, that neither he nor I have anything to fear from Heron and his awful spies. Oh, but for that sad and careworn look on Armand's face we could be so happy. But he is so unlike himself. He is Armand, and yet another. His look at times quite frightens me." "Yet you know why he is so sad?" said Marguerite in a strange toneless voice which she seemed quite unable to control, for that tonelessness came from a terrible sense of suffocation, of a feeling as if her heartstrings were being gripped by huge, hard hands. "Yes, I know," said Jeanne, half hesitatingly, as if knowing she was still unconvinced. "His chief, his comrade, the friend of whom you speak, the Scarlet Pimpernel, who risked his life in order to save yours, mademoiselle, is a prisoner in the hands of those that hate him." Marguerite had spoken with sudden vehemence. There was almost an appeal in her voice now, as if she were trying not to convince Jeanne only, but also herself, of something that was quite simple, quite straightforward, and yet which appeared to be receding from her, an intangible something, a spirit that was gradually yielding to a force as yet unborn, to a phantom that had not yet emerged from out of chaos. But Jeanne seemed unconscious of all this. Her mind was absorbed in Armand, the man whom she loved in her simple, whole hearted way, and who had seemed so different of late. "Oh yes," she said, with a deep, sad sigh, whilst the ever ready tears once more gathered in her eyes. "Armand is very unhappy because of him. The Scarlet Pimpernel was his friend. Armand loved and revered him. Did you know," added the girl, turning large, horror filled eyes on Marguerite, "that they want some information from him about the Dauphin, and to force him to give it they " "Yes, I know," said Marguerite. "Can you wonder, then, that Armand is unhappy? Oh, last night after he went from me I cried for hours, just because he had looked so sad. He no longer talks of happy England, of the cottage we were to have, and of the Kentish orchards in May. He has not ceased to love me, for at times his love seems so great that I tremble with a delicious sense of fear. But oh, his love for me no longer makes him happy." Her head had gradually sunk lower and lower on her breast, her voice died down in a murmur broken by heartrending sighs. Every generous impulse in Marguerite's noble nature prompted her to take that sorrowing child in her arms, to comfort her as she could, to reassure her if she had the power. But a strange icy feeling had gradually invaded her heart, even whilst she listened to the simple, unsophisticated talk of Jeanne Lange. Her hands felt numb and clammy, and instinctively she withdrew away from the near vicinity of the girl. She felt as if the room, the furniture in it, even the window before her, were dancing a wild and curious dance, and that from everywhere around strange whistling sounds reached her ears, which caused her head to whirl and her brain to reel. Jeanne had buried her head in her hands. She was crying, softly, almost humbly at first, as if half ashamed of her grief. Then suddenly it seemed as if she could not contain herself any longer. A heavy sob escaped her throat and shook her whole delicate frame with its violence. Sorrow no longer would be gainsaid. It insisted on physical expression, that awful tearing of heartstrings which leaves the body numb and panting with pain. In a moment Marguerite had forgotten. The dark and shapeless phantom that had knocked at the gate of her soul was relegated back into chaos. It ceased to be. It was made to shrivel and to burn in the great seething cauldron of womanly sympathy. What part this child had played in the vast cataclysm of misery which had dragged the noble hearted enthusiast into the dark torture chamber, whence the only outlet led to the guillotine, she, Marguerite Blakeney, did not know. What part Armand, her brother, had played in it, that she would not dare to guess. All that she knew was that here was a loving heart that was filled with pain, a young inexperienced soul that was having its first tussle with the grim realities of life, and every motherly instinct in Marguerite was aroused. She rose and gently drew the young girl up from her knees, and then closer to her. She pillowed the grief-stricken head against her shoulder, and murmured gentle, comforting words into the tiny ear. "I have news for Armand," she whispered, "that will comfort him. A message, a letter from his friend. You will see, dear, that when Armand reads it he will become a changed man. You see, Armand acted a little foolishly a few days ago. His chief had given him orders which he disregarded, he was so anxious about you. He should have obeyed. And now, mayhap, he feels that his disobedience may have been the innocent cause of much misery to others. That is, no doubt, the reason why he is so sad. The letter from his friend will cheer him. You will see." "Do you really think so, madame?" murmured Jeanne, in whose tear-stained eyes the indomitable hopefulness of youth was already striving to shine. "I am sure of it," assented Marguerite. And for the moment she was absolutely sincere. The phantom had entirely vanished. She would even, had he dared to reappear, have mocked and derided him for his futile attempt at turning the sorrow in her heart to a veritable hell of bitterness. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 33. Little Mother. The two women, both so young still, but each of them with a mark of sorrow already indelibly graven in her heart, were clinging to one another, bound together by the strong bond of sympathy. And but for the sadness of it all, it were difficult to conjure up a more beautiful picture than that which they presented as they stood side by side. Marguerite, tall and stately as an exquisite lily, with the crown of her ardent hair and the glory of her deep blue eyes, and Jeanne Lange, dainty and delicate, with the brown curls and the childlike droop of the soft, moist lips. Thus Armand saw them when, a moment or two later, he entered unannounced. He had pushed open the door and looked on the two women silently for a second or two, on the girl whom he loved so dearly, for whose sake he had committed the great, the unpardonable sin which would send him forever henceforth, Cain like, a wanderer on the face of the earth; and the other, his sister, her whom a Judas act would condemn to a lonely sorrow and widowhood. He could have cried out in an agony of remorse, and it was the groan of acute soul anguish which escaped his lips that drew Marguerite's attention to his presence. Even though many things that Jeanne Lange had said had prepared her for a change in her brother, she was immeasurably shocked by his appearance. He had always been slim and rather below the average in height, but now his usually upright and trim figure seemed to have shrunken within itself. His clothes hung baggy on his shoulders, his hands appeared waxen and emaciated, but the greatest change was in his face, in the wide circles round the eyes that spoke of wakeful nights, in the hollow cheeks and the mouth that had wholly forgotten how to smile. Percy, after a week's misery immured in a dark and miserable prison, deprived of food and rest, did not look such a physical wreck as did Armand St. Just, who was free. Marguerite's heart reproached her for what she felt had been neglect, callousness on her part. Mutely within herself she craved his forgiveness for the appearance of that phantom which should never have come forth from out of that chaotic hell which had engendered it. "Armand!" she cried, and the loving arms that had guided his baby footsteps long ago, and the tender hands that had wiped his boyish tears, were stretched out with unalterable love toward him. "I have a message for you, dear," she said gently, "a letter from him. Mademoiselle Jeanne allowed me to wait here for you until you came." Silently, like a little shy mouse, Jeanne had slipped out of the room. Her pure love for Armand had ennobled every one of her thoughts, and her innate kindliness and refinement had already suggested that brother and sister would wish to be alone. At the door she had turned and met Armand's look. That look had satisfied her. She felt that in it she had read the expression of his love, and to it she had responded with a glance that spoke of hope for a future meeting. As soon as the door had closed on Jeanne Lange, Armand, with an impulse that refused to be checked, threw himself into his sister's arms. The present, with all its sorrows, its remorse and its shame, had sunk away. Only the past remained, the unforgettable past, when Marguerite was little mother, the soother, the comforter, the healer, the ever willing receptacle wherein he had been wont to pour the burden of his childish griefs, of his boyish escapades. Conscious that she could not know everything, not yet at any rate, he gave himself over to the rapture of this pure embrace the last time, mayhap, that those fond arms would close round him in unmixed tenderness, the last time that those fond lips would murmur words of affection and of comfort. To-morrow those same lips would, perhaps, curse the traitor, and the small hand be raised in wrath, pointing an avenging finger on the Judas. "Little mother," he whispered, babbling like a child, "it is good to see you again." "And I have brought you a message from Percy," she said, "a letter which he begged me to give you as soon as may be." "You have seen him?" he asked. She nodded silently, unable to speak. Not now, not when her nerves were strung to breaking pitch, would she trust herself to speak of that awful yesterday. She groped in the folds of her gown, and took the packet which Percy had given her for Armand. It felt quite bulky in her hand. "There is quite a good deal there for you to read, dear," she said. "Percy begged me to give you this, and then to let you read it when you were alone." She pressed the packet into his hand. Armand's face was ashen pale. He clung to her with a strange, nervous tenacity. The paper which he held in one hand seemed to sear his fingers as with a branding iron. "I will slip away now," she said, for strangely enough, since Percy's message had been in Armand's hands, she was once again conscious of that awful feeling of iciness round her heart, a sense of numbness that paralysed her very thoughts. "You will make my excuses to Mademoiselle Lange," she said, trying to smile. "When you have read, you will wish to see her alone." Gently she disengaged herself from Armand's grasp and made for the door. He appeared dazed, staring down at that paper which was scorching his fingers. Only when her hand was on the latch did he seem to realise that she was going. "Little mother," came involuntarily to his lips. She came straight back to him and took both his wrists in her small hands. She was taller than he, and his head was slightly bent forward. Thus she towered over him, loving but strong, her great earnest eyes searching his soul. "When shall I see you again, little mother?" he asked. "Read your letter, dear," she replied, "and when you have read it, if you care to impart its contents to me, come to night to my lodgings, Quai de la Ferraille, above the saddler's shop. But if there is aught in it that you do not wish me to know, then do not come. I shall understand. Good bye, dear." She took his head between her two cold hands, and as it was still bowed, she placed a tender kiss, as of a long farewell, upon his hair. Then she went out of the room. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 34. The Letter. Armand sat in the armchair in front of the fire. His head rested against one hand. in the other he held the letter written by the friend whom he had betrayed. Twice he had read it now, and already was every word of that minute, clear writing graven upon the innermost fibres of his body, upon the most secret cells of his brain. "Armand, I know. I knew even before Chauvelin came to me, and stood there hoping to gloat over the soul agony of a man who finds that he has been betrayed by his dearest friend. But that demmed reprobate did not get that satisfaction, for I was prepared. Not only do I know, Armand, but I understand. I, who do not know what love is, have realised how small a thing is honour, loyalty, or friendship when weighed in the balance of a loved one's need. To save Jeanne you sold me to Heron and his crowd. We are men, Armand, and the word forgiveness has only been spoken once these past 2000 years, and then it was spoken by divine lips. But Marguerite loves you, and mayhap soon you will be all that is left her to love on this earth. Because of this she must never know. As for you, Armand, well, God help you, but meseems that the hell which you are enduring now is 10,000 times worse than mine. I have heard your furtive footsteps in the corridor outside the grated window of this cell, and would not then have exchanged my hell for yours. Therefore, Armand, and because Marguerite loves you, I would wish to turn to you in the hour that I need help. I am in a tight corner, but the hour may come when a comrade's hand might mean life to me. I have thought of you, Armand, partly because, having taken more than my life, your own belongs to me, and partly because the plan which I have in my mind will carry with it grave risks for the man who stands by me. I swore once that never would I risk a comrade's life to save mine own. But matters are so different now. We are both in hell, Armand, and I, in striving to get out of mine, will be showing you a way out of yours. Will you retake possession of your lodgings in the Rue de la Croix Blanche? I should always know then where to find you on an emergency. But if at any time you receive another letter from me, be its contents what they may, act in accordance with the letter, and send a copy of it at once to Ffoulkes or to Marguerite. Keep in close touch with both of them. Tell her that I so far forgave your disobedience, there was nothing more, that I may yet trust my life and mine honour in your hands. I shall have no means of ascertaining definitely whether you will do all that I ask, but somehow, Armand, I know that you will." For the third time Armand read the letter through. "But Armand," he repeated, murmuring the words softly under his breath, "I know that you will." Prompted by some indefinable instinct, moved by a force that compelled, he allowed himself to glide from the chair on to the floor, on to his knees. All the pent-up bitterness, the humiliation, the shame of the past few days surged up from his heart to his lips in one great cry of pain. "My God," he whispered, "give me the chance of giving my life for him." Alone and unwatched, he gave himself over for a few moments to the most voluptuous delight of giving free rein to his grief. The hot Latin blood in him, tempestuous in all its passions, was firing his heart and brain now with the glow of devotion and of self-sacrifice. The calm, self-centred Anglo-Saxon temperament, the almost fatalistic acceptance of failure without reproach yet without despair, which Percy's letter to him had evidenced in so marked a manner, was mayhap somewhat beyond the comprehension of this young enthusiast, with pure Gallic blood in his veins, who was ever wont to allow his most elemental passions to sway his actions. But though he did not altogether understand, Armand St. Just could fully appreciate. All that was noble and loyal in him rose triumphant from beneath the devastating ashes of his own shame. Soon his mood calmed down, his look grew less wan and haggard. Hearing Jeanne's discreet and mouse-like steps in the next room, he rose quickly and hid the letter in the pocket of his coat. She came in and inquired anxiously about Marguerite. A hurriedly expressed excuse from him, however, satisfied her easily enough. She wanted to be alone with Armand, happy to see that he held his head more erect to day, and that the look as of a hunted creature had entirely gone from his eyes. She ascribed this happy change to Marguerite, finding it in her heart to be grateful to the sister for having accomplished what the fiancé had failed to do. For a while they remained together, sitting side by side, speaking at times, but mostly silent, seeming to savour the return of truant happiness. Armand felt like a sick man who has obtained a sudden surcease from pain. He looked round him with a kind of melancholy delight on this room which he had entered for the first time less than a fortnight ago, and which already was so full of memories. Those first hours spent at the feet of Jeanne Lange, how exquisite they had been, how fleeting in the perfection of their happiness. Now they seemed to belong to a far distant past, evanescent like the perfume of violets, swift in their flight like the winged steps of youth. Blakeney's letter had effectually taken the bitter sting from out his remorse, but it had increased his already over heavy load of inconsolable sorrow. Later in the day he turned his footsteps in the direction of the river, to the house in the Quai La Ferraille above the saddler's shop. Marguerite had returned alone from the expedition to the Rue de Charonne. Whilst Sir Andrew took charge of the little party of fugitives and escorted them out of Paris, she came back to her lodgings in order to collect her belongings, preparatory to taking up her quarters in the house of Lucas, the old clothes dealer. She returned also because she hoped to see Armand. "If you care to impart the contents of the letter to me, come to my lodgings to night," she had said. All day a phantom had haunted her, the phantom of an agonizing suspicion. But now the phantom had vanished, never to return. Armand was sitting close beside her, and he told her that the chief had selected him amongst all the others to stand by him inside the walls of Paris until the last. "I shall, mayhap," thus closed that precious document, "have no means of ascertaining definitely whether you will act in accordance with this letter, but somehow, Armand, I know that you will." "I know that you will, Armand," reiterated Marguerite fervently. She had been only too eager to be convinced. The dread, arid, dark suspicion which had been like a hideous poisoned sting had only vaguely touched her soul, it had not gone in very deeply. How could it, when in its death-dealing passage it encountered the rampart of tender, almost motherly love? Armand, trying to read his sister's thoughts in the depths of her blue eyes, found the look in them limpid and clear. Percy's message to Armand had reassured her just as he had intended that it should do. Fate had dealt over harshly with her as it was, and Blakeney's remorse for the sorrow which he had already caused her was scarcely less keen than Armand's. He did not wish her to bear the intolerable burden of hatred against her brother, and by binding St. Just close to him at the supreme hour of danger, he hoped to prove to the woman whom he loved so passionately that Armand was worthy of trust. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 35. The Last Phase. Well, how is it now? The last phase, I think. He will yield? He must. Bah! You have said it yourself often enough. Those English are tough. It takes time to hack them to pieces, perhaps. In this case even you, citizen Chauvelin, said that it would take time. Well, it has taken just 17 days, and now the end is in sight. It was close on midnight in the guard room which gave on the innermost cell of the Conciergerie. Heron had just visited the prisoner, as was his wont at this hour of the night. He had watched the changing of the guard, inspected the night watch, questioned the sergeant in charge, and finally he had been on the point of retiring to his own new quarters in the House of Justice, in the near vicinity of the Conciergerie, when citizen Chauvelin entered the guard room unexpectedly and detained his colleague with the peremptory question: "How is it now?" "If you are so near the end, citizen Heron," he now said, sinking his voice to a whisper, "why not make a final effort and end it to night?" "I wish I could. The anxiety is wearing me out more than him," he added, with a jerky movement of the head in the direction of the inner cell. "Shall I try?" rejoined Chauvelin grimly. "Yes, an you wish." Citizen Heron's long limbs were sprawling on a guard room chair. In this low, narrow room he looked like some giant whose body had been carelessly and loosely put together by a 'prentice hand in the art of manufacture. His broad shoulders were bent, probably under the weight of anxiety to which he had referred, and his head, and the lank, shaggy hair overshadowing the brow, was sunk deep down on his chest. Chauvelin looked at his friend and associate with no small measure of contempt. He would no doubt have preferred to conclude the present difficult transaction entirely in his own way and alone, but equally there was no doubt that the Committee of Public Safety did not trust him quite so fully as it used to do before the fiasco at Calais and the blunders at Boulogne. Heron, on the other hand, enjoyed to its outermost the confidence of his colleagues. His ferocious cruelty and his callousness were well known, whilst physically, owing to his great height and bulky if loosely knit frame, he had a decided advantage over his trim and slender friend. As far as bringing the prisoners to trial was concerned, the chief agent of the Committee of General Security had been given a perfectly free hand by the decree of the 27th Nivose. At first, therefore, he had experienced no difficulty when he desired to keep the Englishman in close confinement for a time without hurrying on that summary trial and condemnation which the populace had loudly demanded, and to which they felt that they were entitled as to a public holiday. The death of the Scarlet Pimpernel on the guillotine had been a spectacle promised by every demagogue who desired to purchase a few votes by holding out visions of pleasant doings to come; and during the first few days the mob of Paris was content to enjoy the delights of expectation. But now 17 days had gone by, and still the Englishman was not being brought to trial. The pleasure loving public was waxing impatient, and earlier this evening, when citizen Heron had shown himself in the stalls of the National Theatre, he was greeted by a crowded audience with decided expressions of disapproval and open mutterings of "What of the Scarlet Pimpernel?" It almost looked as if he would have to bring that accursed Englishman to the guillotine without having wrested from him the secret which he would have given a fortune to possess. Chauvelin, who had also been present at the theatre, had heard the expressions of discontent. Hence his visit to his colleague at this late hour of the night. "Shall I try?" he had queried with some impatience, and a deep sigh of satisfaction escaped his thin lips when the chief agent, wearied and discouraged, had reluctantly agreed. "Let the men make as much noise as they like," he added with an enigmatical smile. "The Englishman and I will want an accompaniment to our pleasant conversation." Heron growled a surly assent, and without another word Chauvelin turned towards the inner cell. As he stepped in he allowed the iron bar to fall into its socket behind him. Then he went farther into the room until the distant recess was fully revealed to him. His tread had been furtive and almost noiseless. Now he paused, for he had caught sight of the prisoner. For a moment he stood quite still, with hands clasped behind his back in his wonted attitude, still save for a strange involuntary twitching of his mouth and the nervous clasping and interlocking of his fingers behind his back. He was savouring to its utmost fulsomeness the supremest joy which animal man can ever know, the joy of looking on a fallen enemy. Blakeney sat at the table with one arm resting on it, the emaciated hand tightly clutched, the body leaning forward, the eyes looking into nothingness. For the moment he was unconscious of Chauvelin's presence, and the latter could gaze on him to the full content of his heart. Indeed, to all outward appearances there sat a man whom privations of every sort and kind, the want of fresh air, of proper food, above all of rest, had worn down physically to a shadow. There was not a particle of colour in cheeks or lips, the skin was grey in hue, the eyes looked like deep caverns wherein the glow of fever was all that was left of life. Chauvelin looked on in silence, vaguely stirred by something that he could not define, something that, right through his triumphant satisfaction, his hatred and final certainty of revenge, had roused in him a sense almost of admiration. He gazed on the noiseless figure of the man who had endured so much for an ideal, and as he gazed it seemed to him as if the spirit no longer dwelt in the body, but hovered round in the dank, stuffy air of the narrow cell above the head of the lonely prisoner, crowning it with glory that was no longer of this earth. Of this the looker on was conscious despite himself, of that and of the fact that stare as he might, and with perception rendered doubly keen by hate, he could not, in spite of all, find the least trace of mental weakness in that far-seeing gaze which seemed to pierce the prison walls, nor could he see that bodily weakness had tended to subdue the ruling passions. Sir Percy Blakeney, a prisoner since 17 days in close, solitary confinement, half starved, deprived of rest and of that mental and physical activity which had been the very essence of life to him hitherto, might be outwardly but a shadow of his former brilliant self, but nevertheless he was still that same elegant English gentleman, that prince of dandies whom Chauvelin had first met 18 months ago at the most courtly court in Europe. His clothes, despite constant wear and the want of attention from a scrupulous valet, still betrayed the perfection of London tailoring. He had put them on with meticulous care, they were free from the slightest particle of dust, and the filmy folds of priceless Mechlin still half veiled the delicate whiteness of his shapely hands. And in the pale, haggard face, in the whole pose of body and of arm, there was still the expression of that indomitable strength of will, that reckless daring, that almost insolent challenge to fate. It was there untamed, uncrushed. Chauvelin himself could not deny to himself its presence or its force. He felt that behind that smooth brow, which looked wax-like now, the mind was still alert, scheming, plotting, striving for freedom, for conquest and for power, and rendered even doubly keen and virile by the ardour of supreme self-sacrifice. Chauvelin now made a slight movement, and suddenly Blakeney became conscious of his presence, and swift as a flash a smile lit up his wan face. "Why, if it is not my engaging friend, Monsieur Chambertin," he said gaily. He rose and stepped forward in the most approved fashion prescribed by the elaborate etiquette of the time. But Chauvelin smiled grimly, and a look of almost animal lust gleamed in his pale eyes, for he had noted that as he rose Sir Percy had to seek the support of the table, even whilst a dull film appeared to gather over his eyes. The gesture had been quick and cleverly disguised, but it had been there nevertheless, that and the livid hue that overspread the face as if consciousness was threatening to go. All of which was sufficient still further to assure the looker on that mighty physical strength was giving way at last, that strength which he had hated in his enemy almost as much as he had hated the thinly veiled insolence in his manner. "And what procures me, sir, the honour of your visit?" continued Blakeney, who had at any rate outwardly soon recovered himself, and whose voice, though distinctly hoarse and spent, rang quite cheerfully across the dank, narrow cell. "My desire for your welfare, Sir Percy," replied Chauvelin with equal pleasantry. "La, sir, but have you not gratified that desire already to an extent which leaves no room for further solicitude? But I pray you, will you not sit down?" he continued, turning back toward the table. "I was about to partake of the lavish supper which your friends have provided for me. Will you not share it, sir? You are most royally welcome, and it will mayhap remind you of that supper we shared together in Calais, eh? When you, Monsieur Chambertin, were temporarily in holy orders." He laughed, offering his enemy a chair, and pointed with inviting gesture to the hunk of brown bread and the mug of water which stood on the table. "Such as it is, sir," he said with a pleasant smile, "it is yours to command." Chauvelin sat down. He held his lower lip tightly between his teeth, so tightly that a few drops of blood appeared upon its narrow surface. He was making vigorous efforts to keep his temper under control, for he would not give his enemy the satisfaction of seeing him resent his insolence. He could afford to keep calm now that victory was at last in sight, now that he knew that he had but to raise a finger and those smiling, impudent lips would be closed forever at last. "Sir Percy," he resumed quietly, "no doubt it affords you a certain amount of pleasure to aim your sarcastic shafts at me. I will not begrudge you that pleasure. In your present position, sir, your shafts have little or no sting." "And I shall have but few chances left to aim them at your charming self," interposed Blakeney, who had drawn another chair close to the table, and was now sitting opposite his enemy, with the light of the lamp falling full on his own face, as if he wished his enemy to know that he had nothing to hide, no thought, no hope, no fear. "Exactly," said Chauvelin drily. "That being the case, Sir Percy, what say you to no longer wasting the few chances which are left to you for safety? The time is getting on. You are not, I imagine, quite as hopeful as you were even a week ago. You have never been over comfortable in this cell. Why not end this unpleasant state of affairs now, once and for all? You'll not have cause to regret it, my word on it." Sir Percy leaned back in his chair. He yawned loudly and ostentatiously. "I pray you, sir, forgive me," he said. "Never have I been so demmed fatigued. I have not slept for more than a fortnight." "Exactly, Sir Percy. A night's rest would do you a world of good." "A night, sir!" exclaimed Blakeney with what seemed like an echo of his former inimitable laugh. "La! I should want a week." "I am afraid we could not arrange for that. But one night would greatly refresh you." "You are right, sir, you are right. But those demmed fellows in the next room make so much noise." "I would give strict orders that perfect quietude reigned in the guard room this night," said Chauvelin, murmuring softly, and there was a gentle purr in his voice, "and that you were left undisturbed for several hours. I would give orders that a comforting supper be served to you at once, and that everything be done to minister to your wants." "That sounds demmed alluring, sir. Why did you not suggest this before? You were so what shall I say? So obstinate, Sir Percy?" "Call it pig-headed, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," retorted Blakeney gaily. "Truly you would oblige me." "In any case you, sir, were acting in direct opposition to your own interests." "Therefore you came," concluded Blakeney airily, "like the good Samaritan, to take compassion on me and my troubles, and to lead me straightway to comfort, a good supper, and a downy bed." "Admirably put, Sir Percy," said Chauvelin blandly. "That is exactly my mission." How will you set to work, Monsieur Chambertin?" "Quite easily, if you, Sir Percy, will yield to the persuasion of my friend, citizen Heron." "Ah! Why, yes. He is anxious to know where little Capet is. A reasonable whim, you will own, considering that the disappearance of the child is causing him grave anxiety." "And you, Monsieur Chambertin?" queried Sir Percy with that suspicion of insolence in his manner which had the power to irritate his enemy even now. "And yourself, sir? What are your wishes in the matter?" "Mine, Sir Percy?" retorted Chauvelin. "Mine? Why, to tell you the truth, the fate of little Capet interests me but little. Let him rot in Austria or in our prisons, I care not which. He'll never trouble France overmuch, I imagine. The teachings of old Simon will not tend to make a leader or a king out of the puny brat whom you chose to drag out of our keeping. My wishes, sir, are the annihilation of your accursed League, and the lasting disgrace, if not the death, of its chief." He had spoken more hotly than he had intended, but all the pent up rage of the past 18 months, the recollections of Calais and of Boulogne, had all surged up again in his mind, because, despite of the closeness of these prison walls, despite the grim shadow of starvation and of death that beckoned so close at hand, he still encountered a pair of mocking eyes fixed with relentless insolence upon him. Whilst he spoke, Blakeney had once more leaned forward, resting his elbows upon the table. Now he drew nearer to him the wooden platter on which reposed that very uninviting piece of dry bread. With solemn intentness he proceeded to break the bread into pieces, then he offered the platter to Chauvelin. "I am sorry, sir," he said pleasantly, "that I cannot offer you more dainty fare, sir, but this is all that your friends have supplied me with to day." He crumbled some of the dry bread in his slender fingers, then started munching the crumbs with apparent relish. He poured out some water into the mug and drank it. Then he said with a light laugh: "Even the vinegar which that ruffian Brogard served us at Calais was preferable to this. Do you not imagine so, my good Monsieur Chambertin?" Chauvelin made no reply. Like a feline creature on the prowl, he was watching the prey that had so nearly succumbed to his talons. Blakeney's face now was positively ghastly. The effort to speak, to laugh, to appear unconcerned, was apparently beyond his strength. His cheeks and lips were livid in hue, the skin clung like a thin layer of wax to the bones of cheek and jaw, and the heavy lids that fell over the eyes had purple patches on them like lead. To a system in such an advanced state of exhaustion, the stale water and dusty bread must have been terribly nauseating, and Chauvelin himself, callous and thirsting for vengeance though he was, could hardly bear to look calmly on the martyrdom of this man, whom he and his colleagues were torturing in order to gain their own ends. An ashen hue, which seemed like the shadow of the hand of death, passed over the prisoner's face. Chauvelin felt compelled to avert his gaze. A feeling that was almost akin to remorse had stirred in a hidden chord in his heart. The feeling did not last. The heart had been too long atrophied by the constantly recurring spectacles of cruelties, massacres, and wholesale hecatombs perpetrated in the past 18 months in the name of liberty and fraternity, to be capable of a sustained effort in the direction of gentleness or of pity. Any noble instinct in these revolutionaries had long ago been drowned in a whirlpool of exploits that would forever sully the records of humanity, and this keeping of a fellow creature on the rack in order to wring from him a Judas-like betrayal was but a complement to a record of infamy that had ceased by its very magnitude to weigh upon their souls. Chauvelin was in no way different from his colleagues. The crimes in which he had had no hand he had condoned by continuing to serve the government that had committed them, and his ferocity in the present case was increased 1,000-fold by his personal hatred for the man who had so often fooled and baffled him. When he looked round a second or two later, that ephemeral fit of remorse did its final vanishing. He had once more encountered the pleasant smile, the laughing if ashen pale face of his unconquered foe. "Only a passing giddiness, my dear sir," said Sir Percy lightly. "As you were saying." At the airily spoken words, at the smile that accompanied them, Chauvelin had jumped to his feet. There was something almost supernatural, weird and impish about the present situation, about this dying man who, like an impudent schoolboy, seemed to be mocking death with his tongue in his cheek, about his laugh that appeared to find its echo in a widely yawning grave. "In the name of God, Sir Percy," he said roughly, as he brought his clenched fist crashing down upon the table, "this situation is intolerable. Bring it to an end to night." "Aye, sir," retorted Blakeney, "methought you and your kind did not believe in God." "No, but you English do." "We do." but we do not care to hear his name on your lips." "Then in the name of the wife whom you love..." But even before the words had died upon his lips, Sir Percy too had risen to his feet. "Have done, man, have done," he broke in hoarsely, and despite weakness, despite exhaustion and weariness, there was such a dangerous look in his hollow eyes as he leaned across the table that Chauvelin drew back a step or two, and, vaguely fearful, looked furtively towards the opening into the guard room. "Have done," he reiterated for a third time. "Do not name her, or by the living God whom you dared to invoke, I'll find strength yet to smite you in the face." But Chauvelin, after that first moment of almost superstitious fear, had quickly recovered his sang-froid. "Little Capet, Sir Percy," he said, meeting the other's threatening glance with an imperturbable smile. "Tell me where to find him, and you may yet live to savour the caresses of the most beautiful woman in England." He had meant it as a taunt, the final turn of the thumbscrew applied to a dying man, and he had in that watchful, keen mind of his well weighed the full consequences of the taunt. The next moment he had paid to the full the anticipated price. Sir Percy had picked up the pewter mug from the table, it was half filled with brackish water, and with a hand that trembled but slightly, he hurled it straight at his opponent's face. The heavy mug did not hit citizen Chauvelin. It went crashing against the stone wall opposite, but the water was trickling from the top of his head all down his eyes and cheeks. He shrugged his shoulders with a look of benign indulgence directed at his enemy, who had fallen back into his chair exhausted with the effort. Then he took out his handkerchief and calmly wiped the water from his face. "Not quite so straight a shot as you used to be, Sir Percy," he said mockingly. "No, sir, apparently not." The words came out in gasps. He was like a man only partly conscious. The lips were parted, the eyes closed, the head leaning against the high back of the chair. For the space of 1 second Chauvelin feared that his zeal had outrun his prudence, that he had dealt a death blow to a man in the last stage of exhaustion, where he had only wished to fan the flickering flame of life. Hastily, for the seconds seemed precious, he ran to the opening that led into the guard room. "Brandy, quick!" he cried. Heron looked up, roused from the semi-somnolence in which he had lain for the past half hour. He disentangled his long limbs from out the guard room chair. "Eh?" he queried. "What is it?" "Brandy!" reiterated Chauvelin impatiently. "The prisoner has fainted." "Bah!" retorted the other with a callous shrug of the shoulders. "You are not going to revive him with brandy, I imagine." "No, but you will, citizen Heron," rejoined the other dryly, "for if you do not he'll be dead in an hour." "Devils in hell!" exclaimed Heron. "You have not killed him. You damned fool!" He was wide awake enough now, wide awake and shaking with fury. Almost foaming at the mouth and uttering volleys of the choicest oaths, he elbowed his way roughly through the groups of soldiers who were crowding round the centre table of the guard room, smoking and throwing dice or playing cards. They made way for him as hurriedly as they could, for it was not safe to thwart the citizen agent when he was in a rage. Heron walked across to the opening and lifted the iron bar. With scant ceremony he pushed his colleague aside and strode into the cell, whilst Chauvelin, seemingly not resenting the other's ruffianly manners and violent language, followed close upon his heel. In the centre of the room both men paused, and Heron turned with a surly growl to his friend. "You vowed he would be dead in an hour," he said reproachfully. The other shrugged his shoulders. "It does not look like it now, certainly," he said dryly. Blakeney was sitting, as was his wont, close to the table, with one arm leaning on it, the other tightly clenched, resting upon his knee. A ghost of a smile hovered round his lips. "Not in an hour, citizen Heron," he said, and his voice flow was scarce above a whisper, "nor yet in 2." "You are a fool, man," said Heron roughly. "You have had 17 days of this. Are you not sick of it?" "Heartily, my dear friend," replied Blakeney a little more firmly. 17 days," reiterated the other, nodding his shaggy head. "You came here on the 2nd Pluvieuse. To day is the 19th." "The 19th Pluvieuse," interposed Sir Percy, and a strange gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Demn it, sir, and in Christian parlance what may that day be?" "The 7th of February at your service, Sir Percy," replied Chauvelin quietly. "I thank you, sir. In this demmed hole I had lost count of time." Chauvelin, unlike his rough and blundering colleague, had been watching the prisoner very closely for the last moment or two, conscious of a subtle, undefinable change that had come over the man during these few seconds while he, Chauvelin, had thought him dying. The pose was certainly the old familiar one, the head erect, the hand clenched, the eyes looking through and beyond the stone walls. But there was an air of listlessness in the stoop of the shoulders, and, except for that one brief gleam just now, a look of more complete weariness round the hollow eyes. To the keen watcher it appeared as if that sense of living power, of unconquered will and defiant mind, was no longer there, and as if he himself need no longer fear that almost supersensual thrill which had a while ago kindled in him a vague sense of admiration, almost of remorse. Even as he gazed, Blakeney slowly turned his eyes full upon him. Chauvelin's heart gave a triumphant bound. With a mocking smile he met the wearied look, the pitiable appeal. His turn had come at last, his turn to mock and to exult. He knew that what he was watching now was no longer the last phase of a long and noble martyrdom, it was the end, the inevitable end, that for which he had schemed and striven, for which he had schooled his heart to ferocity and callousness that were devilish in their intensity. It was the end indeed, the slow descent of a soul from the giddy heights of attempted self-sacrifice, where it had striven to soar for a time, until the body and the will both succumbed together, and dragged it down with them into the abyss of submission and of irreparable shame. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 36. Submission. Silence reigned in the narrow cell for a few moments, whilst two human jackals stood motionless over their captured prey. A savage triumph gleamed in Chauvelin's eyes, and even Heron, dull and brutal though he was, had become vaguely conscious of the great change that had come over the prisoner. Blakeney, with a gesture and a sigh of hopeless exhaustion, had once more rested both his elbows on the table. His head fell heavy and almost lifeless downward in his arms. "Curse you, man!" cried Heron almost involuntarily. "Why in the name of hell did you wait so long?" Then, as the prisoner made no reply, but only raised his head slightly and looked on the other two men with dulled, wearied eyes, Chauvelin interposed calmly: "More than a fortnight has been wasted in useless obstinacy, Sir Percy. Fortunately it is not too late." "Capet!" said Heron hoarsely. "Tell us, where is Capet?" He leaned across the table. His eyes were bloodshot with the keenness of his excitement, his voice shook with the passionate desire for the crowning triumph. "If you'll only not worry me," murmured the prisoner, and the whisper came so laboriously and so low that both men were forced to bend their ears close to the scarcely moving lips. "If you will let me sleep and rest and leave me in peace." "The peace of the grave, man," retorted Chauvelin roughly, "if you will only speak. Where is Capet?" "I cannot tell you. The way is long, the road intricate." "Bah!" "I'll lead you to him, if you will give me rest." "We don't want you to lead us anywhere," growled Heron with a smothered curse. "Tell us where Capet is. We'll find him right enough." "I cannot explain. The way is intricate, the place off the beaten track, unknown except to me and my friends." Once more that shadow, which was so like the passing of the hand of death, overspread the prisoner's face. His head rolled back against the chair. "He'll die before he can speak," muttered Chauvelin under his breath. "You usually are well provided with brandy, citizen Heron." The latter no longer demurred. He saw the danger as clearly as did his colleague. It had been hell's own luck if the prisoner were to die now when he seemed ready to give in. He produced a flask from the pocket of his coat, and this he held to Blakeney's lips. "Beastly stuff," murmured the latter feebly. "I think I'd sooner faint than drink." "Capet! Where is Capet?" reiterated Heron impatiently. 1, 2, 300 leagues from here. I must let one of my friends know. He'll communicate with the others. They must be prepared," replied the prisoner slowly. Heron uttered a blasphemous oath. "Where is Capet? Tell us where Capet is, or..." He was like a raging tiger that had thought to hold its prey and suddenly realised that it was being snatched from him. He raised his fist and without doubt the next moment he would have silenced for ever the lips that held the precious secret, but Chauvelin fortunately was quick enough to seize his wrist. "Have a care, citizen," he said peremptorily. "Have a care. You called me a fool just now when you thought I had killed the prisoner. It is his secret we want first, his death can follow afterwards." "Yes, but not in this demmed hole," murmured Blakeney. "On the guillotine, if you'll speak," cried Heron, whose exasperation was getting the better of his self-interest. "But if you'll not speak, then it shall be starvation in this hole. Yes, starvation," he growled, showing a row of large and uneven teeth like those of some mongrel cur. "For I'll have that door walled in to night, and not another living soul shall cross this threshold again until your flesh has rotted on your bones and the rats have had their fill of you." The prisoner raised his head slowly. A shiver shook him as if caused by ague, and his eyes, that appeared almost sightless, now looked with a strange glance of horror on his enemy. "I'll die in the open," he whispered, "not in this demmed hole." "Then tell us where Capet is." "I cannot. I wish to God I could. But I'll take you to him, I swear I will. I'll make my friends give him up to you. Do you think that I would not tell you now if I could?" Heron, whose every instinct of tyranny revolted against this thwarting of his will, would have continued to heckle the prisoner even now, had not Chauvelin suddenly interposed with an authoritative gesture. "You'll gain nothing this way, citizen," he said quietly. "The man's mind is wandering. He is probably quite unable to give you clear directions at this moment." "What am I to do then?" muttered the other roughly. "He cannot live another 24 hours now, and would only grow more and more helpless as time went on." "Unless you relax your strict regime with him." "And if I do, we'll only prolong this situation indefinitely. And in the meanwhile, how do we know that the brat is not being spirited away out of the country?" The prisoner, with his head once more buried in his arms, had fallen into a kind of torpor, the only kind of sleep that the exhausted system would allow. With a brutal gesture Heron shook him by the shoulder. "Hey!" he shouted. "None of that, you know. We have not settled the matter of young Capet yet." Then, as the prisoner made no movement, and the chief agent indulged in one of his favourite volleys of oaths, Chauvelin placed a peremptory hand on his colleague's shoulder. "I tell you, citizen, that this is no use," he said firmly. "Unless you are prepared to give up all thoughts of finding Capet, you must try and curb your temper, and try diplomacy where force is sure to fail." "Diplomacy?" retorted the other with a sneer. "Bah! It served you well at Boulogne last autumn, did it not, citizen Chauvelin?" "It has served me better now," rejoined the other imperturbably. "You will own, citizen, that it is my diplomacy which has placed within your reach the ultimate hope of finding Capet." "H'm," muttered the other. "You advised us to starve the prisoner. Are we any nearer to knowing his secret?" "Yes, by a fortnight of weariness, of exhaustion and of starvation. You are nearer to it by the weakness of the man whom in his full strength you could never hope to conquer." "But if the cursed Englishman won't speak, and in the meanwhile dies on my hands?" "He won't do that if you accede to his wish. Give him some good food now, and let him sleep till dawn." "And at dawn he'll defy me again. I believe now that he has some scheme in his mind and means to play us a trick." "That, I imagine, is more than likely," retorted Chauvelin dryly. "Though," he added, with a contemptuous nod of the head directed at the huddled up figure of his once brilliant enemy, "neither mind nor body seem to me to be in a sufficiently active state just now for hatching plot or intrigue. But even if, vaguely floating through his clouded mind, there has sprung some little scheme for evasion, I give you my word, citizen Heron, that you can thwart him completely and gain all that you desire, if you will only follow my advice." There had always been a great amount of persuasive power in citizen Chauvelin, ex-envoy of the revolutionary government of France at the court of St. James, and that same persuasive eloquence did not fail now in its effect on the chief agent of the Committee of General Security. The latter was made of coarser stuff than his more brilliant colleague. Chauvelin was like a wily and sleek panther that is furtive in its movements, that will lure its prey, watch it, follow it with stealthy footsteps, and only pounce on it when it is least wary, whilst Heron was more like a raging bull that tosses its head in a blind, irresponsible fashion, rushes at an obstacle without gauging its resisting powers, and allows its victim to slip from beneath its weight through the very clumsiness and brutality of its assault. Still, Chauvelin had two heavy black marks against him, those of his failures at Calais and Boulogne. Heron, rendered cautious both by the deadly danger in which he stood and the sense of his own incompetence to deal with the present situation, tried to resist the other's authority as well as his persuasion. "Your advice was of no great use to citizen Collot last autumn at Boulogne," he said, and spat on the ground by way of expressing both his independence and his contempt. "Still, citizen Heron," retorted Chauvelin with unruffled patience, "it is the best advice that you are likely to get in the present emergency. You have eyes to see, have you not? Look on your prisoner at this moment. Unless something is done, and at once too, he will be past negotiating with in the next 24 hours. Then what will follow?" He put his thin hand once more on his colleague's grubby coat sleeve. He drew him closer to himself, away from the vicinity of that huddled figure, that captive lion, wrapped in a torpid somnolence that looked already so like the last long sleep. "What will follow, citizen Heron?" he reiterated, sinking his voice to a whisper. "Sooner or later some meddlesome busybody who sits in the Assembly of the Convention will get wind that little Capet is no longer in the Temple prison, that a pauper child was substituted for him, and that you, citizen Heron, together with the commissaries in charge, have thus been fooling with the nation and its representatives for over a fortnight. What will follow then, think you?" And he made an expressive gesture with his outstretched fingers across his throat. Heron found no other answer but blasphemy. "I'll make that cursed Englishman speak yet," he said with a fierce oath. "You cannot," retorted Chauvelin decisively. "In his present state he is incapable of it, even if he would, which also is doubtful." "Ah, then you do think that he still means to cheat us?" "Yes, I do. But I also know that he is no longer in a physical state to do it. No doubt he thinks that he is. A man of that type is sure to overvalue his own strength. But look at him, citizen Heron. Surely you must see that we have nothing to fear from him now." Heron now was like a voracious creature that has two victims lying ready for his gluttonous jaws. He was loath to let either of them go. He hated the very thought of seeing the Englishman being led out of this narrow cell, where he had kept a watchful eye over him night and day for a fortnight, satisfied that with every day, every hour, the chances of escape became more improbable and more rare. At the same time there was a possibility of the recapture of little Capet, a possibility which made Heron's brain reel with the delightful vista of it, and which might never come about if the prisoner remained silent to the end. "I wish I were quite sure," he said sullenly, "that you were body and soul in accord with me." "I am in accord with you, citizen Heron," rejoined the other earnestly, "body and soul in accord with you. Do you not believe that I hate this man? Aye, hate him with a hatred 10,000 times more strong than yours? I want his death. Heaven or hell alone know how I long for that. But what I long for most is his lasting disgrace. For that I have worked, citizen Heron, for that I advised and helped you. When first you captured this man, you wanted summarily to try him, to send him to the guillotine amidst the joy of the populace of Paris, and crowned with a splendid halo of martyrdom. That man, citizen Heron, would have baffled you, mocked you, and fooled you even on the steps of the scaffold. In the zenith of his strength and of insurmountable good luck, you and all your myrmidons and all the assembled guard of Paris would have had no power over him. The day that you led him out of this cell in order to take him to trial or to the guillotine would have been that of your hopeless discomfiture. Having once walked out of this cell hale, hearty and alert, be the escort round him ever so strong, he never would have re-entered it again. Of that I am as convinced as that I am alive. I know the man. You don't. Mine are not the only fingers through which he has slipped. Ask citizen Collot d'Herbois, ask Sergeant Bibot at the barrier of Menilmontant, ask General Santerre and his guards. They all have a tale to tell. Did I believe in God or the devil, I should also believe that this man has supernatural powers and a host of demons at his beck and call. Yet you talk now of letting him walk out of this cell to-morrow. He is a different man now, citizen Heron. On my advice you placed him on a regime that has counteracted the supernatural power by simple physical exhaustion, and driven to the four winds the host of demons, who no doubt fled in the face of starvation. If I only thought that the recapture of Capet was as vital to you as it is to me, said Heron, still unconvinced. The capture of Capet is just as vital to me as it is to you, rejoined Chauvelin earnestly, if it is brought about through the instrumentality of the Englishman. He paused, looking intently on his colleague, whose shifty eyes encountered his own. Thus, eye to eye, the two men at last understood one another. "Ah!" said Heron with a snort, "I think I understand." "I am sure that you do," responded Chauvelin dryly. "The disgrace of this cursed Scarlet Pimpernel and his league is as vital to me, and more, as the capture of Capet is to you. That is why I showed you the way how to bring that meddlesome adventurer to his knees. That is why I will help you now both to find Capet and with his aid, and to wreak what reprisals you like on him in the end." Heron, before he spoke again, cast one more look on the prisoner. The latter had not stirred. His face was hidden, but the hands, emaciated, nerveless and waxen, like those of the dead, told a more eloquent tale mayhap then than the eyes could do. The chief agent of the Committee of General Security walked deliberately round the table until he stood once more close beside the man from whom he longed with passionate ardour to wrest an all important secret. With brutal, grimy hand he raised the head that lay sunken and inert against the table. With callous eyes he gazed attentively on the face that was then revealed to him. He looked on the waxen flesh, the hollow eyes, the bloodless lips. Then he shrugged his wide shoulders, and with a laugh that surely must have caused joy in hell, he allowed the wearied head to fall back against the outstretched arms, and turned once again to his colleague. "I think you are right, citizen Chauvelin," he said. "There is not much supernatural power here. Let me hear your advice." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 37. Chauvelin's advice. Citizen Chauvelin had drawn his colleague with him to the end of the cell that was farthest away from the recess and the table at which the prisoner was sitting. Here the noise and hubbub that went on constantly in the guard-room would effectually drown a whispered conversation. Chauvelin called to the sergeant to hand him a couple of chairs over the barrier. These he placed against the wall opposite the opening, and beckoning Heron to sit down, he did likewise, placing himself close to his colleague. From where the two men now sat they could both see into the guard-room opposite them, and into the recess at the furthermost end of the cell. "First of all," began Chauvelin after a while, and sinking his voice to a whisper, "let me understand you thoroughly, citizen Heron. Do you want the death of the Englishman, either to day or to morrow, either in this prison or on the guillotine? For that now is easy of accomplishment. Or do you want, above all, to get hold of little Capet?" "It is Capet I want," growled Heron savagely under his breath. "Capet! Capet! My own neck is dependent on my finding Capet. Curse you, have I not told you that clearly enough?" "You have told it me very clearly, citizen Heron, but I wish to make assurance doubly sure, and also to make you understand that I too want the Englishman to betray little Capet into your hands. I want that more even than I do his death." "Then in the name of hell, citizen, give me your advice." "My advice to you, citizen Heron, is this: give your prisoner now just a sufficiency of food to revive him. He will have had a few moments' sleep, and when he has eaten, and mayhap drunk a glass of wine, he will, no doubt, feel a recrudescence of strength. Then give him pen and ink and paper. He must, as he says, write to one of his followers, who, in his turn, I suppose, will communicate with the others, bidding them to be prepared to deliver up little Capet to us. The letter must make it clear to that crowd of English gentlemen that their beloved chief is giving up the uncrowned King of France to us in exchange for his own safety. But I think you will agree with me, citizen Heron, that it would not be over prudent on our part to allow that same gallant crowd to be forewarned too soon of the proposed doings of their chief. Therefore, I think, we'll explain to the prisoner that his follower, whom he will first apprise of his intentions, shall start with us to-morrow on our expedition, and accompany us until its last stage, when, if it is found necessary, he may be sent on ahead, strongly escorted of course, and with personal messages from the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel to the members of his league." "What will be the good of that?" broke in Heron viciously. "Do you want one of his accursed followers to be ready to give him a helping hand on the way if he tries to slip through our fingers?" "Patience, patience, my good Heron," rejoined Chauvelin with a placid smile. "Hear me out to the end. Time is precious. You shall offer what criticism you will when I have finished, but not before." "Go on then, I listen." "I am not only proposing that one member of the Scarlet Pimpernel League shall accompany us to morrow," continued Chauvelin, "but I would also force the prisoner's wife, Marguerite Blakeney, to follow in our train." "A woman? Bah! What for?" "I will tell you the reason of this presently. In her case I would not let the prisoner know beforehand that she too will form a part of our expedition. Let this come as a pleasing surprise for him. She could join us on our way out of Paris." "How will you get hold of her?" "Easily enough. I know where to find her. I traced her myself a few days ago to a house in the Rue de Charonne, and she is not likely to have gone away from Paris while her husband was at the Conciergerie. But this is a digression. Let me proceed more consecutively. The letter, as I have said, being written to night by the prisoner to one of his followers, I will myself see that it is delivered into the right hands. You, citizen Heron, will in the meanwhile make all arrangements for the journey. We ought to start at dawn, and we ought to be prepared, especially during the first 50 leagues of the way, against organised attack in case the Englishman leads us into an ambush." "Yes, he might even do that, curse him!" muttered Heron. "He might, but it is unlikely. Still, it is best to be prepared. Take a strong escort, citizen, say 20 or 30 men, picked and trained soldiers who would make short work of civilians, however well armed they might be. There are 20 members, including the chief, in that Scarlet Pimpernel League, and I do not quite see how from this cell the prisoner could organise an ambuscade against us at a given time. Anyhow, that is a matter for you to decide. I have still to place before you a scheme which is a measure of safety for ourselves and our men against ambush as well as against trickery, and which I feel sure you will pronounce quite adequate." "Let me hear it, then." "The prisoner will have to travel by coach, of course. You can travel with him if you like, and put him in irons, and thus avert all chances of his escaping on the road. But," and here Chauvelin made a long pause which had the effect of holding his colleague's attention still more closely, "remember that we shall have his wife and one of his friends with us. Before we finally leave Paris tomorrow, we will explain to the prisoner that at the first attempt to escape on his part, at the slightest suspicion that he has tricked us for his own ends or is leading us into an ambush, at the slightest suspicion, I say, you, citizen Heron, will order his friend first, and then Marguerite Blakeney herself, to be summarily shot before his eyes." Heron gave a long, low whistle. Instinctively he threw a furtive backward glance at the prisoner, then he raised his shifty eyes to his colleague. There was unbounded admiration expressed in them. One blackguard had met another, a greater one than himself, and was proud to acknowledge him as his master. "By Lucifer, citizen Chauvelin," he said at last, "I should never have thought of such a thing myself." Chauvelin put up his hand with a gesture of self-deprecation. "I certainly think that measure ought to be adequate," he said with a gentle air of assumed modesty, "unless you would prefer to arrest the woman and lodge her here, keeping her here as an hostage." "No, no," said Heron with a gruff laugh, "that idea does not appeal to me nearly so much as the other. I should not feel so secure on the way. I should always be thinking that that cursed woman had been allowed to escape. No, no, I would rather keep her under my own eye, just as you suggest, citizen Chauvelin. And under the prisoner's too," he added with a coarse jest. "If he did not actually see her, he might be more ready to try and save himself at her expense. But of course he could not see her shot before his eyes. It is a perfect plan, citizen, and does you infinite credit. And if the Englishman tricked us," he concluded with a fierce and savage oath, "and we did not find Capet at the end of the journey, I would gladly strangle his wife and his friend with my own hands." "A satisfaction which I would not begrudge you, citizen," said Chauvelin dryly. "Perhaps you are right. The woman had best be kept under your own eye. The prisoner will never risk her safety on that, I would stake my life. We'll deliver our final either or the moment that she has joined our party, and before we start further on our way. Now, citizen Heron, you have heard my advice. Are you prepared to follow it?" "To the last letter," replied the other. And their two hands met in a grasp of mutual understanding. Two hands already indelibly stained with much innocent blood, more deeply stained now with 17 past days of inhumanity and miserable treachery to come. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 38. Capitulation. What occurred within the inner cell of the Conciergerie prison within the next half hour of that 16th day of Pluviose, in the year II of the Republic, is, perhaps, too well known to history to need or bear over full repetition. Chroniclers intimate with the inner history of those infamous days have told us how the chief agent of the Committee of General Security gave orders 1 hour after midnight that hot soup, white bread and wine be served to the prisoner, who for close on 14 days previously had been kept on short rations of black bread and water. The sergeant in charge of the guard-room watch for the night also received strict orders that same prisoner was on no account to be disturbed until the hour of 6 in the morning, when he was to be served with anything in the way of breakfast that he might fancy. All this we know, and also that citizen Heron, having given all necessary orders for the morning's expedition, returned to the Conciergerie and found his colleague Chauvelin waiting for him in the guard-room. "Well?" he asked with febrile impatience. "The prisoner?" "He seems better and stronger," replied Chauvelin. "Not too well, I hope." "No, no, only just well enough." "You have seen him since his supper?" "Only from the doorway. It seems he ate and drank hardly at all, and the sergeant had some difficulty in keeping him awake until you came." "Well, now for the letter," concluded Heron with the same marked feverishness of manner which sat so curiously on his uncouth personality. "Pen, ink and paper, sergeant," he commanded. "On the table in the prisoner's cell, citizen," replied the sergeant. He preceded the two citizens across the guard-room to the doorway, and raised for them the iron bar, lowering it back after them. The next moment Heron and Chauvelin were once more face to face with their prisoner. Whether by accident or design, the lamp had been so placed that as the two men approached its light fell full upon their faces, while that of the prisoner remained in shadow. He was leaning forward with both elbows on the table, his thin tapering fingers toying with the pen and inkhorn which had been placed close to his hand. "I trust that everything has been arranged for your comfort, Sir Percy?" Chauvelin asked with a sarcastic little smile. "I thank you, sir," replied Blakeney politely. "You feel refreshed, I hope." "Greatly so, I assure you. But I am still demmed sleepy, and if you would kindly be brief—" "You have not changed your mind, sir?" queried Chauvelin, and a note of anxiety, which he vainly tried to conceal, quivered in his voice. "No, my good Monsieur Chambertin," replied Blakeney with the same urbane courtesy, "I have not changed my mind." A sigh of relief escaped the lips of both the men. The prisoner certainly had spoken in a clearer and firmer voice, but whatever renewed strength wine and food had imparted to him, he apparently did not mean to employ in renewed obstinacy. Chauvelin, after a moment's pause, resumed more calmly: "You are prepared to direct us to the place where little Capet lies hidden?" "I am prepared to do anything, sir, to get out of this demmed hole." "Very well. My colleague, citizen Heron, has arranged for an escort of 20 men picked from the best regiment of the Garde de Paris to accompany us, yourself, him and me, to wherever you will direct us. Is that clear?" "Perfectly, sir. You must not imagine for a moment that we, on the other hand, guarantee to give you your life and freedom, even if this expedition prove unsuccessful." "I would not venture on suggesting such a wild proposition, sir," said Blakeney placidly. Chauvelin looked keenly on him. There was something in the tone of that voice that he did not altogether like, something that reminded him of an evening at Calais, and yet again of a day at Boulogne. He could not read the expression in the eyes, so with a quick gesture he pulled the lamp forward so that its light now fell full on the face of the prisoner. "Ah! that is certainly better, is it not, my dear Monsieur Chambertin?" said Sir Percy, beaming on his adversary with a pleasant smile. His face, though still of the same ashen hue, looked serene if hopelessly wearied. The eyes seemed to mock. But this Chauvelin decided in himself must have been a trick of his own overwrought fancy. After a brief moment's pause he resumed drily: "If, however, the expedition turns out successful in every way, if little Capet, without much trouble to our escort, falls safe and sound into our hands, if certain contingencies which I am about to tell you all fall out as we wish, then, Sir Percy, I see no reason why the government of this country should not exercise its prerogative of mercy towards you after all." "An exercise, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, which must have wearied through frequent repetition," retorted Blakeney with the same imperturbable smile. "The contingency at present is somewhat remote. When the time comes we'll talk this matter over. I will make no promise, and anyhow we can discuss it later. At present we are but wasting our valuable time over so trifling a matter. "If you'll excuse me, sir, I am so demmed fatigued." "Then you will be glad to have everything settled quickly, I am sure." "Exactly, sir." Heron was taking no part in the present conversation. He knew that his temper was not likely to remain within bounds, and though he had nothing but contempt for his colleague's courtly manners, yet vaguely, in his stupid, blundering way, he grudgingly admitted that mayhap it was better to allow citizen Chauvelin to deal with the Englishman. There was always the danger that if his own violent temper got the better of him, he might even at this 11th hour order this insolent prisoner to summary trial in the guillotine, and thus lose the final chance of the more important capture. He was sprawling on a chair in his usual slouching manner, with his big head sunk between his broad shoulders, his shifty, prominent eyes wandering restlessly from the face of his colleague to that of the other man. But now he gave a grunt of impatience. "We are wasting time, citizen Chauvelin," he muttered. "I have still a great deal to see to if we are to start at dawn. Get the demmed letter written and..." The rest of the phrase was lost in an indistinct and surly murmur. Chauvelin, after a shrug of the shoulders, paid no further heed to him. He turned, bland and urbane, once more to the prisoner. "I see with pleasure, Sir Percy," he said, "that we thoroughly understand one another. Having had a few hours' rest, you will, I know, feel quite ready for the expedition. Will you kindly indicate to me the direction in which we will have to travel?" "Northwards all the way." "Towards the coast?" "The place to which we must go is about 7 leagues from the sea." "Our first objective, then, will be Beauvais, Amiens, Abbeville, Crecy, and so on?" "Precisely." "As far as the forest of Boulogne, shall we say?" "Where we shall come off the beaten track, and you will have to trust to my guidance." "We might go there now, Sir Percy, and leave you here." "You might, but you would not then find the child. 7 leagues is not far from the coast. He might slip through your fingers." "And my colleague Heron, being disappointed, would inevitably send you to the guillotine." "Quite so," rejoined the prisoner placidly. "Methought, sir, that we had decided that I should lead this little expedition. Surely," he added, "it is not so much the Dauphin whom you want as my share in this betrayal." "You are right as usual, Sir Percy. Therefore let us take that as settled. We go as far as Crecy, and thence place ourselves entirely in your hands. The journey should not take more than 3 days, sir, during which you will travel in a coach in the company of my friend Heron." "I could have chosen pleasanter company, sir. Still it will serve." "This being settled, Sir Percy, I understand that you desire to communicate with one of your followers." "Some one must let the others know, those who have the Dauphin in their charge." "Quite so. Therefore I pray you write to one of your friends that you have decided to deliver the Dauphin into our hands in exchange for your own safety." "You said just now that this you would not guarantee," interposed Blakeney quietly. "If all turns out well," retorted Chauvelin with a show of contempt, "and if you will write the exact letter which I shall dictate, we might even give you that guarantee. The quality of your mercy, sir, passes belief." "Then I pray you write. Which of your followers will have the honour of the communication?" "My brother in law, Armand St. Just. He is still in Paris, I believe. He can let the others know." Chauvelin made no immediate reply. He paused a while, hesitating. Would Sir Percy Blakeney be ready, if his own safety demanded it, to sacrifice the man who had betrayed him? In the momentous either or that was to be put to him by and by, would he choose his own life and leave Armand St. Just to perish? It was not for Chauvelin, or any man of his stamp, to judge of what Blakeney would do under such circumstances. And had it been a question of St. Just alone, mayhap Chauvelin would have hesitated still more at the present juncture. But the friend as hostage was only destined to be a minor leverage for the final breaking up of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel through the disgrace of its chief. There was the wife, Marguerite Blakeney, sister of St. Just, joint and far more important hostage, whose very close affection for her brother might prove an additional trump card in that handful which Chauvelin already held. Blakeney paid no heed seemingly to the other's hesitation. He did not even look up at him, but quietly drew pen and paper towards him and made ready to write. "What do you wish me to say?" he asked simply. "Will that young blackguard answer your purpose, citizen Chauvelin?" queried Heron roughly. Obviously the same doubt had crossed his mind. Chauvelin quickly reassured him. "Better than any one else," he said firmly. "Will you write at my dictation, Sir Percy?" "I am waiting to do so, my dear sir." "Begin your letter as you wish, then. Now continue." And he began to dictate slowly, watching every word as it left Blakeney's pen. "I cannot stand my present position any longer. Citizen Heron and also Monsieur Chauvelin — yes, Sir Percy, Chauvelin, not Chambertin. Chauvelin. That is quite right. Have made this prison a perfect hell for me." Sir Percy looked up from his writing, smiling. "You wrong yourself, my dear Chambertin," he said. "I really have been most comfortable." "I wish to place the matter before your friends in as indulgent a manner as I can," retorted Chauvelin drily. "I thank you, sir. Pray proceed." "A perfect hell for me," resumed the other. "Have you that? And I have been forced to give way. To morrow we start from here at dawn, and I will guide citizen Heron to the place where he can find the Dauphin. But the authorities demand that one of my followers, one who has once been a member of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, shall accompany me on this expedition. I therefore ask you, or desire you, or beg you, whichever you prefer, Sir Percy. Ask you will do quite nicely. This is really very interesting, you know. To be prepared to join the expedition. We start at dawn, and you would be required to be at the main gate of the House of Justice at 6 o'clock precisely. I have an assurance from the authorities that your life should be inviolate, but if you refuse to accompany me, the guillotine will await me on the morrow." "The guillotine will await me on the morrow. That sounds quite cheerful, does it not, Monsieur Chambertin?" said the prisoner, who had not evinced the slightest surprise at the wording of the letter whilst he wrote at the other's dictation. "Do you know, I quite enjoyed writing this letter. It so reminded me of happy days in Boulogne." Chauvelin pressed his lips together. Truly now he felt that a retort from him would have been undignified, more especially as just at this moment there came from the guardroom the sound of men's voices talking and laughing, the occasional clang of steel or of a heavy boot against the tiled floor, the rattling of dice, or a sudden burst of laughter. Sounds, in fact, that betokened the presence of a number of soldiers close by. Chauvelin contented himself with a nod in the direction of the guardroom. "The conditions are somewhat different now," he said placidly, "from those that reigned in Boulogne. But will you not sign your letter, Sir Percy?" "With pleasure, sir," responded Blakeney, as with an elaborate flourish of the pen he appended his name to the missive. Chauvelin was watching him with eyes that would have shamed a lynx by their keenness. He took up the completed letter, read it through very carefully, as if to find some hidden meaning behind the very words which he himself had dictated. He studied the signature, and looked vainly for a mark or a sign that might convey a different sense to that which he had intended. Finally, finding none, he folded the letter up with his own hand, and at once slipped it into the pocket of his coat. "Take care, Monsieur Chambertin," said Blakeney lightly, "it will burn a hole in that elegant vest of yours." "It will have no time to do that, Sir Percy," retorted Chauvelin blandly, "and you will furnish me with citizen St. Just's present address, I will myself convey the letter to him at once." "At this hour of the night? Poor old Armand, he'll be abed. But his address, sir, is number 32 Rue de la Croix Blanche, on the first floor, the door on your right as you mount the stairs. You know the room well, citizen Chauvelin. You have been in it before. And now," he added with a loud and ostentatious yawn, "shall we all to bed? We start at dawn, you said, and I am so demmed fatigued." Frankly, he did not look it now. Chauvelin himself, despite his matured plans, despite all the precautions that he meant to take for the success of this gigantic scheme, felt a sudden strange sense of fear creeping into his bones. Half an hour ago he had seen a man in what looked like the last stage of utter physical exhaustion, a hunched up figure, listless and limp, hands that twitched nervously, the face as of a dying man. Now those outward symptoms were still there, certainly. The face by the light of the lamp still looked livid, the lips bloodless, the hands emaciated and waxen, but the eyes! They were still hollow, with heavy lids still purple, but in their depths there was a curious, mysterious light, a look that seemed to see something that was hidden to natural sight. Citizen Chauvelin thought that Heron too must be conscious of this, but the Committee's agent was sprawling on a chair sucking on a short-stemmed pipe, and gazing with entire animal satisfaction on the prisoner. "The most perfect piece of work we have ever accomplished, you and I, citizen Chauvelin," he said complacently. "You think that everything is quite satisfactory?" asked the other, with anxious stress on his words. "Everything, of course. Now you see to the letter. I will give final orders for tomorrow, but I shall sleep in the guard-room." "And I on that inviting bed," interposed the prisoner lightly, as he rose to his feet. "Your servant, citizens." He bowed his head slightly, and stood by the table whilst the two men prepared to go. Chauvelin took a final long look at the man whom he firmly believed he had at last brought down to abject disgrace. Blakeney was standing erect, watching the two retreating figures, one slender hand was on the table. Chauvelin saw that it was leaning rather heavily as if for support, and that even whilst a final mocking laugh sped him and his colleague on their way, the tall figure of the conquered lion swayed like a stalwart oak that is forced to bend to the mighty fury of an all compelling wind. With a sigh of content, Chauvelin took his colleague by the arm, and together the two men walked out of the cell. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 39. Kill him. 2 hours after midnight Armand St. Just was wakened from sleep by a peremptory pull at his bell. In these days in Paris there was but one meaning that could as a rule be attached to such a summons at this hour of the night, and Armand, though possessed of an unconditional certificate of safety, sat up in bed quite convinced that for some reason which would presently be explained to him, he had once more been placed on the list of the suspect, and that his trial and condemnation on a trumped up charge would follow in due course. Truth to tell, he felt no fear at the prospect, and only a very little sorrow. The sorrow was not for himself. He regretted neither life nor happiness. Life had become hateful to him since happiness had fled with it on the dark wings of dishonour. Sorrow such as he felt was only for Jeanne. She was very young and would weep bitter tears. She would be unhappy because she truly loved him, and because this would be the first cup of bitterness which life was holding out to her. But she was very young, and sorrow would not be eternal. It was better so. He, Armand St. Just, though he loved her with an intensity of passion that had been magnified and strengthened by his own overwhelming shame, had never really brought his beloved one single moment of unalloyed happiness. From the very first day when he sat beside her in the tiny boudoir of the Square du Roule, and the heavy footfall of Heron and his bloodhounds broke in on their first kiss, down to this hour, which he believed struck his own death knell, his love for her had brought more tears to her dear eyes than smiles to her exquisite mouth. Her he had loved so dearly that for her sweet sake he had sacrificed honour, friendship and truth. To free her, as he believed, from the hands of impious brutes, he had done a deed that cried Cain like for vengeance to the very throne of God. For her he had sinned, and because of that sin, even before it was committed, their love had been blighted, and happiness had never been theirs. Now it was all over. He would pass out of her life, up the steps of the scaffold, tasting as he mounted them the most entire happiness that he had known since that awful day when he became a Judas. The peremptory summons, once more repeated, roused him from his meditations. He lit a candle, and without troubling to slip any of his clothes on, he crossed the narrow antechamber and opened the door that gave on the landing. "In the name of the people!" He had expected to hear not only those words, but also the grounding of arms and the brief command to halt. He had expected to see before him the white facings of the uniform of the Garde de Paris, and to feel himself roughly pushed back into his lodging, preparatory to the search being made of all his effects and the placing of irons on his wrists. Instead of this, it was a quiet, dry voice that said without undue harshness, "In the name of the people!" And instead of the uniforms, the bayonets and the scarlet caps with tricolour cockades, he was confronted by a slight, sable clad figure, whose face, lit by the flickering light of the tallow candle, looked strangely pale and earnest. "Citizen Chauvelin!" gasped Armand, more surprised than frightened at this unexpected apparition. "Himself, citizen, at your service," replied Chauvelin with his quiet, ironical manner. "I am the bearer of a letter for you from Sir Percy Blakeney. Have I your permission to enter?" Mechanically Armand stood aside, allowing the other man to pass in. He closed the door behind his nocturnal visitor, then, taper in hand, he preceded him into the inner room. It was the same one in which a fortnight ago a fighting lion had been brought to his knees. Now it lay wrapped in gloom, the feeble light of the candle only lighting Armand's face and the white frill of his shirt. The young man put the taper down on the table and turned to his visitor. "Shall I light the lamp?" he asked. "Quite unnecessary," replied Chauvelin curtly. "I have only a letter to deliver, and after that to ask you one brief question." From the pocket of his coat he drew the letter which Blakeney had written an hour ago. "The prisoner wrote this in my presence," he said, as he handed the letter over to Armand. "Will you read it?" Armand took it from him and sat down close to the table. Leaning forward, he held the paper near the light and began to read. He read the letter through very slowly to the end, then once again from the beginning. He was trying to do that which Chauvelin had wished to do an hour ago. He was trying to find the inner meaning which he felt must inevitably lie behind these words which Percy had written with his own hand. That these bare words were but a blind to try to deceive the enemy, Armand never doubted for a moment. In this he was as loyal as Marguerite would have been herself. Never for a moment did the suspicion cross his mind that Blakeney was about to play the part of a coward, but he, Armand, felt that as a faithful friend and follower he ought by instinct to know exactly what his chief intended, what he meant him to do. Swiftly his thoughts flew back to that other letter, the one which Marguerite had given him, the letter full of pity and of friendship which had brought him hope and joy and peace which he had thought at one time that he would never know again. And suddenly one sentence in that letter stood out so clearly before his eyes that it blurred the actual tangible ones on the paper which even now rustled in his hand. "But if at any time you receive any other letter from me, be its contents what they may, act in accordance with the letter, but send a copy of it at once to Ffoulkes or to Marguerite." Now everything seemed at once quite clear. His duty, his next actions, every word that he would speak to Chauvelin. Those that Percy had written to him were already indelibly graven on his memory. Chauvelin had waited with his usual patience, silent and imperturbable, while the young man read. Now, when he saw that Armand had finished, he said quietly: "Just one question, citizen, and I need not detain you longer. But first, will you kindly give me back that letter? It is a precious document which will forever remain in the archives of the nation." But even while he spoke, Armand, with one of those quick intuitions that come in moments of acute crisis, had done just that which he felt Blakeney would wish him to do. He had held the letter close to the candle. A corner of the thin, crisp paper immediately caught fire, and before Chauvelin could utter a word of anger or make a movement to prevent the conflagration, the flames had licked up fully one half of the letter, and Armand had only just time to throw the remainder on the floor and to stamp out the blaze with his foot. "I am sorry, citizen," he said calmly, "an accident." "A useless act of devotion," interposed Chauvelin, who already had smothered the oath that had risen to his lips. "The Scarlet Pimpernel's actions in the present matter will not lose their merited publicity through the foolish destruction of this document." "I had no thought, citizen," retorted the young man, "of commenting on the actions of my chief, or of trying to deny them that publicity which you seem to desire for them almost as much as I do." "More, citizen, a great deal more. The impeccable Scarlet Pimpernel, the noble and gallant English gentleman, has agreed to deliver into our hands the uncrowned King of France in exchange for his own life and freedom. Methinks that even his worst enemy would not wish for a better ending to a career of adventure, and a reputation for bravery unequalled in Europe. But no more of this, time is pressing. I must help citizen Heron with his final preparations for his journey. You, of course, citizen St. Just, will act in accordance with Sir Percy Blakeney's wishes?" "Of course," replied Armand. "You will present yourself at the main entrance of the House of Justice at 6 o'clock this morning." "I will not fail you." "A coach will be provided for you. You will follow the expedition as hostage for the good faith of your chief." "I quite understand." That's brave. You have no fear, citizen St. Just?" "Fear of what, sir?" "You will be a hostage in our hands, citizen, your life a guarantee that your chief has no thought of playing us false. Now I was thinking of certain events which led to the arrest of Sir Percy Blakeney." "Of my treachery, you mean," rejoined the young man calmly, even though his face had suddenly become as pale as death. "Of the damnable lie wherewith you cheated me into selling my honour and made me what I am, a creature scarce fit to walk upon this earth." "Oh!" protested Chauvelin blandly. "The damnable lie," continued Armand more vehemently, "that hath made me one with Cain and the Iscariot. When you goaded me into the hellish act, Jeanne Lange was already free." "Free, but not safe." "A lie, man, a lie, for which you are thrice accursed. Great God, is it not you that should have cause for fear? Methinks were I to strangle you now I should suffer less of remorse." "And would be rendering your ex chief but a sorry service," interposed Chauvelin with quiet irony. "Sir Percy Blakeney is a dying man, citizen St. Just. He'll be a dead man at dawn if I do not put in an appearance by 6 o'clock this morning. This is a private understanding between citizen Heron and myself. We agreed to it before I came to see you. Oh, you take care of your own miserable skin well enough. But you need not be afraid of me. I take my orders from my chief, and he has not ordered me to kill you." "That was kind of him. Then we may count on you? You are not afraid?" "Afraid that the Scarlet Pimpernel would leave me in the lurch because of the immeasurable wrong I have done to him?" retorted Armand, proud and defiant in the name of his chief. "No, sir, I am not afraid of that. I have spent the last fortnight in praying to God that my life might yet be given for his." I think it most unlikely that your prayers will be granted, citizen. Prayers, I imagine, so very seldom are. But I don't know. I never pray myself. In your case, now, I should say that you have not the slightest chance of the Deity interfering in so pleasant a manner. Even were Sir Percy Blakeney prepared to wreak personal revenge on you, he would scarcely be so foolish as to risk the other life which we shall also hold as hostage for his good faith." "The other life?" "Yes. Your sister, Lady Blakeney, will also join the expedition to-morrow. This Sir Percy does not yet know, but it will come as a pleasant surprise for him. At the slightest suspicion of false play on Sir Percy's part, at his slightest attempt at escape, your life and that of your sister are forfeit. You will both be summarily shot before his eyes. I do not think that I need be more precise, eh, Citizen St. Just?" The young man was quivering with passion. A terrible loathing for himself, for his crime which had been the precursor of this terrible situation, filled his soul to the verge of sheer physical nausea. A red film gathered before his eyes, and through it he saw the grinning face of the inhuman monster who had planned this hideous, abominable thing. It seemed to him as if in the silence and the hush of the night, above the feeble flickering flame that threw weird shadows around, a group of devils were surrounding him and were shouting, "Kill him! Kill him now! Rid the earth of this hellish brute!" No doubt if Chauvelin had exhibited the slightest sign of fear, if he had moved an inch towards the door, Armand, blind with passion, driven to madness by agonizing remorse more even than by rage, would have sprung at his enemy's throat and crushed the life out of him, as he would have out of a venomous beast. But the man's calm, his immobility, recalled St. Just to himself. Reason, that had almost yielded to passion again, found strength to drive the enemy back this time, to whisper a warning, an admonition, even a reminder. Enough harm, God knows, had been done by tempestuous passion already, and God alone knew what terrible consequences its triumph now might bring in its trial, and striking on Armand's buzzing ears, Chauvelin's words came back as a triumphant and mocking echo: "He'll be a dead man at dawn if I do not put in appearance by 6 o'clock." The red film lifted, the candle flickered low, the devils vanished, only the pale face of the Terrorist gazed with gentle irony out of the gloom. "I think that I need not detain you any longer, Citizen St. Just," he said quietly. "You can get 3 or 4 hours' rest yet before you need make a start, and I still have a great many things to see to. I wish you good night, citizen." "Good night," murmured Armand mechanically. He took the candle and escorted his visitor back to the door. He waited on the landing, taper in hand, while Chauvelin descended the narrow, winding stairs. There was a light in the concierge's lodge. No doubt the woman had struck it when the nocturnal visitor had first demanded admittance. His name and tricolour scarf of office had ensured him the full measure of her attention, and now she was evidently sitting up waiting to let him out. St. Just, satisfied that Chauvelin had finally gone, now turned back to his own rooms. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 40. God help us all. He carefully locked the outer door, then he lit the lamp, for the candle gave but a flickering light, and he had some important work to do. Firstly, he picked up the charred fragment of the letter and smoothed it out carefully and reverently as he would a relic. Tears had gathered in his eyes, but he was not ashamed of them, for no one saw them. But they eased his heart, and helped to strengthen his resolve. It was a mere fragment that had been spared by the flame, but Armand knew every word of the letter by heart. He had pen, ink and paper ready to his hand, and from memory wrote out a copy of it. To this he added a covering letter from himself to Marguerite. "This, which I had from Percy through the hands of Chauvelin, I neither question nor understand. He wrote the letter, and I have no thought but to obey. In his previous letter to me he enjoined me, if ever he wrote to me again, to obey him implicitly and to communicate with you. To both these commands do I submit with a glad heart. But of this I must give you warning, little mother. Chauvelin desires you also to accompany us to-morrow. Percy does not know this yet, else he would never start. But those fiends fear that his readiness is a blind, and that he has some plan in his head for his own escape and the continued safety of the Dauphin. This plan they hope to frustrate through holding you and me as hostages for his good faith. God only knows how gladly I would give my life for my chief, but your life, dear little mother, is sacred above all. I think that I do right in warning you. God help us all." Having written the letter he sealed it, together with the copy of Percy's letter which he had made. Then he took up the candle and went downstairs. There was no longer any light in the concierge's lodge, and Armand had some difficulty in making himself heard. At last the woman came to the door. She was tired and cross after 2 interruptions of her night's rest, but she had a partiality for her young lodger, whose pleasant ways and easy liberality had been like a pale ray of sunshine through the squalor of everyday misery. "It is a letter, citoyenne," said Armand with earnest entreaty, "for my sister. She lives in the Rue de Charonne, near the fortifications, and must have it within an hour. It is a matter of life and death to her, to me, and to another who is very dear to us both." The concierge threw up her hands in horror. "Rue de Charonne, near the fortifications!" she exclaimed, "and within an hour? By the Holy Virgin, citizen, that is impossible. Who will take it? There is no way." "A way must be found, citoyenne," said Armand firmly, "and at once. It is not far, and there are 5 golden louis waiting for the messenger." 5 golden louis! The poor hard working woman's eyes gleamed at the thought. 5 louis meant food for at least 2 months if one was careful, and "Give me the letter, citizen," she said. "Time to slip on a warm petticoat and a shawl, and I'll go myself. It's not fit for the boy to go at this hour." "You will bring me back a line from my sister in reply to this," said Armand, whom circumstances had at last rendered cautious. "Bring it up to my rooms, that I may give you the 5 louis in exchange." He waited while the woman slipped back into her room. He heard her speaking to her boy, the same lad who a fortnight ago had taken the treacherous letter which had lured Blakeney to the house into the fatal ambuscade that had been prepared for him. Everything reminded Armand of that awful night. Every hour that he had spent in the house had been racking torture to him. Now at last he was to leave it, and on an errand which might help to ease the load of remorse from his heart. The woman was soon ready. Armand gave her final directions as to how to find the house. Then she took the letter and promised to be very quick, and to bring back a reply from the lady. Armand accompanied her to the door. The night was dark, a thin drizzle was falling. He stood and watched until the woman's rapidly walking figure was lost in the misty gloom. Then with a heavy sigh he once more went within. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 41. When Hope Was Dead. In a small upstairs room in the Rue de Charonne, above the shop of Lucas, the old clothes dealer, Marguerite sat with Sir Andrew Ffoulkes. Armand's letter, with its message and its warning, lay open on the table between them, and she had in her hand the sealed packet which Percy had given her just 10 days ago, and which she was only to open if all hope seemed to be dead, if nothing appeared to stand any longer between that one dear life and irretrievable shame. A small lamp placed on the table threw a feeble yellow light on the squalid, ill-furnished room, for it lacked still an hour or so before dawn. Armand's concierge had brought her lodger's letter, and Marguerite had quickly despatched a brief reply to him, a reply that held love and also encouragement. Then she had summoned Sir Andrew. He never had a thought of leaving her during these days of dire trouble, and he had lodged all this while in a tiny room on the topmost floor of this house in the Rue de Charonne. At her call he had come down very quickly, and now they sat together at the table with the oil lamp illumining their pale, anxious faces. She the wife, and he the friend, holding a consultation together in this most miserable hour that preceded the cold, wintry dawn. Outside, a thin, persistent rain mixed with snow pattered against the small window panes, and an icy wind found out all the crevices in the worm-eaten woodwork that would afford it ingress to the room. But neither Marguerite nor Ffoulkes was conscious of the cold. They had wrapped their cloaks round their shoulders, and did not feel the chill currents of air that caused the lamp to flicker and to smoke. "I can see now," said Marguerite, in that calm voice which comes so naturally in moments of infinite despair. "I can see now exactly what Percy meant when he made me promise not to open this packet until it seemed to me and to you, Sir Andrew, that he was about to play the part of a coward. A coward! Great God!" She checked the sob that had risen to her throat, and continued in the same calm manner and quiet, even voice: "You do think with me, do you not, that the time has come and that we must open this packet?" "Without a doubt, Lady Blakeney," replied Ffoulkes with equal earnestness. "I would stake my life that already, a fortnight ago, Blakeney had that same plan in his mind which he has now matured. Escape from that awful Conciergerie prison with all the precautions so carefully taken against it was impossible. I knew that, alas, from the first. But in the open all might yet be different. I'll not believe it that a man like Blakeney is destined to perish at the hands of those curs." She looked on her loyal friend with tear dimmed eyes, through which shone boundless gratitude and heart-broken sorrow. He had spoken of a fortnight. It was 10 days since she had seen Percy. It had then seemed as if death had already marked him with its grim sign. Since then she had tried to shut away from her mind the terrible visions which her anguish constantly conjured up before her of its growing weakness, of the gradual impairing of that brilliant intellect, the gradual exhaustion of that mighty physical strength. "God bless you, Sir Andrew, for your enthusiasm and for your trust," she said with a sad little smile. "But for you I should long ago have lost all courage, and these last 10 days, what a cycle of misery they represent, would have been maddening but for your help and your loyalty. God knows I would have courage for everything in life, for everything save one, but just that, his death. That would be beyond my strength, neither reason nor body could stand it. Therefore I am so afraid, Sir Andrew," she added piteously. "Of what, Lady Blakeney?" "That when he knows that I too am to go as hostage, as Armand says in his letter, that my life is to be guaranteed to his, I am afraid that he will draw back, that he will... My God!" she cried with sudden fervour, "tell me what to do." "Shall we open the packet?" asked Ffoulkes gently, "and then just make up our minds to act exactly as Blakeney has enjoined us to do, neither more nor less, but just word for word, deed for deed, and I believe that that will be right, whatever may betide in the end." Once more his quiet strength, his earnestness and his faith comforted her. She dried her eyes and broke open the seal. There were 2 separate letters in the packet. One unaddressed, obviously intended for her and Ffoulkes; the other was addressed to Monsieur le Baron Jean de Batz, 15 Rue Saint Jean de Latran, à Paris. "A letter addressed to that awful Baron de Batz," said Marguerite, looking with puzzled eyes on the paper as she turned it over and over in her hand. "To that bombastic windbag. I know him and his ways well. What can Percy have to say to him?" Sir Andrew too looked puzzled, but neither of them had the mind to waste time in useless speculations. Marguerite unfolded the letter which was intended for her, and after a final look on her friend, whose kind face was quivering with excitement, she began slowly to read aloud. "I need not ask either of you two to trust me, knowing that you will. But I could not die inside this hole like a rat in a trap. I had to try and free myself, at the worst to die in the open beneath God's sky. You two will understand, and understanding you will trust me to the end. Send the enclosed letter at once to its address, and you, Ffoulkes, my most sincere and most loyal friend, I beg with all my soul to see to the safety of Marguerite. Armand will stay by me, but you, Ffoulkes, do not leave her, stand by her. As soon as you read this letter, and you will not read it until both she and you have felt that hope has fled, and I myself am about to throw up the sponge, try and persuade her to make for the coast as quickly as may be. At Calais you can open up communications with the Daydream in the usual way, and embark on her at once. Let no member of the League remain on French soil 1 hour longer after that. Then tell the skipper to make for Le Portal, the place which he knows, and there to keep a sharp look out for another 3 nights. After that make straight for home, for it will be no use waiting any longer. I shall not come. These measures are for Marguerite's safety, and for all of you who are in France at this moment. Comrade, I entreat you to look on these measures as on my dying wish. To de Batz I have given rendezvous at the Chapelle of the Holy Sepulchre, just outside the park of the Chateau d'Ourde. He will help me to save the Dauphin, and if by good luck he also helps me to save myself, I shall be within 7 leagues of Le Portal, and with the Liane frozen as she is, I could reach the coast. But Marguerite's safety I leave in your hands, Ffoulkes. Would that I could look more clearly into the future, and know that those devils will not drag her into danger. Beg her to start at once for Calais immediately you have both read this. I only beg, I do not command. I know that you, Ffoulkes, will stand by her whatever she may wish to do. God's blessing be for ever on you both." Marguerite's voice died away in the silence that still lay over this deserted part of the great city, and in this squalid house where she and Sir Andrew Ffoulkes had found shelter these last 10 days. The agony of mind which they had here endured, never doubting but scarcely ever hoping, had found its culmination at last in this final message, which almost seemed to come to them from the grave. It had been written 10 days ago. A plan had then apparently formed in Percy's mind, which she had set forth during the brief half hour's respite which those fiends had once given him. Since then they had never given him 10 consecutive minutes' peace. Since then 10 days had gone by. How much power, how much vitality had gone by too, on the leaden wings of all those terrible hours spent in solitude and in misery. "We can but hope, Lady Blakeney," said Sir Andrew Ffoulkes after a while, "that you will be allowed out of Paris, but from what Armand says..." "And Percy does not actually send me away," she rejoined with a pathetic little smile. "No, he cannot compel you, Lady Blakeney. You are not a member of the League." "Oh, yes, I am," she retorted firmly, "and I have sworn obedience just as all of you have done. I will go, just as he bids me, and you, Sir Andrew, you will obey him too?" "My orders are to stand by you. That is an easy task." "You know where this place is?" she asked. "The Chateau d'Ourde?" "Oh, yes, we all know it. It is empty, and the park is a wreck. The owner fled from it at the very outbreak of the Revolution. He left some kind of steward nominally in charge, a curious creature, half imbecile. The chateau and the chapel in the forest, just outside the grounds, have oft served Blakeney and all of us as a place of refuge on our way to the coast." "But the Dauphin is not there," she said. "No. According to the first letter which you brought me from Blakeney 10 days ago, and on which I acted, Tony, who has charge of the Dauphin, must have crossed into Holland with his little Majesty to day." "I understand," she said simply. "But then this letter to de Batz?" "Ah, there I am completely at sea. But I'll deliver it, and at once too, only I don't like to leave you. Will you let me get you out of Paris first? I think just before dawn it could be done. We can get the cart from Lucas, and if we could reach St. Germain before noon, I could come straight back then and deliver the letter to de Batz. This I feel I ought to do myself, but at Achard's farm I would know that you were safe for a few hours." "I will do whatever you feel right, Sir Andrew," she said simply. "My will is bound up with Percy's dying wish. God knows I would rather follow him now, step by step, as hostage, as prisoner, anyway, so long as I can see him, but..." She rose and turned to go, almost impassive now in that great calm born of despair. A stranger seeing her now had thought her indifferent. She was very pale, and deep circles round her eyes told of sleepless nights and days of mental misery, but otherwise there was not the faintest outward symptom of that terrible anguish which was rending her heartstrings. Her lips did not quiver, and the source of her tears had been dried up 10 days ago. "10 minutes and I'll be ready, Sir Andrew," she said. "I have but few belongings. Will you the while see Lucas about the cart?" He did as she desired. Her calm in no way deceived him. He knew that she must be suffering keenly, and would suffer more keenly still while she would be trying to efface her own personal feelings all through that coming dreary journey to Calais. He went to see the landlord about the horse and cart, and a quarter of an hour later Marguerite came downstairs ready to start. She found Sir Andrew in close converse with an officer of the Garde de Paris, whilst 2 soldiers of the same regiment were standing at the horse's head. When she appeared in the doorway Sir Andrew came at once up to her. "It is just as I feared, Lady Blakeney," he said. "This man has been sent here to take charge of you. Of course he knows nothing beyond the fact that his orders are to convey you at once to the guard house of the Rue Saint Anne, where he is to hand you over to citizen Chauvelin of the Committee of Public Safety." Sir Andrew could not fail to see the look of intense relief which, in the midst of all her sorrow, seemed suddenly to have lighted up the whole of Marguerite's wan face. The thought of wending her own way to safety whilst Percy, mayhap, was fighting an uneven fight with death, had been well nigh intolerable. But she had been ready to obey without a murmur. Now fate and the enemy himself had decided otherwise. She felt as if a load had been lifted from her heart. "I will at once go and find de Batz," Sir Andrew contrived to whisper hurriedly. "As soon as Percy's letter is safely in his hands, I will make my way northwards and communicate with all the members of the League, on whom the chief has so strictly enjoined to quit French soil immediately. We will proceed to Calais first, and open up communication with the Daydream in the usual way. The others had best embark on board her, and the skipper shall then make for the known spot of Le Portel, of which Percy speaks in his letter. I myself will go by land to Le Portel, and thence, if I have no news of you or of the expedition, I will slowly work southwards in the direction of the Chateau d'Ourde. That is all that I can do. If you can contrive to let Percy or even Armand know my movements, do so by all means. I know that I shall be doing right, for, in a way, I shall be watching over you and arranging for your safety, as Blakeney begged me to do. God bless you, Lady Blakeney, and God save the Scarlet Pimpernel." He stooped and kissed her hand, and she intimated to the officer that she was ready. He had a hackney coach waiting for her lower down the street. To it she walked with a firm step, and as she entered it she waved a last farewell to Sir Andrew Ffoulkes. Chapter 42 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 42. The Guardhouse of the Rue Saint-Anne. The little cortege was turning out of the great gates of the House of Justice. It was intensely cold, a bitter northeasterly gale and blowing from across the heights of Montmartre, driving sleet and snow and half frozen rain into the faces of the men, and finding its way up their sleeves, down their collars, and round the knees of their threadbare breeches. Armand, whose fingers were numb with the cold, could scarcely feel the reins in his hands. Chauvelin was riding close beside him, but the two men had not exchanged one word since the moment when the small troop of some 20 mounted soldiers had filed up inside the courtyard, and Chauvelin, with a curt word of command, had ordered one of the troopers to take Armand's horse on the lead. A hackney coach brought up the rear of the cortege, with a man riding at either door and two more following at a distance of 20 paces. Heron's gaunt, ugly face, crowned with a battered sugar loaf hat, appeared from time to time at the window of the coach. He was no horseman, and, moreover, preferred to keep the prisoner closely under his own eye. The corporal had told Armand that the prisoner was with citizen Heron inside the coach, in irons. Beyond that the soldiers could tell him nothing. They knew nothing of the object of this expedition. Vaguely they might have wondered in their dull minds why this particular prisoner was thus being escorted out of the Conciergerie prison with so much paraphernalia and such an air of mystery, when there were thousands of prisoners in the city and the provinces at the present moment who anon would be bundled up wholesale into carts to be dragged to the guillotine like a flock of sheep to the butcher's. But even if they wondered, they made no remarks among themselves. Their faces, blue with the cold, were the perfect mirrors of their own unconquerable stolidity. The tower clock of Notre Dame struck 7 when the small cavalcade finally moved slowly out of the monumental gates. In the east the one light of a February morning slowly struggled out of the surrounding gloom. Now the towers of many churches loomed ghostlike against the dull grey sky, and down below, on the right, the frozen river, like a smooth sheet of steel, wound its graceful curves round the islands and past the facade of the Louvre Palace, whose walls looked grim and silent, like the mausoleum of dead giants of the past. All around the great city gave signs of awakening. The business of the day renewed its course every 24 hours, despite the tragedies of death and of dishonour that walked with it hand in hand. From the Place de la Revolution the intermittent roll of drums came from time to time, with its muffled sound striking the ear of the passer by. Along the quay opposite an open air camp was already astir. Men, women and children engaged in the great task of clothing and feeding the people of France, armed against tyranny, were bending to their task, even before the wintry dawn had spread its pale grey tints over the narrower streets of the city. Armand shivered under his cloak. This silent ride beneath the leaden sky, through the veil of half frozen rain and snow, seemed like a dream to him. And now, as the outriders of the little cavalcade turned to cross the Pont au Change, he saw spread out on his left what appeared like the living panorama of these 3 weeks that had just gone by. He could see the house of the Rue Saint Germain l'Auxerrois, where Percy had lodged before he carried through the rescue of the little Dauphin. Armand could even see the window at which the dreamer had stood, weaving noble dreams that his brilliant daring had turned into realities, until the hand of a traitor had brought him down to what? Armand would not have dared at this moment to look back at that hideous, vulgar hackney coach wherein that proud, reckless adventurer, who had defied fate and mocked death, sat in chains beside a loathsome creature whose very propinquity was an outrage. Now they were passing under the very house on the Quai de la Ferraille, above the saddler's shop, the house with Marguerite had lodged 10 days ago, whither Armand had come trying to fool himself into the belief that the love of little mother could be deceived into blindness against his own crime. He had tried to draw a veil before those eyes, which he had scarcely dared to encounter, but he knew that that veil must lift one day, and then a curse would send him forth, outlawed and homeless, a wanderer on the face of the earth. Soon as the little cortege wended its way northwards, it filed out beneath the walls of the Temple prison. There was the main gate with its sentry standing at attention, there the archway with the guichet of the concierge, and beyond it the paved courtyard. Armand closed his eyes deliberately. He could not bear to look. No wonder that he shivered and tried to draw his cloak closer around him. Every stone, every street corner was full of memories. The chill that struck to the very marrow of his bones came from no outward cause. It was the very hand of remorse that, as it passed over him, froze the blood in his veins and made the rattle of those wheels behind him sound like a hellish knell. At last the more closely populated quarters of the city were left behind. On ahead the first section of the guard had turned into the Rue Sainte Anne. The houses became more sparse, intersected by narrow pieces of terrain vague, or small weed covered bits of kitchen garden. Then a halt was called. It was quite light now, as light as it would ever be beneath this leaden sky. Rain and snow still fell in gusts, driven by the blast. Someone ordered Armand to dismount. It was probably Chauvelin. He did as he was told, and a trooper led him to the door of an irregular brick building that stood isolated on the right, extended on either side by a low wall, and surrounded by a patch of uncultivated land, which now looked like a sea of mud. On ahead was the line of fortifications dimly outlined against the grey of the sky, and in between brown, sodden earth, with here and there a detached house, a cabbage patch, a couple of windmills, deserted and desolate. The loneliness of an unpopulated outlying quarter of the great mother city, a useless limb of her active body, an ostracised member of her vast family. Mechanically Armand had followed the soldier to the door of the building. Here Chauvelin was standing, and bade him follow. A smell of hot coffee hung in the dark, narrow passage in front. Chauvelin led the way to a room on the left. Still that smell of hot coffee. Ever after it was associated in Armand's mind with this awful morning in the guard house of the Rue Sainte Anne, when the rain and snow beat against the windows, and he stood there in the low guard room, shivering and half numbed with cold. There was a table in the middle of the room, and on it stood cups of hot coffee. Chauvelin bade him drink, suggesting, not unkindly, that the warm beverage would do him good. Armand advanced further into the room, and saw that there were wooden benches all round against the wall. On one of these sat his sister Marguerite. When she saw him she made a sudden, instinctive movement to go to him, but Chauvelin interposed in his usual bland, quiet manner. "Not just now, citizeness," he said. She sat down again, and Armand noted how cold and stony seemed her eyes, as if life within her was at a standstill, and a shadow that was almost like death had atrophied every emotion in her. "I trust you have not suffered too much from the cold, Lady Blakeney," resumed Chauvelin politely. "We ought not to have kept you waiting here for so long, but delay at departure is sometimes inevitable." She made no reply, only acknowledging his reiterated inquiry as to her comfort with an inclination of the head. Armand had forced himself to swallow some coffee, and for the moment he felt less chilled. He held the cup between his two hands, and gradually some warmth crept into his bones. "Little mother," he said in English, "try and drink some of this, it will do you good." "Thank you, dear," she replied. "I have had some. I am not cold." Then a door at the end of the room was pushed open, and Heron stalked in. "Are we going to be all day in this confounded hole?" he queried roughly. Armand, who was watching his sister very closely, saw that she started at the sight of the wretch, and seemed immediately to shrink still further within herself, whilst her eyes, suddenly luminous and dilated, rested on him like those of a captive bird upon an approaching cobra. But Chauvelin was not to be shaken out of his suave manner. "One moment, citizen Heron," he said. "This coffee is very comforting. Is the prisoner with you?" he added lightly. Heron nodded in the direction of the other room. "In there," he said curtly. "Then perhaps, if you will be so good, citizen, to invite him thither, I could explain to him his future position and our own." Heron muttered something between his fleshy lips, then turned back towards the open door, solemnly spat twice on the threshold, and nodded his gaunt head once or twice in a manner which apparently was understood from within. "No, sergeant, I don't want you," he said gruffly. "Only the prisoner." A second or two later Sir Percy Blakeney stood in the doorway. His hands were behind his back, obviously handcuffed, but he held himself very erect, though it was clear that this caused him a mighty effort. As soon as he had crossed the threshold his quick glance had swept right round the room. He saw Armand, and his eyes lit up almost imperceptibly. Then he caught sight of Marguerite, and his pale face took on suddenly a more ashen hue. Chauvelin was watching him with those keen, light coloured eyes of his. Blakeney, conscious of this, made no movement, only his lips tightened, and the heavy lids fell over the hollow eyes, completely hiding their glance. But what even the most astute, most deadly enemy could not see was that subtle message of understanding that passed at once between Marguerite and the man she loved. It was a magnetic current, intangible, invisible to all save to her and to him. She was prepared to see him, prepared to see in him all that she had feared, the weakness, the mental exhaustion, the submission to the inevitable. Therefore she had also schooled her glance to express to him all that she knew she would not be allowed to say, the reassurance that she had read his last letter, that she had obeyed it to the last word, save where fate and her enemy had interfered with regard to herself. With a slight, imperceptible movement, imperceptible to everyone save to him, she had seemed to handle a piece of paper in her kerchief. Then she had nodded slowly, with her eyes, steadfast, reassuring, fixed upon him, and his glance gave answer that he had understood. But Chauvelin and Heron had seen nothing of this. They were satisfied that there had been no communication between the prisoner and his wife and friend. "You are no doubt surprised, Sir Percy," said Chauvelin after a while, "to see Lady Blakeney here. She, as well as citizen St. Just, will accompany our expedition to the place where you will lead us. We none of us know where that place is. Citizen Heron and myself are entirely in your hands. You might be leading us to certain death, or again, to a spot where your own escape would be an easy matter to yourself. You will not be surprised, therefore, that we have thought fit to take certain precautions both against any little ambuscade which you may have prepared for us, or against your making one of those daring attempts at escape for which the noted Scarlet Pimpernel is so justly famous." He paused, and only Heron's low chuckle of satisfaction broke the momentary silence that followed. Blakeney made no reply. Obviously he knew exactly what was coming. He knew Chauvelin and his ways, knew the kind of torturous conception that would find origin in his brain. The moment that he saw Marguerite sitting there, he must have guessed that Chauvelin once more desired to put her precious life in the balance of his intrigues. "Citizen Heron is impatient, Sir Percy," resumed Chauvelin after a while, "so I must be brief. Lady Blakeney, as well as citizen St. Just, will accompany us on this expedition to whithersoever you may lead us. They will be the hostages which we will hold against your own good faith. At the slightest suspicion, a mere suspicion perhaps, that you have played us false, at a hint that you have led us into an ambush, or that the whole of this expedition has been but a trick on your part to effect your own escape, or if merely our hope of finding Capet at the end of our journey is frustrated, the lives of our two hostages belong to us, and your friend and your wife will be summarily shot before your eyes." Outside the rain pattered against the window panes. The gale whistled mournfully among the stunted trees, but within this room not a sound stirred the deadly stillness of the air. And yet at this moment hatred and love, savage lust and sublime self-abnegation, the most powerful passions the heart of man can know, held three men here enchained, each a slave to his dominant passion, each ready to stake his all for the satisfaction of his master. Heron was the first to speak. "Well," he said with a fierce oath, "what are we waiting for? The prisoner knows how he stands. Now we can go." "One moment, citizen," interposed Chauvelin, his quiet manner contrasting strangely with his colleague's savage mood. "You have quite understood, Sir Percy," he continued, directly addressing the prisoner, "the conditions under which we are all of us about to proceed on this journey?" "All of us?" said Blakeney slowly. "Are you taking it for granted, then, that I accept your conditions, and that I am prepared to proceed on the journey?" "If you do not proceed on the journey," cried Heron with savage fury, "I'll strangle that woman with my own hands now." Blakeney looked at him for a moment or two through half closed lids, and it seemed then to those who knew him well, to those who loved him and to the man who hated them, that the mighty sinews almost cracked with the passionate desire to kill. Then the sunken eyes turned slowly to Marguerite, and she alone caught the look. It was a mere flash of a humble appeal for pardon. It was all over in a second. Almost immediately the tension on the pale face relaxed, and into the eyes there came that look of acceptance, nearly akin to fatalism, an acceptance of which the strong alone are capable, for with them it only comes in the face of the inevitable. Now he shrugged his broad shoulders, and once more turning to Heron, he said quietly: "You leave me no option in that case. As you have remarked before, citizen Heron, why should we wait any longer? Surely we can go now." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 43. The Dreary Journey. Rain, 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 incessant, monotonous and dreary. The wind had changed round to the southwest. It blew now in great gusts that sent weird, sighing sounds through the trees, and drove the heavy showers into the faces of the men as they rode on, with heads bent forward against the gale. The rain-sodden bridles slipped through their hands, bringing out sores and blisters on their palms. The horses were fidgety, tossing their heads with wearying persistence as the wet trickled into their ears, or the sharp, intermittent hailstones struck their sensitive noses. 3 days of this awful monotony, varied only by the halts at wayside inns, the changing of troops at one of the guard houses on the way, the reiterated commands given to the fresh squad before starting on the next lap of this strange, momentous way. And all the while, audible above the clatter of horses' hoofs, the rumbling of coach wheels, 2 closed carriages, each drawn by a pair of sturdy horses, which were changed at every halt. A soldier on each box urged them to a good pace to keep up with the troopers, who were allowed to go at an easy canter or light jog trot, whatever might prove easiest and least fatiguing; and from time to time Heron's shaggy gaunt head would appear at the window of one of the coaches, asking the way, the distance to the next city, or to the nearest wayside inn, cursing the troopers, the coachman, his colleague, and every one concerned, blaspheming against the interminable length of the road, against the cold and against the wet. Early in the evening on the second day of the journey he had met with an accident. The prisoner, who presumably was weak and weary, and not over steady on his feet, had fallen up against him as they were both about to re enter the coach after a halt just outside Amiens, and citizen Heron had lost his footing in the slippery mud of the road. His head came in violent contact with the step, and his right temple was severely cut. Since then he had been forced to wear a bandage across the top of his face, under his sugar loaf hat, which had added nothing to his beauty, but a great deal to the violence of his temper. He wanted to push the men on, to force the pace, to shorten the halts, but Chauvelin knew better than to allow slackness and discontent to follow in the wake of over fatigue. The soldiers were always well rested and well fed, and though the delay caused by long and frequent halts must have been just as irksome to him as it was to Heron, yet he bore it imperturbably, for he would have had no use on this momentous journey for a handful of men whose enthusiasm and spirit had been blown away by the roughness of the gale, or drowned in the fury of the constant downpour of rain. Of all this Marguerite had been conscious in a vague, dreamy kind of way. She seemed to herself like the spectator in a moving panoramic drama, unable to raise a finger, or to do aught to stop that final, inevitable ending, the cataclysm of sorrow and misery that awaited her when the dreary curtain would fall on the last act, and she and all the other spectators, Armand, Chauvelin, Heron, the soldiers, would slowly wend their way home, leaving the principal actor behind the fallen curtain, which never would be lifted again. After that first halt in the guard room of the Rue Saint-Anne, she had been bidden to enter a second hackney coach, which followed the other at a distance of 50 metres or so, and was, like that other, closely surrounded by a squad of mounted men. Armand and Chauvelin rode in this carriage with her. All day she sat looking out on the endless monotony of the road, on the drops of rain that pattered against the window glass and ran down from it like a perpetual stream of tears. There were 2 halts called during the day, one for dinner, and one midway through the afternoon, when she and Armand could step out of the coach and be led, always with soldiers close around them, to some wayside inn, where some sort of a meal was served, where the atmosphere was close and stuffy, and smelt of onion soup and of stale cheese. Armand and Marguerite would in most cases have a room to themselves, with sentinels posted outside the door, and they would try and eat enough to keep body and soul together, for they would not allow their strength to fall away before the end of the journey was reached. For the night halt, once at Beauvais and the second night at Abbeville, they were escorted to a house in the interior of the city, where they were accommodated with moderately clean lodgings. Sentinels, however, were always at their doors. They were prisoners in all but name, and had little or no privacy, for at night they were both so tired that they were glad to retire immediately, and to lie down on the hard beds that had been provided for them, even if sleep fled from their eyes, and their hearts and souls were flying through the city in search of him who filled their every thought. Of Percy they saw little or nothing. In the daytime food was evidently brought to him in the carriage, for they did not see him get down, and on those 2 nights at Beauvais and Abbeville, when they caught sight of him stepping out of the coach outside the gates of the barracks, he was so surrounded by soldiers that they only saw the top of his head and his broad shoulders towering above those of the men. Once Marguerite had put all her pride, all her dignity by, and asked citizen Chauvelin for news of her husband. "He is well and cheerful, Lady Blakeney," he had replied with his sarcastic smile. "Ah," he added pleasantly, "those English are remarkable people. We of Gallic breed will never really understand them. Their fatalism is quite Oriental in its quiet resignation to the decree of fate. Did you know, Lady Blakeney, that when Sir Percy was arrested he did not raise a hand? I thought, and so did my colleague, that he would have fought like a lion. And now that he has no doubt realised that quiet submission will serve him best in the end, he is as calm on this journey as I am myself. In fact," he concluded complacently, "whenever I have succeeded in peeping into the coach, I have invariably found Sir Percy Blakeney fast asleep." "He," she murmured, for it was so difficult to speak to this callous wretch, who was obviously mocking her in her misery. You are not keeping him in irons?" "No, oh no," replied Chauvelin with perfect urbanity. "You see, now that we have you, Lady Blakeney, and citizen St. Just with us, we have no reason to fear that elusive Pimpernel will spirit himself away." A hot retort had risen to Armand's lips. The warm Latin blood in him rebelled against this intolerable situation, the man's sneers in the face of Marguerite's anguish. But her restraining, gentle hand had already pressed his. What was the use of protesting, of insulting this brute who cared nothing for the misery which he had caused so long as he had gained his own ends? And Armand held his tongue and tried to curb his temper, tried to cultivate a little of that fatalism which Chauvelin had said was characteristic of the English. He sat beside his sister, longing to comfort her, yet feeling that his very presence near her was an outrage, a sacrilege. She spoke so seldom to him, even when they were alone, that at times the awful thought which had more than once found birth in his weary brain became crystallized and more real. Did Marguerite guess? Had she the slightest suspicion that the awful cataclysm to which they were tending with every revolution of the creaking coach wheels had been brought about by her brother's treacherous hand? And when that thought had lodged itself quite snugly in his mind, he began to wonder whether it would not be far more simple, far more easy, to end his miserable life in some manner that might suggest itself on the way. When the coach crossed one of those dilapidated parapetless bridges, over abysses 50 metres deep, it might be so easy to throw open the carriage door and to take one final jump into eternity. So easy, but so damnably cowardly. Marguerite's near presence quickly brought him back to himself. His life was no longer his own to do with as he pleased. It belonged to the chief whom he had betrayed, to the sister whom he must endeavour to protect. Of Jeanne now he thought but little. He had put even the memory of her by tenderly, like a sprig of lavender pressed between the faded leaves of his own happiness. His hand was no longer fit to hold that of any pure woman. His hand had on it a deep stain, immutable like the brand of Cain. Yet Marguerite beside him held his hand, and together they looked out on that dreary, dreary road, and listened to the patter of the rain and the rumbling of the wheels of that other coach on ahead. And it was all so dismal and so horrible, the rain, the soughing of the wind in the stunted trees, this landscape of mud and desolation, this eternally grey sky. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 44. The Halt at Crecy. "Now then, citizen, don't go to sleep. This is Crecy, our last halt." Armand woke up from his last dream. They had been moving steadily on since they left Abbeville soon after dawn. The rumble of the wheels, the swaying and rocking of the carriage, the interminable patter of the rain had lulled him into a kind of wakeful sleep. Chauvelin had already alighted from the coach. He was helping Marguerite to descend. Armand shook the stiffness from his limbs and followed in the wake of his sister. Always those miserable soldiers round them, with their dank coats of rough blue cloth and the red caps on their heads. Armand pulled Marguerite's hand through his arm and dragged her with him into the house. The small city lay damp and grey before them. The rough pavement of the narrow street glistened with the wet, reflecting the dull, leaden sky overhead. The rain beat into the puddles, the slate roofs shone in the cold wintry light. This was Crécy, the last halt of the journey, so Chauvelin had said. The party had drawn rein in front of a small one-storied building that had a wooden verandah running the whole length of its front. The usual low, narrow room greeted Armand and Marguerite as they entered. The usual mildewed walls, with the colour wash flowing away in streaks from the unsympathetic beam above. The same device, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, scribbled in charcoal above the black iron stove. The usual musty, close atmosphere, the usual smell of onion and stale cheese, and the usual hard, straight benches and central table with its soiled and tattered cloth. Marguerite seemed dazed and giddy. She had been 5 hours in that stuffy coach, with nothing to distract her thoughts except the rain-sodden landscape on which she had ceaselessly gazed since the early dawn. Armand led her to the bench, and she sank down on it, numb and inert, resting her elbows on the table and her head in her hands. "If it were only all over," she sighed involuntarily. "Armand, at times now I feel as if I were not really sane, as if my reason had already given way. Tell me, do I seem mad to you at times?" He sat down beside her and tried to chafe her little cold hands. There was a knock at the door, and without waiting for permission, Chauvelin entered the room. "My humble apologies to you, Lady Blakeney," he said in his usual suave manner, "but our worthy host informs me that this is the only room in which he can serve a meal, therefore I am forced to intrude my presence upon you." Though he spoke with outward politeness, his tone had become more peremptory, less bland, and he did not await Marguerite's reply before he sat down opposite to her and continued to talk airily. "An ill-conditioned fellow, our host," he said, "quite reminds me of our friend Brogard of the Chagris in Calais. You remember him, Lady Blakeney?" "My sister is giddy and overtired," interposed Armand firmly. "I pray you, citizen, to have some regard for her." "All regard in the world, Citizen St. Just," protested Chauvelin jovially. "Methought that those pleasant reminiscences would cheer her. Ah, here comes the soup," he added, as a man in blue blouse and breeches, with sabots on his feet, slouched into the room carrying a tureen, which he incontinently placed upon the table. "I feel sure that in England Lady Blakeney misses our excellent croûte au pot, the glory of our bourgeois cookery. Lady Blakeney, a little soup?" "I thank you, sir," she murmured. "Do try and eat something, little mother," Armand whispered in her ear. "Try and keep up your strength for his sake, if not for mine." She turned a wan, pale face to him and tried to smile. "I'll try, dear," she said. "You have taken bread and meat to the citizens in the coach?" Chauvelin called out to the retreating figure of mine host. Grunted the latter in assent. "And see that the citizen soldiers are well fed, or there will be trouble." Grunted the man again, after which he banged the door to behind him. "Citizen Heron is loath to let the prisoner out of his sight," explained Chauvelin lightly, "now that we have reached the last, most important stage of our journey, so he is sharing Sir Percy's midday meal in the interior of the coach." He ate his soup with a relish, ostentatiously paying many small attentions to Marguerite all the time. He ordered meat for her, bread, butter, asked if any dainties could be got. He was apparently in the best of tempers. After he had eaten and drunk, he rose and bowed ceremoniously to her. "Your pardon, Lady Blakeney," he said, "but I must confer with the prisoner now, and take from him full directions for the continuance of our journey. After that I go to the guard house, which is some distance from here, right at the other end of the city. We pick up a fresh squad here, 20 hardened troopers from a cavalry regiment usually stationed at Abbeville. They have had work to do in this town, which is a hotbed of treachery. I must go inspect the men and the sergeant who will be in command. Citizen Heron leaves all these inspections to me. He likes to stay by his prisoner. In the meanwhile, you will be escorted back to your coach, where I pray you to await my arrival, when we change guard first, then proceed on our way." Marguerite was longing to ask him many questions. Once again she would have smothered her pride and begged for news of her husband, but Chauvelin did not wait. He hurried out of the room, and Armand and Marguerite could hear him ordering the soldiers to take them forthwith back to the coach. As they came out of the inn, they saw the other coach some 50 metres further up the street. The horses that had done duty since leaving Abbeville had been taken out, and 2 soldiers in ragged shirts and with crimson caps set jauntily over their left ear were leading the 2 fresh horses along. The troopers were still mounting guard round both the coaches. They would be relieved presently. Marguerite would have given 10 years of her life at this moment for the privilege of speaking to her husband, or even of seeing him, of seeing that he was well. A quick, wild plan sprang up in her mind that she would bribe the sergeant in command to grant her wish while Citizen Chauvelin was absent. The man had not an unkind face, and he must be very poor. People in France were very poor these days, though the rich had been robbed and luxurious homes devastated ostensibly to help the poor. She was about to put this sudden thought into execution, when Heron's hideous face, doubly hideous now with that bandage of doubtful cleanliness cutting across his brow, appeared at the carriage window. He cursed violently and at the top of his voice. "What are those demmed aristos doing out there?" he shouted. "Just getting into the coach, citizen," replied the sergeant promptly. And Armand and Marguerite were immediately ordered back into the coach. Heron remained at the window for a few moments longer. He had a toothpick in his hand which he was using very freely. "How much longer are we going to wait in this cursed hole?" he called out to the sergeant. "Only a few moments longer, citizen. Citizen Chauvelin will be back soon with the guard." A quarter of an hour later the clatter of cavalry horses on the rough, uneven pavement drew Marguerite's attention. She lowered the carriage window and looked out. Chauvelin had just returned with the new escort. He was on horseback, his horse's bridle, since he was but an indifferent horseman, was held by one of the troopers. Outside the inn he dismounted. Evidently he had taken full command of the expedition, and scarcely referred to Heron, who spent most of his time cursing at the men or the weather when he was not lying half asleep and partially drunk in the inside of the carriage. The changing of the guard was now accomplished quietly and in perfect order. The new escort consisted of 20 mounted men, including a sergeant and a corporal, and of 2 drivers, one for each coach. The cortege now was filled up in marching order. Ahead a small party of scouts, then the coach with Marguerite and Armand, closely surrounded by mounted men, and at a short distance the second coach, with citizen Heron and the prisoner, equally well guarded. Chauvelin superintended all the arrangements himself. He spoke for some few moments with the sergeant, also with the driver of his own coach. He went to the window of the other carriage, probably in order to consult with citizen Heron, or to take final directions from the prisoner. For Marguerite, who was watching him, saw him standing on the step and leaning well forward into the interior, whilst apparently he was taking notes on a small tablet which he had in his hand. A small knot of idlers had congregated in the narrow street. Men in blouses and boys in ragged breeches lounged against the verandah of the inn and gazed with inexpressive, stolid eyes on the soldiers, the coaches, the citizen who wore the tricolour scarf. They had seen this sort of thing before now, aristos being conveyed to Paris under arrest, prisoners on their way to or from Amiens. They saw Marguerite's pale face at the carriage window. It was not the first woman they had seen under like circumstances, and there was no special interest about this aristo. They were smoking or spitting, or just lounging idly against the balustrade. Marguerite wondered if none of them had wife, sister, or mother, or child, if every sympathy, every kind of feeling in these poor wretches had been atrophied by misery or by fear. At last everything was in order, and the small party ready to start. "Does any one here know the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre, close by the park of the Chateau d'Ourde?" asked Chauvelin, vaguely addressing the knot of gaffers that stood closest to him. The men shook their heads. Some had dimly heard of the Chateau d'Ourde. It was some way in the interior of the forest of Boulogne, but no one knew about a chapel. People did not trouble about chapels nowadays. With the indifference so peculiar to local peasantry, these men knew no more of the surrounding country than the 12 or 15 league circle that was within a walk of their sleepy little town. One of the scouts on ahead turned in his saddle and spoke to citizen Chauvelin. "I think I know the way pretty well, citizen Chauvelin," he said. "At any rate, I know it as far as the forest of Boulogne." Chauvelin referred to his tablets. "That's good," he said. "Then when you reach the milestone that stands on this road at the confine of the forest, bear sharply to your right and skirt the wood until you see the hamlet of Le Croc. That's it, in the valley below." "I know Le Croc, I think," said the trooper. "Very well then. At that point it seems that a wide road strikes at right angles into the interior of the forest. You follow that until a stone chapel with a colonnaded porch stands before you on your left, and the walls and gates of a park on your right. That is so, is it not, Sir Percy?" he added, once more turning towards the interior of the coach. Apparently the answer satisfied him, for he gave the quick word of command, "En avant!" then turned back towards his own coach and finally entered it. "Do you know the Chateau d'Ourde, citizen St. Just?" he asked abruptly, as soon as the carriage began to move. Armand woke, as was habitual with him these days, from some gloomy reverie. "Yes, citizen," he replied, "I know it." "And the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre?" "Yes, I know it too." Indeed, he knew the chateau well, and the little chapel in the forest, whither the fisher folk from Portel and Boulogne came on a pilgrimage once a year to lay their nets on the miracle-working relic. The chapel was disused now. Since the owner of the chateau had fled, no one had tended it, and the fisher folk were afraid to wander out, lest their superstitious faith be counted against them by the authorities, who had abolished le bon Dieu. But Armand had found refuge there 18 months ago, on his way to Calais, when Percy had risked his life in order to save him, Armand, from death. He could have groaned aloud with the anguish of this recollection, but Marguerite's aching nerves had thrilled at the name. Chateau d'Ourde! The chapel of the Holy Sepulchre! That was the place which Percy had mentioned in his letter, the place where he had given rendezvous to de Batz. Sir Andrew had said that the Dauphin could not possibly be there, yet Sir Percy was leading his enemies thither, and had given the rendezvous there to de Batz. And this despite that whatever plans, whatever hopes had been born in his mind, when he was still immured in the Conciergerie prison, must have been set at naught by the clever counterplot of Chauvelin and Heron. At the merest suspicion that you have played us false, at a hint that you have led us into an ambush, or if merely our hopes of finding Capet at the end of the journey are frustrated, the lives of your wife and of your friend are forfeit to us, and they will both be shot before your eyes." With these words, with this precaution, those cunning fiends had effectually not only tied the schemer's hands, but forced him either to deliver the child to them, or to sacrifice his wife and his friend. The impasse was so horrible that she could not face it even in her thoughts. A strange, fever-like heat coursed through her veins, yet left her hands icy cold. She longed for, yet dreaded, the end of the journey, that awful grappling with the certainty of coming death. Perhaps, after all, Percy too had given up all hope. Long ago he had consecrated his life to the attainment of his own ideals, and there was a vein of fatalism in him. Perhaps he had resigned himself to the inevitable, and his only desire now was to give up his life, as he had said, in the open, beneath God's sky, to draw his last breath with the storm clouds tossed through infinity above him, and the murmur of the wind in the trees to sing him to rest. Crecy was gradually fading into the distance, wrapped in a mantle of damp and mist. For a long while Marguerite could see the sloping slate roofs glimmering like steel in the grey afternoon light, and the quaint church tower with its beautiful lantern, through the pierced stonework of which shone patches of the leaden sky. Then a sudden twist of the road hid the city from view. Only the outlying churchyard remained in sight, with its white monuments and granite crosses, over which the dark yews, wet with the rain and shaken by the gale, sent showers of diamond-like sprays. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 45. The Forest of Boulogne. Progress was not easy, and very slow along the muddy road. The two coaches moved along laboriously, with wheels creaking and sinking deeply from time to time in the quagmire. When the small party finally reached the edge of the wood, the greyish light of this dismal day had changed in the west to a dull reddish glow, a glow that had neither brilliance nor incandescence in it, only a weird tint that hung over the horizon and turned the distance into lines of purple. The nearness of the sea made itself already felt. There was a briny taste in the damp atmosphere, and the trees all turned their branches away in the same direction, against the onslaught of the prevailing winds. The road at this point formed a sharp fork, skirting the wood on either side, the forest lying like a black, close mass of spruce and firs on the left, while the open expanse of country stretched out on the right. The southwesterly gale struck with full violence against the barrier of forest trees, bending the tall crests of the pines, and causing their small dead branches to break and fall with a sharp, crisp sound like a cry of pain. The squad had been fresh at starting. Now the men had been 4 hours in the saddle under persistent rain and gusty wind. They were tired, and the atmosphere of the close, black forest so near the road was weighing upon their spirits. Strange sounds came to them from out of the dense network of trees, the screeching of night birds, the weird call of the owls, the swift and furtive tread of wild beasts on the prowl. The cold winter and lack of food had lured the wolves from their fastnesses, hunger had emboldened them, and now, as gradually the grey light fled from the sky, dismal howls could be heard in the distance, and now and then a pair of eyes, bright with the reflection of the lurid western glow, would shine momentarily out of the darkness like tiny glow-worms, and as quickly vanish away. The men shivered, more with vague superstitious fear than with cold. They would have urged their horses on, but the wheels of the coaches stuck persistently in the mud, and now again a halt had to be called so that the spokes and axles might be cleared. They rode on in silence. No one had a mind to speak, and the mournful soughing of the wind in the pine trees seemed to check the words on every lip. The dull thud of hoofs in the soft road, the clang of steel bits and buckles, the snorting of the horses alone answered the wind, and also the monotonous creaking of the wheels ploughing through the ruts. Soon the ruddy glow in the west faded into soft-toned purple, and then into grey. Finally that too vanished. Darkness was drawing in on every side, like a wide black mantle pulled together closer and closer overhead by invisible giant hands. The rain still fell in a thin drizzle that soaked through caps and coats, made the bridles slimy and the saddles slippery and damp. A veil of vapour hung over the horses' cruppers, and was rendered fuller and thicker every moment with the breath that came from their nostrils. The wind no longer blew with gusty fury. Its strength seemed to have been spent with the grey light of day, but now and then it would still come sweeping across the open country and dash itself upon the wall of forest trees, lashing against the horses' ears, catching the corner of a mantle here, an ill-adjusted cap there, and wreaking its mischievous freak for a while, and then with a sigh of satisfaction die, murmuring among the pines. Suddenly there was a halt, much shouting, a volley of oaths from the drivers, and citizen Chauvelin thrust his head out of the carriage window. "What is it?" he asked. "The scouts, citizen," replied the sergeant, who had been riding close to the coach door all this while. "They have returned. Tell one man to come straight to me and report." Marguerite sat quite still. Indeed, she had almost ceased to live momentarily, for her spirit was absent from her body, which felt neither fatigue, nor cold, nor pain. But she heard the snorting of the horse close by as its rider pulled him up sharply beside the carriage door. "Well?" said Chauvelin curtly. "This is the crossroads, citizen," replied the man. "It strikes straight into the wood, and the hamlet of Le Croc lies down in the valley on the right." "Did you follow the road in the wood?" "Yes, citizen. About 2 leagues from here there is a clearing with a small stone chapel, more like a large shrine, nestling among the trees. Opposite to it the angle of a high wall with large wrought iron gates at the corner, and from these a wide drive leads through a park." "Did you turn into the drive?" "Only a little way, citizen. We thought we had best report first that all is safe." "You saw no one?" "No one." "The chateau, then, lies some distance from the gates?" "A league or more, citizen. Close to the gates there are outhouses and stabling, the disused buildings of the home farm, I should say." "Good, we are on the right road, that is clear. Keep ahead with your men now, but only some 200 metres or so. Stay," he added, as if on second thoughts, "ride down to the other coach and ask the prisoner if we are on the right track." The rider turned his horse sharply round. Marguerite heard the clang of metal and the sound of retreating hoofs. A few moments later the man returned. "Yes, citizen," he reported, "the prisoner says it is quite right. The Chateau d'Ourde lies a full league from its gates. This is the nearest road to the chapel and the chateau. He says we should reach the former in half an hour. It will be very dark in there," he added with a significant nod in the direction of the wood. Chauvelin made no reply, but quietly stepped out of the coach. Marguerite watched him, leaning out of the window, following his small trim figure as he pushed his way past the groups of mounted men, catching at a horse's bit now and then, or at a bridle, making a way for himself amongst the restless, champing animals without the slightest hesitation or fear. Soon his retreating figure lost its sharp outline silhouetted against the evening sky. It was enfolded in the veil of vapour which was blown out of the horses' nostrils, or rising from their damp cruppers. It became more vague, almost ghost-like, through the mist and the fast-gathering gloom. Presently a group of troopers hid him entirely from her view, but she could hear his thin, smooth voice quite clearly as he called to citizen Heron. "We are close to the end of our journey now, citizen," she heard him say. "If the prisoner has not played us false, little Capet should be in our charge within the hour." A growl not unlike those that came from out the mysterious depths of the forest answered him. "If he is not," and Marguerite recognised the harsh tones of citizen Heron, "if he is not, then 2 corpses will be rotting in this wood to-morrow for the wolves to feed on, and the prisoner will be on his way back to Paris with me." Someone laughed. It might have been one of the troopers, more callous than his comrades, but to Marguerite the laugh had a strange familiar ring to it, the echo of something long since past and gone. Then Chauvelin's voice once more came clearly to her ear. "My suggestion, citizen," he was saying, "is that the prisoner shall now give me an order, couched in whatever terms he may think necessary, but a distinct order to his friends to give up Capet to me without any resistance. I could then take some of the men with me, and ride as quickly as the light will allow up to the chateau, and take possession of it, of Capet, and of those who are with him. We could get along faster thus. One man can give up his horse to me, and continue the journey on the box of your coach. The 2 carriages could then follow at foot-pace. But I fear that if we stick together complete darkness will overtake us, and we might find ourselves obliged to pass a very uncomfortable night in this wood." "I won't spend another night in this suspense. It would kill me," growled Heron to the accompaniment of one of his choicest oaths. "You must do as you think right. You planned the whole of this affair. See to it that it works out well in the end." "How many men shall I take with me? Our advance guard is here, of course." "I couldn't spare you more than 4 more men. I shall want the others to guard the prisoners." 4 men will be quite sufficient, with the 4 of the advance guard. That will leave you 12 men for guarding your prisoners, and you really only need to guard the woman. Her life will answer for the others." He had raised his voice when he said this, obviously intending that Marguerite and Armand should hear. "Then I'll ahead," he continued, apparently in answer to an assent from his colleague. "Sir Percy, will you be so kind as to scribble the necessary words on these tablets?" There was a long pause, during which Marguerite heard plainly the long and dismal cry of a night bird that, mayhap, was seeking its mate. Then Chauvelin's voice was raised again. "I thank you," he said. "This certainly should be quite effectual. And now, Citizen Heron, I do not think that under the circumstances we need fear an ambuscade, or any kind of trickery. You hold the hostages, and if by any chance I and my men are attacked, or if we encounter armed resistance at the chateau, I will despatch a rider back straight away to you, and, well, you will know what to do." His voice died away, merged in the soughing of the wind, drowned by the clang of metal, of horses snorting, of men living and breathing. Marguerite felt that beside her Armand had shuddered, and that in the darkness his trembling hand had sought and found hers. She leaned well out of the window, trying to see. The gloom had gathered more closely in, and round her the veil of vapour from the horses' steaming cruppers hung heavily in the misty air. In front of her the straight lines of a few fir trees stood out dense and black against the greyness beyond, and between these lines purple tints of various tones and shades mingled one with the other, merging the horizon line with the sky. Here and there a more solid black patch indicated the tiny houses of the hamlet of Le Croc, far down in the valley below. From some of these houses small lights began to glimmer like blinking yellow eyes. Marguerite's gaze, however, did not rest on the distant landscape. It tried to pierce the gloom that hid her immediate surroundings. The mounted men were all round the coach, more closely round her than the trees in the forest. But the horses were restless, moving all the time, and as they moved she caught glimpses of that other coach, and of Chauvelin's ghost-like figure walking rapidly through the mist. Just for one brief moment she saw the other coach, and Heron's head and shoulders leaning out of the window. His sugar-loaf hat was on his head, and the bandage across his brow looked like a sharp pale streak below it. "Do not doubt it, Citizen Chauvelin," he called out loudly in his harsh, raucous voice. "I shall know what to do. The wolves will have their meal to-night, and the guillotine will not be cheated either." Armand put his arm round his sister's shoulders, and gently drew her back into the carriage. "Little mother," he said, "if you can think of a way whereby my life would redeem Percy's and yours, show me that way now." But she replied, quietly and firmly, "There is no way, Armand. If there is, it is in the hands of God." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 46. Others in the Park. Chauvelin and his picked escort had in the meanwhile detached themselves from the main body of the squad. Soon the dull thud of their horses' hoofs, treading the soft ground, came more softly, then more softly still as they turned into the wood, and the purple shadows seemed to enfold every sound and finally to swallow them completely. Armand and Marguerite from the depth of the carriage heard Heron's voice ordering his own driver now to take the lead. They sat quite still and watched, and presently the other coach passed them slowly on the road, its silhouette standing out ghostly and grim for a moment against the indigo tones of the distant country. Heron's head, with its battered sugar-loaf hat and the soiled bandage round the brow, was as usual out of the carriage window. He leered across at Marguerite when he saw the outline of her face framed by the window of the carriage.
"Say all the prayers you have ever known, citizeness," he said with a loud laugh, "that my friend Chauvelin may find Capet at the chateau, or else you may take a last look at the open country, for you will not see the sun rise on it tomorrow. It is one or the other, you know." She tried not to look at him. The very sight of him filled her with horror. That blotched, gaunt face of his, the fleshy lips, that hideous bandage across his face that hid one of his eyes. She tried not to see him, and not to hear him laugh. Obviously, he too laboured under the stress of great excitement. So far everything had gone well. The prisoner had made no attempt at escape, and apparently did not mean to play a double game. But the crucial hour had come, and with it darkness and the mysterious depths of the forest with their weird sounds and sudden flashes of ghostly lights. They naturally wrought on the nerves of men like Heron, whose conscience might have been dormant, but whose ears were nevertheless filled with the cries of innocent victims sacrificed to their own lustful ambitions and their blind, unreasoning hates. He gave sharp orders to the men to close up round the carriages, and then gave the curt word of command, "En avant!" Marguerite could but strain her ears to listen. All her senses, all her faculties had merged into that of hearing, rendering it doubly keen. It seemed to her that she could distinguish the faint sound, that even as she listened grew fainter and fainter yet, of Chauvelin and his squad moving away rapidly into the thickness of the wood some distance already ahead. Close to her there was the snorting of horses, the clanging and noise of moving mounted men. Heron's coach had taken the lead, she could hear the creaking of its wheels, the calls of the driver urging his beasts. The diminished party was moving at foot-pace in the darkness that seemed to grow denser at every step, and through that silence which was so full of mysterious sounds. The carriage rolled and rocked on its springs. Marguerite, giddy and overtired, lay back with closed eyes, her hand resting in that of Armand. Time, space and distance had ceased to be. Only death, the great lord of all, had remained. He walked on ahead, scythe on skeleton shoulder, and beckoned patiently, but with a sure, grim hand. There was another halt. The coach wheels groaned and creaked on their axles. One or two horses reared with the sudden drawing up of the curb. "What is it now?" came Heron's hoarse voice through the darkness. "It is pitch dark, citizen," was the response from ahead. "The drivers cannot see their horses' ears. They wait to know if they may light their lanthorns and lead their horses." "They can lead their horses," replied Heron roughly, "but I'll have no lanthorns lighted. We don't know what fools may be lurking behind trees, hoping to put a bullet through my head, or yours, sergeant. We don't want to make a lighted target of ourselves, what? But let the drivers lead their horses, and one or two of you who are riding greys might dismount too and lead the way. The greys would show up perhaps in this cursed blackness." While his orders were being carried out, he called out once more, "Are we far now from that confounded chapel?" "We can't be far, citizen. The whole forest is not more than 6 leagues wide at any point, and we have gone 2 since we turned into it." "Hush!" Heron's voice suddenly broke in hoarsely. "What was that? Silence, I say! Damn you, can't you hear?" There was a hush, every ear straining to listen, but the horses were not still. They continued to champ their bits, to paw the ground, and to toss their heads, impatient to get on. Only now and again would there come a lull even through these sounds, a second or two mayhap, of perfect, unbroken silence, and then it seemed as if right through the darkness a mysterious echo sent back those same sounds, the champing of bits, the pawing of soft ground, the tossing and snorting of animals, human life that breathed far out there among the trees. "It is citizen Chauvelin and his men," said the sergeant after a while, and speaking in a whisper. "Silence, I want to hear!" came the curt, hoarsely whispered command. Once more everyone listened, the men hardly daring to breathe, clinging to their bridles and pulling on their horses' mouths, trying to keep them still, and again through the night there came like a faint echo, which seemed to throw back those sounds that indicated the presence of men and of horses not very far away. "Yes, it must be citizen Chauvelin," said Heron at last, but the tone of his voice sounded as if he were anxious and only half convinced. "But I thought he would be at the chateau by now." "He may have had to go at foot pace. It is very dark, citizen Heron," remarked the sergeant. "En avant then," quoth the other. "The sooner we come up with him the better." And the squad of mounted men, the 2 coaches, the drivers and the advanced section who were leading their horses slowly, restarted on the way. The horses snorted, the bits and stirrups clanged, and the springs and wheels of the coaches creaked and groaned dismally as the ramshackle vehicles began once more to plough the carpet of pine needles that lay thick upon the road. but inside the carriage Armand and Marguerite held one another tightly by the hand. "It is de Batz with his friends," she whispered scarce above her breath. "De Batz?" he asked, vaguely and fearfully, for in the dark he could not see her face, and as he did not understand why she should suddenly be talking of de Batz, he thought with horror that mayhap her prophecy anent herself had come true, and that her mind, wearied and overwrought, had become suddenly unhinged. "Yes, de Batz," she replied. "Percy sent him a message through me to meet him here. I am not mad, Armand," she added more calmly. "Sir Andrew took Percy's letter to de Batz the day that we started from Paris." "Great God!" exclaimed Armand, and instinctively, with a sense of protection, he put his arms round his sister. "Then if Chauvelin or the squad is attacked, if..." "Yes," she said calmly, "if de Batz makes an attack on Chauvelin, or if he reaches the chateau first and tries to defend it, they will shoot us, Armand, and Percy." "But is the Dauphin at the Chateau d'Ourde?" "No, no, I think not." "Then why should Percy have invoked the aid of de Batz, now when..." "I don't know," she murmured helplessly. "Of course, when he wrote the letter, he could not guess that they would hold us as hostages. He may have thought that under cover of darkness and of an unexpected attack he might have saved himself had he been alone. But now that you and I are here... oh, it is all so horrible, and I cannot understand it all." "Hark!" broke in Armand, suddenly gripping her arm more tightly. "Halt!" rang the sergeant's voice through the night. This time there was no mistaking the sound. Already it came from no far distance. It was the sound of a man running and panting, and now and again calling out as he ran. For a moment there was stillness in the very air. The wind itself was hushed between two gusts, even the rain had ceased its incessant pattering. Heron's harsh voice was raised in the stillness. "What is it now?" he demanded. "A runner, citizen," replied the sergeant, "coming through the wood from the right." "From the right?" and the exclamation was accompanied by a volley of oaths. "The direction of the chateau? Chauvelin has been attacked. He is sending a messenger back to me. Sergeant, sergeant, close up round that coach. Guard your prisoners as you value your life, and..." The rest of his words were drowned in a yell of such violent fury that the horses, already over nervous and fidgety, reared in mad terror, and the men had the greatest difficulty in holding them in. For a few moments noisy confusion prevailed, until the men could quieten their quivering animals with soft words and gentle pattings. Then the troopers obeyed, closing up round the coach wherein brother and sister sat huddled against one another. One of the men said under his breath, "Oh, but the citizen agent knows how to curse. One day he will break his gullet with the fury of his oaths." In the meanwhile the runner had come nearer, always at the same breathless speed. The next moment he was challenged. "Qui va là?" "A friend," he replied, panting and exhausted. "Where is citizen Heron?" "Here," came the reply in a voice hoarse with passionate excitement. "Come up, damn you, be quick." "A lantern, citizen," suggested one of the drivers. "No, no, not now. Here, where the devil are we?" "We are close to the chapel on our left, citizen," said the sergeant. The runner, whose eyes were no doubt accustomed to the gloom, had drawn nearer to the carriage. "The gates of the chateau," he said, still somewhat breathlessly, "are just opposite here on the right, citizen. I have just come through them." "Speak up, man!" and Heron's voice now sounded as if choked with passion. "Citizen Chauvelin sent you?" "Yes. He bade me tell you that he has gained access to the chateau, and that Capet is not there." A series of citizen Heron's choicest oaths interrupted the man's speech. Then he was curtly ordered to proceed, and he resumed his report. Citizen Chauvelin rang at the door of the chateau. After a while he was admitted by an old servant, who appeared to be in charge, but the place seemed otherwise absolutely deserted, only what? Go on, what is it?" "As we rode through the park, it seemed to us as if we were being watched and followed. We heard distinctly the sound of horses, behind and around us, but we could see nothing. And now, when I ran back, again I heard. There are others in the park tonight besides us, citizen." There was silence after that. It seemed as if the flood of Heron's blasphemous eloquence had spent itself at last. "Others in the park!" And now his voice was scarcely above a whisper, hoarse and trembling. "How many? Could you see?" "No, citizen, we could not see, but there are horsemen lurking round the chateau now. Citizen Chauvelin took 4 men into the house with him, and left the others on guard outside. He bade me tell you that it might be safer to send him a few more men, if you could spare them. There are a number of disused farm buildings quite close to the gates, and he suggested that all the horses be put up there for the night, and that the men come up to the chateau on foot. It would be quicker and safer, for the darkness is intense." Even while the man spoke, the forest in the distance seemed to wake from its solemn silence. The wind on its wings brought sounds of life and movement, different from the prowling of beasts or the screeching of night birds. It was the furtive advance of men, the quick whispers of command, of encouragement, of the human animal preparing to attack his kind. But all in the distance still, all muffled, all furtive as yet. "Sergeant!" It was Heron's voice, but it too was subdued, and almost calm now. "Can you see the chapel?" "More clearly, citizen," replied the sergeant. "It is on our left, quite a small building, I think." "Then dismount, and walk all round it. See that there are no windows or door in the rear." There was a prolonged silence, during which those distant sounds of men moving, of furtive preparations for attack, struck distinctly through the night. Marguerite and Armand, clinging to one another, not knowing what to think, nor yet what to fear, heard the sounds mingling with those immediately around them, and Marguerite murmured under her breath: "It is de Batz and some of his friends, but what can they do? What can Percy hope for now?" But of Percy she could hear and see nothing. The darkness and the silence had drawn their imperceptible veil between his unseen presence and her own consciousness. She could see the coach in which he was, but Heron's hideous personality, his head with its battered hat and soiled bandage, had seemed to obtrude itself always before her gaze, blotting out from her mind even the knowledge that Percy was there, not 50 yards away from her. So strong did this feeling grow in her, that presently the awful dread seized upon her that he was no longer there, that he was dead, worn out with fatigue and illness brought on by terrible privations, or if not dead, that he had swooned, that he was unconscious, his spirit absent from his body. She remembered that frightful yell of rage and hate which Heron had uttered a few minutes ago. Had the brute vented his fury on his helpless, weakened prisoner, and stilled forever those lips that, mayhap, had mocked him to the last? Marguerite could not guess. She hardly knew what to hope. Vaguely, when the thought of Percy lying dead beside his enemy floated through her aching brain, she was almost conscious of a sense of relief at the thought that at least he would be spared the pain of the final, inevitable cataclysm. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 47. The Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. The sergeant's voice broke in upon her misery. The man had apparently done as the citizen agent had ordered, and had closely examined the little building that stood on the left, a vague black mass more dense than the surrounding gloom. "It is all solid stone, citizen," he said. "Iron gates in front, closed but not locked, rusty key in the lock which turns quite easily, no windows or door in the rear." "You are quite sure?" "Quite certain, citizen. It is plain solid stone at the back, and the only possible access to the interior is through the iron gate in front." "Good." Marguerite could only just hear Heron speaking to the sergeant. Darkness enveloped every form and deadened every sound. Even the harsh voice which she had learned to loathe and to dread sounded curiously subdued and unfamiliar. Heron no longer seemed inclined to storm, to rage, or to curse. The momentary danger, the thought of failure, the hope of revenge, had apparently cooled his temper, strengthened his determination, and forced his voice down to a little above a whisper. He gave his orders clearly and firmly, and the words came to Marguerite on the wings of the wind, with strange distinctness, borne to her ears by the darkness itself and the hush that lay over the wood. "Take 6 men with you, sergeant," she heard him say, "and join citizen Chauvelin at the chateau. You can stable your horses in the farm buildings close by, as he suggests, and run to him on foot. You and your men should quickly get the best of a handful of midnight prowlers. You are well armed, and they only civilians. Tell citizen Chauvelin that I, in the meanwhile, will take care of our prisoners. The Englishman I shall put in irons and lock up inside the chapel, with 5 men under the command of your corporal to guard him. The other 2 I will drive myself straight to Crécy with what is left of the escort. You understand?" "Yes, citizen." "We may not reach Crécy until 2 hours after midnight, but directly I arrive I will send citizen Chauvelin further reinforcements, which, however, I hope may not be necessary, but which will reach him in the early morning. Even if he is seriously attacked, he can, with the 14 men he will have with him, hold out inside the castle throughout the night. Tell him also that at dawn the 2 prisoners who will be with me will be shot in the courtyard of the guard-house at Crécy, but that whether he has got hold of Capet or not, he had best pick up the Englishman in the chapel in the morning, and bring him straight to Crécy, where I shall be awaiting him, ready to return to Paris. You understand?" "Yes, citizen." "Then repeat what I said." "I am to take 6 men with me to reinforce citizen Chauvelin now." "Yes." And you, citizen, will drive straight back to Crecy and will send us further reinforcements from there, which will reach us in the early morning." "Yes." "We are to hold the chateau against those unknown marauders, if necessary, until the reinforcements come from Crecy. Having routed them, we return here, pick up the Englishmen whom you will have locked up in the chapel under a strong guard commanded by Corporal Cassard, and join you forthwith at Crecy. This, whether citizen Chauvelin has got hold of Capet or not." "Yes, citizen, I understand," concluded the sergeant imperturbably, "and I am also to tell citizen Chauvelin that the 2 prisoners will be shot at dawn in the courtyard of the guard house at Crecy." "Yes, that is all. Try to find the leader of the attacking party, and bring him along to Crecy with the Englishmen, but unless they are in very small numbers, do not trouble about the others. Now, en avant! Citizen Chauvelin might be glad of your help. And stay, order all the men to dismount, and take the horses out of one of the coaches, then let the men you are taking with you each lead a horse, or even 2, and stable them all in the farm buildings. I shall not need them, and could not spare any of my men for the work later on. Remember that, above all, silence is the order. When you are ready to start, come back to me here." The sergeant moved away, and Marguerite heard him transmitting the citizen agent's orders to the soldiers. The dismounting was carried on in wonderful silence, for silence had been one of the principal commands. Only 1 or 2 words reached her ears. "First section and first half of the second section fall in, right wheel. First section each take 2 horses on the lead. Quietly now there, don't tug at his bridle, let him go." And after that a simple report. "All ready, citizen." "Good," was the response. "Now detail your corporal and 2 men to come here to me, so that we may put the Englishman in irons and take him at once to the chapel, and 4 men to stand guard at the doors of the other coach." The necessary orders were given, and after that there came the curt command: "En avant!" The sergeant, with his squad and all the horses, was slowly moving away in the night. The horses' hoofs hardly made a noise on the soft carpet of pine needles and of dead fallen leaves, but the champing of the bits was of course audible, and now and then the snorting of some poor tired horse longing for its stable. Somehow in Marguerite's fevered mind this departure of a squad of men seemed like the final flitting of her last hope. The slow agony of the familiar sounds, the retreating horses and soldiers moving away amongst the shadows, took on a weird significance. Heron had given his last orders. Percy, helpless and probably unconscious, would spend the night in that dank chapel, while she and Armand would be taken back to Crecy, driven to death like some insentient animals to the slaughter. When the grey dawn would first begin to peep through the branches of the pines, Percy would be led back to Paris and the guillotine, and she and Armand will have been sacrificed to the hatred and revenge of brutes. The end had come, and there was nothing more to be done. Struggling, fighting, scheming could be of no avail now. But she wanted to get to her husband. She wanted to be near him now that death was so imminent both for him and for her. She tried to envisage it all, quite calmly, just as she knew that Percy would wish her to do. The inevitable end was there, and she would not give to these callous wretches here the gratuitous spectacle of a despairing woman fighting blindly against adverse fate. But she wanted to go to her husband. She felt that she could face death more easily on the morrow, if she could but see him once more, if she could but look once more into the eyes that had mirrored so much enthusiasm, such absolute vitality and whole-hearted self-sacrifice, and such an intensity of love and passion. If she could but kiss once more those lips that had smiled through life, and would smile, she knew, even in the face of death. She tried to open the carriage door, but it was held from without, and a harsh voice cursed her, ordering her to sit still. But she could lean out of the window and strain her eyes to see. They were by now accustomed to the gloom, the dilated pupils taking in pictures of vague forms, moving like ghouls in the shadows. The other coach was not far, and she could hear Heron's voice, still subdued and calm, and the curses of the men, but not a sound from Percy. "I think the prisoner is unconscious," she heard one of the men say. "Lift him out of the carriage, then," was Heron's curt command, "and you go and throw open the chapel gates." Marguerite saw it all. The movement, the crowd of men, 2 vague black forms lifting another one, which appeared heavy and inert, out of the coach, and carrying it staggering up towards the chapel. Then the forms disappeared, swallowed up by the more dense mass of the little building, merged in with it, immovable as the stone itself. Only a few words reached her now. "He is unconscious." "Leave him there, then. He'll not move." "Now close the gates." There was a loud clang, and Marguerite gave a piercing scream. She tore at the handle of the carriage door. "Armand! Armand! Go to him!" she cried, and all her self-control, all her enforced calm, vanished in an outburst of wild, agonizing passion. "Let me get to him, Armand! This is the end! Get me to him, in the name of God!" "Stop that woman screaming!" came Heron's voice clearly through the night. "Put her and the other prisoner in irons, quick!" But while Marguerite expended her feeble strength in a mad, pathetic effort to reach her husband, even now at this last hour, when all hope was dead and death was so nigh, Armand had already wrenched the carriage door from the grasp of the soldier who was guarding it. He was of the south, and knew the trick of charging an unsuspecting adversary with head thrust forward like a bull inside a ring. Thus he knocked one of the soldiers down and made a quick rush for the chapel gates. The men, attacked so suddenly and in such complete darkness, did not wait for orders. They closed in round Armand. One man drew his sabre and hacked away with it in aimless rage. But for the moment he evaded them all, pushing his way through them, not heeding the blows that came on him from out the darkness. At last he reached the chapel. With one bound he was at the gate, his numb fingers fumbling for the lock which he could not see. It was a vigorous blow from Heron's fist that brought him at last to his knees, and even then his hands did not relax their hold. They gripped the ornamental scroll of the gate, shook the gate itself in its rusty hinges, pushed and pulled with the unreasoning strength of despair. He had a sabre cut across his brow, and the blood flowed in a warm, trickling stream down his face. But of this he was unconscious. All that he wanted, all that he was striving for with agonizing heartbeats and cracking sinews, was to get to his friend who was lying in there unconscious, abandoned, dead perhaps. "Curse you!" struck Heron's voice close to his ear. "Cannot some of you stop this raving maniac?" Then it was that the heavy blow on his head caused him a sensation of sickness, and he fell on his knees, still gripping the ironwork. Stronger hands than his were forcing him to loosen his hold. Blows that hurt terribly rained on his numbed fingers. He felt himself dragged away, carried like an inert mass further and further from that gate which he would have given his life blood to force open. And Marguerite heard all this from the inside of the coach, where she was imprisoned as effectually as was Percy's unconscious body inside that dark chapel. She could hear the noise and scramble and Heron's hoarse commands, the swift sabre strokes as they cut through the air. Already a trooper had clapped irons on her wrists. 2 others held the carriage doors. Now Armand was lifted back into the coach, and she could not even help to make him comfortable, though as he was lifted in she heard him feebly moaning. Then the carriage doors were banged to again. "Do not allow either of the prisoners out again, or peril of your lives," came with a vigorous curse from Heron. After which there was a moment's silence. Whispered commands came spasmodically in deadened sound to her ear. "Will the key turn?" "Yes, citizen." "All secure?" "Yes, citizen. The prisoner is groaning." "Let him groan." "The empty coach, citizen? The horses have been taken out." "Leave it standing where it is, then. Citizen Chauvelin will need it in the morning." "Armand," whispered Marguerite inside the coach, "did you see Percy?" "It was so dark," murmured Armand feebly, "but I saw him just inside the gates where they had laid him down. I heard him groaning. Oh, my God!" "Hush, dear," she said, "we can do nothing more, only die as he lived, bravely and with a smile on our lips, in memory of him." "Number 35 is wounded, citizen," said one of the men. "Curse the fool who did the mischief," was the placid response. "Leave him here with the guard." "How many of you are there left, then?" asked the same voice a moment later. "Only 2, citizen, if one whole section remains with me at the chapel door, and also the wounded man." "2 are enough for me, and 5 are not too many at the chapel door." And Heron's coarse, cruel laugh echoed against the stone walls of the little chapel. "Now then, one of you get into the coach, and the other go to the horses' heads. And remember, Corporal Cassard, that you and your men who stay here to guard that chapel door are answerable to the whole nation with your lives for the safety of the Englishmen." The carriage door was thrown open, and a soldier stepped in and sat down opposite Marguerite and Armand. Heron in the meanwhile was apparently scrambling up the box. Marguerite could hear him muttering curses as he groped for the reins, and finally gathered them into his hand. The springs of the coach creaked and groaned as the vehicle slowly swung round. The wheels ploughed deeply through the soft carpet of dead leaves. Marguerite felt Armand's inert body leaning heavily against her shoulder. "Are you in pain, dear?" she asked softly. He made no reply, and she thought that he had fainted. It was better so. At least the next dreary hours would flit by for him in the blissful state of unconsciousness. Now at last the heavy carriage began to move more evenly. The soldier at the horses' heads was stepping along at a rapid pace. Marguerite would have given much even now to look back once more at the dense black mass, blacker and denser than any shadow that had ever descended before on God's earth, which held between its cold, cruel walls all that she loved in the world. But her wrists were fettered by the irons, which cut into her flesh when she moved. She could no longer lean out of the window, and she could not even hear. The whole forest was hushed, the wind was lulled to rest, wild beasts and night birds were silent and still, and the wheels of the coach creaked in the ruts, bearing Marguerite with every turn further and further away from the man who lay helpless in the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 48. The Waning Moon. Armand had wakened from his attack of faintness, and brother and sister sat close to one another, shoulder touching shoulder. That sense of nearness was the one tiny spark of comfort to both of them on this dreary, dreary way. The coach had lumbered on unceasingly since all eternity, so it seemed to them both. Once there had been a brief halt, when Heron's rough voice had ordered the soldier at the horses' heads to climb on the box beside him, and once, it had been a very little while ago, a terrible cry of pain and terror had rung through the stillness of the night. Immediately after that, the horses had been put at a more rapid pace, but it had seemed to Marguerite as if that one cry of pain had been repeated by several others, which sounded more feeble, and soon appeared to be dying away in the distance behind. The soldier who sat opposite to them must have heard the cry too, for he jumped up, as if wakened from sleep, and put his head out of the window. "Did you hear that cry, citizen?" he asked. But only a curse answered him, and a peremptory command not to lose sight of the prisoners by poking his head out of the window. "Did you hear the cry?" asked the soldier of Marguerite as he made haste to obey. "Yes. What could it be?" she murmured. "It seems dangerous to drive so fast in this darkness," muttered the soldier. After which remark he, with the stolidity peculiar to his kind, figuratively shrugged his shoulders, detaching himself, as it were, of the whole affair. "We should be out of the forest by now," he remarked in an undertone a little while later. "The way seemed shorter before." Just then the coach gave an unexpected lurch to one side, and after much groaning and creaking of axles and springs, it came to a standstill, and the citizen agent was heard cursing loudly and then scrambling down from the box. The next moment the carriage door was pulled open from without, and the harsh voice called out peremptorily, "Citizen soldier, here, quick, quick, curse you! We'll have one of the horses down if you don't hurry." The soldier struggled to his feet. It was never good to be slow in obeying the citizen agent's commands. He was half asleep, and no doubt numb with cold and long sitting still. To accelerate his movements he was suddenly gripped by the arm and dragged incontinently out of the coach. Then the door was slammed to again, either by a rough hand or a sudden gust of wind, Marguerite could not tell. She heard a cry of rage and one of terror, and Heron's raucous curses. She cowered in the corner of the carriage with Armand's head against her shoulder, and tried to close her ears to all those hideous sounds. Then suddenly all the sounds were hushed, and all around everything became perfectly calm and still, so still that at first the silence oppressed her with a vague, nameless dread. It was as if nature herself had paused, that she might listen, and the silence became more and more absolute, until Marguerite could hear Armand's soft, regular breathing close to her ear. The window nearest to her was open, and as she leaned forward with that paralysing sense of oppression, a breath of pure air struck full upon her nostrils, and brought with it a briny taste, as if from the sea. It was not quite so dark, and there was a sense as of open country stretching out to the limits of the horizon. Overhead a vague greyish light suffused the sky, and the wind swept the clouds in great rolling banks right across that light. Marguerite gazed upward with a more calm feeling that was akin to gratitude. That pale light, though so wan and feeble, was thrice welcome after that inky blackness wherein shadows were less dark than the lights. She watched eagerly the bank of clouds driven by the dying gale. The light grew brighter and faintly golden. Now the banks of clouds, storm-tossed and fleecy, raced past one another, parted and reunited like veils of unseen giant dancers waved by hands that controlled infinite space, advanced and rushed and slackened speed again, united and finally tore asunder, to reveal the waning moon, honey-coloured and mysterious, rising as if from an invisible ocean far away. The one light spread over the wide stretch of country, throwing over it as it spread dull tones of indigo and of blue. Here and there sparse stunted trees with fringed gaunt arms bending to prevailing winds proclaimed the neighbourhood of the sea. Marguerite gazed on the picture which the waning moon had so suddenly revealed, but she gazed with eyes that knew not what they saw. The moon had risen on her right, there lay the east, and the coach must have been travelling due north, whereas Crécy... In the absolute silence that reigned she could perceive from far, very far away, the sound of a church clock striking at the midnight hour, and now it seemed to her supersensitive senses that a firm footstep was treading the soft earth, a footstep that drew nearer, and then nearer still. Nature did pause to listen. The wind was hushed, the night birds in the forest had gone to rest. Marguerite's heart beat so fast that its throbbings choked her, and a dizziness clouded her consciousness. But through this state of torpor she heard the opening of the carriage door, she felt the onrush of that pure briny air, and she felt a long burning kiss upon her hands. She thought then that she was really dead, and that God in his infinite love had opened to her the outer gates of paradise. "My love," she murmured. She was leaning back in the carriage, and her eyes were closed, but she felt that firm fingers removed the irons from her wrists, and that a pair of warm lips were pressed there in their stead. "There, little woman, that's better so, is it not? Now let me get hold of poor Armand." It was heaven, of course, else how could earth hold such heavenly joy? "Percy!" exclaimed Armand in an awed voice. "Hush, dear," murmured Marguerite feebly. "We are in heaven, you and I," whereupon a ringing laugh woke the echoes of the silent night. "In heaven, dear heart!" and the voice had a delicious earthly ring in its whole-hearted merriment. "Please God, you'll both be at Portel with me before dawn." Then she was indeed forced to believe. She put out her hands and groped for him, for it was dark inside the carriage. She groped and felt his massive shoulders leaning across the body of the coach, while his fingers busied themselves with the irons on Armand's wrist. "Don't touch that brute's filthy coat with your dainty fingers, dear heart," he said gaily. "Great Lord! I have worn that wretch's clothes for over 2 hours. I feel as if the dirt had penetrated to my bones." Then with that gesture so habitual to him, he took her head between his two hands, and drawing her to him until the wan light from without lit up the face that he worshipped, he gazed his fill into her eyes. She could only see the outline of his head silhouetted against the wind-tossed sky. She could not see his eyes, nor his lips, but she felt his nearness, and the happiness of that almost caused her to swoon. "Come out into the open, my lady fair," he murmured, and though she could not see, she could feel that he smiled. "Let God's pure air blow through your hair and round your dear head. Then, if you can walk so far, there's a small half-way house close by here. I have knocked up the none too amiable host. You and Armand could have half an hour's rest there before we go further on our way." "But you, Percy, are you safe?" "Yes, m'dear, we're all of us safe until morning. Time enough to reach Le Portel and to be aboard the Day Dream before mine amiable friend Monsieur Chambertin has discovered his worthy colleague lying gagged and bound inside the chapel of the Holy Sepulchre. By Gad! How old Heron will curse the moment he can open his mouth." He half helped, half lifted her out of the carriage. The strong, pure air suddenly rushing right through to her lungs made her feel faint, and she almost fell. But it was good to feel herself falling, when one pair of arms amongst the millions on the earth were there to receive her. "Can you walk, dear heart?" he asked. "Lean well on me. It is not far, and the rest will do you good. But you, Percy..." He laughed, and the most complete joy of living seemed to resound through that laugh. Her arm was in his, and for one moment he stood still, while his eyes swept the far reaches of the country, the mellow distance still wrapped in its mantle of indigo, still untouched by the mysterious light of the waning moon. He pressed her arm against his heart, but his right hand was stretched out towards the black wall of the forest behind him, towards the dark crests of the pines in which the dying wind sent its last mournful sighs. "Dear heart," he said, and his voice quivered with the intensity of his excitement, "beyond the stretch of that wood, from far away over there, there are cries and moans of anguish that come to my ear even now. But for you, dear, I would cross that wood to-night and re-enter Paris to-morrow. But for you, dear, but for you," he reiterated earnestly as he pressed her closer to him, for a bitter cry had risen to her lips. She went on in silence. Her happiness was great as was her pain. She had found him again, the man whom she worshipped, the husband whom she thought never to see again on earth. She had found him, and not even now, not after those terrible weeks of misery and suffering unspeakable, could she feel that love had triumphed over the wild, adventurous spirit, the reckless enthusiasm, the ardour of self-sacrifice. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Eldorado by Baroness ORCZY. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage in September 2007. Chapter 49. The Land of Eldorado. It seems that in the pocket of Heron's coat there was a letter case with some few hundred francs. It was amusing to think that the brute's money helped to bribe the ill-tempered keeper of the halfway house to receive guests at midnight, and to ply them well with food, drink, and the shelter of a stuffy coffee-room. Marguerite sat silently beside her husband, her hand in his. Armand, opposite to them, had both elbows on the table. He looked pale and wan, with a bandage across his forehead, and his glowing eyes were resting on his chief. "Yes, you demmed young idiot," said Blakeney merrily. "You nearly upset my plan in the end, with your yelling and screaming outside the chapel gates." "I wanted to get to you, Percy. I thought those brutes had got you there inside that building." "Not they!" he exclaimed. "It was my friend Heron whom they had trussed and gagged, and whom my amiable friend Monsieur Chambertin will find in there tomorrow morning. By gad, I would go back if only for the pleasure of hearing Heron curse when first the gag is taken from his mouth." "But how was it all done, Percy? And there was de Batz." "De Batz was part of the scheme I had planned for mine own escape, before I knew that those brutes meant to take Marguerite and you as hostages for my good behaviour. What I hoped then was that under cover of a tussle or a fight I could somehow or other contrive to slip through their fingers. And you know my belief in bald-headed fortune with the one solitary hair. Well, I meant to grab that hair, and at the worst I could but die in the open and not caged in that awful hole like some noxious vermin. I knew that de Batz would rise to the bait. I told him in my letter that the Dauphin would be at the Chateau d'Ourde this night, but that I feared the revolutionary government had got wind of this fact, and were sending an armed escort to bring the lad away. This letter Ffoulkes took to him. I knew that he would make a vigorous effort to get the Dauphin into his hands, and that during the scuffle that one hair on Fortune's head would, for 1 second only mayhap, come within my reach. I had so planned the expedition that we were bound to arrive at the forest of Boulogne by nightfall, and night is always a useful ally. But at the guard-house of the Rue Saint-Anne I realized for the first time that those brutes had pressed me into a tighter corner than I had preconceived. He paused, and once again that look of recklessness swept over his face, and his eyes, still hollow and circled, shone with the excitement of past memories. "I was such a weak, miserable wretch then," he said in answer to Marguerite's appeal. "I had to try and build up some strength, when, Heaven forgive me for the sacrilege, I had unwittingly risked your precious life, dear heart, in that blind endeavour to save mine own. By gad, it was no easy task in that jolting vehicle, with that noisome wretch beside me for sole company. Yet I ate and I drank and I slept for 3 days and 2 nights, until the hour when in the darkness I struck Heron from behind, half strangled him first, then gagged him, and finally slipped into his filthy coat and put that loathsome bandage across my head, and his battered hat above it all. The yell he gave when first I attacked him made every horse rear. You must remember it. The noise effectually drowned our last scuffle in the coach. Chauvelin was the only man who might have suspected what had occurred, but he had gone on ahead, and bald-headed Fortune had passed by me, and I had managed to grab its one hair. After that it was all quite easy. The sergeant and the soldiers had seen very little of Heron, and nothing of me. It did not take a great effort to deceive them, and the darkness of the night was my most faithful friend. His raucous voice was not difficult to imitate, and darkness always muffles and changes every tone. Anyway, it was not likely that those loutish soldiers would even remotely suspect the trick that was being played on them. The citizen agent's orders were promptly and implicitly obeyed. The men never even thought to wonder that after insisting on an escort of 20 men, he should drive off with 2 prisoners and only 2 men to guard them. If they did wonder, it was not theirs to question. Those 2 troopers are spending an uncomfortable night somewhere in the forest of Boulogne, each tied to a tree, and some 2 leagues apart one from the other. And now," he added gaily, "en voiture, my fair lady, and you too, Armand. 'Tis 7 leagues to Le Portel, and we must be there before dawn." Sir Andrew's intention was to make for Calais first, there to open communication with the Daydream, and then for Le Portel, said Marguerite. After that he meant to strike back for the Chateau d'Ourde in search of me. "Then we'll still find him at Le Portel. I shall know how to lay hands on him, but you too must get aboard the Daydream at once, for Ffoulkes and I can always look after ourselves." It was 1 hour after midnight when, refreshed with food and rest, Marguerite, Armand and Sir Percy left the halfway house. Marguerite was standing in the doorway, ready to go. Percy and Armand had gone ahead to bring the coach along. "Percy," whispered Armand, "Marguerite does not know?" "Of course she does not, you young fool," retorted Percy lightly. If you try and tell her, I think I would smash your head." "But you," said the young man with sudden vehemence, "can you bear the sight of me? My God, when I think..." "Don't think, my good Armand, not of that anyway. Only think of the woman for whose sake you committed a crime. If she is pure and good, woo her and win her. Not just now, for it were foolish to go back to Paris after her, but anon, when she comes to England, and all these past days are forgotten. Then love her as much as you can, Armand. Learn your lesson of love better than I have learnt mine. Do not cause Jeanne Lange those tears of anguish which my mad spirit brings to your sister's eyes. You were right, Armand, when you said that I do not know how to love." But on board the Daydream, when all danger was past, Marguerite felt that he did. End of chapter 49. End of El Dorado by Baroness ORCZY.